Chapter 91. What happened to you? How did you end up with the Hongan Society? Yang Qing frowned. No, we were captured. Lin Jin explained as she helped the person beside her to their feet. Husky, this is Sister Yang. She saved us. Sister Yang. The person called out, looking at Yang Qing with surprise. This older sister was so beautiful, he never expected her to be so ruthless, killing 2 people in one go. This is my younger brother, Lin Hao, nicknamed Rat. Lin Jin introduced her brother. Yang Qing noticed that the siblings really did look alike, both tall and thin. The younger brother was still young, only about 16 or 17 years old, with a childlike face. They should have been in school, but because of the apocalypse, they had no choice but to work. Lin Jin continued, we've been working for Sister Kai, exchanging grain for supplies. You bought so much grain from us before, all in cash, and now it's all useless. Yang Qing touched her nose, a little embarrassed. Why hadn't they used it sooner? Sister Kai was a bit angry, telling us to make amends and exchange for more valuables. A few days ago, we went out to exchange things, but we ran into the Hongan Society. They double-crossed us. Not only did they rob us of everything, but they also detained my brother and me, making us exchange supplies for them, while they hid in the shadows and killed us. Yang Qing frowned. Won't Kai Qing come to rescue you? She probably doesn't even know we've been captured. She's still waiting for us to come back and report. Lin Jun's mood was a little low. I wonder if she'd be worried if she knows we've been captured. Sister, what do we do now? Run or go back to the Hongan Society? Husky asked. Of course we run. Are you stupid? Why go back to the Hongan Society? Aren't you afraid they beat you to death? Lin Jin rolled her eyes at her brother. Sister Yang, shouldn't we hurry up and leave? What if the Hongan Society comes out, and we can't escape? You guys go first. I want to go in and gather some information. Yang Qing shook her head. Sister Yang, what do you want to find out? We've been here for a few days and know a bit. Husky immediately said. The Hongan Society came to our neighborhood to collect protection money a couple of days ago and injured my men. I'm here to investigate. If there's a chance, I want to find their boss. Yang Qing made a throat-slitting gesture. Husky was shocked. Was this woman really that capable? For some reason, he felt a surge of excitement. Sister Yang, I take you in. I know where they are. Husky. Lin Jin shook her head at him. It's too dangerous. Sister. Husky was getting anxious. Sister Yang is doing this for the people. I want to go. Besides, they beat us so badly, I want revenge. Husky gritted his teeth. I make sure they suffer a terrible death. Yang Qing smiled and looked at the boy. Are you really not afraid? Not afraid? Husky raised his head. We're doing a good deed. It's an act of heroism. Killing them will save many people. We be heroes. Yang Qing chuckled. Quite childish. But it was indeed how a boy his age should be, still full of passion, his edges not yet worn down by the apocalypse. If you're really not afraid, then kill him. Yang Qing handed him a dagger, pointing to the person she had just stunned with a stun gun. Sister Yang. Lin Jin exclaimed in shock. He's just a child. A child? Yang Qing sneered. This apocalypse is a dog-eat-dog world. They won't spare him just because he's a child. If you don't kill others, they kill you. You've been captured and beaten half to death, don't you understand? Lin Jin stammered, but even so, she had never killed anyone. I do it. Husky took the dagger from Yang Qing, gripping it tightly with trembling hands, but still resolutely walked over. He's a bad guy, he deserves to die. Come on, stab him here. One stab, and he die, it won't hurt much. Yang Qing pointed to the man's chest. Husky gritted his teeth, raised the dagger, and plunged it forcefully into the man's chest. Lin Jin closed her eyes in fear, her whole body trembling. Husky was stunned for a moment, but not as frightened as expected. He looked at Yang Qing, grinned, and said, Sis, I killed him. Well done. Yang Qing patted his shoulder. This dagger is for you. Thank you, sis. Husky was overjoyed. The dagger was very sharp. It was clearly a good item. Sis, let's go. I take you inside, Husky said. Husky. Lin Jin looked at him nervously, suddenly sensing something different about her brother. Sis, you should go back first. Sister Yang is so capable. We'd definitely be alright. Husky smiled and looked at Yang Qing. Right, sis? Yang Qing nodded. I will do my best to ensure his safety. You should go back first. You can tell Kai Qing. I think her background is not simple. Maybe she can help us. Lin Jin looked at Husky. Husky, you need to think carefully. Once you've done it, there's no going back. Sister, don't worry, I won't regret it. Lin Jin nodded. Then you must be careful. If possible, I bring people to rescue you. Lin Jin turned and ran, disappearing into the twilight. How do we get in? Yang Qing asked Husky. Oh right, I forgot we need supplies to get in. Husky slapped his forehead. Those two people were supposed to lead us in, but they're both dead now. If we offer supplies, we can get in ourselves, but where are we going to find supplies? Don't worry about that. Yang Qing smiled, using her mind to take out a box of medicine from her spatial storage, pretending to pull it from her pocket. Is this enough? Cephalexin? Husky explained in surprise. Enough, more than enough. Medicine is so scarce right now. We can get a lot of things from Sister Kai, let alone Hong'an Society, sister. You really want to take this out? What a waste. Yang Qing smiled, pulled out a pack of medicine and put it in her pocket. Then I give you half. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Yeah, that's true. Husky grinned. With this box of medicine, I can walk with my head held high. By the way, sis, you're a little. Husky pointed to Yang Qing's face. You're so clean, so beautiful. Yang Qing chuckled, pulled out a darker shade of powder from her pocket, applied it to her face, and then smeared some lipstick on her face, making it look like she'd been beaten. She messed up her hair, and suddenly she looked like a completely different person. Husky gave her a thumbs up. No wonder you're my sister. The two walked towards the main entrance, but the security guard stopped them. Who goes there? Be big brother, we're Cheng's men. Husky immediately became timid. Cheng and gang went drinking and told us to come back on our own. Those two guys only know how to drink. They drink themselves to death sooner or later. The security guard sneered, looking at the two men. You came back empty-handed? You can't come in. Yes, we found something good. Husky winked at Yang Qing, who quickly pulled out a cephalosporin capsule. The security guard's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. He reached out to snatch it. Yang Qing dodged and withdrew his hand. This is for Cheng. We can't give it to you. That's right, we're Cheng's men. Do you want to steal Cheng's credit? Husky also looked indignant. Come in. The security guard waved impatiently, letting the two men in. Chapter 92. Husky led Yang Qing into the residential area, making a face at her. Yang Qing chuckled. This kid was quite clever. Arriving at the clubhouse, Husky pushed open the door and went inside. Yang Qing looked around. The first floor was empty, but the second floor was quite noisy, with music and the sound of drinking games, suggesting people were drinking. I only been here once. Brother Cheng and the others are usually on the second floor, Husky said in a low voice. As the two went upstairs, someone stopped them. What are you doing here? We're Brother Cheng's men. We found something good and are here to present it to Brother Cheng, Husky immediately said with a smile. Wang Cheng. What kind of Brother Cheng is he? The man looked at Husky and Yang Qing with disdain. What good stuff did you find? Yang Qing took out the cephalosporin capsules. The man saw that they were indeed quite good. Medicine was so rare these days, especially anti-inflammatory drugs, which were extremely hard to find. One pill could be exchanged for dozens of kilograms of grain, let alone a whole box. What incredible luck did this kid have? Go in. The man waved. Thank you, brother. Husky hurriedly nodded and bowed. The two entered the club, where they were stopped by men in black who wanted to search them, prohibiting them from carrying any weapons. Husky glanced at Yang Qing, somewhat helplessly, and reluctantly handed over his dagger. The men in black searched him thoroughly, only releasing him after confirming he had nothing. Looking at Yang Qing again, Husky quickly said, My sister has nothing on her. The two men in black ignored him, and looked at Yang Qing. Although the girl was a bit disheveled and had dark skin, her features were quite nice, and she had a good figure. Beautiful lady, these are the rules. We can't do anything about it. The two men chuckled and extended their hands towards Yang Qing. Yang Qing reached out and pulled out her down jacket, finding it empty. She then took off the down jacket, revealing a tight-fitting sweater underneath. It was clear whether she was carrying a weapon. Husky's pupils contracted. Yang Qing had clearly taken a strip of medicine back and put it in her pocket. Where did it go? Yang Qing then turned her pants pockets inside out, showing them her waistband. No guns or daggers were tucked there. Then she took off her shoes. They were empty too. Is that enough? Yang Qing said coldly, putting her down jacket back on. The two men in black exchanged a glance. Fine, let's go in. They walked inside, Husky following beside Yang Qing, whispering, "Sister, that medicine earlier." Yang Qing smiled mysteriously at him. "I can do magic." Husky didn't understand, but he thought Yang Qing was amazing. They continued walking, and could already see the people inside. A group of people were gathered around a fire, the aroma of roasting meat wafting through the air. The smell made Husky swallow hard. He hadn't had meat in ages. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a whole lamb was being roasted. The lamb was skewered on iron sticks and turned over the fire, sizzling and releasing its irresistible fragrance. In the center sat a man in a mink coat, holding a glass of wine in one hand and a leg of lamb in the other, eating and drinking. This must be Chao Wenxiang. Someone approached and whispered something in his ear. Chao Wenxiang looked over. "I heard you got something good, Brother Chang." Husky quickly bowed and presented the medicine. "It's a box of cephalosporin capsules. I heard from Brother Chung that there's a severe shortage of medicine right now, so I didn't dare delay and brought it over immediately after getting this." Chao Wenxiang chuckled and had someone take the medicine. "You're a smart kid. Where's Wang Chengren? He went to sing karaoke with Brother Gang and told me to come by myself. I thought I could at least see Brother Chang, so I dared to come. Seeing Brother Chang today, I truly see he's a dragon among men, a role model for us all," Husky said with a fawning expression. Yang Qing chuckled inwardly. He really underestimated this kid. Flattery never fails. Chao Wenxiang was in high spirits. "Someone, bring them seats and meat." Yang Qing rolled his eyes inwardly. Bring them seats? Does he really think he's a local tyrant? But these people are entrenched here, with food and drink, servants, and no one to control them. They really are local tyrants, able to do whatever they want. "Thank you, Brother Chang." Husky was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. Chao Wenxiang then looked at Yang Qing. "And this is?" "Oh, this is my sister, Lin Jin." "Brother Chang, my name is Lin Hao, you can call me Husky," Husky quickly said. "What happened to Miss Jinjin's face?" Chao Wenxiang stared at Yang Qing. "This?" Husky glanced at Yang Qing, then quickly stood up again. "My sister doesn't know how to talk, she offended Brother Chung, so..." "It's not Brother Cheng's fault, it's my sister's fault for having a bad temper. She's been spoiled by my parents since she was little. I already scolded her." Chao Wenxiang smiled. Pretty people always have some temper. "Give them more meat." He then gave an order to the people next to him, who nodded. "Yes." Immediately, someone brought 2 disposable plates, and put some pieces of mutton on them for Yang Qing and Husky, who quickly took them. Husky picked up the meat and started eating heartily, but Yang Qing hesitated to eat. She sensed a hint of malice in Chao Wenxiang's gaze earlier, fearing something was amiss with the meat. "What, Miss Jinjin doesn't like mutton?" Chao Wenxiang asked Yang Qing. Yang Qing jumped in surprise, dropping the plate of meat she was holding into the oven. Chao Wenxiang's expression changed. "Insolent! Don't be ungrateful!" Someone nearby shouted. Husky quickly put down the meat. Brother Chang, don't be angry. My sister hasn't been feeling well these past few days, and her face is injured. She can't eat mutton, it's just her bad luck. We leave now, so as not to disturb your enjoyment." He then pulled Yang Qing back. Chao Wenxiang looked at Yang Qing, who was bowing her head and remaining silent, and smiled. "If you're not feeling well, go home and rest early. There will be plenty of opportunities later." Once he knew who her underlings were, he wasn't worried about her running away. "Thank you, Brother Chang." "Thank you, Brother Chang." Husky grabbed Yang Qing's arm and ran off immediately. He had been truly terrified. As she left, she didn't forget to retrieve the dagger she had just handed over. Once outside the club, Husky finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Qing. "Sister, what happened just now?" He had seen Yang Qing's decisive and ruthless demeanor outside, but inside, although she seemed timid and hesitant, he thought it was all an act. Why did she deliberately knock over the plate of meat? Wasn't she afraid Brother Chang would find out? Yang Qing smiled at Husky. "I did it on purpose. That person had no good intentions. There'll be a good show later." "What show?" Husky was completely bewildered. He didn't know that Yang Qing had secretly taken out a vial of ricin from her spatial storage and applied it to the plate. The plate had then fallen into the oven. The high temperature released the ricin into the air, killing at least 70 to 80% of the people there, if not all of them. Chao Wenxiang was so close, he was doomed. Of course, she knew that even without Chao Wenxiang, there would be Li Wenxiang or Zhang Wenxiang, but even if someone filled the position later, they wouldn't have time to cause trouble for the 7th floor for a while. So they would at least have a period of peace. Chapter 93. You find out later? Yang Qing smiled mysteriously at Husky. Let's go now. Yang Qing grabbed Husky's arm and ran towards the gate. Sister, where are you going? Husky asked. We can get in, but we can't get out without someone to guide us. Otherwise, my sister and I would have run away already. Why didn't you say so sooner? Yang Qing paused. Come with me. Just now, when she was circling the neighborhood, she noticed a tall lychee tree peeking out from behind the wall. If they climbed the tree, they could jump over the wall and escape the neighborhood. Just as the two were about to leave, a group of people rushed over, shouting as they ran, "Run! The cops are coming! Quick, go tell Brother Chang!" The neighborhood erupted into chaos. Yang Qing was startled. She grabbed Husky and ran. She couldn't let the police catch her, otherwise, she would definitely be mistaken for Chao Wenqian's accomplice, and she wouldn't be able to explain herself. The main gate was on the south side, but the tree was on the north, almost spanning the entire compound. The two ran forward for their lives. They encountered many people trying to escape, but everyone was too busy to notice them. Yang Qing noticed that most people were running west. Is there a gate on the west side? Yang Qing asked Husky. Yes, there's another small gate, and behind that is an artificial canal. Husky nodded, panting. Sis, should we go through the west gate too? Are you stupid? If the police really came, wouldn't they have surveyed the area properly, and know there are two gates? Going that way is like walking into a trap, Yang Qing said. Husky thought it made sense. Then which way do we run now? There's a big tree on the north side. We can climb over the wall. Let's go that way, Yang Qing said without stopping. Sis, why don't we wait here for the police? We're not from the Honghan Society. We can just say we were kidnapped by them. We're innocent, Husky said. Do you think they believe us? Yang Qing glared at him. If everyone said they were kidnapped, would the police release them? Besides, we just offered them a box of medicine and were even given meat. Who would believe that? What do we do now? Run! What else can we do? Yang Qing rolled her eyes at him. He was so clever just now. How did he suddenly become so stupid? Originally, she could have just hidden anywhere and gone into her spatial dimension. But she had promised Linjin to protect her brother, so she couldn't just think of herself. She had to take him with her. And she couldn't possibly take him into her spatial dimension. Such a big secret couldn't be known to someone she had just met. Finally reaching the big tree, Yang Qing pointed at it. Mouse, hurry up and climb up. Climb along the trunk outwards, climb over the wall, and then jump down. You be safe. It's so high. I'm scared. Mouse looked worried. Yang Qing kicked him angrily. If you want to die, stay here. I'm leaving. I climb. Mouse hurriedly went to the tree and clumsily started climbing, but after a long time, he hadn't made it any further. The neighborhood was in an uproar. The police must be arresting people everywhere. Hurry up. Yang Qing was frantic. People these days are useless, so young and can't even climb a tree. Helpless, she went to the tree and lifted Mouse by the backside. Hurry up. With that lift, Mouse easily scrambled onto a branch and slowly climbed up. Quick, chase them. Don't let them get away. There are still people over there. A voice came from behind. Yang Qing panicked. Hurry up, Husky. Husky cautiously climbed towards the tree trunk. The higher he climbed, the more frightened he became, almost crying, Sister, I'm afraid of heights. Yang Qing was speechless. Why did he only say that now? Wait, I'm coming right up. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the wall. Husky, is that you? Sister, it's my sister. Husky was overjoyed. My sister has come to rescue us. Shoo, keep your voice down. Are you afraid of attracting attention? Yang Qing was truly worried. Husky quickly shut his mouth. Suppressing his fear, he climbed towards the wall, and immediately saw Linjin below, with two other people. Sister, I'm here. Husky waved. Come down quickly. Linjin shouted, the police are here, quick, jump down. Sister, I'm scared. Husky was about to cry. Don't be afraid, we catch you. Linjin waved urgently, come down quickly. Sister, you have to catch me. Husky climbed onto the wall, closed his eyes, and jumped down. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they were gone. She quickly climbed a tree as well. Linjin called from outside, Sister Yang, hurry. Yang Qing hugged the tree and climbed desperately, reaching the branch that jutted out over the wall. Just as she hoisted herself up, a voice came from below, Stop! Don't move. Hands up. Yang Qing smiled bitterly. Brother, I can't raise my hands in this condition. With a strong push, she hooked her feet up and sat on the tree trunk. Get down, or I shoot. The person below shouted sternly. Yang Qing was startled. That voice, it sounded familiar. When the man reached the tree, Yang Qing recognized him immediately. Wasn't this the soldier she rescued from the farmhouse? Had he joined the local police? Brother, don't shoot, it's me, Yang Qing quickly said. The man was surprised. He approached and looked up, seemingly recognizing Yang Qing as well. It's you? What are you doing up there? Are you also with the Honghan Society? I'm not, Yang Qing quickly replied. They captured me. Tonight, I tried to escape while they were drunk, but I didn't expect. Brother, don't misunderstand, I'm really not one of them. Then come down. The man didn't lower his gun, staring at Yang Qing warily. Those outside the wall, hearing the noise, knew Yang Qing was being watched and dared not utter a sound. The mouse was panicking. What if Sister Yang was captured? She was delayed because of rescuing him. What if she was mistaken for a bad guy? Sister, what do we do now? We can't do anything. Lin Jin shook her head. Sister, we can't just stand by and watch her die. If I hadn't been so scared, Sister Yang would have gotten out first. It's all because of me. Husky felt guilty. Lin Jin bit her lip, but Yang Qing was already being watched. Even if they went in, it would be useless. Sister Yang will definitely get out of danger. She is so capable. Lin Jin looked at Husky. Let's go first, otherwise, if the police come, we won't be able to escape either. Sister, Husky cried anxiously. Let's go back first. Lin Jin lowered her voice. Go back and tell Sister Kai. She can send someone to rescue us, and maybe she can find a way to rescue Sister Yang. Tomorrow we find out where Sister Yang is being held, and then we think of a way to rescue her. But Husky was unwilling, feeling that she had dragged Yang Qing down with her. Don't be so indecisive. Sister Yang doesn't like people like that. We only be a burden to her here. Lin Jin slapped Husky on the back of the head. Let's go! Husky sighed, glanced at the wall, and had no choice but to leave. Yang Qing looked at the man below the tree. Brother, can you put the gun away first? It might go off accidentally. The man hesitated for a moment, then put down the gun. Come down quickly. Fine. Yang Qing looked outside, then at their current predicament. There was no way to escape. Clinging to the branch, they tried to climb down, but suddenly the branch snapped, and Yang Qing cried out as she fell. Watch out! The man rushed over and caught Yang Qing, holding her tightly in his arms. Ah Qing? Lung Yi ran over, and seeing the two of them, his expression froze. Chapter 94. Yang Qing awkwardly stood up, and the man quickly released his grip, looking at Lung Yi. You're here? What are you doing here? Yang Qing and Lung Yi asked simultaneously. Lung Yi reported to our military about a criminal gang here, so we were dispatched tonight. The man looked at Lung Yi, then at Yang Qing. They were the ones who rescued him together. They must be a couple, right? My sister-in-law fell from the tree just now, so I went to catch her. Brother, please don't misunderstand. Upon hearing the word sister-in-law, Lung Yi's expression softened. Yang Qing, embarrassed and annoyed, said, Who's your sister-in-law? Don't call me that. The man scratched the back of his head. I have something to do, so I go first. You two talk it out, but please don't fight. As soon as the man left, Lung Yi walked towards Yang Qing. You still haven't said why you're here. Why you came here is why I came here. Yang Qing pouted. You have your methods, and I have mine. Lung Yi was both amused and exasperated, pointing at the big tree. This is your method? Well, Yang Qing's face was a little unnatural. I came to gather information, and I was just about to leave when you showed up. If you hadn't chased after me, I would have run away long ago. Lung Yi was both amused and exasperated. You still have the nerve to argue? Did we ruin your plans? Of course. Yang Qing rolled her eyes and walked forward. Lung Yi grabbed her arm. Were you hurt when you fell? None of your business. Yang Qing turned around and pouted. Lung Yi pulled her close and hugged her tightly. Do you know how worried I was about you? Yang Qing blushed. I'm fine. Are you really all right? Lung Yi looked down at Yang Qing, scrutinizing her from head to toe to make sure she was okay, then pulled her into his arms. Brother. Aw, you guys continue. I didn't see anything. The man ran back, saw the situation, and quickly turned away, suppressing a laugh. His brother and sister-in-law had such a good relationship. What happened? Lung Yi released Yang Qing. Isn't it strange? Our men went upstairs to arrest people, and everyone inside was dead. Judging from the symptoms, it seemed like they were poisoned. Someone poisoned them. Lung Yi frowned. We don't know yet. We're just about to get some mutton to take back for testing, the man said. But it's good they're dead, it saved us a lot of bullets. You have no idea how much good stuff we found. A whole warehouse full of grain, and lots of guns and ammunition. We also rescued quite a few girls, who were being held captive in the basement. I think the person who poisoned them did a great deed. Lung Yi glanced at Yang Qing, who guiltily turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Since everything's all right here, can we leave now? Of course. The man nodded. Brother, thanks to you this time, we wouldn't have had such a great haul. Can I leave now? You won't arrest me again, will you? Yang Qing asked. The man blushed. Sister-in-law, you're joking. Who is? Yang Qing was about to deny it when Lung Yi grabbed her hand. Then we'd be leaving now. Contact me later if anything comes up. Okay, I take you out. The man nodded, led the two women, told the accompanying soldiers, and let them leave. Outside the residential area, Yang Qing tried to pull her hand away, but Lung Yi held it tightly. Let go! Yang Qing was a little annoyed. Lung Yi sighed, and had no choice but to let go. Don't be angry, let's go home. Are you hungry? I make you a midnight snack when we get home. Looking at this man, Yang Qing had no temper left. I want beef noodles. Okay. Lung Yi's lips curved into a smile. Let's hurry up, it's freezing. Yang Qing ran out first, and Lung Yi quickly chased after her, taking off his hat and putting it on her head. Be careful, it's windy. Yang Qing's face was red from the wind, and her breath was steaming. Can you teach me to ice skate tomorrow? If she could ice skate, the distance home would be quick, walking back would be slow and cold, and she was worried about falling. Lung Yi smiled and gently replied, okay. He pulled Yang Qing's scarf up to cover her face completely, took her hand, and said, let's go home. The two returned to the apartment complex, went upstairs, and Lung Yi unlocked the door with his key. It wasn't locked from the inside? Yang Qing asked in surprise. I didn't tell anyone when I came out, so I didn't lock the door. But I had Xiaoxue guard the door. It be alert if there are any strangers, Lung Yi said. You left it alone. A dog in the living room? Won't it freeze to death? Yang Qing complained. Lung Yi smiled. No, I put a heater next to it. The two went upstairs, locked the door, and then opened the door to 701. Xiaoxue and Aki were both there. Knowing they were back, they didn't make a sound, just wagged their tails and gently nuzzled them. Good job. Yang Qing patted Xiaoxue and then Aki. Go back to your room and sleep. Xiaoxue followed Aki into Yang Qing's room. Lung Yi was a little helpless. The dog was practically Yang Qing's now. It's good to be close to her, then we won't have to worry about it rejecting its female owner when we're together. The two reached Yang Qing's room. Lung Yi didn't go in. You rest for a while, I go cook some beef noodles. You're really cooking? Never mind, it's so late, let's go to sleep. It be quick, you go in and wait for me. Lung Yi smiled, picked up the electric heater, and went into the kitchen. About 10 minutes later, Lung Yi knocked on Yang Qing's door, and Yang Qing came out. Shall we eat in your room or mine? Let's go to yours. Lu Lin is asleep. Yang Qing lowered her voice. Okay. Lung Yi nodded and brought the noodles over. There was a desk and only one chair by the bed. Lung Yi turned on the electric blanket on the bed, letting Yang Qing sit on the bed to eat, while he sat in the chair. Eating the steaming noodles, with his beloved girl beside him, Lung Yi felt a warm glow in his heart. I can't finish it. Yang Qing ate half and was full, the bowl was too big. Give it to me. Lung Yi handed over the noodles. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yang Qing was a little embarrassed, they hadn't even officially started dating yet. What's inappropriate about it? It's the apocalypse, people can't even get enough to eat, why waste food? Lung Yi poured all the noodles into his own bowl. Well, don't eat too much, or you won't be able to sleep. Yang Qing looked at Lung Yi. I'm fine, I can fall asleep anytime I want. Lung Yi smiled, looking at Yang Qing, go to sleep if you're sleepy. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. By the way, where's your walkie-talkie? I don't need it. I forgot. Yang Qing smiled. I turn it on when I get back. Go to sleep, good night. Good night. Lung Yi watched Yang Qing go into the room, then quickly finished his noodles. He took off his clothes and lay on the bed. The electric blanket under him, the down comforter over him, the electric heater beside him, everything was a gift from Yang Qing. He didn't believe she had no feelings for him at all. At least she treated him differently. The others in 702 didn't receive such good treatment. Lying in his warm bed, Lung Yi thought about Yang Qing and eventually fell asleep. Chapter 95. The next day, Lung Yi got up early. Looking at the outside temperature, It was -40 degrees Celsius. The kitchen was unbearable. He moved the gas cylinder and stove directly into his room, then brought the desk from another room and placed it by the window to put the gas stove. He moved the electric heater a little further away, just so it wouldn't heat the gas cylinder. He turned off the electric blanket, plugged in the rice cooker to cook porridge, fried some dough sticks with flour, and took out a bag of peanuts as a side dish. After cooking, he opened the window briefly to let the smell dissipate, then immediately closed it again. It was just too cold. A while later, Lu Lin ran out, went into the kitchen, and exclaimed, "Where's the gas stove?" Lung Yi quickly went out. "I moved it into my room. It's just too cold outside." "Oh." Lu Lin hunched her shoulders and ran back. "Won't it be inconvenient for me to cook now?" "You can come into my room as you please. I cook from now on," Lung Yi said. Lu Lin smiled. "Then I benefit from Qingqing's cooking. But Qingqing is still sleeping. She might not wake up so early." "It's okay, let her sleep. I keep the porridge warm. Do you want to eat now?" "I bring it to you," Lung Yi said. "Never mind, I go back to sleep for a bit and eat with Qingqing when she wakes up," Lu Lin said, and went back to her room. Lung Yi had no choice but to eat first. Yang Qing didn't get up until about 10:30. Lu Lin told her that Ling Yi had cooked porridge and was waiting for her to come over. Yang Qing wrapped herself in her down jacket and felt very cold as soon as she stepped outside. Had the temperature dropped again? She looked at the thermometer. -40 degrees Celsius. It was so cold. She knocked on Lung Yi's door. "You're awake? Are you hungry? I kept the porridge warm." Lung Yi smiled. "Come eat in my room. It's too cold." Yang Qing shivered as she ran back. Lung Yi brought the porridge, fried dough sticks, and peanuts to Yang Qing's room and placed them on the coffee table. "You even fried dough sticks?" Yang Qing was surprised. She hadn't eaten fried dough sticks since the apocalypse. "Yeah, I had some flour left, so I made fried dough sticks, but they're all cold." Lung Yi nodded. "It's okay, you can still eat cold fried dough sticks." Yang Qing sat down, and Lu Lin sat opposite her. Yang Qing looked at Lung Yi. "Would you like some more?" "Sure." Lung Yi nodded. Now that they had lunch, they could eat later. "Shall we practice skating after we eat?" Lung Yi asked, looking at Yang Qing while drinking his porridge. "Okay." Yang Qing nodded. Lu Lin couldn't help but laugh, remembering the time Yang Qing pulled down Lung Yi's pants. "What are you laughing at?" Yang Qing glanced at her. "Nothing, nothing." Lu Lin still couldn't help laughing. Both of them recalled that day's events and felt a little embarrassed. Lung Yi quickly said, "Absolutely not today, I tightened my pants." His words only made Lu Lin burst into laughter. Yang Qing was speechless. How could this guy be so silly? Lung Yi's ears turned red, and he dared not speak again. During the meal, Lu Lin volunteered to wash the dishes. Yang Qing and Lung Yi were bundled up from head to toe, and they took their ice skates downstairs. They only changed their skates at the 6th floor stairwell. Otherwise, Yang Qing wouldn't have been able to get down the stairs. She also realized how bad her balance was. The water had risen to the 6th floor and frozen over, so the 7th floor was practically the 2nd floor. Yang Qing couldn't even stand up in her ice skates, so Lung Yi had to carry her up and then, with his arm around her waist, skate a few laps between the stairs to get a feel for it. Lu Lin stood by the window, watching them while picking through the shards of glass in the vegetable basin. The window had been shattered by that leather jacket that day. She swept away the glass shards from the floor, picked out most of the pieces that had fallen into the basin, and gathered up the remaining scattered pieces in the corner whenever she had a spare moment. Seeing the two of them gliding arm in arm, Lu Lin smiled like a doting aunt. It was more beautiful than an idle drama. After gliding a few laps, Yang Qing felt she was getting the hang of it, and decided to try gliding herself. Lung Yi still held her hands, walking backwards, to let her move forward slowly. Every time Yang Qing was about to lose control and fall forward, he would quickly rush to catch her. Luckily, Yang Qing wasn't as tall as him, so every time she bumped into him, they would end up with bruises. "Am I clumsy?" Yang Qing asked, her face flushed. "No, that's normal when you first start learning. Some people have slightly worse balance. With more practice, you get better," Lung Yi smiled gently. Yang Qing gritted her teeth. "I refuse to believe I can't learn it. Even if I don't eat today, I master it." Lung Yi smiled. "Okay, I'll always be with you." Lung Yi pulled Yang Qing along, skating in circles. First, he used both hands, then slowly he could let go of one hand, and finally, he held her hand with one hand as they skating. People from other buildings, seeing the two skating so smoothly downstairs, were filled with envy and jealousy. Why could they always live so carefree? Everyone else was living in misery, almost freezing to death, while they treated this as entertainment. Comparison is truly infuriating. Stumbling and falling, Yongqing finally managed to skate on her own, though she inevitably tumbled a few times. But she wasn't discouraged at all, gritting her teeth and getting up to continue skating. Lungi looked at Yongqing like this, his eyes full of smiles. He knew she could do it. Just as he was about to pull over to rest, Yongqing suddenly yelled and charged straight at him. Get out of the way! I can't stop! Lungi saw that there was a stairwell behind him. If he dodged, she might fall in and knock out her teeth. He rushed forward to stop her. But Yongqing was too fast and her momentum was too great, knocking him to the ground and landing squarely on top of him. Upstairs, Lu Lin burst out laughing at the scene. It was too funny. Yongqing looked at Lungi beneath her, the two staring at each other. Yongqing's face flushed red. She tried to get up, but her ice skates wouldn't cooperate, and she couldn't get up after several attempts. Lungi held her. Don't move, let me do it. Yongqing was extremely embarrassed, burying her face in Lungi's chest, feeling utterly awkward. Lungi suppressed a laugh, supporting her waist as he slowly sat up, so that they were now sitting face to face, with Yongqing in his lap. Lu Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. That pose. Move your leg to the side first, let me get up. Lungi's face also turned red. Yongqing quickly lifted her leg and sat on the ice. Lungi got up first, then helped her up. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Lungi pinched Yongqing's knee. I'm fine. Yongqing shook her head. Still skating? Lungi asked. Skating? Yongqing protested. I'm not going back until I learn. Okay. Lungi smiled, taking her hand and starting to skate in circles again, explaining the techniques as they went. Finally, Yongqing skated better and better, moving forward and backward freely on her own, sometimes even creating a wavy line. I can do it! Yongqing cheered happily, rushing towards Lungi. Lungi hugged her tightly and spun her around, a doting smile on his face. Even upstairs, Lu Lin could feel that they were surrounded by pink bubbles, which made her want to fall in love. Chapter 96. The two returned home to find Lu Lin had just finished cooking a pot of steaming noodles. You're back. Perfect timing for dinner, Lu Lin said. Dinner's already? I've been skating for so long? Yongqing asked in surprise. Of course. It's past 5 o'clock, almost dark, Lu Lin laughed. You seem to be having so much fun skating that you forgot the time, didn't you? Yeah. Yongqing nodded, raising her hands. I finally learned. That's all thanks to your teacher. Lu Lin glanced at Lungi, who was putting their skates into the next room. Indeed, I wouldn't have learned so quickly without Lungi, Yongqing didn't deny it. He's a great teacher, and very patient. That's only true for you. It might not be so for us, Lu Lin teased. He only smiles at you. He's always cold to us when we're alone. I think you should stop being so reserved and agree to be his girlfriend. Lu Lin nudged Yongqing with her elbow. Aren't we? Like this now? Yongqing blushed. If she didn't accept him, how could she be so intimate with a man she barely knew, even letting him hold her hand? You should say something. Dating needs a sense of ritual, don't you understand? Lu Lin rolled her eyes at her. Yongqing pursed her lips. I think it's fine as it is now. It felt like things had fallen into place naturally, no explanation was needed, it was unspoken. Lu Lin sighed, truly worried for Lungi. Lungi walked into the room. What are you talking about? Qingqing said. She agreed to be your girlfriend. Lu Lin eagerly said. Me. Yongqing blushed, then shut her mouth. Actually, she wasn't opposed to it. Really? Lungi was pleasantly surprised. Although he felt their interactions already resembled those of a boyfriend and girlfriend, he didn't dare to call himself her boyfriend without confirmation. Yes. Yongqing nodded somewhat awkwardly. Ah Qing. Lungi walked over and hugged her. Don't worry, I will treat you well for the rest of my life. Yongqing leaned against him without saying a word. A rest of my life seemed so long. Could anyone really do that? Lu Lin watched the two embracing, her eyes inexplicably reddening, as if watching her daughter about to get married. Her feelings were complicated. But in this apocalyptic world, it wasn't easy to find a man so sincere. Let's eat, Lu Lin said with a smile. Yongqing saw Lu Lin's eyes, and walked over. What's wrong? I have a boyfriend, I'm not getting married. I won't leave you. I can be a live-in son-in-law, Lungi said. Lu Lin chuckled and looked at Yongqing. I hope you can be happy. I definitely will. Yongqing hugged Lu Lin, then turned to Ling Yi. Let me tell you, even if we're together, I still treat Lu Lin well. If you and she both fell into the water at the same time, I save her first. Ling Yi smiled. Okay, I don't need you to save me. I save myself, don't worry. Shouldn't we celebrate? Lu Lin suggested. Let's get a bottle of wine and have a drink? Sure, let's celebrate. Yang Qing readily agreed, taking a bottle of foreign liquor from the low cabinet, the one she found in the CEO's office during the building sweep. Lu Lin found some glasses, poured half a glass for everyone, and said to Yang Qing, You can't drink alcohol, drink less. It's okay, I'm staying home today. Yang Qing smiled. The three of them drank noodles and, before they knew it, had drunk more than half a bottle. Yang Qing was a little drunk. Ling Yi carried her to bed and asked Lu Lin, Can't she drink? Lu Lin smiled. It's not that she can't drink, it's just that she can't hold her liquor. She gets high after a few drinks. Maybe it's because you're here today, but she hasn't gone crazy. Ling Yi smiled, poured some hot water from the kettle, soaked a towel in it, and used it to wipe Yang Qing's face and hands. He then brought over some sugar. If she gets thirsty later, give her some sugar water. Please take care of her tonight. Why don't you stay here? Lu Lin looked at him. Ling Yi shook his head. It's warmer here. You won't sleep well over there. We wait. Wait until Qing agrees, then we be together. Okay, don't worry. Lu Lin pursed her lips, happy for Yang Qing, who had such an understanding boyfriend. Yang Qing woke up very early the next day, feeling incredibly thirsty. Seeing a thermos on the bedside table, she opened it and drank, noticing the water was sweet. Had sugar been added? She gulped down several mouthfuls before feeling a little better, then her stomach rumbled again. She seemed hungry. Seeing Lu Lin still asleep, she didn't disturb her. She got up, dressed, and knocked on Ling Yi's door. The gas stove was in his room. The door opened as soon as she pushed it open, revealing Ling Yi, half naked, changing his dressing. Yang Qing was startled to realize she completely forgotten Ling Yi had been injured that day. She wasn't a very good girlfriend. Especially since Ling Yi hadn't shown any signs of injury. She completely forgotten about his injury. She hadn't gotten used to being his girlfriend yet. Yang Qing quickly went over. Why didn't you call me when you needed to change your dressing? I've been constantly bumping into you these past few days, and I even bumped into you so many times while skating yesterday. Why didn't you say anything? Did it hurt? Ling Yi smiled gently. No, it didn't hurt. I almost forgot I was injured. Look, it's almost healed. I never healed this fast before. I can even get the stitches removed in a couple of days. Yang Qing looked, and indeed, the wound was healing very well. The stitches had all closed up. She wondered if it was because of the spiritual spring water. Maybe the unusual weather has affected my body? Yang Qing said casually, carefully applying iodine to Ling Yi's wound, bandaging it with gauze, and putting on a sterile dressing. You must tell me when you need to get the stitches removed in a couple of days. I'm afraid I forget. I'm sometimes careless, and I never been in a relationship before, so I don't know how to treat a boyfriend. Yang Qing pursed her lips. Okay. Ling Yi nodded, looking at Yang Qing. I never been either. Let's work hard together, and improve together. Yang Qing smiled, wondering why everything he said sounded like something out of a military drama. What do you want to eat today? Ling Yi asked. We still have so many dumplings, let's boil some. I want soup dumplings. Yang Qing said. Okay. Ling Yi nodded, got up to boil water, and cooked the dumplings. Not long after breakfast, Gao Yang and Li Shengnan came to the door. Yang Qing, we decided, we're going to work, Li Shengnan said. Official recruitment? You really want to go to Log? Yang Qing asked. Li Shengnan smiled and exchanged a glance with Gao Yang. We're lucky to have found suitable jobs. The people there heard I used to be an auxiliary police officer, and have some martial arts skills, so they let me join their security team, and Gao Yang too. He's from a martial arts background and quite skilled, so he also joined the security team. His main job is to be responsible for the base's security and patrols. Wang Min and I weren't so lucky, we joined the corpse collection team, Jiang Hao said. Originally, I wanted to join the logging team, but considering Wang Min's health might not be able to handle it, and it's too cold outside for long periods. Corpse collection. Although the team has less food, there aren't corpses all the time. We might go out once in a while, so it's not too arduous. Yang Qing nodded. It's good that you thought it through. Be careful out there. When are you leaving? We're leaving today, Li Shengnan said. We don't know what the situation is over there yet, so we don't dare take too much with us. We like to leave some things with you. No problem, Yang Qing nodded. If things don't go well, you're welcome to come back anytime. Thank you. Li Shengnan hugged Yang Qing. She was truly lucky to have met her. Chapter 97. Li Shengnan packed some of their valuables into a bag and entrusted it to Yang Qing for safekeeping. They only took a small portion of other supplies, such as rice, instant noodles, and bottled water. The rest was temporarily stored in room 702. There were several security doors outside, so no one could get in, and Yang Qing and his group were on the other side, so there shouldn't be any problems. Yang Qing found them some cold medicine and first aid supplies. The weather was too cold, and it was easy to catch a cold. Having some medicine was better than nothing. Make sure your things are safe. You don't know the situation over there, and the people they recruit might be of varying quality. Be careful, Yang Qing said. Also, don't bring that rifle, it's too conspicuous. I give you a pistol. Yang Qing handed Li Shengnan the pistol she'd taken from Wang Jun at the Research Institute, along with 10 bullets. You must keep this with you at all times, and don't let anyone see it. If something happens that you can't handle, shoot if necessary. Your life is more important. Yang Qing. Li Shengnan was deeply moved. She hadn't expected her to give her a pistol, it could save her life. Yang Qing then took out the homemade gun she confiscated from the farmhouse, and gave it to Wang Min. This is for you. Although it's a homemade gun, it's still useful. Carry it for self-defense. Thank you. Wang Min was surprised. She hadn't expected to have one too. She knew Yang Qing had a pistol that she would use herself and wouldn't give to anyone else, but she hadn't expected her to have a homemade gun. But a homemade gun is still a pistol, much more convenient. You too, keep it with you at all times. Don't let anyone steal it. If someone bullies you, don't be afraid. Just fight back. If you're unhappy, come back. We can still survive here for now. Wang Min's eyes were a little red. Yang Qing was truly amazing to them. Actually, they were just ordinary roommates before, but they became true sisters after the apocalypse. It's understandable that Gao Yang and Jiang Hao didn't give much. After all, they were the real best friends, and Yang Qing's favoritism was to be expected. They had already benefited quite a bit from her. Yang Qing, don't worry, we take care of them, and won't let anyone bully them, Gao Ming and Jiang Hao both said. Yang Qing nodded. Being outside is different from being at home. You have to be careful in everything. Make sure your things are safe. You shouldn't have a heart to harm others, but you can't be without a heart to guard against others. If anyone really bullies you, you must come back and tell me, and I avenge you. Li Shengnan nodded, her eyes also reddening. Hey, it's not like it's a matter of life and death. Why be so sentimental? Maybe they come back in a few days? Lu Lin joked. Everyone laughed. You can come back anytime. If things get too tough, come back for a treat. We still have meat left here, Yang Qing said with a smile. Lung Yi, who had been standing silently to the side, watched Yang Qing quietly. Despite her ruthless nature, she was incredibly kind to her friends. She was a truly warm person. Having someone like her by your side in this apocalyptic world was incredibly lucky. Okay. Li Shengnan and Wang Min came over to hug Yang Qing and Lu Lin respectively. Take care of yourselves too. We come back to see you in a while. Okay. Yang Qing smiled. The group slung their bags over their shoulders, waved to Yang Qing and the others, and walked towards the snow. Lu Lin watched them walk away from the window, a touch of melancholy in her voice. I wonder how long they be gone this time, and whether they be alright. It should be fine. Besides, we're here for them. We're their strong support. If they're having a hard time, they can come back anytime, Yang Qing said. Qing, do you think I should go out and try my luck too? I can't always rely on you, Lu Lin said, looking at Yang Qing. What do you want to try? I support you. Others have no one to rely on, but you have someone to rely on, so why should you suffer like that? Yang Qing glared at her. She always remembered how they depended on each other in their past life, how much hardship they endured, and how Lu Lin even lost her life for her. In this life, she would never let her suffer so much, and she would protect her completely. Lu Lin smiled. You're making Lung Yi jealous. Lung Yi smiled. No, you're Qing's best friend, which is to say my sister. How could I be jealous of my own sister? On the contrary, I think she's a loyal and devoted person. That's right, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal, don't worry about that. Yang Qing said. Lung Yi smiled. I know. Yang Qing's face turned red instead. So does that mean I have to call you brother-in-law from now on? Lu Lin asked with a smile. Well, not so soon, Yang Qing said. rubbing her nose. Lungi laughed. I wonder if the Civil Affairs Bureau is still open in this environment. Probably not. Lu Lin shook her head. So many institutions have gone out of business. How could the Civil Affairs Bureau possibly survive? Opening a hospital would be more practical than opening a Civil Affairs Bureau. Indeed. Lungi nodded. When we want to get married someday, how about we do a traditional wedding ceremony like the ancients? Yang Qing glanced elsewhere. She hadn't even thought about that yet. We see when the time comes. Lungi laughed. I was talking about the future, not that we're getting married now. Get lost. Yang Qing scolded playfully. Why did this man always like to tease her? After sitting for a while, Lungi suddenly said, I want to go out for a bit. Oh! Yang Qing nodded. Why didn't you ask me where I'm going? Lungi said. Huh? Yang Qing was a little confused. Where you want to go is your freedom. You don't need to ask me about everything. I'm not restricting your freedom. Lungi smiled. I want to go out and look for supplies. I'm not alone anymore. Well, I have quite a lot of supplies here, no rush. Yang Qing looked at him. Yours is yours, mine isn't much. I can't just live off you, can I? Lungi smiled. If we get married in the future, I have to support you, and maybe we have children. I need to prepare more. Lungi. Yang Qing hesitated. We only just started, and I don't plan to have children. She thought that if their values differed, maybe it would be better not to start, to avoid arguing about it later. Lungi nodded. I was just saying. In this apocalypse, having a child isn't a wise move. But that doesn't stop me from stockpiling supplies. They can be your betrothal gifts. Being with me might not bring gold or jewels, but you can't go hungry, right? Yang Qing nodded. Then be careful out there by yourself. Okay. Lungi nodded with a smile. He went out carrying a gun and a large bag. Yang Qing watched his retreating figure, a little conflicted. Lin, do you think I should tell him about my spatial ability? Let's not tell him yet. You two just started dating. It's uncertain whether it will work out. Although he seems like a good person now, it's always better to be cautious, Lu Lin said. Yang Qing nodded. I also want to go out for a bit later. You stay home and watch the house. Don't open the door for anyone. Chapter 98. Yang Qing, fully armed and dressed, slung his bag over his shoulder, and was about to leave when there was a sudden knock at the door. Aki and Shushu immediately jumped out of the room, barking loudly at the door, as if a stranger had arrived. Someone's here? Yang Qing and Lu Lin exchanged a glance, both becoming alert. I go see. Yang Qing told Lu Lin to stay in the room, grabbing a gun and concealing it behind his back. Opening the door and looking down, they saw Husky and Linjin. What were they doing here? Yang Qing went downstairs. Why are you here? Sister, are you really alright? Husky was overjoyed. I was so worried for days. Linjin added, Husky was worried all night after we parted that day. The next day, I asked Sister Kai to inquire, but we couldn't find anyone named Yang Qing being held captive. We thought you. Then we thought, Sister Yang, you're so capable, maybe you escaped? So we came to check on you today. Sister, you really scared me to death, Husky said. Weren't you discovered that day? How did you escape? Yang Qing smiled. I ran into an acquaintance, and they let me go. Yang Qing went downstairs, not inviting the siblings into her home, as outsiders weren't allowed on the 7th floor. I'm going out anyway, let's talk as we walk. Yang Qing looked up and called out, Lin, come lock the door. Yes. Lu Lin responded from inside the room. Yang Qing opened the door and went out with the siblings. That day, I was discovered, and when I came downstairs, I realized it was someone I knew. I told him I wasn't a member of the Hongyan Society, that I had also been captured, and that I was trying to escape when he discovered me. Then he let me go, Yang Qing said with a smile. No wonder she's my sister. She even knows people in the military. Husky gave a thumbs up. I later heard from Sister Kai that the Hongyan Society was completely wiped out. A lot of supplies were found, and many people were rescued. But the strangest thing is that Brother Chang and the others are all dead. They were fine when we left. How could they be dead? How would I know? Yang Qing said calmly. Of course, she wouldn't say that she had poisoned them. Maybe someone sought revenge after we left. Didn't they say they kidnapped a lot of girls? They must have offended a lot of people. It's good that we're alright. Why worry about them so much? That's true, Husky nodded. It's just a pity about that half box of cephalosporin capsules. Think of how much we could have gotten for it. Yang Qing smiled and took out the strip of capsules she had taken out that night from her pocket. Here, take this. It's worth it for our acquaintance. Sister Yang, We can't accept this, Lin Jin quickly said. This medicine was too precious in the apocalypse. Take it. Yang Qin shoved the medicine into Husky's hand. With this, you have more leverage with Kai Qin, and it'd be easier for me to trade with you for things in the future, right? Sister. Husky was almost moved to tears. She had saved his life, and now she was being so generous. Well, we can't just take yours for nothing. Here's what we do. Give me 2 water tanks, stainless steel ones, preferably sturdy ones that won't freeze. I need them to store water, Yang Qin said. Husky popped out his chest. Sister, don't worry, I get you the best. Water tanks were practically worthless at this time. A single pill could buy one, let alone a whole strip. Sister Yang was truly generous. Sister Yang, if you need anything in the future, just come to the department store. Sister Kai said, there are military and police stationed there, so nothing usually happens, Lin Jin said. Okay. Yang Qin nodded, took out her ice skates from her bag. I have to go now, be careful. She put on the skates, tried them on, and quickly skated away. Husky watched Yang Qin's departing figure with admiration. My sister is so cool. Yang Qin skated a long way, leaving the city and heading straight for the dock. That day, when she went to the research institute, she had planned to go to the dock afterwards, thinking there would be many containers and she could collect a lot of goods. Who knew that the space would collapse and she would sleep for 2 days, then go into the water to retrieve jade and faint from lack of oxygen, and then the extreme cold came, and it was too late to go. But she still wanted to go and see, just in case she could find something bargain. Xia City is a coastal city with many docks. Before the apocalypse, the daily container throughput was unknown. If she had gone earlier, she could have collected a lot of supplies. Now, so much time has passed, she wondered how much was left. However, those things weren't easy to retrieve. If they weren't food, many items might be unwanted, and there might be quite a bit left over. Yang Qin figured he should collect whatever he could within his spatial storage. If a tsunami hit, and those containers fell into the sea, it would be a huge waste. Retrieving them later would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Yang Qin first went to the island's international cargo terminal, which was also a scene of complete icing. Because of the torrential rain, the sea level had risen considerably, and almost all the facilities along the dock were submerged. Only the taller buildings and cargo ships were visible above the surface. Adding to this, the blizzard and rapid temperature drop had frozen the sea, making it look like the Arctic, an endless expanse of white. The containers that weren't flooded were also covered in thick snow and frozen solid, making them almost impossible to pry open manually. So many remained on the dock. In such cold weather, almost no one was on the ice, and the sea breeze was strong, cutting like knives against the face. The containers were all covered in ice, obscuring their labels, so the contents were unknown. It was like opening a blind box. However, Yang Qin hesitated about whether to store the containers in his spatial dimension. What if someone saw the containers disappear into thin air using binoculars from afar? That would expose him. He thought it best to come back at night. In the dark, no one would see him. But he still wanted to try first. If he couldn't store them, there was no need to come back at night. Yang Qin wandered around the dock a few times, finding a recessed area between 2 rows of containers, where both sides were blocked and should be invisible. There was a single container there, abandoned for some reason, also covered in thick ice, and frozen to the ice below. Yang Qin placed her hand on the ice surface of the shipping container, and with a thought, the entire container, along with the ice on top, entered her spatial dimension. Yang Qin was overjoyed. It seemed to work, and the ice was inside. It could be used when the extreme heat arrived. She could also store more ice. Knowing she could collect it, Yang Qin felt relieved and planned to return at night. The daytime was too conspicuous. Then she toured several docks both inside and outside the island. One of them was an oil and gas terminal, where many refined oil tankers were docked. This terminal mainly handled fuel oil blending, storage, and wholesale trade. Military personnel were already stationed there, presumably to prevent individuals from stealing oil. Yang Qin didn't go over. Her reason for wanting to collect these things was to prevent them from being wasted in the event of an earthquake or tsunami. If the military collected them, that would be ideal. She naturally wouldn't compete with them. Chapter 99. It took almost a whole day to walk around all the docks. Yang Qin was hungry, so she found a sheltered spot and took out a seafood congee from her spatial storage. The congee contained shrimp, crab, and clams, with shredded ginger and chopped celery. Eating it steaming hot immediately warmed her up. As darkness fell, Yang Qin entered the harbor. Wearing a white down jacket, she was almost invisible in the snow. She arrived at a cargo terminal she had chosen during the day. This was one of the largest container terminals in Sia City, with an annual throughput exceeding 10 million TEUs. Even with countless containers submerged under the ice, the containers on the ice surface still stretched as far as the eye could see, almost endless. However, because they were covered in ice and snow, Yang Qing couldn't choose which ones to collect. She could only collect them first, and open the blind boxes in her spatial storage later. Fortunately, the containers were stacked in sections, some dozens, some hundreds, with gaps between them. Otherwise, it would have been virtually impossible to collect all the containers from the entire terminal into her spatial storage at once. Firstly, the containers were too large. She wasn't sure if her storage space could hold them. Secondly, she didn't know how many tons these containers would weigh, so whether they could even fit into her space was another matter. She could only use the cruise ship she had collected at the Research Institute last time as a reference. Anything larger probably wouldn't fit. Before the extreme cold arrived, she could collect them one by one, but with the cold snap, the containers were all frozen together, making it impossible to collect them individually. Yang Qing started by collecting the smaller sections. She placed her hand on the containers and flashed her thoughts. The entire area of containers disappeared before her eyes. She felt a momentary dizziness. They were still too large and extremely draining on her mental energy. Yang Qing rested for a while, drank some spiritual spring water, and continued walking towards the next pile of containers. After a few hours of this process of collecting goods and resting, half of the containers had been moved. If anyone came by, they would be astonished. How could these containers disappear without a trace? Who had the ability to move so many at once? After finishing, Yang Qing felt extremely dizzy. It seemed he had reached his limit. He couldn't push himself any further, or he might faint and freeze to death without anyone knowing. Yang Qing quickly grabbed a cup of hot milk tea to replenish his sugar levels, then drank a cup of spiritual spring water, deciding to go home first. Passing by the technology building where he had previously looted, he saw the cars parked in the elevator parking lot, and thought they might come in handy later, so he decided to collect them all. Anyway, no one would see them at night. Yang Qing climbed up from the first floor, collecting 2 cars on each floor. While collecting, he noticed that the cars seemed to be out of fuel. Someone must have come to loot earlier and found these cars, but because the water trucks below couldn't move them, they only pumped out the fuel. It's okay, he could find more fuel later, these cars would still be usable. There were imported cars, and domestically produced cars, sedans and pickup trucks. When the extreme heat comes, and the floodwaters recede, they use the domestically produced cars if they didn't want to attract attention. Some domestically produced cars are just as good as imported ones. On the contrary, they're incredibly durable and great for hauling cargo. Yang Qing put all the cars into his spatial storage and then went home. He didn't see Lengyi when he got home. Lengyi hasn't come back yet? Yang Qing was surprised. He'd been gone all day, he was already late enough, yet he was still later than him? Yeah, I don't know where he went, Lu Lin shook her head. Yang Qing thought it was convenient. He didn't have to explain to Lengyi where he'd been, or why he was so late. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she took out some dried vegetables, dried goods, cured meat, and salted fish from her spatial storage, saying she found them today, to avoid Lengyi cooking beef every day. Are you hungry? I cook you a bowl of noodles? Lu Lin asked. No need, I have so much more in my spatial storage, don't bother. Yang Qing shook her head, took a bowl of wontons from her spatial storage, ate, took a shower, and went to sleep. Just before dawn, a voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie. Ah Qing, are you there? I'm back, open the door. Yang Qing woke up with a start, picked up the walkie-talkie, coming. She put on her down jacket and ran outside, seeing Lengyi standing in front of the security door, smiling up at her, with a pile of things on the ground. Why were you gone for so long? Yang Qing opened the door, and Lengyi, seeing her wearing only a down jacket, quickly said, Why are you wearing so little? Come in quickly. It's okay, I'm not cold, I help you carry it. Yang Qing smiled. Lengyi ran up to hug her, only to realize he was almost frozen solid. He quickly let go inside, I can carry it myself. Don't get too cold. Okay, I go in first and turn on the heater for you. Yang Qing shivered as she ran into Lengyi's room, turned on the heater and electric blanket, and sat on his bed. Lengyi carried the things upstairs to the living room, making several trips, filling an entire corner. Yang Qing was surprised. Why are there so many things? Lengyi smiled, some were found, some were traded. He closed the outer door, as he spoke, and went into the room. Come on, warm up. Yang Qing quickly called out. Lengyi took off his coat, and shook off the snow. I'm wearing the heated vest you gave me. I'm not cold. Yang Qing reached out and touched his hand. It was icy cold. So cold, and you say you're not cold? She grasped his hand and rubbed it vigorously. Seeing her concern, Leng Yi's lips curled into a smile. Are you hungry? I cook you a bowl of instant noodles to tide you over, Yang Qing said. Okay. Leng Yi nodded, pulling up a chair to sit by the heater. It was indeed very cold outside, but finding so many things today, and receiving his girlfriend's care, warmed his heart. Yang Qing boiled water in a pot, cooked a packet of instant noodles, added an egg and a sausage. She placed the noodles on the table. Eat it while it's hot, it get cold soon. Leng Yi pulled up a chair and slurped down the noodles. The steaming hot noodles warmed him up immediately, and color returned to his face. Yang Qing sat on the bed, looking at Leng Yi. His features were sharp and defined, his jawline strong, he was truly handsome. Although handsome, he wasn't effeminate at all, he was her type of tough guy. What's wrong? Leng Yi felt Yang Qing looking at him, and turned to ask. Nothing. Yang Qing blushed instantly, awkwardly changing the subject. Where did you go yesterday? You were gone all day? I tell you after I finish eating, Leng Yi smiled. After finishing the noodles and washing the bowl, Leng Yi took out a clear, emerald green jade bracelet and gave it to Yang Qing. I know you like these things, take this. Yang Qing could tell at a glance that the bracelet was valuable. Even in the apocalypse, it was still quite rare. I don't need that many, you've given me so many before. The past is the past. Now you're my girlfriend, how can it be the same? Leng Yi fastened the ribbon for Yang Qing, looking at her tenderly. There will only be more in the future. I need to save up enough betrothal gifts to marry you. Leng Yi. Yang Qing didn't know what to say for a moment. Leng Yi pulled her into his arms, then looked down at her, slowly moving closer. Yang Qing's heart pounded like a drum. She wanted to pull away but felt she shouldn't. Her face slowly flushed, completely at a loss. Leng Yi simply kissed her forehead, a smile playing on his lips. I wait until you're ready. Yang Qing was so embarrassed. She had never been in love in either her past or present life, and really didn't know what to do. Then you should rest early. I'm going back. Stay here with me, okay? Leng Yi took her hand. Huh? Yang Qing was startled, her face burning again. Don't worry, I won't do anything. I just want to hold you tight. Leng Yi climbed onto the bed, pulled Yang Qing into his arms, and covered her with the blanket. I was out all day thinking about you, wondering if this would look good on you, if you like that food. Leng Yi rested his chin on Yang Qing's shoulder, his voice low and tender. Yang Qing's heart pounded. It was the first time she'd been so close to a man, especially in bed. Her body stiffened slightly. Perhaps she was too tired. Leng Yi fell asleep as he spoke. Yang Qing nestled in his arms, closed her eyes, and drifted off to sleep as well. Chapter 100. The next day, Yang Qing woke up to find herself still in Leng Yi's arms, held tightly. Her head rested on his arm, and she wondered if his arm was numb from sleeping all night. Yang Qing tried to pull his hand away from under her neck, but Leng Yi only pulled her closer. Yang Qing blushed and gently pushed Leng Yi away. Leng Yi, it's time to get up. Leng Yi held her tighter, his magnetic voice slightly husky. Sleep a little longer. I'm hungry. Yang Qing had no choice but to lie. Leng Yi immediately opened his eyes. Then I make breakfast. I can make it too, Yang Qing said, blushing. Let me go first. Leng Yi lowered his head, his eyes full of smiles, and kissed Yang Qing on the forehead. No need, I make it. He then sat up and quickly dressed. Yang Qing, hiding under the covers, only peeked at the man. He was indeed a soldier. His movements were swift. Leng Yi carried the day's harvest into the house. Why bring all this stuff in? We could have just put it in that room over there, Yang Qing said. A lot of it is food. The kitchen's been moved here, so it's more convenient to get things here, Leng Yi said with a smile. Look what this is. Leng Yi opened a package to show off. Yang Qing sat up and saw that it contained fresh tomatoes, potatoes, and bok choy. She had all of these in her spatial storage, but had never dared to take them out. Where did you get this? Yang Qing asked, surprised. I traded it with someone, Leng Yi chuckled. I know you've been wanting fresh vegetables. The ones I planted last time all froze to death, so I traded some for them. That must have cost you a lot, right? Yang Qing asked. Getting fresh vegetables in this freezing weather was practically impossible. These must have been stored in a cold storage before the apocalypse. It's all right. Leng Yi didn't say much, and brought out another bag of flour. How about I make some steamed buns or dumplings later? Yang Qing, Being from the south, should probably prefer dumplings. That's too much trouble, it has to ferment. Yang Qing said. It's okay, this is self-rising flour, it rise quickly. We have an electric heater in our room, it rise in just a few minutes if we put it next to it. Leng Yi said. Okay, you decide. Yang Qing nodded, having a boyfriend who can cook is great. Then let's make dumplings, beef filling. I can chop the filling while they're fermenting, it won't take much time. Leng Yi said. Yang Qing got dressed. I went out yesterday and brought back some things, I go get them. Yang Qing went to her room to pack up the cured meat, salted fish, dried vegetables, and other dry goods she had taken from her spatial storage, preparing to take them over. Lu Lin had already woken up, but seeing Yang Qing sleeping in Leng Yi's room, she didn't go over to disturb her. Qing, you and Leng Yi last night, didn't you? Lu Lin said, making a thumbs-up gesture. What nonsense are you talking about? We didn't do anything. Yang Qing blushed. Lu Lin laughed. You were in the same bed, and you said you didn't do anything? Who would believe that? Yang Qing's face turned even redder, really. Lu Lin was surprised. Was it because you wouldn't allow it, or was Leng Yi impotent? Yang Qing rolled her eyes. Neither, we were just tired and slept together. Oh! Lu Lin deliberately dragged out her words. Just slept together? Yang Qing was both embarrassed and helpless. Can you be serious? We only just started dating. It's not that fast. So what? We're both adults, young and passionate. Lu Lin chuckled. Yang Qing glared at her. I'm ignoring you. She carried a large bag of things to Leng Yi's room. Leng Yi looked at it. You ate quite a haul. Just lucky. Yang Qing smiled, taking the things out and putting them in the cabinet next to her. Leng Yi looked at the stove. I'm thinking of connecting the water pipe into the room. It'd be easier to wash vegetables. By the way, I don't know if the water in the tank is enough. Should we boil some snow water? They hadn't eaten any vegetables before, so they hadn't used much water, just enough to cook noodles and wash dishes. Now that they had vegetables, they needed more water, so getting water from the tank would be more convenient. There's still water. I added some snow, but it's all melted, it's enough. Yang Qing quickly said. Actually, she occasionally added water from her spatial storage, so the tank always had water. Yesterday I ran into Linjin and her brother, who sell rice to us. I asked them to get us 2 more water tanks. Storing more water should be enough for later. Oh! Leng Yi nodded, seemingly without suspicion. I get some water first to let the dough rise. Then I connect the water pipe later, Leng Yi said. He filled a basin with water, heated it in a pot, kneaded the dough until smooth, and set it aside to ferment. Then he went to the kitchen, pried open the sink, sawed a hole in the table where the gas stove was, inserted the sink, connected a faucet, and attached a drain pipe to the outside. Yang Qing watched the busy Leng Yi, genuinely curious. How could he do everything? So your room's become a kitchen? Yang Qing said. It's okay, I like the smell of cooking. Next time, I just install an exhaust fan on this window and a cover on this side. We can open it when we need it and close it when we don't, then we won't have to worry about cold air coming in, Leng Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. This man was truly intelligent and knew how to manage a household. Having a man like him by her side in the apocalypse was incredibly lucky. After finishing these tasks, Leng Yi began chopping the filling and seasoning. Once the dough had risen, he kneaded it to release the air, then filled it with beef filling. The buns were beautifully made, each one uniform in size, round and plump. Porridge was cooking in the rice cooker nearby, filling the room with a warm and cozy atmosphere. Yang Qing nestled in bed watching Leng Yi work. This man was so handsome and capable, he was truly a good husband candidate. Once all the buns were made, they were steamed. In about 10 minutes, the buns came out of the steamer, and the moment the lid was opened, the whole room was filled with a delicious aroma. Indeed, the smell was wonderful. So fragrant. Yang Qing sniffed. Leng Yi smiled. We can eat now, or shall we go to your place? Yes. Yang Qing nodded, and helped carry the food over. Lu Lin quickly cleared the coffee table. It smells so good. There are even steamed buns? Lu Lin was surprised. Leng Yi made them. Pretty amazing, right? Yang Qing said proudly. Incredible. Lu Lin gave a thumbs up. To be able to eat fresh meat buns in the apocalypse, we're practically the only ones getting this. What seemed like an ordinary breakfast was a rare treat in the post-apocalyptic world. Leng Yi smiled. Oh, and I also made some side dishes. He then took several packets of pickled vegetables, dried radish, pickled cabbage, and bamboo shoots from the room and poured them into a plate. Drinking porridge with side dishes and steaming hot buns, it was wonderful. brother-in-law is amazing. I'm benefiting from it too, Lu Lin said, praising him as she ate. Yang Qing rolled her eyes at her, but didn't deny it. Leng Yi smiled. I'm glad you like it. Chapter 101. As the three ate breakfast, Leng Yi suddenly said, by the way, I ran into Zhang Wei yesterday. The soldier we rescued. Oh, what happened? Yang Qing asked, taking a bite of her steamed bun. Didn't you run into him at Buyuan residential area that day? You were trying to run away. How did you manage to sneak in? Leng Yi asked. Yang Qing paused, her chopstick still in her hand. Lu Lin also looked over. She was unaware of what had happened that day. I originally intended to go in and gather some information that day, and I happened to run into Lin Jin and her brother, Lin Hao, nicknamed Rat. They were being beaten by Hong'an Society members, and when I saw them, I helped them kill them. They were being double-crossed by Hong'an Society members while exchanging supplies outside. They were held captive and forced to help exchange supplies, while the gang hid in the shadows to kill and rob. Lin Jin was about to leave, but Rat heard I wanted to go in and gather information, so he said he could take me in, and we went in. And then? Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing. Zhang Wei said everyone inside was dead. Did you have anything to do with that? Yang Qing looked at Lu Lin, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Since she was with Leng Yi, she didn't want to hide it from him. I did it. Once Lin Lin and I went to my old company to look for supplies. My old company was in the business of purchasing Chinese herbal medicines. Later, we found some expensive medicinal herbs and a box of ricin in the boss's safe. You even taught me how to open the safe. Leng Yi was a little helpless. I figured it would be good to have another way to survive in this apocalypse, so I brought it back. When I went there that day, I actually wanted to find out about the Hong'an Society. Of course, it would be best if we could take down their leader, then they wouldn't have the energy to deal with us. Who knew I'd get such a good chance? When Husky led me in, they were roasting lamb. I pretended to accidentally knock the lamb over, putting the poison in it. Do you know how dangerous that was? What if you couldn't get out in time? You'd be in deep trouble too. Leng Yi's face immediately turned cold. Lu Lin also forgot to eat her steamed buns. The situation was indeed dangerous. If it really came to that, I naturally have a way to escape. Yang Qing pouted. Lu Lin knew she was referring to the spatial dimension, but at the time she was with Husky, she probably wouldn't dare expose it. If she didn't bring him along, he would just be sent to his death. Besides, the poison takes time to spread. I figure something out. Luckily, Husky is quick-witted, and we got out immediately, so we're fine. I had already planned my escape route then. Jumping over the wall from that big tree would get me out. Who knew you guys would show up? Leng Yi was a little helpless. How could he have known Yang Qing was inside? If he had known, he would have told Zhang Wei and the others a day later. That ricin is no small matter. Be careful in the future, and try to avoid using it if possible, Leng Yi said. Of course I know, it's my profession. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Leng Yi tapped Yang Qing's nose, his face full of affection. I know you're amazing. Hey, can't you consider the feelings of single people? Lu Lin smirked. Stop showing off your love all the time. Yang Qing laughed. She herself didn't realize that love could really change a person. She used to think of herself as a very calm person, and that she would never do things like being affectionate or showing off her relationship. But after having a boyfriend, she unconsciously did some things without even realizing it. Of course, he only acts like this in front of someone he likes. He'd definitely be more reserved in public. Leng Yi is usually a very cold person, but he acts this way in front of me, probably because he likes me a lot. Want to go for a walk after dinner? The barter market at the department store is open again, Leng Yi said. We can go check it out, Yang Qing nodded. After breakfast, Lu Lin stayed behind, and the two of them put on down jackets, gloves, scarves, hats, and ice skates, bundled up tightly before heading out. Yang Qing, as usual, carried a backpack, so she could conceal herself when taking things from her spatial storage. When they arrived at the market, there were still quite a few people selling things. They simply placed a piece of cloth at their feet, and put their items on it. It was so cold that many people were breathing on their feet, and stamping their feet, while greeting passers-by. Seeing Yang Qing and Leng Yi dressed in brand new down jackets and ice skates, holding hands and looking happy, they were clearly wealthy. They must have some good stuff, so everyone enthusiastically greeted them. Want some calligraphy or paintings? Genuine works by Zhang Daqian. Just 10 caddies of grain. Want a gold bracelet? 24K pure gold, made using ancient methods, passed down for generations. Want some shoes? Suede, very warm, lined with fur. Yang Qing glanced at the shoes. They were filthy, probably taken from a dead person. Even if people didn't mind dead bodies nowadays, weren't they afraid of getting athlete's foot? No, no. Yang Qing shook her head. Suddenly, someone bumped into them. Lung Yi pulled Yang Qing and kicked the person away. What happened? Yang Qing looked over. It's a thief, trying to cut your bag. Lung Yi glared at the person, who, realizing he'd been caught, scrambled away. Be careful, Lung Yi said. Do you want me to help you with your bag? No need. Yang Qing shook her head. Her backpack was just a cover. There was practically nothing inside. Lung Yi didn't insist. He took her hand and was about to leave when another person rushed over. Lung Yi stepped in front of Yang Qing, but the person suddenly called out, Sister? Yang Qing saw it was Husky and smiled, nodding. You're here too. Where's your sister? My sister didn't come today. Husky looked at Lung Yi, then saw them holding hands and asked, Is this your brother-in-law? Yang Qing smiled and didn't deny it. This is my boyfriend. Then she said to Lung Yi, This is the Husky I told you about. Lung Yi nodded slightly to Husky. Husky laughed. Brother-in-law is really handsome, and you two are a perfect match. Sister, are you getting something changed today? Come find me. What do you have? Yang Qing asked. Whatever you want, I have, Husky said. Lung Yi couldn't help but look at Husky. Did they have such connections? Do you have pork? Yang Qing asked. She had bought some with Zhang Yin before, but now with Husky, she didn't need to go through Zhang Yin. That time they only bought 21 jin, approximately 41 kilograms, 3 jin each, which they already finished. Now they were tired of eating beef every day. She and Lu Lin both like braised pork, so they wanted to buy some pork. Yes, sister, how much do you want? Husky lowered his voice. How do I exchange it? Yang Qing asked. Before, she used money, but now all the money was worthless. Well, it depends on what you have, sister. Like, if you still have the medicine from last time. I'm out of medicine for now. Yang Qing shook her head. Medicine would only become scarcer and more valuable in the future, so exchanging it for meat now wasn't cost-effective. Yang Qing thought about how she had quite a few things in her spatial storage, but she couldn't tell him everything. What do you need? Yang Qing asked, or rather, what would you prefer to exchange for first? They were essentially middlemen, exchanging goods from others, and then reselling them, profiting from the difference. However, Caichin had so much grain, they weren't short of food, but rather other things. Husky pulled a list from her pocket, and showed it to Yang Qing. Yang Qing noticed Durex on it. She already had some, but wouldn't need it anytime soon, and even if she did, she could never use it all in a lifetime. How do we exchange this? Yang Qing pointed to the word Durex. Husky's eyes lit up. Sister, you have this? How much? She glanced at Lung Yi, her meaning quite clear. Lung Yi's expression was a little awkward. He hadn't used it before. Chapter 102. Sis, is it brand new? Mouse asked. Of course. Who uses second-hand stuff? Yang Qing immediately shut her mouth. In this apocalyptic world where resources are scarce, it wasn't impossible. But the thought of that possibility made her feel terrible. Lung Yi suppressed a laugh, and Yang Qing glared at him. Brand new, original imports. Yang Qing pulled a box of 18 from her bag. Lung Yi leaned over to take a look. There were various versions. Ultra-thin 3-in-1, exhilarating 4-in-1, magical Q-Fun pack. His ears secretly turned red. Why are there so many different kinds? Mouse looked at Lung Yi, then at Yang Qing, wanting to laugh but not daring to. This really is original import, good stuff. 5 for a pound of pork. Yang Qing snatched it back. Go find someone else to trade with. Do you think I'm stupid? No, sis, I already given you a discount. Others get 8 for a pound of meat. What kind of relationship do we have? Would I lie to you? Mouse quickly said. Can mine be the same as everyone else's? Mine is an original import. How can it compare to those domestic or second-hand ones? Don't think I don't know. Rich people these days are short of this kind of thing. Do you think you can lose money? Yang Qing sneered. Husky looked miserable, sister. You have to let us make a little profit, right? How much do you want? 1 for 1 pound. This box has 18 pounds of pork, otherwise forget it. Yang Qing finished speaking, and was about to leave. Husky quickly grabbed her. Okay, you're my sister. I exchange it for you, alright? He leaned forward again. Sister, do you have any more? You don't only have 1 box, do you and brother-in-law? Get lost. Yang Qing flicked his forehead, his ear tips turning red. What are you asking about, kid? Lung Yi's eyes shifted elsewhere, his face flushing. I have another box here. Could you help me get a solar generator? Yang Qing asked. Sis, a box of condoms for a solar generator? You're such a shrewd businessman. Husky complained. Yang Qing laughed. I know those rich people don't like generators, they just need these things. Sell them to them, and you make a profit. Sis, that's why I say you're my sister, Husky said with a forced smile. Okay, I go back and ask. If I can get some, I bring it to you right away. But the thing? Husky stared longingly at the Durex condoms in Yang Qing's hand. This was exactly what those rich people wanted most, a profit of several times over. What, your goods haven't arrived yet, and I'm giving you mine first. I'm not stupid. Well, I need to explain to Sister Kai, otherwise she think I'm just bragging and not giving me the goods. What if she thinks I'm just bragging and not giving me anything? Sister, don't you trust me? We've been through thick and thin together. Besides, I still owe you 2 water tanks. I send them over together. Yang Qing thought for a moment, then pulled out 3 from the box. This one will be the deposit. You send the goods over, and I give you this one. I definitely have 2 boxes. Yang Qing then took out another box, and waved it in front of Husky. Husky, with his sharp eyes, immediately recognized it as unopened and quickly agreed. Okay, sister, wait for me. It's best to send it over a little later tonight, so no one sees it. Make sure the generator is fully charged. Yang Qing lowered her voice. Understood, sister. This isn't our first time doing business. Husky nodded repeatedly. By the way, could you send me an exhaust fan? Those things aren't worth much. Yang Qing added. All right, you're my sister, I give you one. Husky sighed helplessly. Sister Yang really knows how to do business. But Sister Kai will definitely be happy with this, Husky said, happily taking the 3 Durex condoms. Lung Yi watched Yang Qing toss the things into her bag, and couldn't help but ask, how did you get so many of these? Ah, well. Yang Qing suddenly became a little embarrassed. I just saw them when I went shopping and picked them up. Oh. Lung Yi chuckled. Yang Qing was a little annoyed. What are you laughing at? I'm telling the truth. I believe you, I didn't say anything. Lung Yi suppressed a laugh. Yang Qing punched him. You're still laughing, you're still laughing. The two strolled around for a while longer, and Yang Qing discovered someone selling fish, which looked quite fresh. How much is this fish? 2 pounds of broken rice for 1 pound of fish, the stall owner said. Too expensive. Yang Qing shook her head. Rice can be eaten every day, but fish can't. 1 pound of rice can cook 2 pounds of rice, but 1 pound of fish might only yield half a pound, and it needs oil and various seasonings to taste good. Rice can be eaten for free. These fish were caught this morning, still lively and jumping when we pulled them out. If it weren't so cold, they could have survived in the water. Several of us broke through more than a meter of ice, and fished for ages in the ice hole to get this little bit. It wasn't easy. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. There were still fish to catch? 1 pound of broken rice for 1 pound of fish, or else, Yang Qing said. How much do you want? The stall owner asked. 5 pounds, I guess, Yang Qing replied. Fine, here you go. The stall owner said helplessly. He'd been standing there freezing for ages, and no one had asked him anything. Finally, someone came along. He wanted to exchange it for some rice to take home. Otherwise, he couldn't stand eating fish every day. 5 pounds of rice would last for several days. Yang Qing picked out 5 fish, each weighing about a pound, and took out 5 pounds of broken rice from her bag, packing it in a black bag and handing it over. The stall owner also wrapped the fish in a black bag and gave it to Yang Qing. To prevent the fish from getting wet in her backpack, Yang Qing took out a vacuum bag, put it in, and pinched the opening tightly to prevent water from leaking out when the ice on the fish melted. Shall we go back? Yang Qing put the fish in her backpack and looked at Leng Yi. Okay. Leng Yi nodded. When the two got home, they emptied the fish. Lu Lin was surprised to see it. There's still fish? It's so fresh. Where did you get it? We traded it. 1 pound of broken rice for 1 pound of fish. Wasn't that a good deal? Yang Qing said with a smile. This is such a great deal. How could we have bought this before? Let me see, there are small yellow croakers, sea bass, and ribbonfish. These used to be so expensive. But aren't ribbonfish deep-sea fish? How can you catch them? Leng Yi smiled. Ribbonfish are deep-sea fish, but they prefer warm water and swim to the upper layers of the water at dawn and dusk, so anglers often catch them. The weather is unusual right now, and we don't know what the seabed is like, so it's possible that fish are coming up. I was thinking, Should we try to catch some fish too? Sure. Yang Qing nodded. She actually had a lot of seafood in her spatial storage, but she couldn't take it out. If she could get some fish, she could not only eat it, but also exchange it for other things. Okay, I go and find out this afternoon where they catch their fish, Lung Yi said, then asked the two, what kind of fish do you want to eat for lunch? I cook. Sea bass, steamed is the best, Lu Lin said. I want to eat fried ribbonfish. It smells so good when it's crispy and crunchy, Yang Qing said at the same time. Lung Yi smiled, then let's cook both, eat them while they're fresh, and then exchange them. I go inquire this afternoon, maybe we can catch more fish ourselves. Okay. Yang Qing nodded, first boiling a kettle of water. The water for washing vegetables was too cold. He needed to add some hot water so his hands wouldn't freeze. Lu Lin helped cook rice. Yang Qing washed the vegetables, and Ling Yi cleaned the fish. After the fish were cleaned, Lung Yi fried the ribbonfish first. He marinated the ribbonfish with salt and cooking wine for a few minutes, then coated it with a little cornstarch before frying it in the oil, so it wouldn't break easily. The whole room smelled delicious while frying, but there was also a lot of smoke. Looks like we need to get Husky to bring the exhaust fan over soon, Yang Qing said. Although the smell was nice, people were going to sleep here, and the smoke wasn't good. Chapter 103. Shall I cook some more beef? Lu Lin said. There's so much beef left, I might as well cook a pot and freeze it on the balcony. When I want to eat it, I can just take some out and heat it up, much easier. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. Lu Lin then took 10 pounds of beef brisket to thaw and put it in a pressure cooker. Lung Yi fried the ribbonfish and then steamed the sea bass. He just needed to stir-fry some bok choy later. Once everything was cooked, they put the dishes on the coffee table: fried ribbonfish, steamed sea bass, spiced beef brisket, and bok choy, a feast with meat and vegetables, fish and meat. I feel like I never eaten this well before the apocalypse, Lu Lin remarked, serving rice to the three of them. Yang Qing smiled and took the rice. As long as you follow me, things will only get better. Yes, I follow you for life, Lu Lin smiled back. Lung Yi was envious of the two sisters' close relationship. He never had such a good friend. Therefore, he didn't mind Lu Lin being between him and Yang Qing. After all, he was the one who came later. You two were college classmates? Lung Yi asked curiously. Yes. Yang Qing nodded. My parents died in a plane crash when I was a freshman. I had just turned 18 then, and I felt like the sky was falling. I was completely lost and didn't want to live anymore. Lu Lin was always by my side, encouraging me and helping me through the most difficult time. So she's closer than my own sister? Yang Qing looked at Lu Lin. Not only that, in their previous life, they had supported each other for 6 years during the apocalypse, sharing life and death, a bond no one else could match. Lung Yi nodded, understanding. I'm an orphan, I grew up in an orphanage, I know best what it's like to be homeless. Besides, Qingqing used to be so happy, her parents doted on her so much. Back then, she practically fell from heaven to hell, even worse than me. I never had anything since I was little, so I don't really care about loss. But Qingqing went from having something to losing it. That feeling is much harder. That's why I felt sorry for her, so I stayed by her side, and that's how we became best friends. Lu Lin also looked at Yang Qing. That's rare. Lung Yi nodded, so he wasn't jealous at all that Yang Qing was good to Lu Lin. He felt it was only right. Moreover, Lu Lin was a very sensible person. She didn't take Yang Qing's kindness for granted. She was wholeheartedly devoted to Yang Qing, helping with chores and taking care of the house, and she didn't get jealous over his relationship with Yang Qing. Such a sensible younger sister deserves to be treated well. Now you not only have me, but also Lung Yi. I'm so happy for you, Lu Lin said with a smile. Thank you. Yang Qing was deeply moved and felt incredibly lucky to have a sister who had shared her hardships in this apocalyptic world, and a man who cared for her so much. It was truly a rare find. Eat quickly, or it get cold, Lung Yi said with a smile. Lu Lin picked up a piece of sea bass and put it in her mouth. It's so delicious. Steamed perfectly, so tender and fresh. My brother-in-law's cooking is truly amazing, even better than mine. Lung Yi smiled and picked up a piece of the tenderest belly meat for Yang Qing. You should try some too. Yang Qing put it in her mouth. It's not bad. Did you study cooking before? Lung Yi shook his head. Not really. I worked part-time at a restaurant in middle school and learned a little bit on the side. You started working in middle school? Like me? Lu Lin was surprised. As an orphan, although her schooling was free, she had to earn her own pocket money. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. He had once said that his mother had died early, and his father and stepmother treated him badly, so he had to rely on himself, right? Yes, my mother is my stepmother, and I have a younger brother. They don't give me money, so I go out and work part-time to earn it, Leng Yi said calmly. Lu Lin looked at Yang Qing and nodded, indicating that she already knew. Lu Lin hadn't expected Leng Yi's family background. She had assumed that since he was an athlete, his family must be quite well off. However, seeing how kind Leng Yi was to Yang Qing, she felt reassured. He seemed like the kind of person who would help others if he had been through hardship himself, rather than someone who became cynical and resentful of society because of their own misfortunes. It turned out they had all experienced hardship together. Lu Lin felt the three of them were more like family. After eating and resting for a while, Leng Yi went out to inquire about fishing. Yang Qing and Lu Lin snuggled in bed watching dramas. Yang Qing had downloaded many movies and documentaries beforehand, and she remembered there was a medical tutorial she wanted to see if she could learn how to suture. Suddenly, she remembered that 3 days had passed since she changed Leng Yi's dressing, and the stitches should be ready to be removed. She had forgotten about it again, and he hadn't reminded her. She was determined to remove the stitches for him when he returned. Leng Yi still hadn't returned by evening when Yang Qing remembered they had a walkie-talkie. She asked him when he would be back. She turned on the walkie-talkie, but there was static. After adjusting it slightly, she pressed the talk button and coughed, "Leng Yi, can you hear me?" A while later, a voice came from the other end. The signal seemed weak and intermittent. "I heard. When are you coming back?" "Probably a little later. You guys have dinner first. Don't wait for me." "Okay." Yang Qing responded, releasing the talk button. The walkie-talkie wasn't turned off, so Leng Yi could call back at any time. After dinner, Leng Yi still hadn't returned. Yang Qing figured it might not be so soon, so she decided to go out herself. She collected half the containers the day before yesterday. There should be more. She collect the rest? She said goodbye to Lu Lin, dressed neatly, put on her ice skates, and went out. When she arrived at the dock, it seemed no different from that day. Perhaps no one had even noticed the containers were missing. Or maybe people knew the contents weren't food, so no one bothered with them. Yang Qing didn't care. Many supplies were far more important than food. She collected what she could first, lest they sink to the bottom of the sea and be difficult to retrieve later. She collected for over 2 hours, finishing off more than half of the containers. The walkie-talkie in her backpack suddenly crackled to life. "Ah Qing, where have you been? Why aren't you home?" "I went out to get some things, don't worry." "Where are you?" "I come find you." "No need, I be right back." Yang Qing quickly replied. Looking at the remaining half, she thought, "Never mind, I come back another day." When she returned to Building 8, Leng Yi was already waiting for her downstairs. "Why did you come out? It's so cold." Yang Qing quickly slid over. "I was worried about you." "Why did you go out alone again?" Leng Yi hugged Yang Qing, touching her frostbitten face. "Aren't you cold?" "No, I'm wearing so many layers." Yang Qing smiled and shook her head. "You say you're not cold? Your face is freezing." Leng Yi took off his gloves and pressed his warm hands against Yang Qing's face, rubbing them gently. Yang Qing looked up at him, feeling a warmth in her heart. "Let's go back." Leng Yi took Yang Qing's hand. Chapter 104. The two returned home, and Yang Qing smelled the aroma of meat as soon as she entered. "What delicious food did you cook again?" Lu Lin picked out all the tenderloin from the beef and braised it, saying we can have it any time we want, Leng Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. Lu Lin was indeed capable. Entering the room, freshly made braised beef was laid out on the coffee table, thinly sliced and neatly arranged, looking very appetizing. Yang Qing reached out to pick up a slice, but Leng Yi smiled and grabbed her hand. "Are you going to wash your hands?" He brought her hot water to wash her hands. Lu Lin was heating up some food and leaned in. "Qing Qing, try my braised beef. How does it taste?" Yang Qing washed her hands, picked up a slice, and popped it into her mouth. "It's so delicious." Lu Lin smiled and brought over the heated food. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi in surprise. "You haven't eaten yet?" "Yeah, I just got home." "Want to eat something with me?" Leng Yi pulled Yang Qing to sit down. "Okay." Yang Qing nodded. She and Lu Lin had eaten early and were actually a little hungry. "We have braised beef today. Let's have some wine." "We still have some from last time, right?" Yang Qing said. "You still dare to drink?" Leng Yi laughed. "I just have a little bit." Yang Qing gestured with her fingers. "I didn't go crazy last time, did I?" "No, I didn't." Leng Yi smiled, though he did fall asleep after drinking. Lu Lin took 2 glasses and poured wine for them, but didn't drink with them, instead curling up in bed to watch a show. Yang Qing's face was flushed after drinking, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Leng Yi. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Leng Yi teased her, seeing she seemed a little drunk again. "Because you're handsome," Yang Qing said with a smile. "I thought you were very handsome the first time I saw you." Lu Lin chuckled. Why did she blurt out her innermost thoughts? Leng Yi's lips curled into a smile. "Really? So did you fall in love with me at first sight?" "No, not at all." Yang Qing shook her head honestly. "Back then, I thought you were pretty cold. I'm not the kind of person who's easily swayed by love. I don't fall in love at first sight so easily. And now? Do you like me?" Leng Yi stared into Yang Qing's eyes, asking with a smile. Lu Lin facepalmed. "Girl, I've been tricked. Now it's okay." Yang Qing smiled sweetly. "I think you're a really nice person, and handsome too. We could develop a relationship." Leng Yi smiled, "Then I'd be honored." "Yeah, it's your honor." Yang Qing reached out and touched Leng Yi's face. Leng Yi smiled and let her touch him. He rarely saw her so proactive. Drinking really does make you bolder. Seeing that Leng Yi had finished eating, Lu Lin came over to clean up, leaving him to keep Yang Qing company. Yang Qing was a little drunk, staring at Leng Yi with a silly grin. "You're so handsome." "Yeah, I know. From now on, I'm yours." "Happy?" Leng Yi coaxed Yang Qing. "Happy?" Yang Qing nodded, letting out a burp. Lu Lin came back after washing the dishes, and Leng Yi picked Yang Qing up. "I take her over there to sleep." "Oh, Lu Lin wanted to say, "Don't take advantage of her," but was too embarrassed to speak up. What if Yang Qing pounced on her? This girl can be quite fierce when she's drunk. Leng Yi led Yang Qing into his room, turned on the electric blanket, and helped her take off her coat. "You're drunk, go to sleep?" "I'm not drunk." Yang Qing laughed. "Don't bully me." Leng Yi's lips curved into a smile. "How would I bully you?" Well. Yang Qing's face suddenly turned red. Just like that. She suddenly tiptoed and kissed Leng Yi on the lips. Leng Yi froze, looking at Yang Qing smiling at him, her face flushed red like a peach blossom. He couldn't resist lowering his head and kissing her back. "You're bullying me." Yang Qing buried her head in Leng Yi's chest, her neck turning red with embarrassment. Leng Yi was both amused and exasperated, unsure who was bullying whom, but her adorable clumsy appearance was truly endearing. "All right, let's go to bed, okay? We're going fishing tomorrow," Leng Yi coaxed Yang Qing. "Okay, to sleep." Yang Qing climbed into bed, took off her clothes, and patted the bedside. "You come up too." Leng Yi smiled, really wanting to take a picture of her like this, but then decided against it. He'd definitely get yelled at tomorrow if he did. He pulled Yang Qing into bed, tucked her in, and hugged her tightly. "Time to sleep." "Sleep." Yang Qing nodded, slipping her hand inside Leng Yi's clothes, smiling at him. "You even have abs?" Leng Yi's face instantly turned red. He wasn't about to touch her like that. He grabbed her hand. "Be good, sleep, don't move around." "Okay." Yang Qing clung to Leng Yi like an octopus. "Sleep." Leng Yi stiffened, a little amused and exasperated, feeling like he was asking for trouble. He held Yang Qing, gently patting her back, and coaxed her to sleep. The next day, when Yang Qing opened her eyes, she saw Leng Yi looking at her, his face still flushed. "How did I end up in your bed? Was I drunk again yesterday?" Leng Yi nodded, at least he had some self-awareness. "Why is your face so red?" Yang Qing asked again. Leng Yi blushed. "I need to go to the bathroom, but you're holding me too tightly, I can't let go." "Ah?" Yang Qing's face flushed bright red. She loosened her grip on his hands and feet, covering her face. It was too embarrassing. Leng Yi returned shortly after running out, slipped into bed, and hugged Yang Qing again. "Now it's okay." Yang Qing was still too embarrassed. I go back to my room." Leng Yi laughed. "You think you can just run away after flirting with me?" He then lifted her chin, about to kiss her. Yang Qing quickly covered her mouth. "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." She didn't want her first kiss to leave him with a bad breath. What she didn't know was that she had lost her first kiss last night. "I don't care." Leng Yi laughed, leaning in again. "I do care." Yang Qing glared at him, suddenly noticing his breath was quite fresh. She asked curiously, "You brushed your teeth after being out for a little while?" Leng Yi laughed. "I chewed gum." "I want one too." Yang Qing reached out. Leng Yi smiled, took a piece of chewing gum from the bedside table, and handed it to her. Yang Qing quickly popped it into her mouth. After chewing for a few moments, Leng Yi reached out, spit it out. Yang Qing spat out the gum, and Leng Yi lowered his head to kiss her. Yang Qing's face was flushed red, the bed was stuffy, and she felt like she was suffocating. Leng Yi released her and pulled her into his arms. Are you silly? Don't you know how to breathe? Yang Qing buried her face in his chest, feeling so embarrassed. Oh right, your stitches should be removed. I forgot. Yang Qing quickly pulled open Leng Yi's clothes to check. Leng Yi grabbed her hand. If you move again, you have to take responsibility. Leng Yi. Yang Qing's face flushed, her eyes sparkling, and she turned to kiss Leng Yi. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach, and a warm flow surged out. It seemed like she had started her period. Yang Qing jumped out of bed and ran into her room, leaving Leng Yi completely bewildered. What's wrong? Don't come any closer. Yang Qing called from the other end of the line. Seeing Yang Qing reach for sanitary napkins in the cabinet, Lu Lin immediately understood and chuckled softly. You come at the worst possible time. Don't make a sound. Yang Qing's face flushed red, inwardly groaning. Why did it have to be now? Chapter 105. What happened? Leng Yi chased after her to the door, but didn't go in. Lu Lin smiled and took a packet of brown sugar from the cabinet, handing it to him. Make some brown sugar water for Qing Qing. Leng Yi immediately understood, his ears turning slightly red. He took the brown sugar, boiled some water, and poured it in. Qing Qing, brown sugar water. Leng Yi called from the doorway. Yang Qing came out after changing her sanitary napkin, her face still flushed. She took the sugar water and drank it as she walked towards his room. Your wound is healed. I need to help you remove the stitches. No rush. Leng Yi held her hand. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Is there anything I can do for you? Yang Qing's face flushed again. No, I'm fine. He found the first aid kit, disinfected the scissors and tweezers with alcohol. I removed the stitches now. Tell me if it hurts. Okay. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing's flushed face. She was so cute. He lowered his head, wanting to kiss her. Hey, don't move, you hurt yourself. Yang Qing rolled her eyes at him. Leng Yi smiled, pursing his lips. Lu Lin came over. I'm making breakfast. Will that bother you? It's fine, you do yours. Yang Qing replied. Lu Lin started cooking the porridge and went out. They hadn't finished yesterday's steamed buns, they could reheat them later. Yang Qing picked up scissors and first cut the stitches, then used tweezers to pull out the thread ends one by one. Does it hurt? Yang Qing asked. Leng Yi shook his head. Reassured, Yang Qing quickly pulled out all the thread ends. The wound was healing well, except for the stitches and scars, which would take time to heal. Yang Qing then applied iodine, covered it with a thin layer of gauze, and put on an antibacterial dressing. You can take it off in 2 more days. Okay. Leng Yi nodded. It sounds like you studied this before? No, I've been injured before, and the doctor did it this way for me. It's simple, but I don't know how to suture without training. I want to learn when I have time. Yang Qing said. Injuries are hard to avoid in this apocalyptic world. If you can learn it yourself, you won't have to worry about it in the future. How can you learn this so quickly? There's no one to teach you, Leng Yi said. I read some medical textbooks. With more practice, I should be able to manage. It's not like I'm treating any serious illness. It's just manual labor, practice makes perfect. I've seen medical students practice on pigskin. Waiting for Husky to bring the pork over. Oh right, Lin. What is it? Lu Lin ran over. I got drunk last night. Did Husky bring the stuff over? Lu Lin laughed. Yes, he did. He arrived after midnight. Aki and Xiaoshu woke me up. I saw you were asleep, so I didn't wake you. I just had Husky hoist the stuff up to the roof, and didn't let them in. Oh right, besides the water tank, there were 18 gene of pork, a solar generator, and an exhaust fan. He said he traded it for that kind of condom. I looked in your bag and found 2 boxes, so I gave them to him. That should be right? Yes. Yang Qing nodded. Luckily, she had left her backpack in the room when she came back, otherwise Husky would have thought she was trying to renege on the deal. The stuff is all in the rooftop sunroom. Should we bring it down? Won't it freeze? Lu Lin asked. It's best to bring it down. I can install the exhaust fan then, Leng Yi said. The pork was already frozen, so Yang Qing put the meat in the room to thaw. She kept the skin on the pork belly, and could peel off the skin from the leg meat to practice sewing. The water tank was placed on the 8th floor. Leng Yi took some tools, and cut an opening in the window to install an exhaust fan. He installed an aluminum panel on the inside to cover it when not in use, preventing cold air from getting in. Where are we going to use the other generator? Lungi asked. I originally wanted to give it to Shum Nan and the others, but they're not here, so we use it ourselves for now. The temperature might drop further, and one electric heater per room might not be enough. Running multiple heaters at once would be too much for one generator. Why not use one generator per room? We also need to cook and do other things here, so we need more, Yang Qing suggested. Lungi nodded, moved the new generator to his side, unplugged the power strip from the other side, and plugged it directly into this generator, which would then power that room exclusively. By the way, I found out about a fishing spot yesterday, and even traded some fishing nets, and small fish and shrimp for bait. But given your condition, it's best you don't go. It's too cold outside, you might catch a cold. Women's resistance is already weaker during their menstrual period, and they shouldn't touch cold water. With it being freezing outside, the impact would be even greater. I'm fine, I'm perfectly healthy, unlike other girls who have menstrual cramps. Yang Qing said. That still won't do. This is a special time, unlike usual. Before, it would at least be around 10 degrees Celsius. What if you catch a cold now? Your health is your own responsibility. Lung Yi's expression was serious. Okay. Yang Qing pouted, knowing he was concerned about her. Let's have breakfast first. Lung Yi steamed some buns, took everything next door, and called Lu Lin to eat with him. The three of them ate breakfast. Yang Qing asked Lung Yi, Is the fishing spot you inquired about far away? Lung Yi nodded. It's a bit far, and it takes quite a long time to get there and back, so you definitely can't go. That's not what I meant. Yang Qing interrupted him. I was thinking if it's far, we could drive there. The ice is so thick now, it can definitely support cars, and probably even trucks. Lung Yi nodded. He had originally planned to have Aki and Xiaoxua take them, but a car would be even better. Where are we going to find a car now? Most cars are submerged and frozen under the ice, Lung Yi said. I do have some. Yang Qing smiled. She had many vehicles in her spatial storage, all kinds. When the apocalypse came, I pried open a few cars and hid them in a safe place. I can use them. Really? Lung Yi was surprised. He hadn't expected Yang Qing to think so far ahead. Yes. Yang Qing nodded. But I've seen on TV that when the ground is icy, you can't drive a car at all, you can't control it. How do you drive? Lu Lin asked. You need snow chains. Yang Qing thought for a moment. Go ask Husky if they have any. If they do, wouldn't it be much more convenient for us to drive there? That makes sense. Lung Yi nodded. Then let's go after breakfast. Yang Qing's eyes lit up. But your health? Lung Yi hesitated. It's just going to the department store to find Husky. I didn't say we were going fishing. We can go fishing in a couple of days? Okay. Lung Yi nodded. He really couldn't do anything with her. After breakfast, the two of them, fully equipped, put on ice skates and went to the department store. After searching around, they finally spotted Husky in a corner. He seemed to be discussing business with someone, while Yang Qing and Lung Yi waited nearby. Husky saw them and immediately ran over. Sis, what do you want to change to today? Chapter 106. Do you have any car snow chains? Yang Qing asked. Sister, you still have a car? Husky was very surprised. The floodwaters had reached the 5th floor. While not all cars in the city were submerged, over 90% were gone. She hadn't expected her to still have a car. It seems Sister Yang is quite something. Never mind that, I just wanted to know if you had any, Yang Qing said. I should have some, Husky nodded. Even if I didn't, I try to find some for you. Sister, what would you like to trade for them? Yang Qing pulled out 2 boxes of 3 Durex condoms. I trade these. 1 box for 1 set. I need 4 sets. 1 for a car and 1 for a truck. Husky's eyes lit up. She knew Sister Yang definitely had more. There couldn't possibly only be 2 boxes. Although it was a 3-pack, snow chains weren't expensive to begin with. Besides, very few people own cars now, so she should still be able to find some. Even if she didn't, she could make a set. But I need it in the next couple of days. Could you give it to me? Sister, you can trust me completely. What kind of relationship do we have? Husky patted his chest loudly. Okay, I trust you. Yang Qing smiled, placing the Durex condoms in Husky's hand. Husky knew she had good stuff and wouldn't fall out with her over 2 boxes of condoms. That would be too foolish. Sister, don't worry. Husky smiled broadly. I find some for you when we get back. Tomorrow, or at the latest the day after, I deliver it to your house. Good. Yang Qing nodded in satisfaction. Anyway, her period wouldn't last a few days before she could go fishing. Looking at Leng Yi, shall we go back? Yes. Leng Yi nodded, taking her hand. Back home, Leng Yi immediately went to boil water. Do you have a hot water bottle? Yes. Yang Qing found a hot water bottle and handed it to Leng Yi. What do you need a hot water bottle for? Leng Yi filled the hot water bottle and tucked it into Yang Qing's arms. Were you cold outside? Warm your tummy. Yang Qing realized he had been thinking about her period, and her face flushed. It's not that serious, I'm not a porcelain doll. Leng Yi became serious. Girls need to be careful about this. If you catch a cold, your health will suffer. Aren't you taking care of your own body? I know. Yang Qing smiled and hugged the hot water bottle. Leng Yi turned on the electric blanket and had Yang Qing sit on the bed. He warmed himself up with the electric heater before sitting down beside her. By the way, where did you hide your car? Should I go get it? Leng Yi asked. No need. Let's wait for Husky to bring the snow chains. I put it in a very hidden place. Most people can't find it. Yang Qing leaned against Leng Yi. What kind of vehicle will we use when we go fishing? A pickup truck or a van? You have a van? Leng Yi was surprised, then shook his head. Vanillas are too conspicuous. Let's go with a pickup truck. The back can carry cargo. We haven't fished before, so we don't know if we catch anything. Let's not be too high profile. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. A typical pickup truck can carry 1,000 kilograms. Even a smaller one can carry 1,000 kilograms. If there are a lot of fish, we can just make a few more trips. By the way, what will we use to cut through the ice? Yang Qing asked. I saw others use a chisel to make a hole first, then a saw to cut a hole in the ice. I prepared those things too, Leng Yi said. Manual? That's so much work. Yang Qing was surprised. The ice must be at least a meter thick now. It's too difficult. I saw a documentary about ice fishing in northeast China. They have special ice fishing drills, for drilling holes. They can drill through more than a meter thick ice in less than a minute. If we had one, it would be so much easier. And I also have a chainsaw. I saw them making ice sculptures, shoveling ice from the lake with chainsaws to cut it piece by piece. If we could cut a big hole, wouldn't we have a better chance of catching fish than others? You even have a chainsaw? Leng Yi was surprised. This girl really collects everything. Ah, well, I just collect whatever I see at the supermarket, always thinking I might need it someday. Yang Qing rubbed her nose. She had everything. But I don't have ice fishing drills anymore. There's nowhere to ice fish in the south, so supermarkets don't sell them, otherwise I could have collected one too. Yang Qing laughed. Leng Yi nodded. It's basically just a hole drill. I asked Husky if he can get one. A hole drill should be similar to an ice fishing drill. Right, Yang Qing nodded. I also have an electric drill, but I don't have the drill bit for the ice fishing drill. If I had one, I could use that. Yang Qing went to her room and brought out the tools she bought from the Park Shop supermarket earlier. A complete set, an electric drill, an impact drill, an electric screwdriver, all high-powered. If you change the blades, you could actually drill directly into ice. They were all lithium-ion batteries. A full charge would last for several hours. Leng Yi's eyes lit up. Men are completely powerless against these things. Everyone wanted a set of tools like this when they were little. Really great, Leng Yi said, looking at this and that, completely captivated. Yang Qing smiled, pursing her lips. I've given them all to you. They're very valuable, Leng Yi said, looking at Yang Qing. Compared to the gun you gave me, these are nothing, Yang Qing smiled. She then asked curiously, back then, we weren't very familiar with each other. Why did you think of giving me a gun? Weren't you afraid I might harm you? To be honest, when Leng Yi gave her first rifle, they had only known each other for a few days, and weren't really that close. He actually gave her a gun then, which really startled her at the time. She probably wouldn't have done that. Leng Yi smiled. I told you were the first person to show me kindness. After observing you for those few days, I can see you're a very rational and responsible person. You wouldn't treat me badly just because of a gun. On the contrary, the gun is most effective when it's in your hands. We're all part of the 7th floor. Having a gun allows us to better protect our home. Yang Qing laughed. Were you interested in me back then? Leng Yi's lips curved slightly. While I wouldn't say I was interested, I did have a good impression of you. But the ice is so thick, without that kind of drill, we probably couldn't drill through it. Yang Qing frowned. What kind of drill? Leng Yi asked. He never actually seen an ice fishing drill before. Yang Qing took out her phone, then realized she had no internet. She took out her tablet and flipped through the downloaded documentaries, finding the ice fishing segment. She skipped to the scene of drilling through the ice. It's like this. Lonnie looked at it. The drill bit was a blade twisted into a spiral shape. With the electric drill turned on, it easily made a hole. It was different from the drill bits used for construction. Lungy took out his phone and took a picture. I go ask Husky if he has any. If not, I order one. You don't need to go, it's too cold outside. Lungy hugged Yang Qing and kissed her forehead. Wait for me at home. Okay. Yang Qing nodded, taking out 2 boxes of 3 Durex condoms. These things aren't worth much. Give Husky 1 box, or 2 if necessary. Lungy laughed. You really have a lot of these. Yang Qing blushed slightly. I was originally planning to use them to exchange for things, not for my own use. Chapter 107. Lungy returned shortly after leaving, bringing back 2 sets of ice fishing gear. He said some rich kids were using them for ice fishing, so he stocked up on quite a few. Yang Qing sighed, we're just surviving, they're living. It's incomparable. No matter what others do, we just need to live our own lives well, Lungy said dismissively, not caring about other circumstances. Yang Qing nodded. She was already living better than most people, and should be content. She rested at home for 4 days, during which time Husky brought over snow chains. On the 5th day, Yang Qing couldn't wait to go fishing, refusing to rest a couple more days even when Ling Yi suggested. I go get the car first, Yang Qing said, slinging the snow chains over her shoulder as she left. Are you sure you don't need me to go? Ling Yi followed behind. No, I can drive myself, Yang Qing shook her head. She was actually going to a secluded spot to retrieve the car from her spatial storage. Having Ling Yi with her would only make it harder to find the car. Ling Yi didn't insist. He knew Yang Qing had a secret, and since she didn't want him to know, he wouldn't ask, lest she think he had ulterior motives. Yang Qing drove quite a distance, found a secluded spot, took the pickup truck out of her spatial storage, strapped snow chains to the tires, and quickly drove back. Along the way, people who saw her driving gave her surprised looks. Having a car at this hour was no ordinary feat. Ling Yi had been watching from upstairs. Seeing the car approaching in the distance, he knew it was Yang Qing returning and hurriedly ran downstairs. The car's back. How's it? Yang Qing jumped out of the truck. Great. Ling Yi walked around the truck, noting that the pickup had an open cargo bed, making loading and unloading easy. The 2 men tossed their ice fishing drill, chainsaw, fishing nets, and other fishing gear onto the truck bed, then called for Archie and Xiaoxue. Ling Yi drove, with Yang Qing in the passenger seat, the 2 dogs huddled beside her. It was their first time riding in a car, and they curiously sniffed around, peering out the window, incredibly excited to be going out for fun. The car drove out of the island, and continued off the coast. They saw many people breaking ice to catch fish in the open sea. Without food, they had to fish. Any extra fish they caught could be traded for food. Ling Yi drove quite a distance, until they could no longer see anyone, and then drove a long way before stopping. Will there be any fish over here? Yang Qing asked. I don't know, we just have to try. Ling Yi got out of the car, opened the door, and the 2 dogs jumped out first, running wildly across the ice. Archie, Xiaoxue, don't run too far. Yang Qing shouted. Woof woof. The 2 little ones turned around, responded, and ran off again. Yang Qing laughed. It seemed these 2 had been cooped up at home for too long. We have a fishing net. Should we make a bigger hole? Yang Qing asked. Sure. Ling Yi nodded, first taking out a knife and drawing a 2-meter-sided square on the ice, then using an ice fishing drill to drill holes in the 4 corners. The drill started up, and the ice, over a meter deep, was instantly pierced. Then, they drilled along the drawn lines, bit by bit, with Yang Qing helping. Halfway through, Yang Qing suddenly thought, if we chisel this whole block of ice down, we won't be able to lift it. It's so thick and heavy, we have to break it into pieces to clear it out. You're right. Ling Yi nodded. Let's cut this half first, then I use a chainsaw to cut it off, and then hook it up and throw it aside. After drilling holes in half of the ice, Ling Yi began sawing it with a chainsaw. The ice was too thick, making sawing very difficult. It took him a long time to cut off a single piece, so he had to proceed slowly. Yang Qing looked at the neatly cut square blocks of ice, wanting to store them in her spatial storage, but she couldn't do so in front of Ling Yi, her heart itching with desire. However, she couldn't bring herself to tell him about her spatial storage. Finally, the entire block of ice was sawed into pieces, hooked onto the ice surface, creating a large ice hole 2 meters by 2 meters at her feet. Lungi dragged the fishing net off the car and threw it into the water, letting it sink to a certain depth. Then he threw handfuls of small fish and shrimp into the water to attract other larger fish. Not long after the small fish and shrimp were thrown in, fish began to come, swimming around visibly. The weather was too cold, and there hadn't been any sun for a while, reducing the number of microorganisms in the sea and thus food. Now, with so much food suddenly falling from the sky, many fish couldn't resist swimming over. Yang Qing was very excited. So many fish. Aki and Xiaoxue barked loudly at the sight of so many fish, wanting to eat them. Yang Qing and Lungi covered Aki and Xiaoxue's mouths. Don't scare the fish away. Lungi threw in a handful of small fish, and even more fish swam over, scrambling and jostling, some almost jumping out of the water. Pull in the net, Lungi shouted, and Yang Qing quickly pulled the other net over, the two of them simultaneously yanking it up. The fish in the net were startled, darting about wildly. Some that touched the net jumped up in fright, splashing and leaping out of the water. Aki and Xiaoxue snapped the fish into their mouths one by one. Wow, so many fish! Yang Qing exclaimed. The fish in the net thrashed and thrashed about, the large fish darting around like headless flies, the net being pulled tighter and heavier. Put in more effort, Lungi shouted, quickly pulling in the net. Both of them exerted all their strength, with even Aki and Xiaoxue helping to haul it in. Finally, the first net of fish was hauled onto the ice. As soon as the net was opened, all the fish and shrimp thrashed about, some even jumping and splashing on the ice. There were many kinds of fish, all sorts of different species, jumping everywhere. Yang Qing saw a moray eel trying to escape and reached out to grab it. Careful! Lungi quickly grabbed her, swiftly grabbing a net and scooping the eel back. That's an electric eel, it's electrified. You can't catch it with your hands, Lungi said. Yang Qing stuck out her tongue. That was close. If she had been electrocuted, she might not have died, but she would have felt terrible. The weather was too cold, the fish froze after only a few thrashings. This temperature of -40 degrees Celsius was equivalent to flash freezing. Lungi opened the pickup truck's cargo bed, lifted a plank from it, and hauled the entire net up. Once unloaded, the net weighed at least several hundred pounds. I didn't expect so many fish, Yang Qing exclaimed. Should we do another net? Lungi asked. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. Seeing that the cargo bed was only half full, they could still do another net, bringing the total to about 1,000 pounds. The two cast the net again, using small fish and shrimp to bait the area and attract the fish. As soon as the fish and shrimp were thrown in, the larger fish rushed over to grab them, like koi in a park seeing fish food, thrashing about on the surface. They were completely unaware of the danger that awaited them. Aki and Xiaoxue each held a large fish nearby, eating with relish. When the second net was pulled up, it filled the entire truck. The two happily returned home with their bounty. Chapter 108. What are you planning to do with these fish? Take them home or exchange them for supplies? Lungi asked Yang Qing. Yang Qing thought for a moment. We don't have any fish at home, so let's take them home to eat first, and then exchange them for supplies if we have any extra. By the way, loading these fish back into the neighborhood will be too conspicuous. Load them now, so no one can tell what they are. Lungi nodded and stopped the car. Yang Qing took out a huge black garbage bag from her bag, unfolded it, and loaded it into the car to load the fish. Lungi didn't ask anything. He was already used to Yang Qing's all-purpose bag. Yang Qing also picked out the shrimp, crabs, mantis shrimp, etc., and roughly sorted the other fish by type. Aki and Xiaoxue watched from the side, occasionally picking up fish that accidentally slipped down. 10 large bags were filled, completely filling the car. A tarpaulin was then placed on top, so the contents were no longer visible. They drove straight to Building 8 upon entering the residential complex, and began unloading bags one by one. After passing the 6th floor, Yang Qing realized she hadn't seen Teacher Zhang and the others in a long time. She wondered if they had left or if she had simply missed them. But since they hadn't come looking for her, they probably didn't need anything. After Yang Qing carried the things up, Lu Lin came down to help unload. People from other buildings saw them driving up, unloading bags of stuff. Although they didn't know what it was, they were sure it was good stuff, and they were filled with envy and jealousy. Why could they find so much stuff? It's truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Yang Qing left the bag containing shrimp and crabs on the 7th floor, and temporarily stored the rest on the 8th floor. The 8th floor was uninhabited, and the low temperature made it a natural refrigerator. She could just leave it there. To prevent the car from being stolen, Lungi drove it into the stairwell, removed the snow chains from the tires, threaded a chain through one of the rear wheels, and secured it to the stairwell handrail. After the fish were all placed in the bag, Lu Lin opened it and exclaimed, "Wow, so many crabs? And shrimp too? You guys are amazing." Lu Lin exclaimed with delight. Eating crabs and shrimp now was something she never dared to dream of before. Even before the apocalypse, she couldn't afford them. They were too expensive. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Pick whatever you like," Yang Qing said with a smile. "I want to eat everything." Lu Lin grinned foolishly, feeling like a tycoon now, having achieved seafood freedom. "Then cook it all." Yang Qing waved her hand. Steamed crabs, braised prawns, salt and pepper mantis shrimp, and pan-fried ribbonfish. Lungi laughed. "This is a gout-inducing meal. What's there to be afraid of? We don't drink." Yang Qing glared at him. "It's not like we eat seafood every day." Lungi smiled. "Really not drinking?" Yang Qing blushed, knowing her behavior when drunk, and awkwardly said no more. Lungi actually found her cute with a little alcohol, and even more so proactive. That day, he almost got pounced on by her. "What are you laughing at?" Yang Qing also thought of that day, feeling a little embarrassed and annoyed. "I'm not laughing at anything. Are you thinking something else?" Ling Yi's lips couldn't help but curl upwards. Yang Qing rolled her eyes, not wanting to talk to him. That evening, Lu Lin cooked, and Yang Qing couldn't help but swallow her saliva as she watched. It smelled so good. The prawns were pan-fried until golden and crispy, and the mantis shrimp were sprinkled with salt and pepper, the aroma of which was irresistible. Although I had a job before the apocalypse, the salary was low, and I couldn't afford to buy these things to eat. Although Xia City is a coastal city, seafood isn't cheap. Usually, they mostly buy clams and seaweed, and occasionally shrimp, usually tiger prawns. They can't afford sea shrimp. Unexpectedly, they achieved seafood freedom in the apocalypse. After cooking and bringing the dishes into the room, Yang Qing couldn't wait to eat. "It's so delicious," Yang Qing said, eating mantis shrimp while picking up a crab. Lungi smiled. "I peel it for you." He took the crab, carefully breaking off each leg, cutting them with scissors, and then using the crab claws to extract the meat. He opened the crab shell from the back, removed the gills and internal organs, extracted the crab roe, and then divided it into 4 pieces for easier eating. Lu Lin raised an eyebrow at Yang Qing. This boyfriend was perfect. Yang Qing smiled. "I can do it myself. You should eat too. It be ready soon." Lungi put everything on a plate in front of Yang Qing, then picked up his chopsticks and ate a shrimp. "How does it taste?" Lu Lin asked. "It's delicious." Lungi nodded. "Qing loves seafood. I have to learn how to cook it from you in the future." He grew up in an inland city, and didn't cook seafood much. Lu Lin smiled. "Yes, if you want to win Qingqing's heart, you have to win her stomach first. A man who can cook is a huge plus. Many women like men who can cook. Being able to cook at least proves that a man loves life and has taste in food. If he also enjoys cooking for his loved one, it means he must love that person deeply. It also shows that he is not a chauvinistic man who thinks men should stay away from the kitchen, and that it's only natural for women to cook for men. Fortunately, Lungi wasn't that kind of person. "Okay." Lungi looked at Yang Qing, his eyes full of affection. He also felt that Yang Qing was actually a very simple person. As long as you treated her well, she would reciprocate. This wasn't just true for lovers, but also for friends. "Are we going again tomorrow?" Lungi asked. "Yes, why not? We can fit them all at home. If we have too many, we can exchange them for supplies at House's place." "I think they want these fish too," Yang Qing said while eating. Lungi nodded. "Then we go there again tomorrow. It seems there are still quite a lot of fish there. And we dug such a big ice hole today. Even if it freezes over overnight, it won't be too thick, making it much easier to break the ice tomorrow." "Yeah, we go there again tomorrow," Yang Qing nodded. Lu Lin was envious. "I want to go too." But she knew she had to stay home alone, and it would be best if Yang Qing and Lungi went. She wouldn't feel comfortable letting Lungi go with Yang Qing, but going with Lungi wasn't quite right either. Although Yang Qing probably wouldn't be jealous, Lu Lin still didn't want to cause unnecessary suspicion. As a good friend, she should consider this. Yang Qing thought for a moment. There will be other opportunities. Things have been much more peaceful lately. Next time, the 3 of us can go together. Lu Lin smiled. She was glad Yang Qing had the intention, and she wouldn't force her. That night, Yang Qing slept with Lu Lin. Those 2 times she and Lungi had shared a bed were actually while she was drunk. Now that she was sober, she felt embarrassed to ask Lu Lin to take the initiative to sleep there. How about you and Lengy move over here, and I sleep over there? It'd be more convenient for me to cook, Lu Lin suggested. Yang Qing shook her head. We're not at that level yet. If he comes over, it'd be inconvenient for me to go to the bathroom or anything. He doesn't know about the space yet. Then when are you going to tell him? Lu Lin asked. If she really decided to be with him, she couldn't hide it forever. I think about it some more, Yang Qing said. Chapter 109. The next day, after breakfast, Yang Qing and Lengy took Aki and Xiaoxue to the fishing spot from the previous day. The ice hole had indeed frozen over again, but because it hadn't been there long, the ice wasn't thick. A quick tap with an ice drill cracked the ice, and after clearing it, they could immediately cast their nets. With yesterday's experience, fishing was much easier today. They threw in handfuls of small fish and shrimp, and when the fish swarmed, they simply hung the net on the truck bed, started the pickup, and hauled the whole net up effortlessly. They easily caught 2 nets of fish. Should we do another net today? Lungy asked. The truck bed could still hold them, and today they didn't need to saw the ice, saving a lot of time. Yesterday it took them a whole day to catch 2 nets of fish. Today they caught 2 nets in just half a day, and there was still plenty of time. Sure. Yang Qing nodded. She also felt it was a bit early to go back now. Archie and Xiaoxue, having eaten their fill, didn't want to go back. They ran around wildly for a while, then ran back when they saw the 2 casting their nets again. Just as they hauled in the 3rd net, a luxurious RV suddenly appeared in the distance. Thick snow chains were strapped to its tires, leaving 2 long tire tracks on the ice. It was probably one of those rich kids who came ice fishing, as Hausie had mentioned. They just hadn't expected them to come this far. Someone's coming, Yang Qing warned Lengy. Lengy glanced at them and pulled the net up. Ignore them. Archie and Xiaoxue quickly ran to Yang Qing's side, watching the approaching vehicle warily. The vehicle pulled up and stopped beside Yang Qing. 5 or 6 people got out. Young master, someone's fishing here, someone shouted. A young man with dyed white hair, wearing sunglasses and a white fox fur coat, stepped out of the car. He pushed his sunglasses up his nose, glanced at the net in Lengy's hand, then at Yang Qing, seemingly very interested. Wow, they caught a lot of fish, at least 1,000 pounds. Someone exclaimed, crowding around the pickup truck. Lengy stopped what he was doing, watching them warily. Yang Qing also stepped back to the side of the car, his hands in his pockets, ready to draw his gun at any moment. What's the use of so many fish? We're tired of eating them. The white-haired man scoffed, looking at Aki and Xiaoxue with interest. But these 2 dogs are quite well-bred. In this post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people can't even get enough to eat. There aren't many people who can raise dogs this well. These 2 dogs were not only plump and strong, but their fur was also smooth and shiny, even better than the ones he had hired to raise. Are you selling these dogs? The white-haired man asked Yang Qing. No, Yang Qing replied coldly. Hey, don't be ungrateful. It's your good fortune that young Master has taken a liking to your dogs, someone immediately said. Whitehair smiled. Name your price. I really like them. Don't worry, I won't eat them. I just like raising dogs, not eating dog meat. If you hadn't taken such good care of them, I wouldn't have wanted them. She said she's not selling. Lengy walked to Yang Qing's side. Is it your turn to speak? Whitehair suddenly pulled out a gun and pressed it against Lengy's forehead. Yang Qing tried to move, but a gun was also pressed against the back of his head. Don't be stubborn. The people around him all pulled out guns and pointed them at the 2 of them. Lengy and Yang Qing exchanged a glance. They hadn't expected these people to all have guns. Archie and Xiaoxue, sensing something was wrong, hissed at the white-haired man, growling softly, but dared not make a move. 2 good dogs. The white-haired man laughed, reaching out to touch them. Archie and Xiaoxue both backed away. The white-haired man's expression changed slightly. Really not selling them? No, Yang Qing said calmly. They are my family. Would you sell your own family? Heh. The white-haired man sneered, then his expression suddenly changed as if someone had hit a sore spot. What are family? Since you can't bear to part with them, I take care of your family for you. The white-haired man raised his hand and fired a shot at Archie. Ouch. Archie screamed in pain, a bullet wound to his leg. Blood gushed out immediately, and he collapsed to the ground. Archie. Yang Qing and Lengy cried out simultaneously, but with so many guns pointed at them, they couldn't move. Woof woof. Bai Shui bared its teeth and was about to charge at Bai Mao When Yang Qing quickly called out to it, "Xiao Shui, don't move." No matter how fast it was, it couldn't outrun Bai Mao's gun. If they didn't stop it, even it might get shot. "What exactly do you want?" Leng Yi's face was terrifyingly grim. "What do we want?" Bai Mao toyed with the gun in his hand, looking at Leng Yi and then at Yang Qing, a wicked smile on his face. "You're her boyfriend, right? Do you love her? Would you die for her?" Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing, who shook her head. "Leng Yi, if you jump into this ice hole, I release her. Oh, and your dog too, otherwise." With a single glance from Bai Mao, several guns were pointed at Yang Qing's entire body. If Leng Yi didn't obey, he riddled Yang Qing with bullets. "Leng Yi, no." Yang Qing shook her head at Leng Yi. It was too cold. If she jumped, she'd freeze solid in no time. "You keep your word?" Leng Yi looked at Bai Mao. "Our young master Bai's word is law, but you dare jump?" Someone mocked from the side. "You dare question young master Bai? Are you tired of living?" Bai Mao smiled. "Since I said it, I certainly won't go back on my word. You better remember what you said." Leng Yi walked towards the ice hole. "Leng Yi!" Yang Qing panicked. Those people's words were completely unreliable. Even if he jumped, they might not let him go. Leng Yi understood this, but he had no choice. He couldn't gamble with Yang Qing's life. So many guns were pointed at her. He could only gamble, hoping that Bai Mao would keep his promise. Leng Yi took off his down jacket, glanced deeply at Yang Qing, and leaped into the sea. "Leng Yi!" Yang Qing screamed shrilly, and jumped in after him without hesitation. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected these two to be so brave. Jumping in would be certain death. Seeing this, Aki and Xiaoshu had jumped in after them, swimming rapidly after Yang Qing. Young Master Bai, this. Everyone was shocked. Bai Mao's face was grim, his lips twitching. They are indeed two good dogs. Then we... The others looked at Bai Mao. They hadn't expected these two to commit suicide for love right before their eyes. Even their dogs were so loyal. Thinking of how Bai Xiao's fiancée had switched her affections for his brother because of power, taking his dog with her and never returning. Seeing other couples so devoted, even their dogs more loyal than him, wasn't he even more heartbroken? "Let's see." Bai Mao stared intently at the water. He didn't believe those two wouldn't come up. They were really dead down there. If they dared to swim up, he would make their deaths even more gruesome. Dare to show affection in front of him? They don't want to live. Chapter 110. Aki and Xiaoxue quickly caught up with Yang Qing, grabbing her trouser leg and pulling her upwards. Yang Qing knew that going up now was suicidal. Leng Yi, who was still searching for a way out in the water, was shocked to see Yang Qing follow him down. He quickly swam over to pull her back. He didn't want her to die with him. Yang Qing pointed to the ice below, gesturing for him to swim there. Although Leng Yi didn't know her purpose, he trusted her unconditionally, grabbing her hand and swimming downwards. Once they reached the ice below, where it was invisible from above, Yang Qing confirmed that Aki and Xiaoxue were still holding onto her trouser leg. With a thought, she flashed into her spatial dimension. Leng Yi and the two dogs were stunned upon entering the space. "Where is this?" Leng Yi's face was filled with disbelief. Could this be paradise? A clear blue sky, endless grasslands, a luxurious villa, a beautiful yard, and vegetables and fruits growing abundantly in the yard. "I tell you later." Yang Qing shivered and quickly took off her down jacket, which was soaking wet. She grabbed Leng Yi's hand and pulled him quickly to the bathroom on the first floor. "Take a shower quickly, don't catch a cold." Before Leng Yi could react, she ran upstairs. "I'm going to the second floor," Yang Qing said, calling to the two children, Aki, Xiaoxue, "Come on up." Xiaoxue quickly ran upstairs, and Aki followed, limping. Upon reaching the second floor, they went straight to the bathroom, turned on the hot water in the bathtub, and turned on the shower. "Aki, Xiaoxue, come in quickly." Xiaoxue happily jumped in, while Aki, still looking bewildered, looked around and smelled everything, completely forgetting his injured leg. Yang Qing took off her clothes, while searching for a first aid kit in the room. The room was warm and cozy, and she didn't feel cold at all after taking off her clothes. Finding the kit, Yang Qing took the shower head and rinsed Aki over. Since she had already jumped into the water, it didn't matter if the wound got wet, she just rinsed it clean and would disinfect it later. The warm water and the massage from her human made Aki close her eyes comfortably. After washing her, Yang Qing wrapped Aki in a large towel and dried her off, then used a hairdryer. Then she laid Aki on her side on the carpet. "Aki, I'm going to remove the bullet now. Be good, bear with it." Aki licked Yang Qing's hand. Don't worry, human, I'm very brave. Yang Qing first gave Aki some anesthetic, poured on some iodine, and then put on medical gloves to feel the wound on Aki's leg. It seemed Yang Qing had found the bullet. It hadn't pierced the leg, but was lodged in the bone, which was likely fractured, though she hadn't noticed earlier. Yang Qing pried hard, the bullet fell out, and she pulled it out of the flesh. Aki's body twitched. He probably still felt something. Just then, Leng Yi's voice came from downstairs. Aki, I'm done showering. I don't have any clothes. Yang Qing smiled. Soak in the bathtub a little longer. I'll be down in a bit. She then disinfected Aki's leg with iodine, wrapped it in gauze, and used a piece of wood as a splint to bind Aki's leg. Aki, don't use this leg for now, okay? Use it when it's healed. Yang Qing stroked Aki's fluffy head and kissed it. Aki smelled so good after his bath. Aki let out a soft whimper in response. Xiao Shui ran over, her big, gentle eyes wide. I want a human too. Yang Qing smiled, washed Xiao Shui with shower gel, and rinsed her clean. Xiao Shui shook herself, splashing water all over Yang Qing. Yang Qing laughed and dodged, taking a towel to wrap her up, and drying her with a hairdryer. Then she took a set of men's loungewear, put it in a non-woven bag, and had Xiao Shui carry it, patting her head. Take this to Leng Yi. Xiao Shui happily ran downstairs to the bathroom, scratching at the door with her paws. Woof woof. Leng Yi came out wearing a towel, saw Xiao Shui carrying the clothes, and patted her head. Good girl. Xiao Shui waited by the door for Leng Yi to change. Yang Qing filled the bathtub, rinsed herself, and decided not to soak, sitting in the shower and rinsing herself directly. The warm water felt soothing, calming her tense heart. Ah Qing. Leng Yi's voice came from outside. Wait, I'm not done washing yet. Yang Qing replied, quickly starting to wash. Leng Yi didn't wander off either, quietly sitting down next to Aki, with Xiao Shui also lying down beside him. The two little ones were fluffy and smelled wonderful after their bath, so cuddly. Yang Qing came out in her pajamas, and Leng Yi quickly got up, went over, and hugged Yang Qing tightly, his body trembling slightly. The moment he jumped into the water, he truly thought he would never see her again. Until he saw her, he felt like he was dreaming. What's wrong? I'm fine, aren't I? Yang Qing hugged Leng Yi's strong waist, looking up at him with a bright smile. Leng Yi lowered his head and kissed her, a fierce kiss, as if only in this way could he express his feelings at that moment. Leng Yi. Yang Qing was a little overwhelmed and patted him. Calm down. Leng Yi stopped, cupped Yang Qing's face. Am I dreaming? Of course not. Yang Qing smiled, reaching out to pinch his cheek. Does it hurt? No. Leng Yi shook his head. Yang Qing chuckled, then pinched it a little harder. Now? It hurts. Leng Yi looked completely innocent. Yang Qing laughed, tiptoed, and kissed Leng Yi on the lips, rarely seeing him so adorably dazed. Come on, let me introduce you. This is my space. Yang Qing took Leng Yi's hand and pointed outwards. Space? Leng Yi seemed still not quite understanding. Yes, it's like the space in many science fiction and fantasy novels, my own little world. Yang Qing said with a smile. A small world? Leng Yi was still a little incredulous. There really is such a thing. Where did it come from? This? I don't know either. Yang Qing didn't reveal her rebirth. I accidentally obtained a meteorite, which opened up this space. As for where it came from, and where it exists, I don't really know. I only know that it belongs only to me. No one else can see it or use it, only I can use it. Look, there are so many things in here. Actually, I collected them all on a shopping spree and hid them here. No wonder. Leng Yi nodded, many things he couldn't understand before now having answers. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. His eyes held only curiosity and surprise, not a trace of greed. She felt a little more at ease. Can we stay here forever? Leng Yi asked. Theoretically, yes, but Lu Lin is still outside. I can't leave her alone, and I have other friends. Yang Qing said. I understand. Leng Yi nodded. I was just asking. If I go out, you all have to come with me. Nothing can survive inside without me. Everything except plants will die, Yang Qing added. Leng Yi nodded, understanding. So, can we control where we go, or will we appear where we came from? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Unfortunately, it's the latter. Then we have to go back into the sea after we go out? Our bath was wasted. We freeze to death outside. Leng Yi said. Yang Qing was taken aback. This was indeed a problem. Chapter 111. Those people might not have left yet. Let's rest here for a while. Yang Qing took Leng Yi's hand and led him downstairs to the courtyard. She picked 2 cucumbers from the cucumber vine and handed one to Leng Yi. Leng Yi put it in his mouth and took a bite. The cucumber was sweet and refreshing, even better than the ones he bought before. It's delicious, Leng Yi said. Yes, because I have a spiritual spring here. Watering things with the spiritual spring water imbues them with spiritual energy, making them much better than things from outside. The spiritual spring also has a certain healing effect. I don't know if you noticed, but the first time I hurt you, there, I gave you spiritual spring water to drink. Did you feel a little better? Leng Yi suddenly remembered, his ears turning slightly red. No wonder your water tastes so good. Speaking of that, you should take responsibility for me. You almost crippled me. Really not good enough? Yang Qing teased. Leng Yi hugged her, his voice slightly hoarse. Why don't you try? No need. Yang Qing's face flushed instantly. Ah Qing. Leng Yi held Yang Qing tightly in his arms, as if trying to embed her into his body. Yang Qing clearly felt the change in his body and panicked a little. Leng Yi, just let me hold you for a little while. Leng Yi held her still, his breath hot. Yang Qing's face burned bright red. Now was definitely not the time. Xiao Shui was curious and delighted with this beautiful new world, running wildly on the grass, her long fur flowing like silk. Aki watched it enviously. It wanted to run too, but its legs hurt, and its owner had said its legs weren't usable yet. Xiaoxua ran around for a while, and then realized that Aki wasn't following as usual. Remembering that it was injured, she ran back and licked Aki's lips to comfort it. The 2 little ones nestled together, neck to neck, very affectionately. Oh right, Yang Qing pushed Leng Yi aside. I get some spiritual spring water for Aki to drink, it helped him recover faster. She filled 2 bowls with water and invited Xiaoxua to drink with her. The 2 little ones happily drank the water. So sweet, even sweeter than the water at home. Would you like some? Yang Qing poured 2 more cups of water. Leng Yi sat down stiffly, but seemed calmer after drinking the water. This place is truly a paradise. Leng Yi exclaimed. Yeah, it's a pity we can't keep any animals here, otherwise I like to raise chickens, ducks, and rabbits. Yang Qing laughed. Unless we never leave, this place can only serve as a storage space. Leng Yi nodded. Having such a storage space was something many people dreamed of, especially in this apocalyptic world. Besides me, who else knows about this space? Leng Yi asked. Lu Lin knows. But I trust she can keep it a secret, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi nodded. We can't let a 4th person know. If people find out you have such a treasure, many will covet it. Even if they can't take it, they might capture you for research. You just become a lab rat. I understand. Yang Qing nodded. That's why I hesitated to tell you. Will you blame me? Leng Yi shook his head. If it were me, I probably wouldn't tell either. This thing is too precious and too incredible. But you dragged me into this now, Qing Qing. There's really no need for me to take such a risk. Can I just watch you die? Yang Qing turned to look at Leng Yi. You jumped into the water because of me. I can't just stand by and watch you die. Will you tell anyone my secret? Absolutely not. Leng Yi shook his head. Although he didn't swear, his expression was firm, and he looked at Yang Qing with only love. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, then her nose to her lips, his voice low and tender. Qing Qing, I love you. Yang Qing's heart fluttered, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Leng Yi, responding gently. The 2 sat on the grass for half an hour. Is the flow of time the same outside as inside? Leng Yi asked. Yang Qing nodded. It's the same, but there's no night here. It's always like this. It's been so long. Those people should be gone by now. Should we go out? Leng Yi said. We definitely should go out, but we need to prepare properly. Yang Qing smiled. Outside, Bai Mao and the others became impatient after waiting for 10 minutes. Young Master Bai, let's go, it's freezing. Yeah, those 2 are definitely dead. How could they survive under the ice? They must have frozen to death, if not drowned. They probably sunk to the bottom of the sea. Even if they surface, they might not be here. They'd probably been swept away by the current somewhere. White Hair scoffed. What a waste of 2 good dogs. Young Master Bai, this car and these fish. Someone asked. It's just a beat-up car, and you're already so interested? Haven't you had enough fish? White Hair's face turned cold. Those who wanted to take advantage immediately fell silent. Then, are we still going fishing? No, it's pointless. White Hair said listlessly, let's go back. Sigh. After the car drove away, Bai Mao glanced back at the lone pickup truck left on the ice, but his mood didn't lighten. Yang Qing found 2 diving suits for himself and Leng Yi to wear, then put on oxygen masks. Actually, they only needed to go out for a moment, and didn't need oxygen. They wore oxygen masks just to avoid getting their hair wet. How are Archie and Xiao Shui? Lungi asked. There weren't any suitable diving suits for them, and besides, Archie's wound had just been bandaged. Going out in the water and coming ashore would require rebandaging. Yang Qing thought for a moment, found 2 large transparent plastic bags, filled them with a little oxygen, let Archie and Xiao Shui go in, and then tied the bags shut. They should be fine in there for only a few seconds. Yang Qing took Lungi's hand, each grabbed a bag, and slipped out. Back in the water, the 2 quickly swam upwards, climbed onto the ice, and immediately released the 2 dogs. They hadn't gotten any water on them, and didn't seem uncomfortable. Just as Lungi was about to take off his diving suit, Yang Qing grabbed his hand, and teleported back into the spatial dimension. Why are we back again? Lungi asked in surprise. Are you silly? It's so cold changing outside. If we change now, we'd be on the ice when we go out, and we won't have to suffer outside, Yang Qing laughed. Lungi nodded. It feels like we're exploiting a bug? Yang Qing laughed. It certainly was. They found 2 more down jackets, changed, and teleported back to the ice. Xiao Shui looked completely bewildered. Archie was already used to it. His human could perform magic tricks. Seeing Pikachu and Fish still there, Yang Qing was a little surprised. Those people didn't take anything? Lungi sneered. Maybe they were too disdainful. They wouldn't even look at our stuff. However, Lungi's eyes narrowed. I definitely won't let this go. That person dared to hold you hostage. When we get back, I find out who he is and make him wish he were dead. Yang Qing hadn't seen Lungi so cold in a long time, and couldn't help but grasp his hand. I go with you. Chapter 112. Let's go home, Lungi said. Yang Qing thought for a moment. Since he already knew the secret of her space, there was no need to hold back. Let's just catch a few more nets of fish. My space can hold them all. She placed her hand on the fish in the carriage, and they vanished into thin air. Lungi had never seen Yang Qing store things in her space before. He found it amazing. You stored them all? Yes. Yang Qing nodded. I put them in for now, and organize them when I have time. Then let's catch a few thousand catties before we leave. We won't come back tomorrow, Lungi said. They cast their nets 6 more times, catching at least 3,000 catties of fish before stopping. Let's go home. The 2 got into the car. Yang Qing hugged Aki, Xiao Shui lay at her feet, and Lungi turned on the heater. They drove off in the empty car. When Lu Lin returned home empty-handed, she was surprised. Didn't you catch any fish today? Yang Qing and Lungi exchanged a glance. Yang Qing pulled Lu Lin into the room. I told Lungi about the space. The fish are all in the space. What? You told him? Why did you suddenly say that? Lu Lin was surprised. Yesterday Yang Qing said she would think about it. Yang Qing then recounted what had happened that day. Lu Lin covered her mouth. So I almost didn't see you again? Yang Qing sighed. I'm alright. You know I have a way, but I couldn't just watch Lungi die, especially since it was because of me. Lu Lin nodded. Qing, I feel that Lungi is sincere towards you. He has saved you more than once. He seems like a reliable person. I wholeheartedly support you 2 being together. As for the rest, I believe you know what you're doing. I don't need to say more. I understand. Yang Qing nodded. So, are you 2 getting married? I make room for you. Lu Lin smiled. Yang Qing looked a little awkward. There's no need to rush. Don't be shy. You're both adults. If you 2 like each other, there's nothing wrong with getting together sooner. In this apocalypse, you never know when something unexpected might happen. Being together for even a day is a bonus. Don't regret it later. Yang Qing seemed thoughtful. What she said made sense. If she hadn't saved Lungi today because of the space issue, she would definitely regret it. She would be missing a reliable and loving person on her journey through the apocalypse. Just then, Lungi called from outside the door, Ah Qing, come out for a moment. What is it? Yang Qing went out. Lungi suddenly became a little embarrassed, his face showing some awkwardness. He took a velvet box out of his pocket. I know it's a bit sudden, but... Actually, I thought about it a long time ago. I want to be with you. Lungi opened the box, revealing 2 simple platinum wedding rings. Will you marry me? Yang Qing looked at him in surprise. It really was too sudden. And these? Lungi pulled out a cloth bag and opened it, revealing jade and gold and silver jewelry. This is the betrothal gift I saved. I know it's not enough, I go find more. Lu Lin's eyes reddened. She nudged Yang Qing, who stepped forward and looked up into Lungi's eyes. Are you serious? Of course. Lung Yi nodded firmly. I never been so serious before. I want to take care of you, for the rest of my life. In poverty and wealth, in sickness and in health. Yang Qing was suddenly moved, her eyes welling up with tears, yet she hesitated, glancing at Lu Lin, who smiled and nodded at her. Yang Qing lowered her head to think for a moment, then looked up at Lung Yi with a bright smile. I do. Lung Yi excitedly pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. Lu Lin's eyes reddened, happy for her friend. Lung Yi took out the women's ring from the box, and put it on Yang Qing's finger. Yang Qing then placed the men's ring on Lung Yi's finger, and the two smiled at each other. Lu Lin clapped excitedly. She was a witness to their union. We must celebrate properly tonight. Lu Lin said with a smile, didn't my brother-in-law say before that if we got married, we should have a traditional Chinese wedding, with a bowing ceremony? I think that's a good idea. Isn't that necessary? Yang Qing asked, a little embarrassed. Yes, I will. Lung Yi grasped Yang Qing's hand, their fingers intertwined. Since there's no civil affairs bureau now, we write our own marriage certificate. Heaven and earth will be our matchmaker, and Lu Lin will be our witness. We have our wedding ceremony. I go prepare right away. Lu Lin exclaimed excitedly. Ching, see if you have any red bedding and sheets in your space, and take out a set, along with red paper candles. Oh right, my brother-in-law is moving in, so I moved my things over. Yang Qing and Lung Yi exchanged a glance, smiled, and began to busy themselves. Yang Qing simply took out the bed and mattress worth millions that she had bought from some CEO, changed them, and then laid out bright red sheets and sheets. Lu Lin moved her clothes and personal items to that room, changed the sheets and blankets, and moved Lung Yi's things over there. Then she cut out several double happiness characters from red paper, and pasted them on the windows and doors. They started preparing dinner and various fruits and candies for the wedding, since Yang Qing had all of these things in her space. Yang Qing had Lung Yi move the kitchen back to its original location. It would be inconvenient for Lung Yi to cook there now that Lu Lin was living there. Previously, Lung Yi had moved it into the room because he didn't know about the space and thought the kitchen was too cold. Now, he wouldn't be surprised if they brought out several generators and electric heaters, so they simply restored the kitchen's function. After a busy afternoon, the room was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Yang Qing found 2 sets of red clothes in her space, and the two changed into them. Lu Lin helped Yang Qing with her traditional Chinese makeup, styled her hair, and inserted a gold hairpin found in Lung Yi's betrothal gifts. Yang Qing looked classically elegant, dignified, and radiant. Lung Yi was almost unable to look away from Yang Qing. Lu Lin took the opportunity to take several wedding photos to commemorate the occasion. 2 red wedding candles were lit in the room. Without elaborate wedding attire, the 2 women stood facing each other, dressed only in red. Lu Lin took out a marriage certificate written on red paper and began to read it aloud. Yang Qing and Lung Yi, of 2 families, are united in marriage, this covenant sealed, a blessed union forever. May their union be as beautiful as the peach blossoms in full bloom, a harmonious and prosperous home. May their descendants flourish and prosper in the future. With this vow of lifelong commitment, we write this on fine paper, to record our pledge of love in the annals of marriage. This is the certificate. Lu Lin's eyes reddened as she read. Seeing her dear friend getting married, she felt both happy and reluctant. However, thinking that they would still be living together, she felt no reluctance. She called out loudly, first bow to heaven and earth. Yang Qing and Lung Yi bowed simultaneously towards the window. Second bow to the parents. The 2 bowed towards the western sky. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Yang Qing and Lung Yi exchanged a smile and bowed to each other. Enter the bridal chamber. Lu Lin called out, then withdrew, smiling as she slipped into the room. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing, his voice warm and gentle. Ching, you look so beautiful today. Am I not beautiful usually? Yang Qing smiled, her dimples appearing on her cheeks, her beauty as radiant as peach blossoms. Beautiful, especially beautiful today. Lung Yi pulled Yang Qing closer and kissed her. Outside, snow fell heavily. Inside, red candles flickered, and the bridal chamber was warm. Chapter 113. The next day, Yang Qing woke up after 10 o'clock. Lung Yi wasn't beside her. Lung Yi! Yang Qing called out. I'm here. Lung Yi responded, pushing open the door and walking to the bedside. He looked down at Yang Qing with a smile. Awake? Where did you go? Yang Qing peeked out, and Lung Yi kissed her on the lips. I was in the kitchen, cooking dumplings. Want some? Okay. Yang Qing sat up and got dressed. Where's Lin Lin? She's in her room. She's already eaten. Lung Yi went out and brought in 2 bowls of dumplings. The two sat at the coffee table, each with a bowl of dumplings, and began to eat. Lung Yi sat opposite Yang Qing, staring at her without blinking. Why are you staring at me? Eat up. Yang Qing glared at him. You're so handsome. Lung Yi laughed. When I woke up this morning, I still couldn't believe it. I'm actually married. I have a wife. It feels a bit unreal. Yang Qing chuckled. I'm right here beside you. What's unreal about that? Actually, I'm just an ordinary person, from a poor family. I used to think I might never get married. Especially in this apocalyptic world with nothing. Lung Yi said. How could that be? Yang Qing was surprised. You're so handsome, a shooting champion, a soldier, you can do everything. How are you any less than others? Am I really that good? Lung Yi's lips curved into a smile. Yang Qing smiled and extended her hand. Mr. Lung, please take care of me for the rest of my life. Lung Yi grasped her hand, his voice incredibly gentle. Mrs. Lung, please guide me for the rest of my life. By the way, I'd like to go out for a bit later to inquire about the young master by, Lung Yi suddenly said. Yang Qing paused, then nodded. She was determined to avenge yesterday. If it weren't for her spatial ability, she, Lung Yi, Aki, and Xiaoxue would all be dead yesterday. Let's go find Husky. Maybe they have connections, Yang Qing said. They, as middlemen, knew many people. That Kai Qin had some background. She probably didn't deal with ordinary people. Besides, Husky had mentioned that those rich kids had bought ice fishing drills from them. Maybe he even dealt with that by Xiao. Okay. Lung Yi nodded. After finishing their dumplings, Lung Yi washed the dishes, and the two changed their clothes. Lu Lin asked from outside, Are you going out? Yes. Yang Qing replied. Wear more layers, it's gotten colder again. It's already minus 50 degrees Celsius, Lu Lin said. So cold? Yang Qing was surprised. The temperature had dropped quite quickly. She rummaged through her spatial storage and found 2 heated down jackets. She bought so much stuff at the warehouse that she'd forgotten about these, assuming she only had the heated vests she bought at the department store. She quickly tossed one to Ling Yi. It's too cold outside. Wear this underneath, and then put the down jacket on top. Okay. Lung Yi nodded and changed. She looked at Yang Qing, helped her put on her hat, and wrapped her entire face with a scarf, leaving only her eyes showing. In this cold weather, do you think Husky and the others will go? Yang Qing asked, a little worried. Let's go see. We have a car anyway, we can just go for a drive, Lung Yi said. Yang Qing laughed. He was infuriating. People were shivering inside, and he wanted to go for a drive in this cold weather? Xiaoxue and Aki wanted to follow them, but Yang Qing patted Xiaoxue's head. Don't go today. Stay home and keep Aki company. His leg is injured and he needs to rest. Archie whimpered pitifully. Xiaoxue ran over and rubbed her neck against it. Okay, I stay home with you. When they arrived at the department store, the barter market was almost deserted. It was too cold to stay outside. However, Yang Qing and her group's car was quite conspicuous. Husky, hiding inside the department store, immediately recognized Yang Qing's car and ran out, waving, Sister, sister. Lung Yi drove over and let Husky in. I'm freezing, Husky said, breathing on her hands and rubbing them together. It's so much warmer in your car. Sister, what do you want to exchange today? Husky, I want to ask you about someone, Yang Qing said. Who? Husky asked. A man surnamed Bai. I heard people call him Young Master Bai. Do you know who he is? Young Master Bai? I know there's a big family in Xia City called the Bai family. They have 2 young masters, but I don't know which young master Bai you're talking about. 2? Tell us about them. Yang Qing didn't know which young master Bai she was referring to either. The eldest is called Bai Chong. I heard he's a business genius, and before the apocalypse, he was the heir of their family, highly regarded by the Bai family. The second is called Bai Yi. He only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. He was a playboy before the apocalypse. Not long ago, he even bought ice fishing gear from us, going fishing at the beach in this freezing weather. Only he would do that. Yang Qing asked, Does he have dyed white hair? Yes, sister, you know him? Husky asked in surprise. Not really, we have a small grudge. Yang Qing didn't elaborate. Then you better be careful, sister. This Bai used to be just a playboy who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun, but after the apocalypse, his personality changed drastically, and he became extremely cold-blooded and cruel. I heard it's because he had a childhood sweetheart. They were inseparable since they were little, but after the apocalypse, that girl got engaged to his older brother, and he completely changed. He can't stand seeing others happy. He even have a couple of cats and he'd killed if he saw them together. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. No wonder, when they saw them together that day, Aki and Xiaoxua looked like a couple too, and he couldn't stand it. This guy is definitely psychologically twisted. Do you know where the Bai family is? Leng Yi asked. Yes, it's the Bai mansion, in the Siming district. But Bai Yi doesn't seem to live there anymore. He has his own villa on the hillside. That area shouldn't have been flooded. It's a very big building, white walls and red tiles, easy to spot. Sister, what are you going to do? Unless you have a really big grudge, it's best not to mess with them. They're not easy to deal with. Although Bai Yi doesn't manage things, he's still the young master of the Bai family, and he has many bodyguards in his villa. They're not easy to handle, Husky said. Yang Qing nodded. We know what we're doing. We were just asking around. She pulled 2 boxes of 3 Durex condoms from her pocket and tossed them to Husky. This is your payment. Sister, you're too kind. Husky's eyes crinkled with laughter, and she thumped her chest loudly. Sister, if you want to know anything else in the future, just come to me. I guarantee I find out everything clearly for you. Thanks. Yang Qing nodded. Husky got out of the car, waved to them, and disappeared into the department store. What do we do now? Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. Let's go home first. We go to the villa on the hillside to scout it out, and then we make a proper plan, Leng Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. He was an expert in this area. Listening to him was definitely the right thing to do. Chapter 114. Back home, Leng Yi went inside first, turned on the electric heater, and poured 2 cups of hot water. Drink some hot water quickly. Yang Qing took off her gloves and warmed her hands with the cups. Although she was wearing many layers, the outside temperature was so low that she was shivering from the moment she got out of the car until she entered the door. It's too cold now. How about we go again in a few days? Leng Yi said. They would be outside most of the time if they went to scout the location, and he was worried Yang Qing would get cold. It's all right. We have heated down jackets, so I'm quite warm, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi turned on the electric blanket on the bed. Want to rest for a while? No need, I'm not tired, Yang Qing shook her head. After warming up for a while, she took off her down jacket. Leng Yi sat down beside her. Does it still hurt? What? Yang Qing didn't react immediately. You kept crying out in pain last night, asking me to be gentler. Yang Qing's face flushed crimson, and she quickly covered Leng Yi's mouth. What are you saying? Lu Lin happened to peek over and saw Yang Qing covering Leng Yi's mouth. Curious, she asked, what are you doing? Nothing, nothing. Yang Qing immediately withdrew her hand, her face burning red. She quickly changed the subject. Is something wrong? Lu Lin smiled. I wanted to ask what you like for lunch. Anything is fine with me, Yang Qing quickly replied. Leng Yi smiled too. I make it. No need, I make it. You two are newlyweds. Lu Lin smiled. Rest well. I call you when you're ready. The kitchen's cold. Bring the heater over, Yang Qing called out. Okay. Lu Lin replied. Yang Qing glared at Leng Yi. What were you saying just now? Leng Yi's eyes were full of laughter as he took Yang Qing's hand. If you're not feeling well, we can go in a few days. A gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. Don't let others make you sick. You still dare to say that? Yang Qing's face flushed red. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Xiaoxua stood up and barked at the door. I go see. Leng Yi put on his down jacket, opened the door, and saw Teacher Zhang standing outside the security door. He was a little surprised. He hadn't seen them in a long time. Teacher Zhang, is there something you need? Leng Yi went downstairs. Teacher Zhang immediately noticed the double happiness character on their door, and was a little surprised. Who's getting married? Leng Yi smiled. It's Yang Qing and me. We got married yesterday. Congratulations. I didn't even bring a gift. Teacher Zhang was a little embarrassed. Teacher Zhang, you're too kind. Is there something you need? Leng Yi asked. Yang Qing also came out. Teacher Zhang said, Zhang Yin and I found jobs and moved to the camp, so we haven't been staying here for a while. Teacher Zhang took out a bag. Zhang Yin used to have experience storing grain at the grain station, so he was recruited to manage grain. The authorities have developed cold-resistant sweet potatoes, which can be planted in this weather. I brought some for you. Yang Qing was surprised that Teacher Zhang was still thinking of her even after they left. He was truly a kind old man. Teacher Zhang, you're too kind. Yang Qing opened the door, took the bag, and said to Leng Yi, go and get 2 caddies of fish and some wedding candy. Okay. Leng Yi nodded. No need, no need. Teacher Zhang quickly waved his hand. I came back this time firstly to give you these cold-resistant sweet potatoes, and secondly, since we don't live here now, but we might come back anytime, could you please watch the house for me? You don't need to do anything, just make sure no one takes it or burns it down. Okay, Teacher Zhang, don't worry, as long as we stay here for one day, we take good care of your house. Yang Qing nodded. Leng Yi took the things down, and Yang Qing handed them to Teacher Zhang. Take this fish, we caught it ourselves, it didn't cost us anything. And some wedding candy. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi, her face full of smiles. We got married yesterday. Please take this candy back for your children. Thank you, thank you. Teacher Zhang was very grateful, feeling embarrassed that she had received several kilograms of fish in return for just a few sweet potatoes. Yang, congratulations. You're a good young man, live a good life. Yang Qing and Leng Yi smiled at each other. Don't worry. It's very cold, please be careful on the road, walk slowly. The two went back inside, opened the bag, and saw that it contained sweet potatoes about the size of a thumb, weighing just over a kilogram. There was also a bottle of antifreeze inside, and a note thoughtfully included instructions on how to grow cold-resistant sweet potatoes. Why don't we give it a try? Leng Yi said. Great. Yang Qing nodded. They bought so much potting soil that they hadn't used it all. This was a good opportunity to try it out. Even if sweet potatoes didn't grow, the leaves could be eaten as a vegetable. Leng Yi carried 2 long planting pots and 4 bags of potting soil from the 8th floor. The weather was too cold, the potting soil had frozen solid on the 8th floor. Yang Qing spread a plastic sheet on the ground, poured out the potting soil, and then sprinkled in an antifreeze agent. Surprisingly, the potting soil loosened up, becoming even softer than regular soil. It seemed the authorities had put a lot of effort into researching this. Leng Yi poured the potting soil into the planting pots and looked at the instructions. Apparently, the sweet potatoes needed to be soaked in water until they sprouted before planting. This increased the success rate. Lu Lin came out. Put this pot in my room first. I plant it and water it when I have time. Oh right, Qing, don't forget the vegetables in your room. Water them regularly. Oh, and the rabbit, it seems she's about to give birth. Yang Qing slapped her forehead. She almost forgotten if Lu Lin hadn't mentioned it. She quickly ran back to her room to check the bathroom. The female rabbit's belly was quite large, and she seemed a bit restless. She was probably really about to give birth. Yang Qing quickly took out a bag of disposable sanitary pads from her spatial storage, took one out, and placed it in a cardboard box, put the female rabbit in the box, and then brought it into the room. Firstly, the room would be warmer, and secondly, she didn't want the male rabbit to disturb the female rabbit's labor. Yang Qing then cut some fresh grass from her spatial storage, and went to get some spiritual spring water. Leng Yi saw her appearing in the bathroom one moment, and then in the room the next, each time carrying something extra. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed that Yang Qing could move so freely between the 2 spatial storages. That's amazing. How is it? Leng Yi walked over. Looks like she's really about to give birth. Yang Qing stroked the rabbit mother's long ears, and gave her some spiritual spring water, hoping for a smooth delivery. She also mixed some spiritual spring water, and gave it to Leng Yi. Help me water the vegetables. Okay. Leng Yi took the water. The vegetables growing in the room were already half a foot tall. Some were ready to eat. The rapid growth must be thanks to the spiritual spring. By the way, I saw you planted so many vegetables in your space. Can you harvest them now? Should you plant something else? Leng Yi said. Sure, I haven't had time to tend to them. Yang Qing stroked the rabbit mother. It seems like there's no food planted in there. Can't we plant it, or are there no seeds? Leng Yi asked. It should be possible, right? Yang Qing wasn't sure. But I never grown grain before. I have no experience. I have. When we have time, we can go in and plant it together. If we can grow grain, then we won't have to trade with others anymore, and maybe we can even use the grain to exchange for other things, Leng Yi said. Great. Yang Qing nodded. If he could grow grain, he wouldn't have to worry about building the base in the future. Chapter 115. After lunch, the mother rabbit began giving birth to baby rabbits. The newborn rabbits were pink, about the size of tiny mice, still covered in their amniotic sac. The mother rabbit licked them clean one by one. So cute. Lu Lin couldn't resist touching the baby rabbits. Don't touch them, Leng Yi called out. When I was in the countryside, I heard the old folks say that if a baby rabbit smells human scent, the mother rabbit can smell it and think it's not her own, and will eat it. Huh? Lu Lin quickly pulled her hand back. Really? Rabbits eat their own babies? That's what they say. Lungi said seriously, and Yang Qing wasn't sure if he was telling the truth. Then don't touch them yet. We talk about it in a few days, Yang Qing said with a smile. A total of 12 baby rabbits were born, and the birth went quite smoothly. The newborn rabbits' eyes were still closed. They wriggled and nestled into their mother's arms, turning their heads to find milk. So adorable. Lu Lin's eyes lit up. They were so cute. They're really prolific, Yang Qing laughed. 12 kittens in one litter. What a heroic mother. The baby rabbits have weak immune systems, so keep them in the room for the next couple of days to prevent them from getting cold. If we go out, leave them with Lu Lin, Lungi said. Generally, they turn off the electric heater in the room when they go out to avoid wasting electricity. Don't worry, I take care of them, Lu Lin nodded. Yang Qing is rather careless and often forgets to feed them. If it weren't for Lu Lin, they would probably have starved to death long ago. And those vegetables, if it weren't for Lu Lin's meticulous care, they would probably have dried up too. Yang Qing stuck out her tongue. She really wasn't very attentive to these things. Lu Lin was much more meticulous. At home, Lu Lin mostly fed Aki and Shishua. She'd take out the bean sprouts as soon as they grew, and then put new beans in, and she was almost always the one watering the vegetables. Why don't we put them in my room? I clean it every day, so they shouldn't smell, Lu Lin said. Yang Qing was more than happy to agree. She was afraid she'd kill them if she kept them herself. Lungi carried the rabbit cage over and placed it in a corner of the room. The mother rabbit and baby rabbits were placed aside for now. They could be put together in a few days once they were used to it. Yang Qing and Lingi returned to their room. Yang Qing said to Lingi, "We're free this afternoon. Shall we go into the space to harvest vegetables?" Okay. Lingi nodded, also curious. Was growing vegetables in the space the same as usual? Yang Qing took Lingi's hand and entered the space. She discovered that there was another warehouse behind the villa. Had it been upgraded again? She immediately used her mind to put the scattered items temporarily stored in the yard into the warehouse. Lungi stared in disbelief as the things flew inside on their own. Could that really be done? After tidying up, the yard looked much cleaner. Lungi went into the vegetable garden. The cucumbers and tomatoes that Yang Qing and Lu Lin had planted were laden with fruit, and the greens were lush and green, seemingly stopping growing after reaching a certain point without getting old. Lungi picked a tomato and ate it without washing it. It was sweet and juicy, so delicious, much better than the one sold outside. Then he pulled up a potato stalk and saw it was covered with potatoes the size of duck eggs, thin-skinned and yellow-fleshed. Each stalk weighed at least 10 pounds, a truly bountiful harvest. Then he looked at the entire patch planted with potatoes. There were at least hundreds of stalks, weighing thousands of pounds. There were also sweet potatoes, but they were planted late. I pulled one up and looked at it. The sweet potatoes were only the size of eggs. They could grow a little longer, so there was no need to harvest them for now. There were also white radishes. I pulled one up. It was plump and white, like a lotus root, each weighing at least 2 pounds. And it was crisp and refreshing, without the strong radish flavor of ordinary radishes. It could even be eaten raw. Lungi was speechless. It was amazing. Have you harvested them all? Lungi asked. Yes, we have. They won't spoil in the warehouse anyway. Time seems to be frozen here. Things put and stay exactly as they were, without changing. But the plants can still grow. I don't know the principle behind it. Can you harvest them with your mind? Lungi asked. Yang Qing shook her head. I haven't tried. I try. She thought about it countless times, but the cucumbers remained on the vines. They didn't fall into the basket on their own. No. Yang Qing shook her head. Lungi laughed. This is to prevent us from being lazy. Let's do it ourselves. Huh? If we have to harvest the grain ourselves in the future, won't we be exhausted? Yang Qing pouted. Lungi laughed. Don't worry. We bring in an automatic harvester. Look how flat this land is. Mechanized harvesting will be no problem at all. That's true. Yang Qing nodded. Lungi was indeed experienced. Yang Qing simply brought over a lot of cardboard boxes, putting the harvested produce directly into them. It wouldn't spoil anyway. Once a box was full, she could move it to the warehouse using her mind. She didn't know how. The two worked all afternoon, harvesting only tomatoes, cucumbers, and radishes. They hadn't even had time to harvest the potatoes yet. There were too many. Lungi went over to take a look. There were cauliflower, lettuce, okra, Chinese cabbage, peanuts, soybeans, and even wild vegetables like shepherd's purse further away. They also grew medicinal herbs, including ginseng. You grown so much stuff. Lungi exclaimed. Yang Qing smiled. Lu Lin and I planted them when we had free time. We just scattered the seeds and sometimes watered them with spiritual spring water, and they grew on their own. The wild vegetables were from when we went to find the cow in the mountains. We brought a lot back, so we planted some, and I didn't expect them to grow into such a large patch. The medicinal herb seeds were found in our company warehouse. We thought they might be useful later, so we planted some too. The ginseng might not grow as quickly, but we're not in a hurry to eat it, so let it grow slowly. I don't have any fruit trees here. I was thinking of transplanting some fruit trees, but I haven't been able to. Lung Yi suddenly remembered. Last time we went to Buyuan community, there was a lychee tree there. You even thought about using that tree to escape. Could we just put it in here? Yang Qing thought for a moment. It should be possible. Then let's go there next time. That tree has been planted for many years. It should bear fruit immediately after being transplanted. Longan and mango are also abundant here. Those trees shouldn't be hard to find, Lung Yi said. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. By the way, aren't we going to the villa halfway up the mountain? There should be lots of fruit trees there. Remind me to move a few in, I'm afraid I forget. Okay. Lung Yi nodded. Suddenly Yang Qing heard Lu Lin calling, Qing Qing, dinner's ready. Yang Qing was surprised. She could actually hear outside sounds from inside the space. It didn't seem to work before. The space must have upgraded again. Lu Lin is calling us for dinner. Let's come back to collect these potatoes tomorrow, Yang Qing said to Ling Yi. Okay. Lung Yi nodded. Yang Qing took his hand, and they left the space together. Chapter 116. Yang Qing took some cucumbers and tomatoes out for Lu Lin. Lu Lin was pleasantly surprised. They'd grown so big already? Yes, they're all edible. Lung Yi and I have harvested these, but there are still many vegetables to harvest, Yang Qing said with a smile. Then I go with you to harvest the vegetables tomorrow, Lu Lin said. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. It wasn't her first time going in anyway. Lu Lin took 2 cucumbers and made a cucumber salad and made a tomato and egg soup. It had been a long time since she'd eaten fresh vegetables. She used to be hesitant to bring them out, but now that Lung Yi knew, there was no need to worry. It's so delicious, Lu Lin said, eating the cucumber salad. It seems even sweeter than the ones I bought before. Much better, Yang Qing nodded. She hadn't eaten many vegetables lately, and with the electric heater on all the time, she was a little overheated. Eating some fresh vegetables felt so good. Tomorrow we harvest all the vegetables and plant more, Lu Lin said. Yang Qing nodded. Lung Yi said to plant some more grain. I want to try. Great. Then we can be self-sufficient and won't have to ask anyone else, Lu Lin laughed. Let's ask Husky if he can get some seeders or harvesters. If we can get some, that would be great. Planting the whole space wouldn't be a problem, Lung Yi said. Okay, I ask another day, Yang Qing nodded. After dinner, Lu Lin washed the dishes, and Yang Qing and Lung Yi went into the room. I want to take a shower. Do you want to? Yang Qing asked Lung Yi. Shall we shower inside the space? Lung Yi asked. Yeah, actually, Lu Lin and I have been showering inside the space before. It's much more convenient there, Yang Qing smiled. No wonder. Lung Yi raised an eyebrow. I told you, even though you have a water tank, you should use it sparingly. But you two always wash and stay clean, unaffected at all, unlike us who can only wipe ourselves with water even in this heat, and we always smell. Yang Qing smiled, and pulled Lung Yi's hand into her spatial dimension. She took out the loungewear she had worn that day, and gave it to Lung Yi. You like to shower downstairs, and I come upstairs? Okay. Lung Yi nodded. Once Lung Yi entered the bathroom, Yang Qing suddenly wanted to play a prank and scare him. She opened the bathroom door and suddenly jumped in. Hey! Lung Yi, who had just taken off his clothes, was startled and instinctively covered his private parts. Yang Qing hadn't expected him to undress so quickly, and her face instantly turned bright red. Lung Yi suppressed a laugh, went over, and hugged Yang Qing. Since you're in, let's shower together. No, I shower very slowly. I go upstairs, I won't bother you. Yang Qing's face was flushed, feeling like she had dug herself a hole. I won't bother you. Lung Yi smiled. As expected, it took a long time to wash out. The next day, after breakfast, Yang Qing and Lung Yi went to the department store to look for the rat. By the way, should we plant rice or wheat? You're considered northern, right? Do you mainly grow wheat there? Yang Qing asked Lung Yi. In Hunan province, we grow both rice and wheat. In the southeast and south-central regions, rice is the main crop, while in the north, wheat is more common. Back home, I mostly grew rice, And I have more experience with that, Lung Yi said. Then we plant rice. Yang Qing nodded. This is the South, and more people eat rice, so rice is more practical. When they arrived at the department store market, it was too cold, there wasn't a soul outside, and the department store itself was nearly empty. After all, there's no way the department store would have heating at this time of year. The roof makes it slightly better than outside, at least the wind isn't so strong. Husky huddled in a corner, peeking out every now and then to see if anyone came to exchange items. Seeing Yang Qing's car approach, his eyes lit up, and he quickly ran out. Sis. Yang Qing opened the car door, and Husky immediately climbed in. I'm freezing. Husky rubbed his hands. I thought you wouldn't be here in this cold weather. Yang Qing looked at Husky. It's tough being a 16 or 17-year-old. Husky made a face. What would we eat if you didn't come? It's too cold, there's nobody here. Sis, I depend on you for everything. Yang Qing chuckled. If I didn't come, would you survive? But I really need a lot of things today. Let's see if you can find them. What do you need? Husky's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid of them asking for things, he was afraid they wouldn't take them. The more they asked for, the more he earned. I need a tiller, a rice planter, a rice harvester, and a rice milling machine. If you don't have those, a threshing machine will do, Yang Qing said. Husky looked shocked. Sister, what do you need all that for? It's freezing cold here, you can't grow crops. It's not that I want it, it's a client of mine. Why do you care what he needs it for? Just tell me if you have it or not. Yang Qing naturally didn't tell the truth. Husky frowned. I really don't know. I have to go back and ask Sister Kai, she should have some connections. But nobody wants these kinds of machines now. Maybe I can find some at a machinery factory. If you can't find that many at once, you can do it in batches. I need the tiller first, Yang Qing said. How about we trade you some Durex condoms? Do you still want them? Yes. Husky nodded eagerly. He made a fortune selling those few boxes to the rich kid, and Sister Kai was very happy, so she told him to find more. Lung Yi glanced at Yang Qing, but didn't say anything. Sister, we can't just give you one box like last time with the generator. Sister Kai scolded me then, Husky said, feigning a worried expression. While the rich kid didn't lack generators, many people were short of them in this weather. Last time, he lost money selling just one box of Durex. Yang Qing smiled. She had indeed gotten a good deal last time. If it's a small machine, it usually sells for 2,000 or 3,000. I give you 2 boxes of 18. For the larger ones, it depends on the situation. 8 or 10 boxes are fine, it just depends on what kind you can find. Sister, I got it covered. Husky beamed. He should be able to make a profit this time. So how do I give it to you if I find it? Come to my place first, and we agree on a delivery place. You can't deliver it to my house. I don't have room there, Yang Qing said. Okay, sis, I give you an answer tomorrow. Husky put his hat and gloves back on, and was about to get out of the car when Yang Qing took out her hand warmer from her pocket. Here, take this, be careful not to get cold. Husky looked at the warm hand warmer, and was touched. He'd been exchanging things for so long, and no one had ever cared if he was cold. His eyes welled up with tears. Sis, you're so good to me. Yang Qing smiled. Go inside. After closing the door, Lung Yi turned and drove home, glancing at Yang Qing. You really care about him. Yang Qing sighed. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he'd still be in high school. He's so young to be working, in this cold weather, without heating. Even inside the department store, he'd be freezing. It's not easy. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. She really was a kind person. That thing. Do you still have any? We exchanged so much again, we need some too. Lung Yi suddenly said. Yang glanced at him, her face slightly flushed. Yes, lots of them, several boxes. Lung Yi laughed. Why did you buy so many? You could never use them all in a lifetime. I wasn't buying them for myself. Yang Qing's face turned even redder. I figured these things wouldn't be produced anymore after the apocalypse, but the demand would be huge, so there would definitely be a market. I stockpiled a lot. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Lung Yi suppressed a laugh. Oh, you certainly have good taste. Yang Qing glared at him. Why did this guy always tease her? Chapter 117. Back home, they brought Lu Lin into the space, and the 3 of them harvested vegetables together. They started with potatoes. Lung Yi, being strong, was in charge of pulling the potatoes out of the ground. Lu Lin picked them out one by one, and Yang Qing packed them into boxes. No need to wash them. Leaving them with a little soil made them fresher. It took them all morning to harvest several thousand kilograms of potatoes. They ate a quick lunch in the space, and then continued working. In the afternoon, they harvested radishes, peanuts, and soybeans. The soybeans were in the form of edamame, so they couldn't be dried, and were harvested and stored in the warehouse. Okra could continue to grow after being picked, and lettuce, cabbage, and other leafy greens were pulled up by the roots, packed into boxes, and stored in the warehouse. They would wait for the tiller to come and plow the land before planting other vegetables. The medicinal herbs were left untouched for the time being. After a busy day, everyone took a shower in the space before coming out together. "I'm so tired." Lu Lin rubbed her lower back. "I didn't expect harvesting vegetables to be so tiring." Yang Qing smiled and brought over some spiritual spring water. "Being a farmer isn't easy, is it? They all earn their money through hard work. We're only here in the space. They have to fertilize, weed, and water all the time. It's much harder than for us." Lu Lin nodded. "Indeed, every grain is hard-earned. We can't waste a single grain in the future. Only we have grain, the others don't even have enough to eat," Lung Yi chimed in. "By the way, you said you wanted to grow grain. Do we have any seeds?" Lu Lin asked. Yang Qing was startled. Yes, although they had bought a lot of seeds, they had bought them from an agricultural product store. There were many varieties, but not many in quantity. Vegetable seeds were fine. A packet had several thousand seeds. But they had only bought a few dozen kilograms of rice seeds. How could they grow a large quantity? Yang Qing thought of the seeds Dr. Zhang had left, but they were all samples, many varieties, but few in quantity. And what if they were ruined if not planted properly? Seeds are a problem. "I asked Husky if he can get some when he comes tomorrow," Yang Qing said. "How many seeds do we need per acre?" Yang Qing asked Lung Yi. "Generally about 3 kilograms, Lung Yi said. "But we're going to plant a large quantity, just the 3 of us. We definitely can't do the usual rice seedling raising and transplanting. If we use a seeder, we need more. Let's say 4 kilograms per acre. How much do you have?" 50 Jean, about 25 kilograms, Yang Qing said. He had only bought one bag, which seemed to be 25 kilograms. "That's only enough for a dozen acres. We need at least several hundred acres of land, right?" Lu Lin said. Yang Qing nodded. "That's a problem. I must ask Husky tomorrow. Rice is different from vegetables. You can't just use rice grains to grow it. You need special seeds, otherwise the yield will be very low, and the quality won't be good either. If only we could breed our own seeds." Yang Qing thought of the seeds in the biological refrigerator. If she took some out and carefully cultivated them, she wondered if she could successfully breed them. She could try, but waiting for successful breeding wouldn't be quick. For large-scale planting, she'd need to buy seeds first. The next day, waiting for news from Husky, Yang Qing didn't plan to go anywhere and slept in. In the afternoon, someone knocked on the door. Aki and Shushua reacted strongly, shouting loudly. Yang Qing knew it must be Husky. Upon opening the door, it was indeed him. "Sister, sister." Husky waved cheerfully when he saw Yang Qing. Yang Qing went downstairs, and Ling Yi quickly followed. "So did you find it?" Yang Qing asked. "Yes. For now we only have tillers and seeders, and they're all relatively small," Husky said. "Sister, you know our area isn't as flat as the north, so large machinery simply doesn't sell. Therefore, most of the agricultural machinery we produce is quite small." Yang Qing nodded. "As long as it works." "Where is it now?" "My sister has already moved the machines to a safe place." "Sister, I take you there now," Husky said. "Okay." Yang Qing nodded. "Wait, I go with you," Lung Yi said, turning to go upstairs to get some things. He put Yang Qing's hat, scarf, and gloves on her, then took a long gun and put it in the bag on his back. Yang Qing smiled and pretended to take out a pistol, tucking it into her waistband. Husky was dumbfounded. Sister Yang and her group actually had guns? Last time at Biyuan, she killed those 2 Hong'an Society members with a dagger and even gave him one. He hadn't expected her to have guns too. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. They just wanted Husky to know their strength, and not try to take them to a secluded place for a double-cross. Although Husky probably wouldn't do that, it served as a warning, making him less daring. Downstairs, Leng Yi got into the car first, started the engine, and turned on the heater. Yang Qing and Husky got in together. The pickup truck had 2 rows of seats. Yang Qing let Husky sit in the passenger seat, and she sat in the back. This was for safety reasons. After all, if Husky had any ulterior motives, and was alone in the back making a move, she could easily fall into his trap. Of course, Husky probably wouldn't dare, but it's always better to be cautious when out in public. Following Husky's directions, they drove until they reached a deserted area near the outskirts of town, before seeing a small truck parked ahead. Seeing someone arrive, Linjin got out of the car. Husky quickly rolled down the window and waved to her. The car stopped, and Husky opened the door and ran out. Sister Yang is here. Sister Yang. Linjin smiled at Yang Qing, her nose red from the cold, climbed onto the back of the small truck, and lifted the tarpaulin. Take a look, is this what you wanted? Lungi glanced at it, and nodded to Yang Qing. Are they all usable? Yang Qing asked. Absolutely usable, Linjin quickly replied. The tiller is secondhand, but it's been checked and works. The seeder is new. Unload them, Yang Qing nodded. Husky quickly got into the truck to help unload the machines, and load them onto Yang Qing's pickup truck. Thankfully, they were small machines, otherwise the pickup wouldn't have been able to fit them. Yang Qing took out 4 boxes of 18 Durex condoms, and gave them to Husky. By the way, is this for diesel or gasoline? Small machines like this use gasoline, while larger machines mostly use diesel, Linjin quickly replied. Yang Qing nodded. She did have some gasoline herself. Next time, if the harvesters are diesel, bring me some diesel too, Yang Qing said. Husky and Linjin exchanged a glance. Sister, diesel is expensive and hard to find. Don't worry, I have something to trade with you. By the way, also find me 500 gene of rice seeds, preferably hybrid rice, Yang Qing added. Hybrid rice has a high yield per moo, and can harvest a lot of grain. Rice seeds? The 2 siblings were surprised. What kind of seeds could they get in this weather? Sister, you have plenty of grain from Sister Kai, and seeds don't taste good, Husky said hesitantly. It's not that I want them, I'm looking for someone else. Do you have any? Yang Qing glanced at them. Yes, I do, Linjin nodded, but those seeds have been soaked in pesticides and sterilized. They're for planting, absolutely not for eating. That's what I need, 500 caddies. Do you have it? Yang Qing asked. Seeds are very expensive, more expensive than grain, Linjin said. 1 Durex condom can be exchanged for 1 caddy of meat, or 1 caddy of grain, but for seeds you can only get half a caddy. 500 caddies would require 1,000 Durex condoms. Yang Qing frowned. She really didn't have that many. Moreover, these things would become increasingly scarce and valuable in the future, so she couldn't exchange them all at once. Can we exchange them for fish? Lungi suddenly asked. What kind of fish? Linjin asked. Sea fish, all kinds of fish, ribbonfish, large yellow croaker, sea bass, eel, all kinds. These things shouldn't be cheap, right? Lungi said. Linjin's eyes lit up. Actually, seeds themselves weren't expensive. Before the apocalypse, they only sold for a little over 2 yuan per caddy. Seafood was naturally more expensive. It's just that the quantity of seeds was limited. 2 pounds of fish for 1 pound of seeds, Linjin said. Yang Qing and Lengi exchanged a glance. They had several thousand pounds of fish in their spatial storage, so it wasn't a problem at all. However, Linjin seemed to be haggling. 1 pound for 1 pound, Yang Qing said. You said yourself that these seeds have been soaked in pesticides and are inedible. We're only interested in them. Nobody else would want them. Seafood is different. We can sell them to rich people for a high price, don't you think? Linjin bit her lip. It was really hard to get a good deal from Sister Yang. Okay, 1 pound for 1 pound, Linjin nodded. Still here tomorrow. Deal. Yang Qing smiled. Chapter 118. Yang Qing and Lingi let Husky and the others go first, then they drove off. After driving for a while to make sure there were no tails following them, and no one around, Yang Qing stored the tractor and planter in his spatial dimension before heading home. Upon arriving home, the two immediately entered their spatial dimension, and Yang Qing took out the machines. He took gasoline from the warehouse, and filled the tractor's tank. Lungi fiddled with it for a while, and then figured out how to use it. He started the tractor, and turned over the soil, where they had harvested vegetables the day before. Yang Qing sat down by the villa, took out a rocking chair, and ate watermelon while watching Lungi till the land. This man was truly remarkable, handsome, capable in both social and domestic settings, and also skilled at tilling the land. Much more capable than the average man. The climate in the spatial dimension was like springtime. After working for a while, Lungi took off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong, muscular arms. His tight t-shirt accentuated his bulging chest muscles, exuding masculine hormones. Yang Qing's face flushed slightly. Luckily, she was the only woman there, otherwise, she would have attracted countless women's attention. Taking advantage of the free time, Yang Qing organized the supplies she had previously stored in the villa, putting them mostly into the warehouse, so the villa wouldn't look so cluttered. She planned to use it specifically for living there from now on. After Leng Yi finished cultivating the vegetable patch, Yang Qing took a towel and went over. Leng Yi, stop and rest for a while. Have some watermelon. Leng Yi took the towel and wiped his sweat. Where did you get this watermelon? I bought it before, along with a lot of fruit. We all put it in the warehouse, Yang Qing said. I heard people in the survival forum say that the apocalypse was coming, and since my spatial ability has activated, I figured it couldn't be a coincidence. So I mortgaged my house and borrowed over 1,000,000 yuan to buy a lot of things. Want me to take you to see them? Okay. Leng Yi nodded. He had seen a lot of supplies at the villa earlier, but he hadn't wandered around without Yang Qing's permission. I moved everything from the villa to the warehouse and divided it into sections, so it'd be easier to find things later, Yang Qing said. The warehouse was large. Entering through the door, this area contains vegetables we just harvested yesterday, and this section contains fruits and vegetables I bought before the apocalypse. This section contains the fish we caught a few days ago, and next to it are the frozen fish and meat I bought before, as well as the beef we found. Some of the beef is here, and some was exchanged for base points. Actually, I exchanged points for you the first time, but I didn't tell you, Yang Qing laughed. Leng Yi was a little surprised. You liked me back then? Yang Qing rolled her eyes at him. No, I just felt that since you found the beef, I couldn't just take your things for free, so I exchanged some for you too. Leng Yi laughed. He was just teasing her. This whole area is general merchandise, clothes, hardware, daily necessities. It has everything. This large section is grain. Even if we didn't farm, this would be enough to feed us for a lifetime. Leng Yi was surprised. So much? At least 100,000 jin, right? No wonder she was so generous, not caring if she got a little less when sharing grain with Li Shengnan and the others. Yes, it's just that I don't dare let anyone know I have a spatial ability, so I have to pretend I'm going to find supplies to exchange for grain. Otherwise, people might suspect me. To be honest, have you ever suspected anything? Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. Leng Yi nodded. I have suspected something. I know you must have secrets, but I never imagined there would be something like a spatial ability. It's just too unbelievable. Yang Qing smiled. If she hadn't possessed it herself, she wouldn't have believed it either. This whole area is full of medicine. Yang Qing pointed to a large area in the corner, piled up to the ceiling. Leng Yi was shocked. So much. Did you rob someone's warehouse? Yang Qing chuckled. You're absolutely right. The day the acid rain started, I knew the apocalypse was really coming, so I robbed a pharmacy's warehouse. Huh? Leng Yi had only been joking. He hadn't expected it to be true. While Yang Qing didn't seem particularly demure, she didn't appear to be the type to commit robbery. That boss isn't a good person, Yang Qing pouted. I saw him bully girls with my own eyes, so I... Leng Yi grasped Yang Qing's hand. You did the right thing. If someone like that had so many medicines in the apocalypse, he'd definitely do even more bad things. Yang Qing smiled. That's what I thought too, so I cut off his escape route. This whole area is glass. I bought it while building the sunroom. This whole area is full of snacks and stuff I swept up. Oh, and these safes too. If there's jade, they open automatically. The jade is absorbed by the space. Leave the rest inside. You mean the space absorbs jade? Leng Yi asked in surprise. Where does it go? I don't know either. I only know that when the jade is absorbed, my space upgrades. At first, it wasn't this big. It was just a small courtyard, a few hundred square meters. Later, after absorbing a large amount of jade, it became this big. Leng Yi suddenly understood. So you need so much jade to upgrade your space? Yes, otherwise, those jade stones are inedible and heavy, making it inconvenient to move around. What would I need so much for? Yang Qing smiled. Does the space only absorb jade? Leng Yi asked. It seems so now. Processed minerals, like gold, don't seem to be absorbed, but natural minerals are. I noticed that a crystal mine ornament I brought in earlier is missing, as is the diamond on the diamond ring. That means the diamond was natural, not artificial. However, the rare metals I collected from a chemical plant and stored in a glass bottle weren't absorbed. I wonder if it's because they were processed. Leng Yi nodded. It seems the space is selective. It prefers natural things. By the way, I like to bring in those jade pieces and jewelry you gave me the other day. See if we can upgrade the space. Is that all right? Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. Those were his betrothal gifts. What's given to you is yours. You can do with it as you like. Lung Yi nodded. Yang Qing then took Lung Yi's hand and went out, taking the jade and throwing it in. She clearly felt the space vibrate. When they entered the space again, they found that the already large warehouse had gained another layer. This is amazing! Lung Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Right? Now we can store a lot more things. Yang Qing smiled. Leaving the warehouse, Lung Yi continued tilling the land, dividing it into plots. The land around the villa was used for vegetables, while the more distant plots were designated for grain. After a while, Lung Yi suddenly ran over. Qing, why are there still cruise ships and so many containers over there? I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Yang Qing smiled, recounting the events at the Research Institute to Lung Yi. However, she didn't mention the purple crystal. Lung Yi grabbed Yang Qing's hand. Next time, don't go alone for something so dangerous. I go with you. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. By the way, you reminded me, I haven't finished collecting the containers at that dock yet. Will you come with me tonight to take a look? Sure. Lung Yi nodded. He couldn't let Yang Qing risk her life alone again. Chapter 119. After dinner, the two drove straight to the dock where they had previously collected the containers. The remaining containers were indeed still there, frozen even more solid due to the drop in temperature. Yang Qing spent some time collecting them all. By the way, I don't have much gasoline in my storage space, and no diesel at all. I want to go check that fuel terminal, Yang Qing said. There was a military presence there before. The fuel is probably all gone. I still want to see if I can find any leftovers. Go ahead, we have a car anyway, Lung Yi nodded. When they arrived at the fuel terminal, the military had already withdrawn, and the containers on the ice had all been moved, leaving only some oil transfer equipment that was difficult to carry. They're all gone, Yang Qing sighed. Although disappointed, he wasn't too upset, since the military had taken them for legitimate purposes. Maybe there are still some under the ice, Lung Yi suddenly said. The water level here has risen several meters. Many containers are probably under the ice, and they can't take them. We have an ice fishing drill. Yang Qing's eyes lit up. Indeed, he could collect them by diving underwater. If they didn't collect them, they'd be wasted if they got swept away by a tsunami. The fuel leaking out might even pollute the seawater. We can give it a try. Yang Qing nodded. The two began drilling a hole in the ice, not a large one, just big enough for one person to squeeze through. Soon, the ice was drilled through. Yang Qing took out a diving suit and oxygen mask from his spatial storage. This time, he carefully checked the oxygen levels in the cylinders, determined not to repeat the mistake of last time. Once fully dressed, the two dived into the water. Sure enough, there were many containers beneath the ice. Yang Qing became excited and quickly swam over, with Lung Yi close behind. He couldn't collect anything, but he had to ensure Yang Qing's safety. The containers in the water weren't covered by ice. Shining a flashlight on them revealed the markings. However, Yang Qing didn't have time to identify them all at this point. She collected as much as she could. Anything brought here would be useful. Lung Yi watched from the side, seeing Yang Qing place her hand on a container, and it quickly disappeared from sight, presumably stored in her spatial dimension. After collecting several, Lung Yi noticed Yang Qing sway slightly. He quickly swam over and hugged her, gesturing to ask what was wrong. Yang Qing grabbed his hand and slipped into her spatial dimension, removing her oxygen mask and drinking several mouthfuls of spiritual spring water. Are you feeling unwell? Lung Yi asked with concern, holding Yang Qing's hand. I'm fine, Yang Qing shook her head. It's probably because the items are too big and heavy. It was a bit strenuous to collect them. I found that collecting large items is very taxing on mental energy. It makes me dizzy if I do it too much. Then collect less today and go back early, Lung Yi said, a little worried. It's alright, we can collect some more. Yang Qing shook her head. The two went back into the sea and collected over a dozen more containers. Seeing Yang Qing swaying again, Lung Yi quickly swam over, picked her up, and swam upwards, surfacing to pull her ashore. He quickly removed her oxygen mask and held the prepared spiritual spring water to her lips. Open your mouth. Yang Qing opened her mouth and drank a few mouthfuls, finally recovering. That was too reckless. Why didn't you know your limits? What if something happened? Lung Yi was both angry and worried. I knew what I was doing. Yang Qing hugged Lung Yi, catching her breath in his arms, and quickly disappeared into her spatial dimension. Lung Yi hurriedly went to the bathroom to run hot water, took off Yang Qing's diving suit, and put her in the hot water. Don't be so reckless next time. Okay. Yang Qing smiled and held out her hand to him. I drink some more water. Lung Yi took the water and held it to her lips. Drink more. He then took off his clothes and got into the bathtub, pulling Yang Qing into his arms. Don't do that again. Okay. Yang Qing lay in his arms, lazily responding, and slowly fell asleep. Lung Yi picked her up, dried her off, and put her on the bed. He laid down beside her and pulled her into his arms. Yang Qing slept for 10 hours. Lung Yi didn't dare wake her, afraid she wouldn't get enough rest. When Yang Qing woke up, she was surprised to find herself still in the spatial dimension. How long have I been asleep? 10 hours. It's 10 in the morning outside, Lung Yi said. That long? Yang Qing sat up. How are you? Does your head still hurt? Lung Yi cupped Yang Qing's face and gently massaged her temples. It doesn't hurt anymore, don't worry. Yang Qing smiled at Lung Yi. I'm just a little tired, I'd be fine after a nap. You scared me to death. Lung Yi hugged Yang Qing tightly. Don't do that again. Okay. Yang Qing kissed Lung Yi on the cheek. Let's go out. We still need to exchange rice seeds with the rats today. After changing their clothes, Yang Qing listened carefully, but didn't hear any noise outside. She figured no one was there. If someone were, they could hear her. They returned to the ice. Pikachu was still there, so no one had been there. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go home. When they got home, Lu Lin was surprised to see them come in. You just got back? I thought you were still in your room. She had called out when she made breakfast, but didn't hear a response. She assumed Yang Qing and Lung Yi were still asleep and didn't want to disturb them. She hadn't expected them to be gone all night. What happened? Lu Lin asked, noticing Yang Qing's pale face. Nothing, I was just a little tired last night, so I slept in my spatial dimension and didn't come out, Yang Qing smiled. Don't worry. Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Yes, I cooked some dumplings. I heat them up right away, Lu Lin said quickly. 2 bowls of dumplings were quickly brought over, and Yang Qing eagerly began to eat, seemingly very hungry. Lung Yi scooped a few from his bowl and handed them to her. Eat slowly, be careful not to choke. Yang Qing smiled and continued eating. It was almost noon when they finished eating, so they skipped lunch. After resting for a while, they went with Lung Yi to the place they had agreed to meet yesterday. The 500 gene of fish had been taken from their spatial dimension halfway there. It was just a rough estimate, so giving them a little more wouldn't have mattered. When they arrived, Linjin and Husky were already there. Seeing them, they quickly unloaded 1050 gene bags of rice seeds and loaded the fish from Yang Qing's car. Lung Yi opened a bag and checked the seeds. The quality was decent, so he loaded them all onto the truck. Sister Kai said the harvester and rice miller won't be available for a few days. I'll let you know as soon as I have news, Husky said. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. By the way, could you also help us find some equipment for digging a well? Lung Yi suddenly said, and a water pump. He had thought of this while tilling the land yesterday. The space was mostly dry land. Growing vegetables was fine, but growing rice was too dry. He knew there was water in the villa, but fetching water to the fields was too far and too laborious. Using the spiritual spring water would be too wasteful, and he didn't know if there was enough. Drilling a well, and using the well water for irrigation might be faster. Although he didn't know if he could even get water, even if he couldn't, it wouldn't hurt to have the equipment, maybe it would come in handy later. Linjin nodded, we go back and look. She didn't ask them why they wanted it anymore, anyway, the client's requests were already strange, so adding one more wouldn't be unusual. After they left, Lung Yi, as usual, took a stroll around and, in a secluded spot, had Yang Qing store the rice seeds in his spatial storage. Chapter 120. Upon returning home, the two immediately entered the spatial dimension. Lung Yi washed 2 bunches of grapes and placed them beside the rocking chair, pulling Yang Qing to sit down. You should rest well today, don't do anything. There are still so many vegetables to plant, Yang Qing said. Leave them all to me, Lung Yi said, pressing down on Yang Qing's shoulder. You can just play, you can even sleep. He filled several bottles with spiritual spring water and took them with him. I plow the land first, and in a few days, we can plant the crops. Should we let the seeds germinate first? Yang Qing asked. Lung Yi shook his head. Normally, when we plant a few acres, we only have a dozen or so kilograms of seeds. We usually germinate them first, then sow the seeds, and then transplant them. But we have too many here, so we just use a seed drill. The soil in the spatial dimension is exceptionally good, and we have spiritual spring water, so we shouldn't worry about them not germinating. Yang Qing nodded. He had more experience than her, so she would do as he said. Lung Yi took off his coat, grabbed a towel and water. Yang Qing looked at his muscular physique. He was truly amazing. She couldn't help but walk over and hug him from behind, unable to resist touching his abs. Lung Yi caught her mischievous hand, laughing, "Don't try to flirt with me now." "I didn't. I just touched it." Yang Qing's face flushed slightly, but she couldn't resist touching it again. Lung Yi smiled, turned around, kissed her on the lips, and patted her head. "I have to get to work." Yang Qing sat in the rocking chair, eating grapes, watching the man walk away with his broad shoulders and narrow, shapely buttocks, her face burning. Lung Yi calculated that Yang Qing originally had 50 gene of rice seeds, and had bought another 500 gene, making it 550 gene. He had originally thought that 1 mu, approximately 0.16 acres, might require 4 kilograms, but now it seemed the soil here was excellent. Perhaps 3 kilograms would be enough. That's enough to cultivate about 90 acres, so they divided it into 100 acres, plowed it first, and used the rest for vegetables. Lung Yi drove the tiller, circling the marked area. Yang Qing sat in the rocking chair, bored and sleepy. Suddenly, he remembered the containers they'd brought and hadn't been sorted yet. He had no idea what was inside. He walked to the area where the containers were stored. Many containers had been brought in with ice. The ice hadn't melted at all in the space, and it was exactly as it was when it arrived. Yang Qing placed his hand on the ice, thinking about separating the ice blocks, and surprisingly, he succeeded. He suddenly had a lot more thick and large blocks of ice, which he put on the second floor of the warehouse. They have ice to use when the extreme heat came. Looking at the containers, there were at least 100, and he still had no idea what was inside. Yang Qing pried one open, and found it filled with high-quality steel, a truly unexpected surprise. Opening the next container, the same batch of containers were all made of steel, enough to build a building. Then, there were a few more containers of large machinery, their purpose unknown for the time being. Next came imported rice and clothing, several containers in total. There were also off-road motorcycles and racing cars, which seemed to have no immediate use. Yang Qing opened the next container, and inside was a gleaming gold super off-road vehicle. A Caber. Caber is a military off-road vehicle brand. Its manufacturer, Darts, specializes in SUVs, especially military off-road vehicles, and the Caber Shield is a luxury all-terrain armored SUV launched by Darts specifically for the Chinese market. It is said that every Caber vehicle is handcrafted by 28 senior technicians over 1,500 hours, and it is the world's only factory-produced, not modified, bulletproof SUV, with a domestic price exceeding 10 million yuan. The vehicle is equipped with GPS, all-terrain four-wheel drive, satellite phone, and even a rocket launcher, allowing direct control of target destruction from inside the vehicle. It's practically comparable to a real armored vehicle. Yang Qing's heart pounded. She struck gold. The next container was full of snowmobiles. Now they could finally put them to good use. Lung Yi was taking a break when he came looking for Yang Qing, finding her missing from the villa. He was stunned when he saw the gleaming gold Kia. Such a good thing? Yang Qing almost laughed at his expression. Men really can't resist the allure of a car. What do you think of this car? Yang Qing asked. Great, fantastic. Lung Yi stroked it lovingly, his eyes overflowing with delight. It's yours, Yang Qing said generously. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing, his face filled with surprise and joy, and hugged her tightly, giving her a big kiss. My wife is so wonderful. Yang Qing smiled. He was so good to her, so she naturally wouldn't be stingy with her own kindness. I'm opening blind boxes right now. Want to join me? Yang Qing said with a smile. Sure. Lung Yi nodded, eager to try. Yang Qing handed him a crowbar. You pick one. We see which one has the highest value. Don't look at the labels. Okay. Lung Yi laughed, glanced at it, and chose a particularly large one. I want that one. Yang Qing laughed at him. It's better if it's not big. Maybe you get a box of junk? I accept it even if it's junk. Lung Yi laughed. He pried open the container and froze. What's wrong? What is it? Yang Qing asked. He went over and looked, and was also stunned. It's a helicopter. Am I seeing things? No. Lung Yi grinned like a fool. I lost. Yang Qing pouted. She didn't need to fly it anymore. That's not necessarily true. Even though it's a helicopter, it's not necessarily the most expensive. I think that KBH is more expensive. Really? Yang Qing was surprised. She always thought helicopters were extremely expensive. It turns out they only cost a few million? Of course, there are expensive ones, but this one isn't very expensive, but it's very useful. Lung Yi went into the container and examined it carefully. Can you fly it? Yang Qing asked hesitantly. He said he was a special forces soldier, but that doesn't mean he can't fly everything, right? Yes. Lung Yi nodded confidently, looked at Yang Qing, grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Yang Qing had never seen him smile so brightly. It seemed he truly loved his profession, but unfortunately, it was ruined by some rich second generation. This one's for you too. Yang Qing smiled at Lung Yi. Lung Yi was a little excited, but shook his head. No need, it's all yours. Just let me drive. I can be your driver, whether it's a car or a plane. Yang Qing smiled. Okay. Now it's my turn to choose. Yang Qing turned around and pointed to one of the containers. This is it. Prying it open, they found the containers were not only packed in wooden crates, but also tightly wrapped in cling film. Some crates had skulls printed on them. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. Could it be some kind of biological weapon? You step back. Leng Yi pulled Yang Qing back and stepped forward himself. Wait! Yang Qing grabbed him and put on the protective suit he swept from the chemical plant. Leng Yi went over and inspected everything. He came out after a few minutes, letting out a sigh of relief. What is it? Yang Qing asked quickly. They're all rare metals, some of them quite unstable and toxic. Their value is immeasurable, but definitely more than that helicopter. Really? Yang Qing exclaimed in surprise. It really is. I once did a mission to protect a scientist and his important supplies. The contents of a small briefcase were worth tens of millions. I can't even begin to estimate what you got, Leng Yi said. Yang Qing's mouth dropped open. Ah. This? It seems like another windfall. Seal it up quickly. Don't touch it. Chapter 121. Yang Qing was almost afraid to drive any further, fearing he might accidentally trigger a missile. Leng Yi chuckled. It's not that serious. If there really was a missile, it wouldn't wait for you to retrieve it. There would be people stationed there before it even arrived, and it would be taken away as soon as it did. Yang Qing thought about it and agreed. It wasn't something you could just leave lying around. Drive slowly. I'm going to continue tilling my land. Leng Yi hugged Yang Qing and left. Yang Qing then drove a few more containers he collected from the fuel terminal. Sure enough, they were all filled with oil. Gasoline, diesel, even aviation kerosene for airplanes. There was no longer a shortage of fuel. After spending the afternoon in the space, Leng Yi tilled over 20 acres of land. The tiller was too small, making it very slow. With larger machinery, he could probably till 100 acres in a day. When he came out, Lu Lin had already prepared dinner. After Yang Qing and Leng Yi got married, every meal included meat, fish, and vegetables. There was no more hiding anything. After dinner, there was even a plate of fruit. Life was even more comfortable and peaceful than before the apocalypse. After dinner, Lu Lin retreated to her room, while Yang Qing and Leng Yi snuggled in bed watching a show. How about we watch a movie? Yang Qing asked Leng Yi. He hugged Yang Qing from behind, letting her sit on his lap. Okay. Leng Yi nodded. What movie do you want to watch? Yang Qing asked. Anything is fine. Actually, I rarely watch movies, Leng Yi said. When I was an athlete, I was busy training, and later, during my military service, I was even busier. I simply didn't have time to watch movies. After retiring, I traveled around with my boss, constantly protecting him, so I didn't have time to watch either. Yang Qing turned around. Do all you bodyguards wear black suits and sunglasses? Are you the most handsome bodyguard among them? Leng Yi chuckled. Watch too many TV dramas, huh? That's too conspicuous. A truly good bodyguard is unassuming. But with a face like yours, it's hard not to attract attention, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi's lips curved into a smile. Does my wife like it? Yes. Yang Qing didn't deny it. He truly was her ideal type, perfectly matching her aesthetic preferences. Leng Yi's eyes softened as he hugged Yang Qing tightly. Actually, sometimes we disguise ourselves to make ourselves look more ordinary. Isn't that a waste of talent? Yang Qing exclaimed. Leng Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Am I really that good looking? Yang Qing sighed. This man was truly handsome without realizing it. The two chose a romantic movie. Childhood sweethearts separated due to a misunderstanding, later reunited in a foreign country. The protagonists, overcome with emotion, passionately kissed on a foreign street. Leng Yi held Yang Qing and gently bit behind her ear, his breathing becoming heavier, and the two embraced and kissed. The next day, after the three had breakfast, Lu Lin said, How about I go with you to plant vegetables today? Yang Qing thought for a moment. I want to go out today. Leng Yi looked at her. To the villa halfway up the mountain? Yang Qing hadn't been feeling well while collecting the containers, and he had originally wanted her to rest for a few more days before going. Let's go take a look and resolve this matter, Yang Qing nodded. Then be careful, it's too cold outside. If it can't be resolved right away, we talk about it later. Your health is the most important thing, Lu Lin said. It's already minus 65 degrees Celsius outside, and she didn't want to go out at all. I know, Yang Qing nodded. The two, fully equipped, still drove off in the pickup truck. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain villa, they found a secluded spot to put away the pickup truck and then hiked up. Are you cold? Lung Yi asked Yang Qing frequently. Not bad, Yang Qing shook her head, wearing a heated down jacket that constantly provided warmth, so she didn't feel cold at all. Reaching a higher vantage point, Yang Qing took out a drone. Lung Yi was surprised. You have one? Yeah, you can operate it. Yang Qing handed the drone to Lung Yi. He knew how to do it. Lung Yi nodded, maneuvering the drone upwards, adjusting the angle, and surveying the entire mountain from all angles. Sure enough, they saw a large, conspicuous villa with white walls and red tiles. This must be Bai Yi's residence. In that direction. Lung Yi pointed southeast, and put the drone away. The two stopped about a kilometer from the villa and took out binoculars. It seems nobody's here? Yang Qing said uncertainly. Indeed. Lung Yi nodded, adjusting his angle to observe the house. It seems there are only 2 security guards, probably there to protect the house. Bai Yi doesn't seem to be here. Didn't Husky say there were many bodyguards? Only 2 guards. Does that mean Bai Yi has already left Xia City? Yang Qing asked. Hard to say. Lung Yi shook his head. If he's not here, should we still go? Yang Qing thought for a moment. Since we're here, how can we not take something out of his house? Let's take everything from his place, and make him furious. Lung Yi laughed. Okay. He added, there are surveillance cameras all around the house. They probably have a generator. We need to disable the cameras first. Let's go! Lung Yi led Yang Qing around the back of the white building and indeed saw a power distribution room. There were surveillance cameras above the power distribution room. Lung Yi took out his gun, attached a silencer, and shot the camera away with a thud. He pried open the lock on the power distribution room, revealing 2 large diesel generators inside. He immediately shut off the generators. The surveillance cameras in the white building went completely black. What happened? The 2 security guards immediately stood up. They tried all the other electrical appliances, but none of them responded. The power's out? Could it be a problem with the generators? The 2 men exchanged a wary glance. I go check, one of them said, drawing his gun. Be careful, the other warned. The man walked to the power distribution room, saw the pried lock, and was startled. He drew his gun and cautiously walked towards the door. Yang Qing immediately recognized this man as one of the people who had driven Lung Yi into the water with Bai Yi that day. His anger flared, and he raised his gun. With a thud, the man fell to the ground. The other man, seeing his companion hadn't returned, became tense. Picking up the walkie-talkie, John Yong, can you hear me? Lung Yi picked up the walkie-talkie, adjusted it, deliberately creating a lot of static to obscure the sound. There's a problem, come help me. What problem? The generator valve seems to be broken, I don't know how to fix it. Stupid as hell. The man cursed and walked out of the security room. Just as he turned the corner, Yang Qing shot him dead. Lung Yi confiscated their walkie-talkies and pistols, and threw the body down from behind the power distribution room. Let's go! Lung Yi waved to Yang Qing, and both of them pulled down their masks, revealing only their eyes. They reached the security room, the door was locked, but that didn't stop Lung Yi, a wire fixed it. He checked the surveillance equipment, it was indeed out of power, so they probably hadn't seen their actions in the power distribution room. Walking out of the security room, there was a large courtyard with artificial hills, fish ponds, and trees, beautifully designed, but all covered in snow. Upon reaching the main gate, they found an electronic lock, likely the kind that accepts both fingerprint and password. However, the power was cut off, and the lights didn't seem to be on. Just as Yang Qing was about to push the door open, Lung Yi stopped her. Wait! He took a square box from his bag and placed it on the door. With a creak, the door opened. Yang Qing was surprised. The lock hadn't lost power? What's this? An electromagnetic pulse jammer, Lung Yi said. There should be some small monitoring devices inside, battery-powered, unaffected by the power distribution room. Yang Qing nodded. Lung Yi was indeed knowledgeable, otherwise, she might have been tricked. Chapter 122. The two entered the house, and Lung Yi stopped Yang Qing. Wait a minute. He then took out some kind of device and searched around, finding all the security cameras in the building and dismantling them. It's safe now. There's no one in the building. Take whatever you want, Lung Yi said to Yang Qing with a smile. Yang Qing walked over. The villa's interior was extremely luxurious, with a multi-million-dollar Italian imported calfskin sofa, a 2-story high crystal chandelier, smart home appliances throughout, and a huge smart home theater. Dismantle everything you can in the house. I want to take it all, Yang Qing said. Lung Yi smiled. Okay. Yang Qing took out a set of tools, and Lung Yi began dismantling various items. Yang Qing then took all the furniture that could be taken directly, including the wine cabinet, bar, and even the carpet. The Italian imported refrigerator in the kitchen, worth over 200,000 yuan, was filled with various high-end ingredients, all fresh because of the recent power outage. Imported coffee machines, water dispensers, ovens, dishwashers, all sorts of high-end kitchenware and tableware, everything he could take was taken. There was also a dedicated food storage room, filled with refrigerated and fresh fruits, vegetables, and meats. All of that was taken. Back in the living room, Lung Yi had already removed the crystal chandelier, all the appliances, and even the curtains. Upstairs, there were over a dozen rooms. Every single room, bed, sofa, dressing table, wardrobe, along with the clothes, accessories, watches, and jewelry stored inside, was taken without exception. The second floor also had a gym, with all sorts of exercise equipment, stationary bikes, treadmills, rowing machines, various strength training machines, bench press machines, barbells, and so on. Everything, no matter what, was swept into the space. Even the bathroom facilities were taken. Behind the villa was a garage filled with luxury cars, Maseratis, McLarens, Maybachs, Rolls-Royces, and various imported motorcycles, snowmobiles, desert motorcycles, and off-road vehicles. There was also a Kalman King, the world's most expensive off-road vehicle, ranked number 1. Its exterior featured a super cool, prismatic design, and it was made entirely of bulletproof carbon fiber and steel. The interior boasted a high-fidelity sound system, an ultra-high-definition 4K TV, a private safe, a telephone projection system, optional satellite TV and satellite phone, a coffee machine, an electric dining table, independent front and rear air conditioning, and controllable neon lights. It was worth $2 million, an extremely luxurious car. Yang Qing smiled, wondering what Bai Yi's reaction would be when he found out the car had been stolen. He really wanted to see him furious and helpless. Just as he finished loading the car, Lung Yi approached. I found another basement. I've broken the lock and the security cameras. Shall we go down and take a look? Okay. Yang Qing nodded. The two entered the basement, which was piled high with countless grains, packaged foods, and medicines. Yang Qing collected them all. Just as they were about to leave, Lung Yi suddenly said, "Wait." He looked towards a hidden door, knocked, and heard a metallic sound. "It's a secret room," Lung Yi said. Using an electromagnetic pulse jamming device, they opened the door, revealing a row of safes. "Weapons!" Lung Yi exclaimed excitedly. These safes were clearly for storing weapons. They pried open the safes, finding a large quantity of firearms and bombs inside, including several sniper rifles and submachine guns. Yang Qing and Lung Yi exchanged a glance. No wonder even one of Bai Yi's henchmen had a gun that day. He had hidden so many here. He had no idea where they got all this stuff. Whatever, it's all his now. Yang Qing swept all the weapons into his spatial storage. Collecting so much felt even more satisfying than killing Bai Yi. Yang Qing could imagine Bai Yi's furious reaction. When Yang Qing and the others came out, apart from the ceiling and floor that couldn't be pried off, even the doors and windows that could be removed had been taken down. The villa was practically unfinished. Leaving the villa and entering the yard, they found that the trees, the artificial hill, and the small bridge had all been ransacked. Before leaving, they even took the diesel generator from the power distribution room and all the surveillance equipment in the security room, leaving them no clues. Coming down from the mountain, Yang Qing couldn't help but laugh. It was so satisfying. Lung Yi smiled at Yang Qing's expression. So happy? Of course. If Bai Yi came back and saw his house like this, I wonder what his expression would be. Ha ha ha. Yang Qing laughed. I think it would be worse than killing him. Lung Yi nodded. He's lucky this time. Next time we meet, we won't let him get away with it. The two went home, and as soon as they reached the top of the stairs, they heard voices coming from inside. Someone had arrived. Yang Qing and Lung Yi quickly drove the car. The door wasn't locked, so there must be guests. Opening the door, they saw Li Shengyan, Gao Yang, Wang Min, Jiang Hao, and Lu Lin sitting in Lu Lin's room. The door was open, and 2 electric heaters were on. Yang Qing was pleasantly surprised. "You're back?" "Yang Qing's back?" Everyone stood up. Li Shengyan looked at Yang Qing and Leng Yi. "Congratulations. I was startled when I saw the double happiness character on the wall when I came up, but I figured it must be because you two are together. I didn't expect it to be such a grand affair, with even double happiness characters. I heard from Lu Lin that you two even had a wedding ceremony." Wang Min asked with a smile. "Yes." Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a smile. "There's no Civil Affairs Bureau now, so we did it ourselves." Gao Yang laughed. "I told you before that Leng Yi is a good man, don't miss out, and sure enough you're together. Why didn't you tell us? We could have come back to celebrate with you," Jiang Hao said. Yang Qing smiled. "I was just worried you'd be too busy with work. Besides, in this apocalyptic world, why bother with all that? We can just have a simple ceremony ourselves. By the way, Lin, quickly get some wedding candy for everyone." "I already got it." Lu Lin smiled, pointing to the things on the table. "They also gave us wedding gifts. Look, they're all here. Why are you being so polite?" Yang Qing laughed. "We didn't know. If we had, we would have brought back more things," Li Shengyan said. "How's work over there? Is it going smoothly?" Yang Qing and Leng Yi sat down together. "Everything's fine. Shengyan and I have relatively easy jobs, but we encountered some dangers. There are always some thugs causing trouble. Besides patrolling, sometimes we have to go with them to catch bad guys. You know how chaotic this world is. There are so many thieves, robbers, and murderers. We can't catch them all, but we can't ignore them when we encounter them." Yang Qing nodded. "They're better off. When they encounter robbers, after being caught, they divide up all the loot, getting a lot of lucrative deals," Jiang Hao said. "Aren't you the same?" Gao Yang looked at him. "Their corpse collecting team also encounters people carrying valuables, and some people also have supplies on them. Although not everyone has them, they do encounter some. Some people even strip the clothes off the dead to sell. We were originally thinking of bringing back some of our spoils to thank you for taking care of us before, but now it seems you're much more capable than us," Li Shengyan said. Seeing the things in their house, and the food they had, you could tell how well they were living. Their arrival was so sudden that Lu Lin didn't have time to pack up, so she could only say that Yang Qing and the others had exchanged for them during this period of time. Chapter 123. "We were lucky," Yang Qing said. "Once, when we went to the department store to exchange some things, we saw someone selling fish. We asked where they caught them, and we went to catch some too, and we actually caught a lot. We still have several £100 left on the 8th floor. Take some back with you when you leave. Then I thought about how long you might stay there, maybe not long before you come back, so I traded the fish for a generator, thinking you could use it when you come back. We use it for now, while you're not back. And these electric heaters and vegetables, all from the trade. Oh, by the way, the vegetables I planted in my room have grown up. We picked some for you to try when we have lunch together. Then we won't be polite," Li Shengyan said with a smile. They were also very touched. Even while they were away, Yang Qing was thinking of trading for a generator for them. She was such a good sister. At lunchtime, everyone ate together. Lu Lin went upstairs and brought down several fish, as well as crabs and shrimp. Li Shengyan and the others brought back several pounds of cured meat, along with the beef brisket, braised beef, and vegetables that Lu Lin had cooked earlier, making for a whole big table of food. What a feast! Jiang Hao's mouth was practically watering. Although they had food at the camp, it was only provided for one lunch, and they had to be very frugal with their 10 pounds of rice a month. How could they afford such a lavish meal? Yang Qing even brought out a bottle of wine and poured it for everyone. "Quickly, eat more," Yang Qing urged. Li Shengyan raised her glass first. Happy wedding to Yang Qing and Leng Yi. Happy wedding. Everyone raised their glasses. After taking a sip of wine, everyone started picking at the food. "It's so delicious. It's been so long since I had crab." Wang Min almost cried while eating. "This fish is so fresh and tender." Gao Yang pointed to the bowl of steamed yellow croaker. "My mom used to love this dish." Leng Yi picked up a piece of ribbonfish for Yang Qing. He knew she liked it. Yang Qing smiled at him, picked up the ribbonfish, and put it in her mouth. "If you like it, I bring you more back later," Yang Qing said. They exchanged glances, and Li Shengyan said, "We're just afraid of attracting too much attention." Although their wages were a little higher, they all ate very frugally because many of them were single breadwinners supporting their entire families. They usually ate dry rations, rice with pickled vegetables, and didn't even dare to eat meat. They were afraid of attracting jealousy and being targeted. We only get one meal a day. We basically don't eat breakfast, and dinner is just some simple rice. The best we get is a canned food, but otherwise we don't dare eat much, Li Shengnan said. Gao Yang chimed in, everyone eats like this, who would dare to splurge? Yang Qing nodded. Indeed, she understood. Everyone was struggling right now. If you splurged, wouldn't you just attract hatred? You wouldn't even know if someone killed you in the middle of the night. Why don't you come back? Yang Qing tentatively suggested. The others fell silent. Yang Qing and his group were lucky enough to find supplies, but they weren't so sure. At least they could eat while working there. I'm a little reluctant to go, Wang Min suddenly said. It's too cold now. I can't stand being out there. Collecting corpses is dirty and tiring. I can't take it anymore. Can you still catch fish now? Jiang Hao asked. If Wang Min doesn't go, I won't go either. The work of the corpse collecting team is tough now. The weather is getting colder every day. I'm worried that one day we become the ones being collected. And you too? Yang Qing looked at Li Shengnan and Gao Yang. We? The two exchanged a glance. Their jobs were relatively more prestigious, and their income was higher. Moreover, because of their good performance, the camp was already considering promoting them. It's okay if you don't want to come back for now. You're welcome to come back anytime. Yang Qing smiled. She didn't intend to force them. Let's work for a while longer and see. Li Shengnan said, and Gao Yang nodded. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. You took the day off today, right? Since you're free, let's go fishing this afternoon. If we catch any fish, I help you exchange them for food. We can store it at home, and you can come back to pick it up anytime. Thank you. The four were very grateful. I take you this afternoon. We have a car and an ice fishing drill, Leng Yi said. Qingqing is resting at home, and the car can't fit so many people. Okay, be careful. Yang Qing nodded. Everyone happily ate again. After finishing their meal, Leng Yi went to prepare. The small fish and shrimp they had used for baiting were all gone, so they chopped up some fish to use as bait. Gao Yang had never done this before and found it very novel, so he insisted on doing it. Once everyone was ready, Leng Yi drove his pickup truck, taking Li Shengnan and the other three to the place where they had fished before. Although it was a bit far, there were fish there, so they weren't worried about going home empty-handed. Yang Qing stayed home to rest, organizing the supplies, and putting away what needed to be put away. He freed up the generator that had been replaced later, intending to give it to Wang Min and Jiang Hao. 702 already had food and gas, so that wasn't a problem. He also gave them an electric heater and some vegetables, added some water to their water tank, and the rest was up to them. The fishermen didn't return until dark. But everyone looked excited, indicating a good catch. We caught so many fish, at least 1,000 catties. Jiang Hao explained excitedly. We also caught crabs and shrimp. I didn't expect to actually catch any. Wang Min added happily. I cooked them for you tonight if you like, Yang Qing said with a smile. They carried the fish upstairs, first placing them on the 8th floor. Lu Lin picked out some fresh crabs and shrimp to cook. At dinner that evening, Li Shengnan said, I roughly estimated it to be over 1,100 catties. For the 7 of us, each of us. Lu Lin and I don't need to. We didn't go. This wasn't really a group activity, so the 5 of you can share, Yang Qing said. Yes, we still have so many fish at home anyway, you can divide them among yourselves, Lu Lin nodded. Well, Li Shengnan looked at Leng Yi. We 5 will each get 200 jin, and the extra 100 jin can go to Leng Yi. The cart, drill, and the fish for baiting are all yours. Leng Yi taught us how to do it, otherwise, we might not have caught so many fish. I have no objection. Gao Yang nodded. Wang Min and Jiang Hao naturally had no objections either. They had only come back to see Yang Qing and the others, and now they had gotten 200 jin of fish. It was practically free. It was only because they were with them that they could have this much. On their own, they had nothing. They couldn't even break the ice, let alone catch fish. Alright then, Yang Qing nodded. Keep some fish and shrimp for yourselves, and I help you exchange the rest for grain? Great. Everyone agreed, knowing that Yang Qing had connections, and exchanging for grain wouldn't be a bad deal. Fish is delicious, but you can't eat it every day. You need to eat solid food to avoid getting tired of it. Wang Min and I will go back tonight, firstly to tell our captain, and secondly to pack our things. We'll be back tomorrow morning, Jiang Hao said. Okay, I already prepared the generator and electric heater for you. You can use them when you get back tomorrow, Yang Qing said. Yang Qing, thank you so much, Wang Min said, deeply moved. We're sisters. No need to thank me, Yang Qing smiled. Chapter 124. After finishing their meal, the four returned to the camp. Yang Qing and Leng Yi also went back to their rooms. Jiang Hao and the others are coming back. We need to be more careful from now on, Leng Yi said. He knew the importance of Yang Qing's private space. It absolutely couldn't be revealed to anyone else. I understand, Yang Qing nodded. Not to mention Jiang Hao and the others coming later. She wouldn't dare tell Li Shengnan or Wang Min either. It wasn't that she didn't trust them, but she was afraid that if they let something slip, it could lead to her death. Tell Husky not to tell anyone about the harvester swap, Leng Yi added. Yang Qing nodded. I tell him. Before, when Husky came, they told Lu Lin directly when they weren't around. Lu Lin was fine, but if Husky ran into Jiang Hao and the others next time, and they told her too, it would be easy to expose them. Next time she sees Husky and the others, she must make them keep the swap a secret. The next morning, Yang Qing instructed Lu Lin that she and Leng Yi should go into the space to cultivate the land. If Wang Min and the others returned, they should say they were still sleeping, and they wouldn't disturb them. If they want to come over, just call out in my room. I can hear you, Yang Qing told Lu Lin. Okay, Lu Lin nodded. The two went into the space. Around 10 o'clock, Wang Min and Jiang Hao returned. They brought back quite a few things, all the spoils of their work over the past period. Lu Lin opened the door for them, and they went into room 702 themselves. Lu Lin handed them the generator and electric heater she had prepared. These were given to you by Qingqing, please use them. Lu Lin said with a smile. Would you like me to help you unpack? No need, we can manage ourselves, Wang Min quickly said. Thank you so much for being so considerate. It's all Qingqing's fault, I didn't really help much, Lu Lin smiled. Jiang Hao boiled some water and wiped down the room, since they hadn't stayed there for so long. Where's Yang Qing? Did she go out again? Wang Min asked. No, she's not up yet. Newlyweds, you know. Lu Lin smiled. Oh. Wang Min raised an eyebrow, glanced at Jiang Hao who was busy, and suddenly blushed a little. Let's have lunch together. Jiang Hao and I are together. Wang Min and Jiang Hao were from the same hometown, and had spent so much time together. Jiang Hao had always taken care of her when they worked together. When they decided to come back together yesterday, they had already discussed it. They could stay together and share a room instead of wasting electricity by living separately. Really? Congratulations. Lu Lin smiled. I definitely tell Qingqing when she wakes up. Yang Qing and Leng Yi were in the space. Leng Yi continued tilling the land, while Yang Qing organized the things she brought back from Baiyi's villa. The food was stored in the warehouse, and the doors and windows were kept with the ones she'd taken from the research institute. This time, there were also appliances, surveillance equipment, etc., all stored in an empty room on the first floor of the villa. The trees she brought from Baiyi's yard were planted in the villa's backyard. Besides a few ornamental trees, there were several fruit trees. They were all common local varieties: lychee, longan, mango, as well as a pomelo tree, a loquat tree, and a bayberry tree, all large trees that had been planted for several years. After transplanting, Yang Qing watered them with spiritual spring water, hoping they would bear fruit in the future. Leng Yi had already tilled over 10 acres of land. Yang Qing went over with a towel, water, and a watermelon. Take a break? Yang Qing called to Leng Yi. Leng Yi stopped the tiller and ran over. Yang Qing wet a towel. Wipe yourself, you're all sweaty. You wipe mine. Leng Yi smiled at Yang Qing, then lowered his head. Yang Qing smiled and reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Leng Yi ate some watermelon. Let's plant some watermelons too. These don't seem particularly sweet. They definitely grow better in this space. Sure. Yang Qing nodded. I have quite a few seeds. I plant some vegetables first, and some watermelons too. Let me do it. This plot should be finished in 2 more days, Leng Yi said, while eating watermelon. No need. I don't have anything to do right now, Yang Qing said. Come over at 12 o'clock. Wang Min and the others should be back by now. We're going out again later. Okay. Leng Yi nodded. After finishing the watermelon, they continued tilling the land. Yang Qing went back to the vegetable garden, marked out a plot to plant watermelons, and planted whatever other vegetables she could find, carefully dividing the plots and watering them with spiritual spring water. Around 11:30, she heard Lu Lin calling from outside, Qingqing, get up. Wang Min and the others said they're treating us to dinner. Yang Qing immediately called Leng Yi, and the two of them took a shower, changed clothes, and went back to their room together. Opening the door, Lu Lin was already waiting outside. "You're finally out?" Wang Min said. "She and Jiang Hao are together, and are treating us to dinner." Yang Qing was a little surprised. She wouldn't be surprised if Li Shengnan and Gao Yang were together. They were classmates and had a romantic relationship. Although Wang Min and Jiang Hao were from the same hometown, it seemed like they hadn't had any romantic feelings for each other before. Of course, it could also be that feelings developed over time. After all, they've been together for so long, and Jiang Hao always protects Wang Min whenever something happens outside, showing he's a loyal and devoted person. "Then we should bring some gifts," Yang Qing said with a smile. She and Leng Yi's family prepared one gift, a pair of gold bracelets, and Lu Lin prepared 2 gold rings. They also brought some meat and vegetables. They knocked on the door of 702, and Jiang Hao opened it, delighted to see them. "You're here. Come in." "Congratulations." Yang Qing and Lu Lin smiled and presented their gifts. "You're too kind," Jiang Hao said with a broad smile. Wang Min came out of the kitchen. "Please sit down, I'll be done soon." Yang Qing took the meat and vegetables. "Congratulations." "Thank you." Wang Min smiled and took the vegetables. She didn't have any vegetables, so she could cook a bowl. "Why did you decide to go back to Yixiang?" Yang Qing asked softly. Wang Min was a little embarrassed. "Although he's not as outstanding as Leng Yi and the others, I think he's a very down-to-earth person. In this apocalypse, who can expect a lifetime? We have to live one day at a time." Yang Qing nodded. It was true. Things were different now. Now they truly lived in the moment. Who knew when something unexpected would happen? Even a brief moment of happiness was a blessing. She took a few boxes of Durex condoms from her pocket and gave them to Wang Min. "Take these. It's not a good time to have children right now. We need to be careful." Wang Min blushed immediately and whispered, "Thank you." Indeed, they couldn't even support themselves now. How could they raise a child? It would only bring suffering. They didn't want children for the time being. After cooking, everyone carried the food to the room. The living room was too big, and the temperature was low, so the food froze quickly. Wang Min used an electric heater while cooking in the kitchen, so Jiang Hao lit charcoal in the room to make it warm, so they wouldn't get cold while eating. Chapter 125. Everyone sat around the coffee table. Lu Lin smiled and said, "I can't believe I just congratulated Qingqing on her wedding yesterday, and today it's your turn." Jiang Hao looked at Wang Min with a smile. "We only decided last night. We don't have Yang Qing's resources, so we just have a simple meal," Wang Min said, a little embarrassed. "It's nothing. You have all these friends celebrating with you. Many of them have nothing, yet they're all together. Things can't be like before," Lu Lin said. Wang Min nodded. "That's what I thought too. Thank you all for coming, and a special thank you to Yang Qing for taking care of us." Yang Qing smiled. "It's fate that we're all together. As long as we work hard, we can all have a good life." "Yes." Wang Min smiled. Everyone started eating together. After finishing their meal, Jiang Hao looked at Yang Qing, a little embarrassed. "Could we borrow your car and those fishing tools? I want to go catch some more fish this afternoon. We're not alone anymore. We need to exchange them for more food." Yang Qing nodded. "Sure, we weren't planning on going out these next couple of days anyway. But it's too cold now, so be careful, and don't come back too late. Things aren't safe right now." "Understood." Jiang Hao nodded. "You still have the gun I gave you before? Keep it with you," Yang Qing said to Wang Min. "Yes, I always kept it with me," Wang Min nodded. After finishing their meal, Yang Qing gave Wang Min the pickup truck key, gave her a few more instructions, and went back to his room. He, Leng Yi, and Lu Lin went into their spatial dimension together. Yang Qing and Lu Lin planted vegetables, while Leng Yi continued cultivating his land. Around 5 p.m., Wang Min and Jiang Hao returned, finding themselves in a mess, and Jiang Hao was injured. "What happened?" Yang Qing asked hurriedly. Wang Min's tears fell instantly. "Yang Qing, I'm so sorry. The car and everything else were stolen. Didn't you bring a gun?" Yang Qing asked in surprise. "Yes, the gun was stolen too." Wang Min was ashamed. "We went back to the place from yesterday, but it was too cold and the ice was frozen solid. We were breaking up the ice when a few more people came over and started breaking the ice on the other side. We thought they were just fishing too, so we ignored them. But when they saw we had ice fishing gear, they came over to borrow it. Of course, we refused, and then a fight broke out. Before I could even draw my gun, Jiang Hao was injured by them with ice chisels. They held him down and threatened me, and I didn't dare move. In the end, They even took my gun. It's my fault, Jiang Hao said with a look of shame. Then how did you get back? Lung Yi frowned. That place was so far away, it would take an hour to drive there. She walked back. Wang Min is almost frozen stiff. Yang Qing, please help her. Jiang Hao looked at Wang Min with concern. Come in quickly. Yang Qing pulled Wang Min aside and called to Lu Lin, Lin, go boil some water. Okay. Lu Lin replied and quickly went to boil water. Lung Yi took out the first aid kit and looked at Jiang Hao's head injury. I put some medicine on it for you. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, the car is gone. Jiang Hao looked at Lung Yi, too ashamed to lift his head. It's good that you're alright. We can find the car, Lung Yi said calmly. Do you know those people? Do you know where they live? Lung Yi asked, while applying medicine to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao shook his head. I don't know them, but we were unwilling to give up after they left, so we followed the tire tracks and roughly know their location, Brother Yi. Good to know. Lung Yi nodded. We get revenge on them another day. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded emphatically, a flash of hatred in his eyes. Lu Lin boiled hot water, and Yang Qing added some spiritual spring water. She took a large wooden tub from the room and pulled Wang Min over. Come on, soak in it for a while, you feel better soon. Thank you. Wang Min was still shivering, the cold seeming to emanate from her bones. Lu Lin, keep an eye on her. Yang Qing instructed Lu Lin, worried that something might happen to Wang Min again. Don't worry. Lu Lin nodded, then gave Wang Min some more spiritual spring water, hot water, with sugar added. Drink some. Thank you. Wang Min shivered as she took the water, drank a few sips, and soaked herself in the hot water. It took a while for her to recover. Yang Qing went out to check on Jiang Hao. Lung Yi had already treated his wounds. How are you? Yang Qing asked. It's alright, just some superficial injuries. Those people didn't kill him, Lung Yi said. I knelt down and begged them to let Wang Min go. They thought I was a coward and laughed at me for a long time, as if they didn't care to lay a hand on me. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth. He would never forget the humiliation he suffered today. Thankfully, Wang Min was alright, otherwise he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Do you know who they are? Yang Qing asked. Lung Yi nodded. Jiang Hao said he followed them, and knows their approximate location. We go look for them tomorrow, and take the car back. Although there were many cars in the space, they only had this one on the surface, and since those people dared to touch their people, they couldn't let them get away with it so easily. Wang Min will soak for a while longer. Go heat up the room first, then bring over a change of clothes, Yang Qing instructed Jiang Hao. Okay. Jiang Hao rubbed his face. He was almost frozen too. Yang Qing took a cup of hot water, with added spiritual spring water. Drink some hot water first to warm up. Thank you. Jiang Hao took the water and drank it down in one gulp, immediately feeling a little warmer. Of course, he thought it was just because of the hot water. He didn't know about the spiritual spring water's effect. Back in 702, he immediately lit some charcoal and placed it under the bed to warm it up so Wang Min could sleep when she returned. Then he took the clothes to 701. Wang Min only soaked in the water for 10 minutes before it cooled down. Lu Lin took the clothes and helped her put them on. Jiang Hao then led her to the room to lie down. Jiang Hao took Wang Min's hand, his face full of guilt. It's all my fault for being useless, otherwise, you wouldn't have suffered like this. I'm fine, Wang Min smiled weakly. It's just that Yang Qing and the other things. If we can't find them, how will we compensate them? Jiang Hao gritted his teeth. I definitely won't let them get away with this. Brother Yi said he'd look for them tomorrow. I take him with me. You stay home and rest. Okay, Wang Min nodded. I go cook. You go to sleep first if you're tired. I come and wake you up later. Jiang Hao tucked Wang Min in. Are you still cold? No, I'm not cold anymore, Wang Min shook her head. It's very warm in the bed. Jiang Hao pursed his lips. I lit a brazier under the bed. I just tested it, and the bed is warm. Okay, Wang Min nodded. Don't worry, I'm fine. Then you go to sleep first. I go cook, Jiang Hao said. I took out some fresh rice, and cooked it into a very soft porridge. I told Wang Min to eat a bowl while it was hot, so she could sweat it out. Chapter 126. The next morning, Jiang Hao came to find Lung Yi to go find those people. Where do they live? Lung Yi asked. It's also a residential area, but it's an old, rundown place, much older than ours, Jiang Hao said. Then we go in the evening. If we're going to kill someone, we should do it under the cover of darkness, Lung Yi said. Jiang Hao thought it made sense. Although there weren't any police around, they would occasionally encounter patrol teams like Li Xingnan's. Killing someone in broad daylight was indeed inappropriate. Okay, then we go tonight, Jiang Hao nodded. Leng Yi and Yang Qing then spent another day cultivating the land in their spatial dimension, almost finishing cultivating the 100 acres. In the evening, after dinner, Jiang Hao came to find Leng Yi again. I go with you, Yang Qing said. She was a little worried, unsure who the other party was, and whether the two of them could handle them. Leng Yi knew she had a spatial dimension that allowed her to conjure weapons at any time, enabling her to catch enemies off guard. Having her along certainly increased their chances of victory. Besides, she wouldn't let anything happen to her if she was by her side, so she nodded. Okay, get ready, we go together. Everyone put on their down jackets, padded pants, and hats, and then put on masks. Yang Qing, as usual, slung her backpack over her shoulder. She took out ice skates and asked Jiang Hao, Can you ice skate? Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Yang Qing then gave him a pair of ice skates as well. Ice skating is much faster than walking. And in this cold weather, walking for just a few minutes is unbearable. Getting there faster is naturally the best. Be careful. Lu Lin and Wang Min saw them to the door. The three nodded, put on their ice skates, and skated off into the distance. Jiang Hao led the way, and the three of them slid for nearly half an hour before reaching the location. It was a very dilapidated neighborhood, the lower floors covered in snow and ice, leaving only the 7th and 8th floors standing out. A pickup truck was tied to the railing in the stairwell, an incongruous contrast to the rundown buildings above. It's our car, Jiang Hao exclaimed excitedly, surprised that they had actually found it. Shoo! Yang Qing made a shushing gesture, took a large pair of pliers from her bag, and Leng Yi took them, cutting the chain holding the pickup truck. They then used a master key to unlock the door. They drove the truck to a sheltered corner and hid it. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief upon getting the truck. Otherwise, he really couldn't afford to pay for the damages. The three returned to the stairwell. It seemed those people lived upstairs. Yang Qing looked up. It was also a 2-unit per floor layout. The lights on the 8th floor were off, so it was probably unoccupied. The 7th floor had only 2 units, either 701 or 702, or possibly both. How many people did you encounter yesterday? Were they all men, or a mix of men and women? Yang Qing asked. 5 people, all men. I don't know if they have any women in their household, Jiang Hao replied. Yang Qing nodded. Those 2 groups could both be their people. Of course, it's also possible that all 5 live in one apartment, and the other apartment belongs to unrelated people. They mustn't kill the wrong people. Let's knock on 701 first. Jiang Hao, check if it's the right apartment, and give them a hint, Leng Yi said. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded. I do it. Yang Qing took off her mask. I'm a woman, they might lower their guard. Leng Yi hesitated slightly, then nodded. Yang Qing knocked on the door, but no one answered. She knocked a few more times, and an impatient voice came from inside. Who is it? What are you knocking for? In a hurry to be reborn? After a while, a young man in his 20s, with a pointed chin and monkey-like face, opened the door while fastening his belt. Upon seeing Yang Qing, such a beautiful and fair-skinned girl, he paused, stunned. Yang Qing's pupils contracted when she saw him. It was him? Wu Bing. In her past life, it was his cousin and 5 others who, for that crystal, drove her and Lu Lin to the brink of despair, ultimately ending their lives with a hand grenade. And his cousin, Zhao Cheng, was the one who personally stabbed Lu Lin to death. Who are you looking for? Wu Bing's eyes lit up when he saw such a beautiful woman, and his tone softened considerably. Jiang Hao muttered from behind, It's them. Does Lin Hua live here? Yang Qing made up a name on the spot. Wu Bing nodded with a smile. Yes, you're his friend. Come in and sit down, I call him for you. He saw how beautiful Yang Qing was, and wanted to lure her in, so he could do whatever he wanted with her once he had her. Then I take my leave. Yang Qing smiled and walked in, followed by Leng Yi and Jiang Hao. Wu Bing's expression changed immediately when he saw the 2 people behind him. Who are they? They're my friends, we're here to find Lin Hua. Yang Qing smiled. I'm mistaken, I don't know any Lin Hua, he doesn't live here. Wu Bing panicked a little. Oh, is that so? Yang Qing suddenly pulled out a gun and pressed it against Wu Bing's forehead. You, who exactly are you people? Cold sweat poured down Wu Bing's back. Jiang Hao ripped off his mask and sneered, Remember me? You're the guy from yesterday. Wu Bing panicked, Don't kill me. We didn't kill you yesterday, we just stole your things. The car's downstairs, you can take it. Just then, a loud bang came from one of the rooms. Lungi drew his gun and rushed over, kicking open the door. A disheveled woman collapsed to the floor, trembling with fear. Two men lay on the bed, both completely drunk and unconscious. Jiang Hao pulled a brick from his bag and smashed it over Wu Bing's head, causing him to scream in agony as blood streamed down his face. Yang Qing quickly closed the door to prevent anyone from hearing. Turning around, Jiang Hao saw that Wu Bing's mouth had been gagged with a cloth, forced to kneel on the ground, his eyes filled with rage. How did you make me kneel and beg for mercy yesterday, and even search my girlfriend? As he spoke, he raised a brick and slammed it down on Wu Bing's knee. Wu Bing cried out in pain again, but the sound was choked back, and he was sweating profusely from the pain. Yang Qing stopped him. Go inside and see if those two were there yesterday? Jiang Hao nodded and went into the room. Lungi had already thrown a piece of clothing over the woman and went to check on the other two. Yang Qing grabbed Wu Bing, pushed him into a corner, and held a dagger to his throat. Answer whatever I say. Wu Bing nodded desperately, enduring the pain. He knew these people were not to be trifled with. Yang Qing pulled the gag from Wu Bing's mouth and lowered her voice. Where's Zhao Cheng? Wu Bing's pupils contracted. How do you know my cousin? Do you know me? Enough nonsense. Where's Zhao Cheng? Yang Qing thrust the dagger forward, and blood immediately streamed down Wu Bing's neck. He hurriedly said, He's right across the street, in room 702. And Zhang Bin? Yang Qing asked again. He was one of the 6 from her previous life. I don't know any Zhang Bin. Wu Bing frantically shook his head. Yang Qing narrowed her eyes, but he might not be lying. At this point, those people might not be together yet. In her previous life, she only met them later. They might not be a group yet. Chapter 127. Where's Wang Lin? Yang Qing asked again. Wu Bing shook his head frantically. No, I don't know. I don't recognize him. What about that girl inside? Yang Qing plunged a knife into Wu Bing's shoulder. He was about to scream when Yang Qing tightly covered his mouth with a cloth. She had seen that girl once in her past life. However, when Wu Bing brought her here, Zhao Cheng hadn't let them come with him, and he hadn't seen the girl since. Once, Yang Qing casually asked about her, and Zhao Cheng said she had died of illness. Now it seemed she had been violated by these men, her body rotting away. Wu Bing recounted everything. He said the girl's name was Jiang Ling, and she used to be a waitress at a coffee shop. When the apocalypse came, she was trapped in the shop. Later, when the floodwaters rose, she could only run upstairs. At the time, Wu Bing was a supermarket deliverman, and he was also trapped upstairs. That's how they met. They stayed in that building for several days, sharing hardships together. Later, a rescue team took them away. The two stayed at a rescue station for a few days, but couldn't stand the crowds and ran away again. However, life became even harder. They couldn't find supplies, and couldn't even get food. Later, Wu Bing met the two men in the room. They said they would give him supplies if he gave up his girlfriend for them to have some fun. So he offered Jiang Ling to them. Jiang Ling initially had some feelings for him, but she was so angry that he sold her to another man that she almost jumped off a building. She was severely beaten by the 3 men and failed to die. Afterward, she became their plaything. Later, when the 3 men ran out of food, they forced Jiang Ling to sell herself. The food they got was used to feed the 3 of them, leaving her only a few mouthfuls at each meal to keep her alive. Enraged, Yang Qing pulled out a dagger and stabbed Wu Bing in the other shoulder. Wu Bing fainted from the pain. Yang Qing poured mineral water on him to revive him, but Wu Bing shivered from the cold. Lung Yi, having checked the other 2 rooms and found them empty, came over. He was surprised to see Yang Qing so ruthless towards the man. What's wrong? Lung Yi asked. Listen to this too, Yang Qing said coldly. Wu Bing continued, explaining that they had met Zhao Cheng by chance. He had wanted to give Jiang Ling to Zhao Cheng as well, but Zhao Cheng disliked her, saying she was too dirty and he didn't like her. Zhao Cheng was a college student, so it was normal for him to be a bit aloof, and Wu Bing didn't insist. However, Zhao Cheng was very resourceful at finding supplies, so Wu Bing followed him around. Going to catch fish on the ice yesterday was Zhao Cheng's idea, but they unexpectedly ran into Jiang Hao and his 2 suckers, and they robbed them. Yang Qing narrowed her eyes. It was precisely because Zhao Cheng was so adept at disguise that she hadn't seen through him in her past life, assuming he was a good person. Back then, several of her group members were his classmates, all university students, and she had thought them kind-hearted. Later, after going through so much together, she considered them comrades in arms, only to have them reveal their true colors, driving her and Lu Lin to their deaths over a crystal. Lung Yi listened for a while, but didn't quite understand, though he roughly knew that the girl in the room had suffered a tragic fate and wasn't really part of their group. After Wu Bing finished speaking, Yang Qing killed him with a single stroke. Such a person was superfluous to keep alive. The two drunken men in the room were also killed by Jiang Hao, to avoid future trouble. As for the woman, he didn't touch her. See if there are any supplies, take them all, leave a few pounds of rice for that girl, Yang Qing said. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded. Yang Qing was the most important person here. Without her, he couldn't avenge himself. After searching, they found over 20 pounds of grain and some dry rations, as well as knives, clubs, and other weapons. The gun wasn't there. It was probably with Zhao Cheng. After putting everything away, Yang Qing pointed to the opposite side. There are two more over there. Who is that Zhao Cheng? Do you know him? Lung Yi asked, having only overheard half of what was happening. Yang Qing nodded, a glint of hatred flashing in her eyes, a deep-seated hatred. Lung Yi's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time he'd seen Yang Qing like this. It seemed he couldn't let that man go. He grasped Yang Qing's hand. Don't worry, leave it to me. Can you take me with you? A voice suddenly came from behind. It was the girl named Jiang Ling. Yang Qing and Lung Yi exchanged a glance. Sorry. Yang Qing shook her head. She couldn't possibly take a strange girl with her, especially since the girl was likely very ill and unable to receive treatment. She could only leave her a few pounds of food. If the girl were to encounter a kind person who could save her, that would be a stroke of luck. If not, that was also her fate. The light in the girl's eyes dimmed instantly. Yang Qing took off Wu Bing's thick clothes and put them on her, then stuffed a few pounds of food into her hands. Run quickly, run as far as you can. Or run to the relief station, they should have a doctor there. Jiang Ling trembled as she took the food and said, thank you. She knew that strangers wouldn't help her. Killing those people was her way of avenging herself. Jiang Ling grabbed the grain and ran downstairs without looking back. Go to the other side. Yang Qing pointed to 702. You two, hide to the side. The door to 702 seemed to be a replacement. It had a peephole, and if they saw two men, they probably wouldn't open it. Lung Yi and Jiang Hao nodded and moved aside. Yang Qing stepped forward and knocked on the door. After several knocks, he sensed someone approaching, but the door didn't open. Someone inside was probably looking through the peephole. Yang Qing remained calm and stood there quietly, letting them look. At this point, Zhao Cheng probably didn't recognize him yet. Zhao Cheng opened the door, looking at Yang Qing with a puzzled expression. Before he could speak, Yang Qing stabbed him with a dagger. Zhao Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood. Those nearby hurriedly grabbed their guns. Lung Yi raised his hand and fired his shot. A red dot appeared between the man's eyebrows, and he fell to the ground. Jiang Hao stared at the two in shock. They were swift, precise, and ruthless. Why? Zhao Cheng spit out blood as he looked at Yang Qing. He didn't even know this woman. Why was she trying to kill him? A bone-chilling hatred flashed in Yang Qing's eyes. She pulled out a dagger and stabbed him again in the right chest. One stab after another, but never a fatal blow. This stab was for herself. This stab was for Lu Lin. In her past life, she watched helplessly as Lu Lin fell before her, a long knife piercing Lu Lin's heart and lungs. She was in unbearable pain. All of this was thanks to Zhao Cheng and his companions. In this life, she would take revenge. Zhao Cheng was riddled with bloody holes, his body convulsing, blood still gushing from his mouth. He died without knowing how he had offended this woman. He wanted to say something, but no words came out. Finally, Zhao Cheng stiffened, motionless, his eyes wide open, dying with unresolved rage. Jiang Hao had never seen Yang Qing so ruthless before, and his heart trembled. Lung Yi grasped Yang Qing's hand, drew the dagger, and gently pulled her into his arms. All right, it's all over. Not over yet. Yang Qing thought to herself. There are still 5 people left. In this lifetime, she will make them suffer a terrible death. Chapter 128. Lung Yi and Jiang Hao looted the room, loading everything onto the pickup truck. Yang Qing sat silently in the passenger seat, and Ling Yi didn't dare ask any questions, driving quietly. They had only driven for 2 minutes when Yang Qing suddenly shouted, "Stop the car!" Lung Yi slammed on the brakes. What's wrong? I'm going to check over there. Yang Qing pointed to the side. Lung Yi turned around and saw a cheap chain hotel. The lower floors were flooded, leaving only the top floor. The entire floor was covered in thick snow and ice, with only the main door and a few windows not completely sealed, but even those were covered in icicles. A faint light shone from inside, probably from candles, indicating that someone was staying there. Yang Qing handed the homemade gun she had just retrieved from Zhao Cheng's partner to Jiang Hao. You stay here and guard the car. We be right back. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded, not daring to ask what they were going to do. Leng Yi followed behind Yang Qing, silently keeping her company. Reaching the hotel entrance, Yang Qing pushed the door, but it wouldn't open. Something seemed to be blocking it from the inside. She gently knocked on the door again. Who is it? A panicked voice came from inside. Yang Qing didn't answer. Leng Yi pulled out his pistol. Should we? Yang Qing shook her head, crouched down, and quietly walked to the window. The curtains were drawn, and she could see a sliver of what was happening inside through the gap. She saw the person who had helped her in her past life. It was the director of an orphanage. They used to call her Aunt Wang. Back then, the government started distributing relief grain, only 1 gene, approximately 500 grams per person. Yang Qing had happily returned home with her gene of grain, but was robbed and injured on the way. It was Director Wang who saved her. They were staying in the hotel restaurant. It used to be a buffet restaurant, offering a free breakfast to every guest. The restaurant was on the top floor. After the flood, only this floor remained. No one knew how they found it. Dean Wang had saved many people, mostly students. Xiao Cheng was among them. So when Yang Qing met him again, she and Lu Lin joined their group without hesitation. But who knew people's hearts were hidden? He wasn't as kind as he seemed. The people inside stared at the door in terror, wondering if another robbery was coming. They couldn't afford to be robbed anymore. They were running out of food. 2 female students had even gone out to find food and never returned. Aunt Wang, what do we do? Someone asked Dean Wang, their voice trembling. Cough, cough. Dean Wang coughed several times, quickly covering her mouth. Quickly, blow out the light. The room was plunged into darkness. Yang Qing lowered her eyes, took out 100 caddies of grain, 5 caddies of cured meat, 5 caddies of potatoes, and a box of medicine from her spatial storage, and placed them in front of the door. Then she knocked on the door again. Ah! The person inside screamed in fright, then quickly covered their mouth, afraid to make a sound. Some even picked up sticks, ready to fight anyone who tried to force their way in. Yang Qing and Leng Yi retreated, crouching in a corner, quietly watching the door. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing. In the cold moonlight, her eyes shone brightly. After a while, the door opened, and someone jumped in fright at the sight of something in front of the door. Someone else shone a flashlight out and cried out, Wang Ma, come quick. What's wrong? Dean Wang asked in a low voice. When she saw the grain and meat in front of her, Dean Wang was also stunned. She looked outside. In the cold, clear moonlight, there was no one in sight. It must have been said by some kind person. Aunt Wang, we're saved. We have food. Aunt Wang, there's medicine too. Your illness can be cured. That's wonderful. Heaven has eyes. Yang Qing pursed her lips, her eyes a little red. Leng Yi silently took her hand and gently held it in his palm. After the people inside had moved everything inside, Yang Qing got up and returned to the pickup truck. Leng Yi didn't ask anything and drove home. When they got home, Yang Qing went to her room first. Leng Yi and Jiang Hao carried the supplies they had found upstairs, and then went to their room. Qing, what's wrong? Why didn't you say a word when you came back? Lu Lin asked Leng Yi. Leng Yi shook his head. I don't know either. It seems like I ran into someone I knew before today. Then you should try to comfort her. Don't let her sulk alone, Lu Lin said. Leng Yi nodded, but he knew Yang Qing wasn't sulking. She just run into too many people she knew that night, some good, some bad, and perhaps it triggered some memories. Leng Yi entered the room, where Yang Qing was sitting on the bed, lost in thought. He went over, cupped Yang Qing's face in his hands, and said gently, Shall we go into the space and take a bath, and get a good night's sleep? Yang Qing looked up at Leng Yi, grateful that he hadn't asked her about her past life. She didn't know how to explain it. She nodded, and led Leng Yi into the space. Leng Yi filled the bathtub with hot water, and added some spiritual spring water. Then he helped Yang Qing undress, and carried her into the bathtub. He kissed her gently. Back in the room, Yang Qing nestled in Leng Yi's arms, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, when Yang Qing woke up, she saw Leng Yi's handsome face looming before her. His eyes were gentle, with a faint smile. Awake? What time is it? Yang Qing asked. 11 o'clock. So late, why didn't you wake me? Anyway, I had nothing to do, so I could sleep a little longer. Yang Qing hugged Leng Yi's waist tightly. Why didn't you ask me about yesterday? You tell me if you want to. I was afraid of upsetting you. Leng Yi kissed her forehead. I encountered some bad people and things before, and the person I stabbed to death was one of them. There were 6 people in total, and this was the first one I encountered, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi pulled her into his arms. Leave the remaining 5 to me, I avenge you. And those people at the hotel, the leader is the director of the orphanage. She helped me before, so I want to help them too. Yang Qing looked up at Leng Yi, her eyes shining. Leng Yi gently kissed her eyes. He knew his wife was a kind-hearted person. She was ruthless towards bad people and grateful to good people. He truly loved her for that. Get up and eat. Lu Lin was worried about you last night, Leng Yi said gently. Okay. Yang Qing nodded, hugging Leng Yi again. Leng Yi, thank you. Thank you for what? Leng Yi smiled. Thank you for your unconditional trust and support. Yang Qing looked up at him. Of course, you're my wife. Who else would I support if not you? Leng Yi chuckled. Get up and get dressed. Okay. The two got dressed and went out. Lu Lin immediately greeted them. Ching Ching, dinner's ready. Okay. Yang Qing smiled and nodded, no longer looking as sullen as yesterday. Chapter 129. Did things go smoothly yesterday? I see you brought back quite a lot of things? Lu Lin asked. Yes, we found those people, got the car back, and everything's still there, Yang Qing said. That's good. Lu Lin nodded. She knew Yang Qing had many more cars in his space, but the ice fishing drill and net were a one-time thing. Once lost, they were gone. Luckily, they were all found. After dinner, Leng Yi washed the dishes. Through the glass window, he saw Husky approaching from a distance. He quickly put down the dishes, wiped his hands, and went downstairs. He didn't want Jiang Hao and the others to know about his deal with Husky. Husky saw Leng Yi and immediately called out, Brother Yi, I was just about to look for you. Are you going out? I saw you upstairs and came down. Did you find everything? Leng Yi asked. Yes, we have the well drilling and pumping equipment you wanted, as well as the harvester and rice milling machine. Should we deliver them to the usual place? Sure. Leng Yi nodded. Naturally, they couldn't trade here. However, the harvester is a large machine. Your pickup truck probably can't fit it, Husky reminded him. Leng Yi nodded. We figure something out. Just deliver it there. Also, we can't tell anyone about the goods we're trading with, not even the people we live with. That means, besides me and your sister Yang, don't tell any third party about our transaction. Husky nodded quickly. Don't worry, Brother Yi, we keep our clients secret. After all, everyone's afraid of trouble these days. Good that you know. Leng Yi nodded. You take the goods there now. Your sister Yang and I will be there shortly. The machine today is large. Sister Yang said she'd give us a lot. Husky laughed. No problem, your sister Yang won't treat you badly. Durex or fish? Leng Yi asked. Durex, I guess. That stuff's in high demand right now. Husky said a little embarrassed. Okay, we bring it later, you guys go ahead. Leng Yi said, turning and going upstairs. He told Yang Qing, who nodded, I have a truck in my space. I change into that after we go out. The two changed clothes, told Lu Lin, and drove off in the pickup truck. When they reached a secluded spot, they changed into the truck and drove to the agreed location. Husky and Lin Jin were already there, surprised to see Yang Qing and the others arrive in a truck. Having a pickup truck was already impressive, but they even had a truck. It seems their connections are no less than Sister Kai's. Lin Jin had a few other people with them, who helped load the harvester, rice mill, and well drilling equipment onto Yang Qing's truck. Sister, don't you think these things are nice? Husky looked at Yang Qing expectantly. Yang Qing smiled. We agreed before, the large machines will get you 10 boxes of Durex condoms. The rice milling machine isn't that big, so 5 boxes will do, and the well drilling machine will also get you 5 boxes, making a total of 20 boxes. Each box contained 18 condoms, so 20 boxes would be 360, which wasn't a small amount. They could also exchange them for several hundred kilograms of grain. Although their machines were valuable, nobody wanted them at this time of year, so they could only be sold as scrap. Durex was a much more practical option. Okay, sister, you decide. Husky smiled broadly. With such a generous offer, he naturally wouldn't haggle. Oh, by the way, I also have 1,000 kilograms of fish. I trade them for 1,000 kilograms of grain, new rice, Yang Qing added. Husky and Lin Jin exchanged a glance. Sister, 1,000 gene of broken rice is fine, but new rice won't do. Didn't I exchange 500 gene of fish for 500 gene of rice seeds? Yang Qing said. Sister, you know those were rice seeds, which aren't edible, and they still had the husks. Rice is pure rice, not patty, Husky said. Yang Qing frowned. Then 800 gene of new rice, no less, or I find someone else to exchange it with. No, sister, I exchange it with you. 800 gene it is, Husky quickly said. Yang Qing has good stuff here. She can't lose such a big customer because of this. Yang Qing gave the Durex to Husky, told him to go first, drove the truck around, put it back into her spatial storage, and then drove the pickup truck back. Back home, the two went into their spatial storage, and Lengy immediately grabbed the well drilling equipment to prepare to dig a well. The location was chosen at the front of the designated 100 mu of farmland, so that if there was water, it could be used for irrigation. Yang Qing helped set up the well drilling equipment, ran electricity from the villa, and then started drilling. The geology here was surprisingly soft, and the drill went in easily. Water was found at a depth of 20 meters. The wellhead was only 40 centimeters deep. It wasn't a tap well, but that was enough. Then a water pump was used to lower the hose and pump water out. Lengy then used a hoe to dig irrigation ditches in the fields, making it easier to irrigate the fields. While she was there, Yang Qing took some rice seeds from the cruise ship's biological refrigeration unit. She wanted to try breeding them. She soaked the seeds in water diluted with spiritual spring water, handling only a pound with care. She would germinate them first. Planting them after germination would increase the survival rate. During a break, Lengy saw Yang Qing soaking the rice seeds and said, "Just use the seeder, no need to soak them. These are seeds I got from the Research Institute. The space has good conditions, so I wanted to try breeding them myself," Yang Qing said. Lengy nodded. "Okay, then I set aside a special plot for you to breed them, and take special care of them." "Great." Yang Qing smiled. She knew nothing about these things, and had to rely on Lengy. "By the way, there are no living things here, so I can't rely on insects for pollination. Will the breeding succeed? And what about the rice and fruit trees? Won't they all fail to grow?" Yang Qing suddenly remembered the drawbacks of the space. "They shouldn't. The vegetables you planted before. Oh right, the edamame grew too, didn't they? Besides, rice can actually be artificially pollinated," Lengy said with a smile. "How do you artificially pollinate?" Yang Qing was very curious. She had seen videos from some vegetable-growing bloggers who, without insect pollination, would apply pollen from male flowers to female flowers, and that would produce fruit. But with so much rice, how do we pollinate it? Lengy chuckled. You might not know if you never grown rice, but in the countryside, many fields rely on manual pollination, especially for breeding. When the rice flowers, two people stand at opposite ends of the field, holding a rope. They press the rope down on the rice flowers, walking and pressing it down as they go. The pollen from the male flowers will fly up and land on the female flowers, thus completing artificial pollination. Yang Qing suddenly understood. Oh, I see. People who haven't lived in the countryside really don't know this. For some very small areas, you can just sweep it across with a long bamboo pole, Lengy added. Won't it damage them? Yang Qing asked. No, it won't. We don't use too much force. Just gently press and sweep to make the pollen fly up, Lengy said. Yang Qing nodded. I learned something new. Soaking seeds shouldn't be done indefinitely, they rot. Wait until the seeds have fully absorbed the water, then put them in a permeable bamboo basket, cover them with a cloth, and water them occasionally to maintain humidity. The weather here is good, they might sprout in a day or two. Oh! Yang Qing nodded. She hadn't known before. Leave these to me, you just wait to harvest, Lengy smiled. Then, they continued digging ditches, pumping water from the well and irrigating along the ditches, the water slowly flowing into the fields. 100 acres of dry land were transformed into paddy fields. For the next few days, except for a trip to exchange fish for grain, the two of them used their space whenever they had free time to plant rice on all 100 acres using a seed planter. Chapter 130. These past few days, Wang Min and Jiang Hao haven't come down to borrow the car again. Last time their car was stolen. If Yang Qing and the others hadn't gone to find it, they wouldn't have been able to afford to pay for it. They also realized the gap between themselves and them. Going out with them once could earn them 200 gene of fish in exchange for 160 gene of grain, much better than them working hard. It's better to stay home or wait for the group to act. Yang Qing naturally wouldn't force them to go out. It's much easier for her to go out and find supplies herself. That day, Lengy thought about catching some more fish. Fish are valuable, and you can catch a lot at once, making it a good deal to exchange for supplies. Lu Lin immediately said, I want to go too. Before, she had to stay home to watch the house because no one was home. But now that Wang Min and the others were home, she wanted to go out and have some fun. She never fished before. Okay. Yang Qing immediately agreed. She felt a little guilty for not taking Lu Lin with her every time she went out. Lu Lin told Wang Min and the others, and then went out with Yang Qing and Leng Yi. This time they changed locations, but it was still far away. They just didn't want to run into anyone else. Yang Qing and Leng Yi were drilling holes with an ice drill. Lu Lin watched, itching to try it herself. Qing, let me try. Sure. Yang Qing handed her the ice drill, instructing her, the ice is hard, you have to press down firmly, otherwise it slips easily. Okay. Lu Lin responded, enthusiastically starting to drill. But, Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. Don't you think drilling through the ice seems easier today than before? Leng Yi nodded. I felt it too, the ice seems thinner. Could it be getting warmer? Yang Qing was startled. Was extreme heat coming? Now that you mention it, I remember, Lu Lin chimed in. I checked the thermometer this morning. It was minus 60 degrees Celsius. I didn't think much of it at first, but now that you mention it, it's definitely risen a few degrees. Could it just be a fluctuating temperature? Leng Yi asked. Yang Qing shook her head. It's probably warming up, and it might rise even faster in a few days. Someone in our survival forum predicted that extreme cold would likely be followed by extreme heat. She couldn't say she experienced it in her past life, so she always used the survival forum as an excuse. Extreme heat? What's that like? Leng Yi asked. Like extreme cold, the temperature could reach 60 or 70 degrees Celsius. Yang Qing shuddered as she finished speaking. Extreme heat was even harder to endure than extreme cold. With extreme cold, you could wear more clothes and stay indoors, but with extreme heat, even naked, you still felt hot. It felt like you were being steamed dry, constantly being squeezed dry. Many people actually died from the heat. 60 or 70 degrees? Leng Yi was shocked. If the room temperature was 60 or 70 degrees, then the ground temperature outside could reach 70 or 80 degrees. Could a person still survive? Perfect. Let's cut down more ice today and store it for use when it gets extremely hot, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi nodded and used a chainsaw to cut the ice into square pieces for easy storage. Lu Lin was very curious about everything and tried sawing ice herself. Leng Yi started throwing chopped fish into the net to create bait. Many fish swam over to eat, and Lu Lin was incredibly excited to see so many fish entering the net. So many fish. This time, Yang Qing simply tossed the fish and net into his spatial storage, without even pulling the net. Then he took the net out. Isn't this so much easier? Lu Lin exclaimed, her eyes wide. Yang Qing smiled. I never thought of that before. I was so foolish to use a trawling net, wasting so much effort. Actually, once the fish are in the net, you can just put them in your spatial storage. Leng Yi smiled. He hadn't thought of that either. They cast several nets, catching at least 2,000 caddies of fish, and they used up all the bait. One last net? Leng Yi asked Yang Qing. Sure. Yang Qing nodded, taking some of the fish they just caught, chopping them up on the spot with a knife, not cutting them too finely, and throwing them into the sea. Soon, fish swam over, and suddenly they noticed a huge shadow under the ice. Is that a fish? Lu Lin exclaimed. The fish opened its huge mouth and swallowed the baited fish whole, then charged towards Yang Qing and the others. Watch out! Leng Yi shouted, pulling Yang Qing along and quickly running forward, using the momentum to slide fast across the ice. When they turned around, they were shocked to see a shark. All three were dumbfounded. This is a shark, isn't it? Lu Lin stammered, collapsing onto the ice. The shark charged onto the ice, struggling violently, its tail lashing against the surface, cracking the ice. It looked like it was about to fall back into the sea. Quick, grab it! Yang Qing shouted, running back to grab the fishing net and hurling it at the shark, leaving a loose end in his hand. With a thought, he sent it into his spatial storage. You captured it? Lu Lin asked incredulously. Yeah. Yang Qing smiled. He really struck gold today, catching a shark. Leng Yi's face darkened. Do you know how dangerous that was? Yang Qing touched his nose, a little guilty. He walked over and took Leng Yi's hand. I was confident. Would I run off to my death? You? Leng Yi looked at her helplessly. Don't do that again. Is your life more important or the fish? Of course my life is more important. I'm not stupid. Yang Qing smiled at Leng Yi. Okay, I'd be more careful next time. But I caught a shark. Such a big shark. Yang Qing exclaimed excitedly. I never thought I could catch a shark in my entire life. Leng Yi really couldn't do anything with her. Seeing how happy she was, he couldn't bear to scold her. It was indeed an unexpected gain. Lu Lin laughed. Such a big shark, we can eat it for a long time, right? Can we even eat it? Of course we can eat it. And there's shark oil too, we can render a lot. Yang Qing smiled broadly. I go in and check when we get back, it should be dead by now. With such a big haul, everyone called it a day, drove home empty, regardless of what others thought. If Jiang Hao and the others asked, they would say they hadn't found any supplies. It wasn't always such good luck. After dinner that evening, the three of them went into the space together. The shark was already dead. The three circled the shark. I didn't expect the shark to be so beautiful, Lu Lin said, reaching out to touch it. What do we do now? Should we cut it open? Lu Lin asked. Yang Qing was also unsure what to do with the shark. They weren't short of food. Let's keep it for now. It won't spoil in here. Let's put it in the warehouse and deal with it later, Leng Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. Okay. I just checked the thermometer. It's risen a few degrees. It seems the weather has really changed. Should we take this opportunity to find more supplies, especially underwater ones? Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. Once the temperature rises, the water will evaporate, the land will be exposed, and the base will probably start construction. Then we can exchange supplies for points, and many people will go out to find supplies. We won't be able to compete with others then. Leng Yi nodded. That was indeed the case. Then let's start tomorrow. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. I'm going to find Rat and ask him to find us more oxygen cylinders. Chapter 131. The next day, Yang Qing and Leng Yi went to the department store together, and sure enough, Husky was there. Sis, what do you want today? Husky was very happy to see Yang Qing. He exchanged several machines for hundreds of Durex condoms a few days ago, earning praise from Sister Kai, which had made him extremely happy. I want these things, Yang Qing said, giving Husky a list. Husky looked at it. Mosquito coils, insecticides, rat poison, rat glue, wire mesh screens, oxygen cylinders, and a sewing machine? Sis, what do you need all this for? It's useless. Husky couldn't help but complain. In this cold weather, where would mosquitoes and rats come from? They all frozen to death by now. Yang Qing naturally wouldn't tell him that extreme heat was coming soon, and then these things would not only be available, but also in unprecedented quantities. Very scary. Never mind, these are what he wants. Just get them according to the list. But I need the oxygen first. Give me 10 bottles. Yang Qing said. Okay. Husky nodded, then forgot he shouldn't have asked the customer. It was just that Yang Jia's requests were always a bit unexpected, which made him unable to resist asking. These things, except for the oxygen, aren't worth much. Sister, how about just the fish? 200 caddies? Yang Qing rolled her eyes. You have the nerve to ask for 200 caddies of this? 100 caddies. Husky smiled wryly. Sister, 10 oxygen cylinders are worth a lot of money, but nobody needs them right now. Okay, I make a little less profit. Sister, you're my big customer, consider it a discount. Yang Qing laughed and scolded. Giving me a discount for this? You must be making a lot of money. I need the oxygen tomorrow. The rest can wait a few days. Okay, I go find it right away. Husky nodded. The two drove away, and Leng Yi couldn't help but ask, what do you need a sewing machine for? You can even make clothes? There are so many clothes in this space. Is it necessary to make them ourselves? Yang Qing smiled. You see, when the time comes. They found some temperature-controlled fabric during their sweep of buildings. Wearing it during the extreme heat should cool them down considerably, even more effectively than air conditioning. But the fabric can't be worn. It needs to be made into clothes. They have Lu Lin learn tailoring later. Where are we going now? Leng Yi asked. How about we go back to the fuel terminal? We just got a dozen or so containers last time. Let's see if we have any left this time, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi nodded and drove towards the fuel terminal. There was nothing on the ice, so the terminal was deserted. The two took out ice fishing drills and started drilling. Once they had enough for one person to fit, they put on diving suits and went into the water. Even if someone saw them, it wouldn't matter. They were collecting things underwater, and no one could see through them. After swimming a distance, they suddenly spotted several oval-shaped objects ahead. Upon closer inspection, they exchanged a glance, their eyes lighting up with surprise. Oil tanks, containing both gasoline and diesel. They were 10 cubic meter oil tanks, which weighed about 8 tons. There were 6 tanks here, totaling 48 tons of oil. Yang Qing immediately swam over, and Leng Yi hurriedly followed, stopping nervously beside her. He remembered how Yang Qing had become dizzy after handling several containers last time, so he dared not be careless this time. Leng Yi gestured to Yang Qing, telling her to proceed according to her abilities. Yang Qing nodded, handled 1 tank first, and then, feeling fine, handled the second. When she had handled 3, she took Leng Yi's hand and slipped into her spatial dimension. Leng Yi quickly brought her some spiritual spring water to drink. After she recovered, they returned to the sea and handled the remaining 3 tanks. The 2 returned to the ice. Leng Yi noticed Yang Qing's pale face and felt a pang of sympathy. "Let's stop here for today, we come back tomorrow." Yang Qing nodded. She didn't dare to push herself. "It seems there's nothing left down there either. Let's check other places tomorrow." "Okay." Leng Yi nodded. When the apocalypse struck, there was acid rain first, followed by torrential downpours. Many things were submerged that night, and there should still be a lot of supplies underwater that they hadn't had time to retrieve. They check other docks tomorrow. The 2 went home first. Lu Lin said Jiang Hao and Wang Min had gone out, and she didn't know where they were doing. They were a separate family, so she didn't ask too many questions. The next day, when they went to the department store to look for Husky, he said he had found everything. He went to the back of the department store, away from the crowd, and handed the items to Yang Qing. Yang Qing pretended to toss them onto the pickup truck, but actually stored them all in her spatial storage. "By the way, I've been thinking of going to the hospital to see if they have any medical equipment. Shall we go?" Yang Qing said to Leng Yi. "But if those machines are submerged, they're probably useless, right?" Leng Yi said. "Those underwater are probably useless, but there are still a few hospitals on higher floors. Maybe some equipment hasn't been submerged yet. The medicines are probably long gone, but those instruments are too big to carry, so they might still be left behind." Leng Yi nodded. They wouldn't need that equipment, but once the base was built, every base would be in dire need of medical equipment. It was a crucial resource. "Okay, let's start looking from the largest hospital." The 2 went directly to the first affiliated hospital of Xia University. Hospitals are much taller than ordinary residential buildings, so only 3 floors were flooded. The 2 started searching from the 4th floor upwards. The building was a mess. The medicine storage area was ransacked, indicating that more than one group had been there. Almost all the medicine was gone, except for a few scattered pills on the floor, which were trampled beyond recognition. Yang Qing didn't dwell on the medicine. He scanned anything else useful into his spatial storage, including hospital beds, gurneys, stretchers, operating tables, and related items like cabinets and chairs in the wards. Then he removed the remaining instruments from the operating room, even the surgical lights. He also collected the X-ray machine, computer monitor, and various catheters and guide wires from the interventional radiology room. He had Leng Yi dismantle some of the equipment that was nailed to the floor. Anything that could be removed would be useful later. "It's a pity the CT room and imaging room are on the 1st floor. The equipment must have been flooded. Do you think they can be repaired?" Yang Qing asked. Leng Yi thought for a moment. Maybe it can be repaired. "We can replace some parts and it might work. Why don't we go look for some things too? We can disassemble some that we can, and if the base needs them, we can give them to them and let them repair it themselves. It's better than nothing, right?" Yang Qing said. "Okay," Leng Yi nodded. The 2 put on diving suits and oxygen masks and descended. They found a lot of medicine in the pharmacy, probably because it hadn't been retrieved from underwater. Some of the medicine was in ampoules, waterproof, so it should still be usable. There were also disposable syringes, all sealed in plastic bags, so they shouldn't be contaminated. Yang Qing put the usable medicines into his spatial storage first, to check them later, and discard the unusable ones later. The search was quite fruitful. They found a lot of equipment and medicine. There were also 2 ambulances. Leng Yi said they might still be usable after replacing some parts, so he put them into his spatial storage. Chapter 132. For the next few days, Yang Qing and Leng Yi wandered between various hospitals, practically emptying everything they could find in the major hospitals. Jiang Hao, seeing them going out every day, wanted to ask, but was too embarrassed to. However, seeing them return empty-handed every day, he figured they probably hadn't found much. Supplies weren't easy to find these days. Then the 2 began raiding the various docks, taking everything they could. The space's storage was overflowing again. "Looks like we need to find some jade. Let's see if the space can be upgraded, so we can have a few more warehouses," Yang Qing said. She discovered that the space's area didn't seem to be expanding anymore. Several hundred acres was indeed large enough. Now, the only option was to expand onto the ground. The two started searching under department stores with gold vaults throughout the city, as well as various jade and jewelry stores. They found a lot of jade, and sure enough, several more 3-story warehouses appeared in the space, enough to hold even more things. Half a month passed like this, and the temperature had risen to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Although it was still cold, it was much better than the previous minus 60 degrees Celsius. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang returned that day, saying they would rest for a day. Yang Qing gave them the grain they had traded for fishing, 160 jin each. The two were very happy. This was much more than they had earned working. "Let's have lunch together," Yang Qing said. It was rare for everyone to be together again, and she wasn't short of food anyway. Of course, they didn't come for nothing, they all brought some things. Lu Lin cooked a large table of dishes, with meat and vegetables, and everyone ate to their heart's content. Lu Lin's cooking is still the best, Gao Yang praised. "The lunch we get at the camp is like pig slop. It's incredibly awful." "Yeah, it's just about having a good meal. We can't be picky about the taste," Li Shengnan agreed. Lu Lin laughed. "Eat more if it's delicious." "By the way, Shengnan and I are together now," Gao Yang suddenly added. "Really? Congratulations." Everyone was taken aback, but then felt it was expected, and offered their congratulations. "Should we have a wedding ceremony?" "I have experience," Lu Lin said with a smile. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang exchanged a glance. Li Shengnan smiled and said, "No, why bother with all that at this stage? Gao Yang and I have already discussed it. Once the base is built, and there's a civil affairs bureau, we get our marriage certificate." "That's what we're thinking too," Wang Min and Jiang Hao nodded. Yang Qing and Ling Yi smiled. They had a formal wedding, drafted a marriage certificate, and acknowledged each other as life partners. Of course, it would be appropriate to get a marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau later. "But have you noticed how quickly the temperature has been rising lately?" Yang Qing said. "At this rate, the temperature will return to its previous levels in just a few days. Then, the garbage and corpses in the water will easily breed germs, and it will be very unsafe for you working outside without any protective measures." Li Shengnan's face also turned serious. "Yes, I heard someone at the camp say that officials and some people predict that the weather might continue to be hot. Gao Yang and I have thought about it. If it really comes down to it, we quit. After all, life is more important than work." "Continuous high temperatures?" Wang Min and Jiang Hao were both surprised. "Really? Such extreme weather? It's still so cold now." "That's hard to say. This is the apocalypse, anything is possible. We never imagined that temperatures in the south would drop to minus 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, did we?" Li Shengnan said. Gao Yang nodded. "We can't think like we used to. Nothing is impossible now. There aren't even hospitals, and medicine is scarce. If we get sick, nobody will care about us little people. We resign when the temperature rises." "Okay, we wait for you to come back," Yang Qing nodded. After Li Shengnan and the others left, Yang Qing looked at Ling Yi. "Should we go catch some more fish? Once the extreme heat comes, the ice will melt, and we might not be able to catch any more fish." First, they weren't fishermen and had no experience fishing at sea. Second, they didn't have a fishing boat and the means to catch fish. "Okay." Ling Yi nodded. "But the ice shouldn't be as thick now." "Can it still support a car?" Yang Qing asked. "It's still minus 20 degrees Celsius, so it should be fine. But the ice might not be as thick anymore, probably only about 50 centimeters. It'd be easier to drill through," Ling Yi said. "We just drive the car out today, and not drive it back. If the temperature rises and the ice melts, there won't be anywhere to park it," Yang Qing said. Ling Yi nodded and prepared some more fish for baiting. Although the temperature had risen a bit, without the sun, food in the sea was still scarce, so baiting was quite effective. The two drove the car out for a test. It was quite stable, and the ice showed no signs of cracking. After all, it was still below minus 20 degrees Celsius. Even in northeast China, it would be drivable on ice in this weather. The two drove to a point far from the city. Yang Qing immediately stored the car in his spatial storage and began drilling. Sure enough, the ice was only 50 centimeters thick, making drilling much easier. They quickly created a large hole, 2 meters by 2 meters, and Yang Qing took the opportunity to collect the ice as well. Then, they baited the fishing spot and cast their nets, working until dark before calling it a day. That afternoon, they caught over 4,000 jin, approximately 2,000 kilograms, of fish, including some shrimp and crabs. After cleaning up, They felt the temperature had risen considerably, so they didn't dare take the car out again and instead put on ice skates to skate home. Back home, Lu Lin had already prepared dinner, but it was cold. "Why are you so late today?" Lu Lin asked, taking the food to heat it up. "The temperature rose, and we were worried we wouldn't be able to catch any fish later, so we stayed a little longer before coming back. We didn't use the car on the way back, afraid the ice would crack, so we drove a bit slower," Yang Qing said. "Yeah, I just checked, and the temperature is already minus 15 degrees Celsius. It's rising so fast," Lu Lin nodded. "It's a good thing you didn't drive, otherwise it would have been really dangerous." That night, Yang Qing and Leng Yi took a shower in their spatial dimension and went back to their room to sleep. In the middle of the night, Yang Qing woke up because she was too hot. She got up, turned off the electric blanket, and kicked off the covers. "Why is it so hot?" Leng Yi was also woken up by the heat. He had taken off all the bedding and replaced the down comforter with a blanket. But he still felt hotter and hotter. He kicked off the blanket and took off his pajamas too. Yang Qing changed into a spaghetti-strap nightgown and felt a little better. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing. Although they had been intimate before, this was the first time he had seen her dress so lightly. Her snow-white skin, full figure, and rosy cheeks made her look as alluring as a ripe peach. Leng Yi took off his clothes, sweat beading on his forehead and dripping down his cheeks. His deep eyes gazed affectionately at Yang Qing. "It's so hot, don't?" Yang Qing blushed. The man looked too tempting. Leng Yi kissed her. "We take a shower in the space later." Chapter 133. When the two emerged from the spatial dimension, they checked the thermometer in the living room. It was a whopping 27 degrees Celsius. A jump from minus 15 degrees to 27 degrees Celsius, a difference of 42 degrees. That was a huge leap. Opening the window, they saw the ice outside was already cracking, and they could hear a faint cracking sound. Someone cried out in surprise, running onto the ice, and swinging their clothes around as they shouted, "It's warming up! It's finally warming up!" Before the person could celebrate for long, the ice beneath their feet snapped, and they fell into the water. "Help! Someone help me! Help me!" the person cried, struggling in the water. Yang Qing watched coldly, her heart unmoved. Wasn't this just courting death? The person sank after a short struggle. The people in the nearby buildings remained silent. Not a single person went down to rescue them. The apocalypse had been going on for months. Everyone was used to death, and many had even killed. Who would risk their life for a complete stranger? Lu Lin got up, wearing only a t-shirt and denim shorts. "I didn't expect the temperature to rise so quickly." Lu Lin frowned slightly, shielding her eyes from the sunlight. "Qing, don't you think the sun looks a little strange?" "Yeah, it definitely looks strange." Yang Qing glanced at the sun. It was a deep red, like a typical sunset, but incredibly bright, so bright it was blinding. Leng Yi also came out, wearing only a sports vest and sweatpants, revealing his muscular physique. "The temperature is rising too fast. Many people are probably going to suffer again," Leng Yi frowned. The ice below was rapidly disintegrating. Cries for help echoed in the distance, and the icy eye below looked like it was melting into water. The garbage and some corpses that had been buried under the ice floated to the surface, emitting a pungent stench under the sun. Yang Qing quickly closed the windows. The smell was unbearable. Moreover, the temperature had risen so suddenly that the officials didn't have time to clean up the garbage and corpses, and once they decomposed, they could easily breed bacteria. The thermometer in the living room was rising visibly, already reaching 32 degrees Celsius. "It's so hot!" Lu Lin fanned herself while looking for the electric fan. "Qing, where's the fan?" Yang Qing smiled wryly. "I'm afraid the fan won't work. We have to turn on the air conditioner." "You just turned off the heater, and now you're turning on the air conditioner? That's something else." "Perfect. Let's take the solar panels from the solar generator out to dry in the sun. We can store more electricity," Leng Yi suddenly said. Yang Qing nodded. "I almost forgot. For the past few months, they've been relying on the batteries they previously charged. It would be a good opportunity to recharge them. But if the temperature reaches 60 or 70 degrees, do you think the solar panels will be damaged?" Yang Qing asked Leng Yi. Leng Yi shook his head. "I don't know either, and I have no experience in this area." "Check the instruction manual, maybe it's written there." Yang Qing quickly found the manual, which stated it could withstand temperatures up to 100 degrees Celsius, but whether it actually had that tolerance was hard to say. "Anyway, let's generate electricity first." Yang Qing placed the solar panels in the sunroom and opened the skylight. If the temperature got too high, closing the skylight might block some sunlight, And it might still work. When she came down, she knocked on the door of apartment 702. Wang Min opened the door. She had already changed into a light dress. I didn't expect the temperature to rise so much all of a sudden, Wang Min said, sweat beading on her face. Take your room's solar panels to the rooftop. Let them soak up the sun and generate more electricity. We might need to turn on the air conditioning soon, Yang Qing said. Wang Min quickly told Jiang how to take the solar panels up. Oh, right. Yang Qing slapped her forehead. I wonder if Sheng Nian and the others have resigned yet. They didn't take the inflatable boat. How will they get back? Lung Yi walked up from behind. Should we go pick them up? Jiang Hao, come with us. We don't know where their camp is, Yang Qing said. No problem. Wang Min nodded, quickly telling Jiang Hao, quickly change your clothes. You're going with Yang Qing and the others to pick up Li Shengnan and Gao Yang. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded, went back inside to change. Yang Qing pretended to take the inflatable boat down from the 8th floor, but actually she took it from her spatial storage. In temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, even indoors, an inflatable boat would freeze and break, so she had already stored it in her spatial storage. Fortunately, none of the 702 crew members were around during that time, so they probably didn't consider the possibility of the rubber boat breaking. Lung Yi looked down. Wait a bit longer. We might not be able to go until the afternoon. The ice hasn't completely melted yet. If we go down now, the ice will tear the rubber boat. Yang Qing nodded and said to Jiang Hao, then let's go after lunch. I call you later. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded. Back in their room, Yang Qing asked Lung Yi to cook and called Lu Lin. Lin, come here. What is it? Lu Lin asked. I have some temperature-regulating fabric here. It said that wearing it can keep the skin at a comfortable 27 degrees Celsius. I don't know if it's true, but we make a few clothes to try it out, Yang Qing said. Huh? I don't know how. Lu Lin was dumbfounded. Neither of them knew how to cut fabric, and they couldn't find any pattern pieces to copy right away. How about this? Take a piece of clothing, take it apart, and then cut it out piece by piece, and sew it back together, Yang Qing suggested. Lu Lin nodded. That's a good idea. Qing is so clever. Lu Lin found a long-sleeve t-shirt. At this point, she didn't care about looks. Simple and easy to make was best. Yang Qing found a Lung Yi t-shirt. She wanted to make one for him, herself. The two of them cut the t-shirt along the seams, laid the constant temperature fabric on the ground, placed the t-shirt pieces on top, and then traced the edges of the pieces with a pen before cutting them out one by one. They didn't need to hem or anything. They just sewed them together using a sewing machine. The sewing machine was electric, very convenient, and they get the hang of it after a few tries. The two of them were inexperienced and wasted some fabric, but they finally managed to make one. Yang Qing used light gray fabric for Lung Yi. His skin had become quite fair for months without sun exposure, and gray made his complexion look even fairer and more attractive. Lu Lin made her a matching gray outfit, a couple set. She made herself a white one. And pants too. Let's make a set, Yang Qing said. She started making trousers. Aren't shorts cooler? Lu Lin asked. Are you silly? Long pants insulate against the heat. Shorts would be half cool and half hot. Yang Qing laughed. Oh, right. Lu Lin nodded. She had been thinking like a typical summer girl, not realizing it was for heat insulation. Lung Yi came over after finishing his meal, and was curious to see the two of them busy making clothes. Why are you making clothes? Come try this on, Yang Qing said with a smile, shoving a t-shirt she had made for him into his hands. You made this yourself? Lung Yi was surprised, but after examining it closely, he couldn't see anything particularly special about it. You see, once you put it on, Yang Qing laughed. Lung Yi went back to his room to change. He didn't feel anything at first, but a few minutes later, he came out with a look of surprise. These clothes are so cool. See? Looks like they work. Yang Qing smiled and put on her own. Lin, let's eat first. After we eat, make a set for Shengnan and the others too. Make Gao Yang's according to Ling Yi's size. Wang Min's about the same size as yours. Xingnan's about the same size as mine. And Jiang Hao's a little longer than ours. Okay, I understand. Lu Lin nodded. Chapter 134. Jiang Hao took Yang Qing and Lung Yi to the camp to pick up Li Shengnan and the others, while Lu Lin continued making clothes at home with the temperature-controlled fabric. In just 1 hour, the temperature rose from 32 degrees Celsius to 38 degrees Celsius. The water outside the window was steaming in the sun, creating a misty effect. Lu Lin went back to her room and turned on the air conditioner. Thankfully, it was still working. After changing into the temperature-controlled clothes she had just finished, she felt much cooler. She made a white top and paired it with gray pants. Yang Qing and Leng Yi made gray tops and paired them with black pants. Both made loose-fitting, like casual wear, for comfort. She made similar outfits for Li Shengnan and the other three. Seeing the finished garments, Lu Lin felt a great sense of accomplishment. Although it was just copying, she had still made several sets of clothes, something she wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Lu Lin found another polo shirt, disassembled it, and used the pieces to make 7 more polo shirts. Paired with casual trousers, they looked even better. They could be worn both out and at home. Meanwhile, Yang Qing and his group went out in their inflatable boat, attracting envious glances from many. Before the extreme cold arrived, many people had managed to snag inflatable boats, but due to the -60 or -70 degrees Celsius temperatures, most of their boats had frozen and broken easily. How did they manage to preserve their boats so well? After the ice melted, the water was littered with trash, and the stench from the sun was nauseating. Yang Qing took out masks and put them on the group. The smell was truly awful. It took them half an hour to reach Li Shengnan's camp. Because the ice had melted, many people were trapped inside, unable to leave. Everyone looked over when they saw the rubber boat. Are you from the rescue station? Looks like no. Beautiful lady, could we borrow your rubber boat? Just a ride would be fine. Handsome guy, could you save us? I have money, I can give you money. The group ignored them, searching for Li Shengnan and her group in the crowd. Are Shengnan and the others here? Yang Qing asked Jiang Hao. They should be. They live around here. Maybe they went on patrol today? Jiang Hao wasn't sure if they were still there. A middle-aged woman squeezed to the side of the stairwell. Young lady, could you give us a ride home in your boat? I can give you food. 2 jin of food per person, there are 2 of us. I give 3 jin. Someone nearby shouted. I give 5 jin. Another voice called out. Sorry, we're not bringing anyone. We're here to find someone, Yang Qing said indifferently, shaking her head. You haven't found anyone yet, have you? We borrow your rubber boat for a bit. My house is nearby, only half an hour away. You're just killing time anyway. Yeah, we've been saving up half a month's worth of food. We were planning to take it home, but we give it all to you. Don't be ungrateful. Exactly, you can't be too greedy. Yang Qing rolled her eyes. Do I care about your few pounds of food? Young lady, don't be so heartless, or you never get married. She's quite pretty. How can you be so cruel? Leng Yi's face darkened. Don't bother, this is my wife. She's not worried about not getting married. Young man, your wife is so wicked, you better be careful. You might get tricked by her one day without even knowing it. You can't have such a vicious woman. Leng Yi suddenly drew a long knife, still stained with blood, and glared at the speaker. I'm even more ruthless than her. Want to try? Say one more word and I cut your tongue out. The man opposite him felt as if his throat had been choked, his face flushed red, and he dared not speak again. What a pair of black-hearted bastards. Birds of a feather flock together. You don't look at her pretty face. Who would have thought she'd be so wicked? Jiang Hao found it laughable. They were the ones who offered to give food, yet they were unwilling to give more, and then they blamed others for being ungrateful. Yang Qing hadn't said a word from beginning to end. Everything was their own doing. Trying to morally blackmail others in this apocalypse? They were dreaming. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the crowd. Yang Qing, we're here. It's Shengnan. Yang Qing quickly stopped the rubber boat and looked in the direction of the voice. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang struggled to push their way forward through the crowd, carrying a large bag of goods, but the people in front wouldn't let them pass. Excuse me, could you please let me through? Thank you, Gao Yang said politely as she pushed her way through the crowd. As soon as the rubber dinghy approached, someone tried to jump aboard. What are you doing? Leng Yi pointed a knife at them. Brother, take me with you. Your boat is so big, one more person won't hurt. The man chuckled. No. Leng Yi refused coldly. I have food, I can give it to you. The man quickly said. We don't lack food. Leng Yi said coldly, knife in hand. If you come any closer, don't blame me for being impolite. The man, seeing the gleaming knife, hesitated to approach, only glaring venomously at Leng Yi. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang finally squeezed to the front of the crowd, about to board the rubber dinghy, when someone suddenly grabbed them from behind. Xiao Gao, these are your friends, can they give us a ride? Yeah, we've been colleagues for so long, shouldn't we give them this much face? I have an elderly mother at home, I need to rush back to take care of her, you won't abandon me, will you? Xiao Li, I know you're a good person, please help us talk to your friends. Li Shengnan was in a dilemma. They were all former colleagues, but the rubber dinghy wasn't theirs, and she couldn't make the decision herself. Yang Qing, seeing her predicament, shouted, "We're not taking anyone. Don't say anything more. Shengnan and Gao Yang, get on." The people behind suddenly became angry. "We can't leave, and neither can you." Grabbing Li Shengnan and Gao Yang's luggage, someone behind them tried to steal something. Yang Qing instantly flew into a rage, pulled out a long spear, and fired a shot at the floor beneath their feet. The blast created a small crater in the floor, sending shards of stone flying. The people on the floor jumped back in fright, staring at Yang Qing in horror. They actually had guns? Anyone who dares to pull them again, don't blame my gun for being indiscriminate. Yang Qing aimed at the man pulling Li Shengnan and shouted, "Let go." The man's pupils contracted, but he refused to let go. "Put me on your back and I let go." "You don't believe you dare to shoot? This is a camp. Do you dare kill anyone? They won't let you get away with it." Yang Qing. Li Shengnan quickly shook her head at Yang Qing. Although things were chaotic now, if she really fired, the other members of the patrol might intervene. The man laughed smugly, tightening his grip on Li Shengnan's hand. Yang Qing sneered. "Dares to threaten me." She pulled out her crossbow and fired a shot into the man's hand. "Ah!" The man screamed as an arrow pierced his hand, blood gushing out immediately. He released his grip. Li Shengnan reacted quickly and jumped onto the rubber dinghy. Yang Qing glanced at the man holding Gao Yang's luggage, staring at him coldly. The man was so frightened that he quickly let go, and Gao Yang seized the opportunity to jump onto the rubber dinghy as well. Chapter 135. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Li Shengnan felt a little apologetic. She hadn't expected her former colleagues to treat her this way. "It's all right, let's go." Yang Qing stared at the few people behind her, who were eager to jump onto the rubber boat, his crossbow still in his hand. Those people were still afraid of the fierce Yang Qing and dared not approach. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Ah, something bit me. Ah, it hurts. Why did you push me? I got bitten too." "What is it?" Countless snakes sprang out of the water, swimming to the shore and biting the crowd. "Oh my God, snakes, so many snakes. Run!" The crowd erupted into chaos, pushing and shoving as they ran. Some fell, trampling over their heads and bodies. Someone was pushed into the water, struggling, crying, "Help! Help!" Soon, countless snakes coiled around the person and sank them into the water. Snakes tried to climb onto the rubber dinghy, but because the sides were inflated and smooth like tires, they couldn't get on. "Quick, move!" Yang Qing shouted, and Jiang Hao quickly pulled the engine to accelerate. Lun Yi, Li Shengnan, and Gao Yang all picked up knives and slashed at the snakes trying to climb onto the dinghy. Snakes continued to follow in the water, and Ling Yi's knife never stopped, the water constantly bubbling with the smell of blood. Yang Qing's face paled. She was most afraid of these long, soft-bodied creatures, especially snakes. Besides, there didn't seem to be snakes in her previous life. Why was it different in this life? She wondered if these snakes were poisonous. Yang Qing quickly took out some realgar from her spatial storage and poured it around the rubber dinghy. The snakes in the water seemed to be deterred by the scent and dared not approach. With their increased speed, the snakes couldn't keep up. Yang Qing breathed a slight sigh of relief, but then suddenly remembered that Lu Lin and Wang Min were still at home. She worried the snakes might have entered their house, and her expression changed. "Let's get home." By the time they reached the stairwell, the stairs were crawling with snakes, a dense, writhing mass. Yang Qing's trypophobia was about to flare up. "Qingqing, you and Li Shengnan stay in the rubber boat. We handle this," Lun Yi said. He took a handful of realgar from Yang Qing and scattered it, causing the snakes to scatter in terror. The three men drew their knives and slashed at the snakes. "Be careful, they might be poisonous," Yang Qing shouted from behind, unsure if the snakes were venomous. Ignoring the heat, the three men put on gloves, tucked in their trousers, and frantically hacked at the snakes on the ground. Soon, the ground was littered with snake carcasses, some still writhing in pieces, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. "Can we eat these snakes?" Jiang Hao suddenly asked. Snakes were a bit scary, but they did have meat. "Let's not think about it. Let's just throw them away. We don't need that much food," Lun Yi said, kicking all the snakes in the stairwell into the water. Yang Qing sprinkled realgar on her and Li Shengnan's feet, afraid that more snakes might follow. Once they reached the stairwell, she sprinkled more realgar on the floor to prevent the snakes from coming up again. "Quick, go upstairs and check on Lu Lin and Wang Min," Yang Qing shouted. but the door was locked from the inside. Yang Qing pounded on the door. Lin Lin, Lin Lin. Lu Lin, hiding in her room, was too scared to come out, her voice trembling. Qing Qing, there are snakes. Are you alright? Yang Qing shouted. I'm fine. I'm in my room. I blocked the door, but I'm too scared to go out, Lu Lin replied. Leng Yi thought for a moment. I climb up through the window. Yang Qing grabbed a handful of realgar powder and sprinkled it on him, then gave him a small packet and shouted into the door. Lin Lin, open the window, Leng Yi's climbing up. Okay. Lu Lin quickly replied. Leng Yi retreated to the outside of the stairwell and climbed up the exterior wall with his bare hands. Fortunately, it was only one floor, no challenge for someone like him who had served in the military. He quickly reached the window. Lu Lin opened it, Leng Yi jumped in and quickly closed the window again. Are you alright? Leng Yi asked Lu Lin. I'm fine. Lu Lin quickly shook her head. I closed all the doors and windows immediately after I found the snakes, and even sealed the cracks in the doors. But there might be snakes in the living room, be careful. Okay. Leng Yi responded, took a handful of realgar powder from his pocket and sprinkled it by the door, then opened it. There was a security door outside, and the cracks were small, so there were only a few small snakes in the living room. Leng Yi quickly killed them all. They sprinkled more realgar powder in front of the door, opened it, and found many snakes still in the hallway. Another flurry of hacking ensued, snake heads and bodies flying everywhere, snake blood splattered all over the walls. Finally, all the snakes were killed, and they opened the door to let Yang Qing and the others in. Jiang Hao immediately pounded on the door of 702, shouting, Xiao Min, are you alright? I'm fine. Wang Min's voice came from inside, but there are snakes in the living room. Leng Yi, holding the realgar powder, nodded to Jiang Hao, and Gao Yang also raised his knife, rushing in as soon as the door opened. Luckily, there weren't many snakes, only a few small ones. The doors and windows of 702 had been replaced, so the airtightness was good, and the few snakes that got in were all small. Everyone, check carefully again. Look in the corners, ventilation ducts, bathrooms, and drains for snakes. Yang Qing reminded them, giving Li Shengnan and the others a small bag of realgar. How do you have so much of this stuff? Gao Yang asked curiously. I got it from my old company, Yang Qing replied. Our company deals in traditional Chinese medicine. No wonder. Gao Yang nodded. Thank goodness for Yang Qing, otherwise, she really wouldn't know what to do. Leng Yi, check the 2 rooms on the 8th floor again. Seal up all the gaps under the iron door on the top floor, Yang Qing said to Leng Yi, too afraid to go up there. Okay, don't worry. Be careful back in your room. Check for any snakes you might have missed. Leng Yi nodded. Yang Qing pulled Lu Lin along, the 2 of them carrying realgar in one hand and a knife in the other, checking every corner thoroughly. They sealed up all the places with exhaust fans, range hood ducts, and gaps in doors and windows. Then they sprinkled realgar powder on everything. That should keep the snakes out, right? After checking everything, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and gathered in room 701. Where did these snakes come from? How come there are so many? Jiang Hao asked. Yang Qing shook her head. She didn't know either. She hadn't encountered snakes in her previous life. This life was different. For the time being, everyone should stay indoors. Realgar should keep them at bay for a while. Don't eat the snakes either, in case they're poisonous. Let's listen to the official news. Yang Qing took out a radio. After so long in the apocalypse, official radio stations had been gradually established, and there were occasional news reports, though they were always intermittent. She tuned in, but hadn't heard anything yet. Yang Qing then took out the wire mesh screens, insecticide, rag glue, and other supplies she had traded with the rat. This is what I got a few days ago. I was thinking that with the hot weather, there would be mosquitoes and rats, but I didn't expect snakes to come first. You should use it for now, and nail screens on all the doors and windows. They're effective against snakes too. This way, you could open the windows a little to let in some fresh air. Thank you. Gao Yang and the others were very grateful. They hadn't expected Yang Qing to be so well prepared. They had guessed there would be high temperatures, but they hadn't considered the consequences. Without Yang Qing, they really didn't know how they would have survived. Chapter 136. Oh right, and this too, these are clothes for you. Lu Lin brought out the temperature-controlled clothes she had made for everyone from the room. No need, we have our own clothes, Li Shengnan quickly declined. Wearing long sleeves in this weather, you probably won't be able to stand it, will you? Gao Yang added. Lu Lin smiled. These aren't ordinary clothes, They're made of temperature-controlled fabric. They keep you cool. Yes, I'm wearing these, Yongqing smiled. Look, you were all sweating profusely after going out just now, but I didn't sweat at all. That's amazing. Gao Yang took the clothes, and without hesitation, immediately took off his shirt and put them on. Hey, it really is quite cool. Gao Yang tugged at his clothes, looking them over from left to right. It feels a little cool, very comfortable. Really? Lu Lin smiled. This is fabric Qingqing found. I just finished making these today. 2 sets for each of us, so we can alternate. Thank you so much. Li Shengnian was surprised. There's such fabric? Lu Lin is so skillful. She can even make clothes, and make them so beautifully. Wang Min praised. Oh, I don't know how to make them. I just took apart some old clothes, copied the patterns, and sewed them together. The workmanship isn't great, please don't mind. Lu Lin laughed. How could you? They look so good. Look, there's even a polo shirt. The colors are so well matched. Wang Min said. Yongqing also laughed. Lin Lin is so capable. She learns everything I tell her. She's our little lucky star. Aki and Xuxue came over, barked, and nibbled on Lu Lin's trouser leg, looking at her expectantly. Lu Lin smiled, patting the 2 fluffy heads. What, you want some too? Woof. The 2 little ones nodded. Yeah, Archie and Xiaoxue have such thick fur, and they don't have sweat glands. They must be very hot. Should we shave their fur? Yongqing said. I think so. Lung Yi nodded. The 2 dogs immediately ran away. Shaving them will make them look so ugly. I don't want to. Everyone grabbed them, several hands holding them down, while Yongqing used clippers to shave their fur completely bald. Looking at the 2 hairless dogs, they looked so ugly, everyone laughed uncontrollably. Archie and Xiaoxue looked at each other, on the verge of tears. Life is tough for dogs, but when Lu Lin put the newly made temperature-controlled clothes on them, they felt their fur had been shaved right. It was so cool. By the way, check if your air conditioner is still working. It's so hot, we definitely need to turn it on, Yongqing said to Li Shengnian. The solar generator we replaced last time will come in handy. Air conditioning will make things much better. Li Shengnian nodded, truly unsure how to thank Yongqing. If it weren't for her thoughtfulness, they would have been very upset even if they came back. They went back and tried it. Thankfully, the air conditioner was still working. The generator had a lot of power, enough for the air conditioning in both rooms. They were now 2 couples, so it wasn't appropriate for them to share a room anymore. 1 couple per room was just right. They had gas for cooking, but nothing else required electricity. It was mainly for the air conditioning. Also, I replaced 2 water tanks before, so you have 3 now. I put snow in them before, it should all have melted and be usable. 1 water tank can hold 5 tons of water, so 3 would be 15 tons. However, with the temperature so high and no running water, you should use it sparingly. It should last for a while, Yongqing said to the people in 702. Actually, she had filled the tank with water from her spatial storage. They wouldn't know it was snow, as the snow would have melted long ago in this heat. Understood, Li Shengnian nodded. Yongqing, thank you. No need, Yongqing smiled. I just don't know how long this weather will last. If it's long, I'm afraid we won't have enough water. We deal with it then. Anyway, she had water in her spatial storage. If they really ran out, she could just say she traded supplies for it, and they wouldn't know. Back in 701, she saw Lung Yi cooking in the kitchen. The kitchen had no air conditioning, and he was sweating profusely. Yongqing quickly took out an air cooler from her spatial storage and placed it in the kitchen with ice. As soon as she turned it on, a cool breeze came out. Lung Yi walked over and kissed Yongqing on the lips. My wife still cares about me the most. Yongqing smiled, thank you for your hard work. After finishing cooking, she glanced at the thermometer in the living room. It was already 40 degrees Celsius. The temperature had risen too quickly. Everyone carried the food into the room. It was unbearably hot outside. Yongqing took out a large block of ice from her spatial storage and put it in a bowl. The room immediately felt cooler. Aki and Xuxue, tongues lolling out, lay by the ice block, occasionally licking it. Yongqing almost laughed herself to death. Don't lick the ice anymore, you lick it all away. Aki whimpered pitifully, it was too hot, dog life was tough. Yongqing added some ice to their water bowl as well, drink some ice water, and you won't be hot anymore. The 2 little ones eagerly drank, their tongues flying high as they splashed water. After dinner, the 3 went into the space, bringing the 2 dogs along. They gave them a good bath in the yard with a hose, and the dogs ran around happily afterward. It was so comfortable in there, They didn't want to leave. Yang Qing said, "Why don't we just sleep in here? We can turn off the air conditioning outside and save some electricity." Lung Yi and Lu Lin naturally agreed. The villa was large enough, with enough rooms, and they didn't have to worry about snakes, insects, or mosquitoes. They could get a good night's sleep. Yang Qing and Leng Yi slept in a room on the second floor, while Lu Lin chose a room on the first floor to avoid disturbing them. After all, they were a young newlywed couple, and she would feel embarrassed if they made too much noise. The two slept in the master bedroom on the second floor, while Aki and Shushua slept in the living room. Yang Qing drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. There is no night in this space, only day. Night can only be created artificially. Lung Yi came out of the shower wearing only a pair of athletic shorts, his hair still wet. His muscles were bulging, his legs long and straight, his thighs powerfully muscular, exuding masculine hormones. Yang Qing's face flushed slightly. "Why aren't you dressed?" "There's no one else here," Lung Yi said with a smile, climbing onto the bed. Yang Qing swallowed hard, wanting to steal a glance but too embarrassed to do so. He was just too alluring, her eyes simply wouldn't listen, involuntarily glancing over. Now she finally understood why fans would scream when their idols occasionally showed a glimpse of skin. Her crush had such a great physique, she simply couldn't look away. Lung Yi smiled, pursing his lips. "Look if you want. I'm your husband. What's there to be embarrassed about?" He took Yang Qing's hand and placed it on his chest, his deep eyes looking at her, his voice low and resonant. "Want to touch it?" Yang Qing's face flushed red, feeling his body heat seep through her hand, her heart pounding powerfully in his chest. "Wife, you're so beautiful." Lung Yi lowered his head. Yang Qing's fair cheeks were flushed with nervousness, her lips pink, like newly blossoming peach blossoms, delicate and alluring. Lung Yi kissed her deeply. Chapter 137. The next day, Yang Qing and the others didn't emerge until after 11 a.m. As soon as they stepped out of their room, a wave of heat hit them, and they quickly turned on the air conditioner. Looking at the thermometer, it was already 45 degrees Celsius, something that had never happened before. And it looked like it was going to rise further. Looking outside, the floodwaters had receded by 1 floor, revealing the entire 5th floor. However, the stench outside was still overwhelming, and snakes were constantly darting out of the water. Lu Lin was preparing lunch when there was a knock at the door. Yang Qing carefully opened the door. Fortunately, Realgar powder had been sprinkled outside, so no more snakes came up. Gao Yang stood at the door, looking excited. "Yang Qing, I went out this morning. I heard those snakes are edible. The authorities are collecting them. 5 caddies of snake for 1 caddy of grain." "Really?" Yang Qing was a little surprised. "The snakes aren't poisonous?" "Yes, I heard they're all non-venomous snakes. Even if you get bitten, it's nothing serious. But those snakes seem to carry a lot of germs. Last night, someone couldn't resist eating some, and I don't know if it wasn't cooked thoroughly. They vomited and had diarrhea, but they didn't die," Gao Yang said. "That's nothing serious?" Yang Qing rolled her eyes. "Then how can you even eat them?" "So, the authorities said they're collecting them, and will disinfect and sterilize them. They might make snake meat later. After all, it's meat, better than nothing." Yang Qing nodded. That made sense. Yang Qing took out her radio and listened. Sure enough, she heard an official broadcast. The broadcast urged everyone not to eat snake meat on their own, as it could be dangerous if they got sick and didn't receive timely treatment. It was best to hand them over to the authorities for processing. 5 caddies of snake for 1 caddy of grain. Later, the snake meat could be made into canned snake meat, which could then be exchanged for supplies. "Should we go catch the snakes?" "Look down there. There are so many, it shouldn't be hard to catch them," Gao Yang said. Yang Qing shook his head. "I better not. I'm afraid of snakes." "You guys go." Lung Yi walked over. "Have you thought about how to catch them? Does the official requirement include whole snakes, or are broken snakes acceptable? We killed so many snakes yesterday, and we cut them all in half." "Well, I don't know," Gao Yang shook his head. "It's quite difficult to catch a whole snake, and it's easy to cut it in half with a knife," Lung Yi said. "That's definitely a problem," Gao Yang nodded. Looking out the window, many people seemed eager to go, but also unsure what to do. Although the snakes aren't poisonous, if the pathogens are strong, a bite can be very painful. Even if you don't die, you could easily get sick. "We should be careful," Yang Qing said. Gao Yang was a little discouraged, watching so many snakes swimming around, unable to catch them, feeling incredibly frustrated. "Hey, what do you guys think about using electricity?" Yang Qing suddenly thought, "We have electricity at home. We can transmit the electricity to the water, electrocute the snakes, and then fish them out. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. It's a bit dangerous, Leng Yi frowned. I want to try it, Gao Yang said. They couldn't let those snakes go to waste. They were a valuable resource. Then give it a try, Yang Qing said. But you can't just throw a 220-volt wire directly into the water, can you? I saw online that they use electrofishing devices in rivers. It seems like they need to convert it to high-frequency, high-voltage AC. Indeed, it would be best to modify an electrofishing device, Leng Yi said. It's too dangerous to modify it yourself. You better stay upstairs and not go down to avoid electric shock, Yang Qing warned. Okay, I go prepare, Gao Yang said, returning to room 701. Leng Yi followed, joining Gao Yang in the work. Gao Yang found 2 socket wires, cutting off the socket end. Leng Yi went up to the 8th floor and found a roll of wire, making 2 iron meshes. Then, they stripped the insulation from the socket wires, exposing the copper wire underneath, and wrapped the copper wire around the iron meshes, plugging the other end into the generator's plug. This should work, right? Gao Yang and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. Let's try it. They both nodded simultaneously. Wait a minute. Leng Yi went up to the 8th floor again, retrieved the fishing net they had used earlier, and handed it to Jiang Hao. We drop the electric net down in a bit, electrocute the snake, and when we see it rise to the surface, we turn off the power. Wait a moment, then use the net to scoop it up. Li Shengnan, stay by the generator and listen to my instructions. Turn off the power immediately when I give the order. Okay. Li Shengnan nodded and squatted down beside the generator, waiting for instructions. Wang Min was a little scared and watched them from a distance. You must be careful. Leng Yi opened the window and sprinkled some realgar on the windowsill to prevent snakes from surfacing. Looking at the water below, seeing no one nearby, he and Gao Yang simultaneously picked up the electric net and threw it out the window. The water had just receded, and no one lived on the 5th or 6th floors yet, so there was no fear of electrocuting anyone. Li Shengnan, turn on the switch. Leng Yi called out. Li Shengnan quickly pressed the switch. Arcs of electricity flashed across the underwater electric grid, and soon the snakes began to float belly up to the surface. Once a layer of snake carcasses had formed on the water, Leng Yi shouted, turn off the power. Li Shengnan quickly turned off the switch. Jiang Hao raised the net in his hand, waited a short while. The handle was bamboo, and it wasn't wet, so it should be fine, but to be on the safe side, he waited a moment before lowering the net again to scoop up the snakes that were upside down. It took several trips to scoop up all the snakes floating on the surface. So many? Wang Min looked at the snakes that had been scooped up. Although they were all dead, the sight still made her scalp tingle. Li Shengnan quickly found a bucket to collect them. Looks like it's working. Leng Yi and Gao Yang exchanged a glance. Keep going. The two threw the electric net down again. After 2 attempts, perhaps sensing danger, the snakes didn't dare swim over. The two changed direction and continued casting the electric net. Someone nearby saw them electrocuting snakes in the water. Seeing so many snakes floating on the surface, they were green with envy. Someone even drove over in a rubber boat, trying to steal the snakes. Are you crazy? Gao Yang yelled, we're not responsible if anyone gets electrocuted. The men watched the electric arcs in the water, both frightened and unwilling to give up, from a distance. As soon as the electricity was turned off, Jiang Hao reached down with his net to catch the snakes, and the men rushed to snatch them. Jiang Hao hurriedly scooped up 2 nets, but the rest were still taken. Jiang Hao cursed angrily. Forget it, this is a good harvest for today, Leng Yi said, putting away the electric net. They electrocuted 3 times in total, filling 2 large buckets, probably over 100 pounds. How should we divide it? Gao Yang asked. 4 people participated, but Wang Min didn't lift a finger. Should she get a share? You guys divide it. I don't want any, Leng Yi said. 100 pounds of snakes could only be exchanged for 20 pounds of food. Yang Qing had more food in his space than he could ever eat in a lifetime. There was no need to argue with him over such a small amount. That won't do, you also contributed, Li Shengnan said. Yang Qing doesn't like snakes, and we're not short of food, so you can take it and exchange it yourselves, Leng Yi said. After that, you can electrocute the snakes yourselves, I won't participate. But be careful, and if you can stay upstairs, do so. If you go down, be careful of electric shocks. We be careful, Gao Yang nodded. Chapter 138. The temperature rose higher and higher over the next few days, and Yang Qing, Leng Yi, and the other 2 stayed indoors, afraid to go out. The vegetables in the room wilted. Although the air conditioner was on, its effect was limited by the high temperature, and they were still affected. Especially the cold-resistant sweet potatoes, which were originally developed for extreme cold. Now that the weather had suddenly turned extremely hot, the sweet potato leaves were completely wilted. Should we just pull them out? Lu Lin said. They had only been planted for a month, and the sweet potatoes probably hadn't even grown yet. Yang Qing nodded. Let's pick the leaves and eat them. Anyway, we planted so many sweet potatoes in our space, it doesn't matter if we do. Lu Lin then picked the sweet potato leaves and pulled them up by the roots. The sweet potatoes, which were originally the size of a thumb, were even smaller and hadn't grown at all. Yang Qing then went to check on the rabbit. The rabbit had been kept in Lu Lin's room, and thankfully, with the air conditioning, it was fine. The little rabbit was already over a month old. Perhaps because it was eating the grass and spiritual spring water from the space, it had grown exceptionally fast, and was now a large rabbit. Snow-white fur, red eyes, long, fluffy ears, they were adorable. So many rabbits, won't they have baby rabbits again in a month? Where will we put them then? Yang Qing worried. Then, we have to kill them. Lu Lin paused, a pang of reluctance crossing her face. She had raised these rabbits herself. However, her initial reason for raising them was to eat their meat. Without killing them, there was nowhere to keep them. If only my space could support living things, Yang Qing sighed. She had put so much jade inside, but only a few more storage spaces had been added. The rest of the space remained unchanged. Supporting living things seemed impossible. Yang Qing suddenly remembered the purple crystal Dr. Zhang had given her, wondering if the upgraded space could hold it. But what if the space collapsed again? It would be such a loss if it couldn't be repaired. It's better not to take the risk, we deal with it later. Do you have any hawthorns in your space? Lung Yi suddenly asked. Yes, what are you going to make? Yang Qing asked curiously. I make you candied hawthorns. Lung Yi smiled. He took a frying pan, poured sugar on it, and held it out the window where it could get some sunlight. After a while, the sugar melted and then boiled. Yang Qing and Lu Lin were both stunned. The temperature is so high. You could even stir-fry it. Indeed. Lung Yi laughed, tossing the hawthorns into the sugar and rolling them around a few times, then sticking them out one by one with a toothpick, and then stamping them on ice until the sugar hardened, creating candied hawthorns. Lu Lin picked one up and put it in her mouth. The candy was crunchy, and the hawthorn was both sour and sweet. So delicious. Brother-in-law is amazing. Yang Qing wasn't really interested at first, but seeing the hawthorn made her mouth water. She picked one up and ate it too. It's really delicious. Lung Yi smiled. There's more. Should I make you some candied apples? Sure. Yang Qing nodded. I love those. Lung Yi took 2 large apples out of his spatial storage. He washed, peeled, and chopped them, then started cooking. Wow, can we fry eggs with them too? Lu Lin watched from the side. Or we could just stir-fry them. It's so hot, I wouldn't dare go out. Going outside would give you a sunburn, Yang Qing said. We can only make snacks, we can't stay outside. Lu Lin nodded, that's true. These past few days, Gao Yang and his team had been catching a lot of snakes to exchange for food. Knowing they could exchange them for food, everyone was very enthusiastic, and within a few days, the snakes became increasingly scarce, until they were all gone. That's how it is in China. As long as something is edible, it's almost impossible for it to become a pest. They eat them all. After these few days of high temperatures, all the water outside had evaporated, revealing the long unseen roads. Water stains, indelible, remained on the walls below the 5th floor. Official personnel began cleaning the roads, removing piles of garbage every day, and many missing people were finally found. However, they would never wake up again. People downstairs gradually moved back in. After all, life at the rescue station wasn't easy. More than a dozen people shared a room, food was scarce, and with the heat, the rooms were filthy and smelly. It was simply unbearable. However, their belongings at home had long since spoiled from the water, so they had to make do, but they had to go out again to find supplies. Seeing the people on the 7th floor living so carefree, they felt both envious and jealous. Why could they live so well? This world was so unfair. Just after lunch, there was a knock at the door. Lung Yi went to open it, and Li Shengden came in. Yang Qing, do you have any medicine? What's wrong? Yang Qing quickly went over. Li Shengden held out her arm, revealing a red, swollen bump about the size of a 1 yuan coin. How did you get this? Yang Qing asked. A mosquito bite, Li Shengden said. I went out today, and accidentally got bitten by a mosquito, while exchanging food at the department store. Is it that poisonous? Lu Lin exclaimed in surprise. You have no idea how big that mosquito was, Li Shengnian gestured with her hand. It was at least as big as a bee. I never seen a mosquito that big before. Ah? Lu Lin quickly looked out the window. Luckily, they had installed a wire mesh screen early on, so no mosquitoes flew in. Mosquito and ant bites usually cause some kind of acid. I apply some iodine to neutralize it, Yang Qing said, taking out a vacuum cupping device. But mosquitoes these days are different from ordinary ones. I draw out the poison first. Yang Qing took a cup larger than the bite, covered it, and then used a vacuum gun to suck it out. As the air inside the cup was sucked out, creating a vacuum, the flesh on her arm was sucked up, and then water could be seen oozing from the center of the bite. That should be enough. Yang Qing removed the cup, wiped it clean with a tissue, and then applied iodine. Ah, it really doesn't itch anymore. Li Shengnian explained in surprise. You're amazing, you know everything. By the way, I have some insecticide here, take some with you. Have you nailed up all the screens? It's the apocalypse now, mutated mosquitoes are normal, be careful. Yang Qing gave Li Shengnian some insecticide, rat poison, and rat traps. Be careful in the bathroom, the drains, and the ventilation ducts, watch out for mosquitoes and rats getting in at night. Thank you. Li Shengnian gratefully accepted the things. She really didn't know what she would have done without them. Just after dinner that evening, they heard a series of fluttering sounds outside the window. Lu Lin looked out and exclaimed, What's that? There was a mosquito, no bigger than a dragonfly, flapping its wings and swooping against the window, extremely aggressive, constantly trying to fly in through the wire mesh, making a hissing sound. It's a mosquito. Lung Yi frowned, never expecting mosquitoes to be so big, truly unprecedented. One can imagine how venomous these mosquitoes are. Chapter 139. Are all the doors and windows closed? Check them again. Yes, they're closed. Lin Lin and I checked them when Li Shengnian came this afternoon. Yang Qing felt goosebumps at the sight of the enormous mosquito. No wonder Li Shengnian had such a big bump on her arm. This mosquito was even bigger than she described. She took out insecticide, opened the inner glass window, and sprayed it onto the wire mesh. A large number of mosquitoes fell down, but even more flew in. Cries of surprise echoed from downstairs. Ouch, that hurts. What the hell is that? Is it a mosquito? Such a big mosquito? Quick, close the window. But some of the downstairs apartments hadn't been occupied for a long time. Their doors and windows had been removed, making it impossible to close them. They had thought it wouldn't matter without doors and windows in this hot weather, but who knew there would be so many mosquitoes? Some people couldn't stand it and ran outside, but there were even more mosquitoes outside. A swarm of mosquitoes swarmed around a man, who ran and swatted them away, his body covered in bites, itchy and painful, screaming for help and rolling on the ground. Mosquitoes are attracted to light. Turn off all the lights, Lung Yi said. Yang Qing quickly turned off all the lights. You all move aside, go inside. Lung Yi said, grabbing a plug, attaching a small metal clip to the copper wire in the cord, clipping the clip to the wire mesh screen, and plugging it in. A crackling sound rang out, and sparks occasionally appeared on the wire mesh screen. Some mosquitoes caught fire, some were electrocuted, and some were burned to ashes. The electrified wire mesh screen had become a large electric mosquito swatter. Lung Yi changed the windows several times, and a thick layer of dead mosquitoes lay on the windowsill. After half an hour, the mosquitoes gradually decreased. Lung Yi closed the windows tightly, checked everywhere again, and even sealed the cracks in the door before he felt at ease. Why don't we just sleep inside the space? Yang Qing said. She didn't want to sleep with constant worry. Lung Yi nodded, taking Aki and Xiaoxue with him. Lu Lin also brought the rabbit cage, worried that they would be bitten by mosquitoes outside. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the door. Lung Yi opened the door. It was Gao Yang and the others. Gao Yang also had a swollen bump on his face. Bited by mosquitoes? Lung Yi asked. Gao Yang nodded. We already installed screens on the windows, but we still don't know where the mosquitoes got in. I'd like to borrow Yang Qing's cupping set, Gao Yang said, a little embarrassed. Several of us got bitten, and even after applying iodine, it didn't work. We think the poison is still inside, but we can't squeeze it out. Yang Qing handed him a box of cupping sets. This set is for you, I have more. Thank you so much. Gao Yang was very grateful, taking out several jade rings from his pocket. You're not short of food, and I know you like these. Is this all right? Sure, I really like them. Yang Qing smiled and accepted the jade rings. These friends are quite considerate, They exchange things for what they want, instead of taking it for granted that friends should give them things. That's why Yongqing isn't stingy. He wouldn't mind giving them extra things. Do you think these mosquitoes are edible? Gaoyang asked. Ah? Let's not. Yongqing felt a chill at the thought of eating those mosquitoes. These mosquitoes are so poisonous, they must carry a lot of viruses. Be careful not to get sick from eating them. You still have plenty of food, don't take the risk. Gaoyang nodded. I think so too. But now that he's unemployed, the sense of crisis is too strong. He always feels like the food will run out sooner or later, so he's thinking of saving every little bit. Some people in Yunnan province ate insects before. These mosquitoes are so big, maybe people there really would dare to eat them. But in the current environment, if you get sick from eating them, there are no hospitals to go to, so it's better to be careful. Gaoyang returned to 702, and Ling Yi quickly closed the door. A few minutes later, there was a loud knocking on the security door. Ling Yi opened the door and saw Teacher Zhang. He quickly asked Teacher Zhang, "Is there something you need?" Teacher Zhang seemed a little embarrassed and waved to Ling Yi. Ling Yi put on a mask and gloves, trying not to expose any skin. "You moved back?" "Yes, we just moved back a couple of days ago. Who knew my grandson would get bitten by mosquitoes as soon as we got back? Do you have any medicine?" Teacher Zhang lowered her voice, afraid of being overheard. "I have some heat-resistant sweet potato seedlings here. I trade them with you." Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. Teacher Zhang was quite well connected. He could get these things. Was it because of his son's connections? Okay, wait a moment. Ling Yi nodded, went home, and got a bottle of iodine for him. "This is all we have. This iodine is alkaline, and mosquito venom is acidic, so it should work." Thank you, thank you." Teacher Zhang took the iodine and quickly put it away, giving the sweet potato seedlings to Ling Yi. "Plant them well, they bear fruit." "Okay." Ling Yi nodded, took the things, and locked the door. Back in 701, Yongqing asked, "Who was that?" It was Teacher Zhang. He traded the heat-resistant sweet potato seedlings for a bottle of iodine. Ling Yi handed the things to Yongqing. "He's thoughtful." Yongqing took the bag, looked at the sweet potato seedlings inside. They were a little wilted, but had already grown roots, so they should be able to survive. "Let's give it a try." Yongqing took the sweet potato seedlings out and planted them in the pot, where they had previously grown cold-resistant sweet potatoes. After all, it was someone's good intention. They shouldn't waste it. For the next few days, Yongqing and the others didn't dare to go out. Finally, the authorities started exterminating the mosquitoes. The radio was also urging everyone to stay home as much as possible, as there were too many mosquitoes and viruses, and not to eat them. Then, people in protective suits went around the community spraying insecticide and disinfecting, and also distributed insecticide to residents to spray in their homes. After several days of disinfection, and as the temperature rose, the mosquitoes gradually disappeared. However, the extremely hot weather also caused water to become increasingly scarce. The rivers and lakes had evaporated, and there was nowhere to get water. When the weather was cold, at least they could boil snow water to drink, but in the heat, there was nowhere to get water, and without water, people simply couldn't survive. Many people died of heat stroke, some from thirst. Although Xia City is a coastal city, seawater is undrinkable. Drinking it would only hasten death. Some people couldn't bear it and drank seawater, reportedly dying on the beach and becoming mummified. After another 10 days or so, official news arrived that the seawater desalination project was progressing well, and a certain amount of purified water would be distributed to citizens daily. Upon receiving this news, Li Shengning came to 701 to invite Yongqing and the others to collect water together. To avoid revealing their spatial dimension, Yongqing agreed. However, when they arrived at the department store, there was only one water tanker, and hundreds of people were already lined up. By their turn, it would be long gone. The people in front were all dark-skinned and thin, reeking of sweat. Seeing Yongqing and his companions, who were clean and had fair skin, they all showed hostile expressions. Ling Yi blocked Yongqing's way. "Forget it, we still have water at home. If we use it sparingly, it lasts us a while. Let's not queue anymore." Yongqing nodded. "Let's go back." Li Shengnan looked at the long queue and nodded helplessly. Chapter 140. The three were about to leave, when someone suddenly rushed up to them. "Sister, are you going to exchange for anything today?" Yongqing shook her head when she saw it was Husky. "Nothing, just came to take a look." "Oh." Husky was a little disappointed, and said mysteriously in a low voice, "Sister, do you know that the first phase of the official base is finished? We can go there now." "Finished? Where?" Yongqing was surprised. In Mingcheng, Husky said. It's an old district, and also a mountainous area, between the Hui Mountains and the Dayun Mountains. The environment is good, the forest resources are abundant, and it's known as the Green City. It has mountains, water, and land. It's indeed a good place, very helpful for planting. Everyone is short of food now. If there's a place to grow food, then we can survive. I heard that the first phase can accommodate 100,000 people, and there are second and third phases too. Sister, do you have a points card? Do you want me to exchange for it for you? Yang Qing, Lung Yi, and Li Shengnan exchanged glances. They all had points cards, but they didn't show it. How do we exchange them? Yang Qing asked. Before, 1 gene of grain could be exchanged for 2 points, and 500 points were enough to enter the base. Now, it takes 1.5 gene of grain to get 2 points, meaning it takes more than 80 gene of grain to get 500 points. So now some people are starting to resell point cards. Sis, do you want some? With your resources, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Husky asked Yang Qing. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, surprised that even point cards were being speculated on. Not for now, Yang Qing shook her head. What about you guys? Are you planning to go to the official base? Husky looked helpless. Sis, you overestimate me. Where would I get so many points to enter the base? Yang Qing was surprised. You work for Kai Qin, won't she help you? She doesn't lack food. Husky smiled wryly. Just because she doesn't lack it doesn't mean she give it to me. She has many people working for her, and they all get paid based on their contributions. Besides, I have my sister. The two of us need 1,000 points. How could we possibly get that much? Sister, to tell you the truth, Husky lowered his voice again. Even if Sister Kai wants to enter the base, she won't go to the official base, but the military base. Why? Yang Qing asked. The military base has higher requirements for those entering, and the management is stricter. It's safer inside. Anyone with a points card can enter the official base. Who knows where those points cards come from, stolen or robbed? There will definitely be all sorts of people there, good and bad. Who knows what the situation will be like inside? Husky said. Yang Qing nodded. It was indeed true. Has a military base been built yet? Lung Yi asked. Mao shook his head. I heard a bit about it, but I don't know where it's located. I heard the requirements for getting into a military base are very strict. A clean family background, no criminal record, and you have to be capable. Even if an ordinary person is rich, they can't get into a military base without some ability. Yang Qing and Lung Yi exchanged a glance. How do they determine if someone has a criminal record? The internet is down now, so there's nowhere to check. Do people like them, who killed so many people in the apocalypse, count as having a criminal record? Or is it just based on their behavior before the apocalypse? However, Lung Yi has military experience, so a test would easily find out, and he can't lie about that. It should be easy for him to get into a military base, but it's hard to say for Yang Qing and the others. Okay, thank you for telling me all this, Yang Qing said. Husky smiled. Sister, don't be so polite. Just come to me if you need anything. The floodwaters have receded, and the weather isn't cold anymore, so I be here every day. It's just unbearably hot. By the way, sister, do you have some inside information? You exchanged so much insecticide and rat poison with me a while ago. Are you using it all now? I almost ran out of stock. Yang Qing smiled. It was just a coincidence. I thought the weather couldn't stay cold forever, and I need it when it got hot. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Thank you for finding it for me. Husky laughed. Sister, you're too kind. I head over now. Come to me anytime if you need anything. Husky waved to the group and ran back to the department store. I didn't expect the official base to be built already. Do you guys want to go? Li Shengnan asked Yang Qing. Yang Qing was silent for a moment. Let's discuss it together when we get back. Suddenly someone called out, Miss, would you like some couplets? Huh? Couplets? Yang Qing looked over and realized the barter market next door had reopened. The new year is almost here. Would you like some couplets? An elderly man with gray hair smiled at Yang Qing and the others. New year? Yang Qing was a little dazed. The new year was almost here? She had completely forgotten about it. It had been half a year since the apocalypse, and it was almost New Year's time. But after experiencing so much, and with temperatures in the 50s or 60s, why would she think about the new year? Even in the hottest part of Xia City before, the temperature was only around 10 degrees Celsius during the new year. Now, with this heat, it still felt like summer. There was no New Year's feeling at all. How much? Yang Qing walked over, Lung Yi and Li Shengnan following behind. Half a pound of broken rice and a couplet. The old man smiled. This red paper and ink are from my old days, you can't find them anywhere now. Yang Qing nodded, looking at the couplets the old man had written. The calligraphy was beautiful, he might have been a member of some calligraphy association. My old man's couplets used to fetch a high price. Many people begged him to write them, but he refused. Now he could only exchange them for half a pound of rice. An old woman beside him said resentfully. Why talk about that? That was so long ago. The old man glanced at her sideways. Yang Qing smiled. Then 2 couplets, please. Great. The old man was overjoyed and quickly asked, what kind do you want? Peace and prosperity, congratulations? Peace, please. In this world, peace is all that matters, Yang Qing said. The old man quickly unfolded the red paper, picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and began to write. One scroll read, May good fortune accompany you on your journey, may peace and blessing shine upon your home. The other read, The sun shines brightly on your peaceful dwelling, 5 auspicious stars grace your door. The characters were written neatly and precisely, yet the strokes were sharp, showing considerable skill. Grandpa, your calligraphy is truly beautiful. Yang Qing sincerely praised. The old man was delighted. Let me give you 2 more fu characters. He picked up his brush and wrote 2 more fu characters, then set them aside to dry. In this high temperature, they dried quickly. Yang Qing took out a pound of broken rice from his bag and put it in a black bag. Please keep this safe. Thank you, thank you. The old man was a little excited. He had been standing there for half a day, and this was only his first sale. With this pound of rice, he would have food to eat for the new year. Yang Qing carefully put the couplets into her bag and said to Li Shengnan, Take one back with you when you get home and put it up too. The new year is in a few days, let's celebrate it together. If you want to go to the base, wait until after the new year. Li Shengnan nodded, okay. Chapter 141. The 3 continued walking, with people constantly approaching them asking if they wanted this or that. Yang Qing stopped when she saw a stall selling jade and gold/silver jewelry. Although the space wasn't being upgraded anymore, she felt these things would still be useful. She saw a small jade Buddha pendant, very green and clear, with a white gold base and diamond embellishments. It would make a beautiful collarbone necklace. How much for this? Yang Qing asked. 10 caddies of broken rice, the stall owner said. Yang Qing shook her head, too expensive. In prosperous times, antiques were valuable, in chaotic times, gold was precious. Now, in this apocalypse, these things were worthless. Food was king. A gene. The stall owner said helplessly, I used to spend tens of thousands on this. Li Shengnan laughed, a gene of grain, you can't buy that even for tens of thousands now, it's not like before. I know. The stall owner looked pained, he was actually reluctant to sell, but they were desperate for rice, and they couldn't all go hungry for the new year. 7 gene, that's the lowest I can offer. Yang Qing didn't speak, but noticed a diamond ring on the side. He picked it up and looked at it. What about this one? How much for it? This one requires 100 gene of grain, the stall owner said. 100 gene? Li Shengnan exclaimed. Diamonds are a scam. You're selling them for more than jade. Do you think we're stupid? That's because you don't understand, the stall owner said urgently. My son-in-law bought this diamond ring from an overseas auction house. It cost tens of millions. Several tens of millions? Yang Qing was shocked. You're not kidding us, are you? You're willing to sell something worth tens of millions? It was because we had no other choice, no food to eat, the stall owner said helplessly. My daughter went abroad and married a wealthy businessman. They were a loving couple, and he was willing to spend money on her. But after the apocalypse, my daughter. These are her belongings. I know I shouldn't be exchanging them, but she has a child. I want to help raise her child, otherwise, how can I face her? The stall owner's eyes reddened. She said it herself, this isn't an ordinary diamond, it's a meteorite diamond, I have a certificate. The stall owner pulled out the certificate. Look, it's all written here. I even looked it up online because of this. The diamonds we usually know are diamonds, a solid carbon material, which is quite common. There's also a type called meteorite diamonds, said to have formed from a small asteroid falling from space. Yang Qing picked up the certificate. It was quite detailed, stating that meteorite diamonds are newly discovered microdiamond materials from extraterrestrial bodies found in fallen meteorites. Their formation is linked to the discovery of new particles in high-energy particle physics and condensed matter physics. The existence of meteorite diamonds can be called cosmic divine stones, a gift from God. Yang Qing didn't know if the certificate was exaggerated or fabricated, but she remembered Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang had said they discovered some secrets from meteorites and extracted a box of mysterious blue syringes from them that could potentially change the world order. Although Yang Qing didn't know what they were, it was all related to meteorites. And that purple crystal, it also seemed to be from outer space, with terrifyingly enormous energy, so she didn't dare to carry it with her and kept it at home. She was afraid that if she forgot she had that thing on her when she entered the space, it would cause the space to collapse, so she stopped wearing it and kept it in her bedside table. This meteorite diamond might not have the same energy as the purple crystal, but it might still have some effect. Yang Qing nodded. I take it. What? The stall owner and Li Shengnan exclaimed at the same time. Li Shengnan quickly advised her, Yang Qing, you need to think carefully. That's 100 pounds of grain. This diamond ring is useless. Besides, we don't even know if this certificate is real or fake. Don't be fooled. Of course it's real. The stall owner was unhappy. Would I lie about my daughter's heirloom? He then looked at Yang Qing. Are you sure you want it? You can't go back on your word once you exchanged it. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. Although he didn't understand why Yang Qing insisted on having the diamond ring, since she liked it, he would exchange it. If you really want it, this jade pendant is yours for the taking. The stall owner said. This girl hadn't even bargained, so the jade pendant was a bonus. He hadn't expected the diamond ring to sell. Even if someone wanted it, they'd probably haggle over the price. Since she hadn't haggled, why not give her something in return? Yang Qing smiled. Yes, I like it very much. Yang Qing. Li Shengnan looked disapproving. Food was so scarce these days, that was 100 jin, not just 10 or 1 jin. It's alright, I have plenty of fish at home that I can trade, Yang Qing said to Li Shengnan. I really like it, money can't buy what I like. Li Shengnan was a little helpless. She hadn't expected someone as rational as Yang Qing to be so impulsive. She knew she had much more food than they did, but she hadn't expected her to be so extravagant. 100 caddies of grain isn't a small amount. We can't possibly trade here, can we? Lung Yi reminded him. Shall we go somewhere else? Yes, yes. The stall owner nodded hurriedly, also worried that if he got the grain here, someone else would steal it. Why don't you take your things to the department store? Yang Qing said to the stall owner. I happen to know someone there. I borrow 100 caddies of grain. There are troops stationed there. It'd be safer to trade there. Okay, go quickly. Lung Yi immediately realized that Yang Qing was going to get the grain from her spatial storage. Even if her bag was large enough, she couldn't possibly carry 100 caddies of grain around everywhere, could she? Shengnan, let's help this lady pack up and go to the department store, Lung Yi said to Li Shengnan, deliberately stalling her. Okay. Li Shengnan nodded. Yang Qing quickly ran towards the department store, actually finding a secluded spot to retrieve 2 50-caddy bags of rice, which she then pushed out on a small cart. When Lung Yi and the others arrived, Yang Qing was already waiting for them by the department store. Look, it's all here, Yang Qing pointed to the grain. The cart is also included. Would you like someone to come and get it? Sure, I happen to know someone in the department store. I go get them, the stall owner said. The stall owner called someone over, who watched over the grain, then gave Yang Qing a diamond ring and a jade pendant. Seeing that she had given him the cart, he also gave her a gold ring. Thank you so much, young lady. The stall owner said gratefully, not expecting to actually get the grain in return. Be careful on your way back. There's a lot of grain, many people are watching it, Yang Qing reminded them. Don't worry. The stall owner's friend said. I have a car, I use it to transport it back later. That's good. Yang Qing nodded, put the things away, and said, goodbye then. Chapter 142. Back home, Yang Qing gave Li Shengnan a couplet and a Fu character, asking her to put them up for the new year. Let's have dinner together during the new year and discuss going to the base, Yang Qing said. Okay. Li Shengnan nodded. Back in their room, Lung Yi quickly turned on the air conditioner. It was unbearably hot. Even wearing temperature-controlled clothing, they were still drenched in sweat. The two took a shower in their spatial dimension before coming out, by which time the room temperature had dropped, and it wasn't so hot anymore. Yang Qing took out the diamond ring. Lung Yi picked it up and looked at it. I should have bought this for you. We didn't have a diamond ring for our wedding, just a regular ring. It's okay, I don't care about that. Yang Qing shook her head, raising her hand to look at her wedding ring. This one is fine too, simple and elegant. Wearing a diamond ring would be inconvenient for everyday things. I bought this ring mainly because the diamond is a meteorite diamond. I thought it might be useful for my space. You know that throwing jade into it now won't upgrade the space anymore, so I wanted to try something else. Diamonds have been absorbed before, but this meteorite diamond might be more effective. Then let's try it. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. Yang Qing nodded and threw the diamond ring into her space. After a while, Lung Yi asked, "Do you feel anything?" Yang Qing had mentioned before that when jade enters the space, it causes a vibration in the space during upgrades. Yang Qing frowned. "I don't seem to feel anything. Is it useless?" "Perhaps the space upgrade has reached its limit," Lung Yi said. "Let's go in and take a look." Yang Qing led Lung Yi into the space. Looking around, Yang Qing saw no changes, no new warehouse, and no new room. Yang Qing was a little disappointed. "Looks like it's useless. Or maybe the diamond is too small to be effective for the upgrade?" Lung Yi stood in the courtyard, looking around, when suddenly he exclaimed, "Qing Qing, come and see." "What?" Yang Qing asked. Going over, she too was incredulous. There was a ladybug perched on a vegetable in the yard. This meant there was a living creature in the space. Is it real? Yang Qing was still a little incredulous, reaching out to shoo the ladybug into her palm for a closer look. "It's real!" Yang Qing exclaimed in delight. Lung Yi laughed. "Of course it's true. Even if one person is wrong, it's impossible for both of us to be wrong, right? Then my space can keep living things alive?" Yang Qing couldn't suppress his smile. "No, I have to try it." The two left the space, and Yang Qing went straight to Lu Lin's room. "Lin, give me a rabbit." "What's wrong? Want to eat rabbit meat? Should we raise it a little bigger before eating it?" Lu Lin was still a little reluctant. "No, I'm doing an experiment." Yang Qing smiled mysteriously at Lu Lin, grabbed a rabbit, and threw it into the space. "Ah, you just killed it?" Lu Lin was surprised. "Calm down." Yang Qing smiled, paused for a minute, and then led Lung Yi and Lu Lin into the space. The rabbit was happily munching on grass in the yard. "It's still alive?" Lu Lin was shocked. Normally, any living thing thrown in would die almost instantly. "Yes, the space can now support living things." Yang Qing smiled broadly. "That's great. Could they even raise chickens, ducks, or even cattle and sheep inside?" "Really? How did you do that?" "It couldn't be done before." Lu Lin found it incredible. "Today, I traded 100 caddies of grain for a meteorite diamond." "That must have worked," Yang Qing said. "That's such a good deal. 100 caddies of grain for space to feed creatures. I never even dared to dream of that before," Lu Lin said. Yang Qing laughed. "I think so too. It's such a bargain." "That's wonderful." Lu Lin excitedly hugged Yang Qing. "Should we put all our rabbits in here, and enclose a place for them to live? That way, they can have more baby rabbits." "But you can't bear to eat them. Why keep so many?" Yang Qing said deliberately. "Well," Lu Lin was a little embarrassed. "I was just saying, if you really want to eat them, then eat them. Besides, these 12 little rabbits will have even more babies later, and I won't have to take care of them, so I won't be so reluctant to part with them." Lung Yi smiled. "Let's build a rabbit pen. Anyway, it's sheltered from the wind and rain here, so we don't need to build a house for them. We can just keep them from running around." "Okay, let's do it right away." Yang Qing nodded. He took 2 bundles of sawn with strips from the furniture factory from the warehouse, and built a fence around the fruit trees, putting the rabbits inside. There was grass on the ground, and a vegetable garden nearby, so they could easily throw some vegetable leaves for them to eat. The 3 of them left the space, and Yang Qing put the other rabbits into the space as well, so they wouldn't have to keep them outside. "By the way, I bought some fertilized chicken and duck eggs before. Can they be hatched?" Yang Qing asked again. "But we don't have an incubator," Lu Lin said. "I saw online that some people use yogurt makers to incubate eggs. It seems like it works as long as the temperature is right. Why don't we give it a try?" "Let's try it." Excited, the two went back into their spatial dimension, found the yogurt maker, and then found the fertilized eggs. The yogurt maker was a bit small, only able to hold 6 eggs at a time. It was just an experiment. If it didn't work, they wouldn't waste too many eggs. So they took 6 chicken eggs and 6 duck eggs. Yang Qing placed the yogurt maker in the villa, plugged it in, adjusted the temperature, lined it with a towel, and then put the chicken and duck eggs inside. "How long will it take for the chicks to hatch?" Lu Lin asked. "It seems to be 21 days, Yang Qing said. "But in this space, there's no night, and the temperature is just right, so maybe it can be earlier." Lu Lin nodded. "If they can hatch, that would be great. Then we have fresh chickens and ducks to eat." It would be best if we could find live cattle and sheep too, then we have our own farm. Lu Lin said excitedly. Thinking about it like that, wow, that's really amazing. Yang Qing laughed. I asked Husky if he can get any live ones another day. If he can, I get 2. The two left the space, and Ling Yi suddenly asked, now, if you throw live things into your space, they stay alive. Can you kill them? Yang Qing was taken aback. Yes, before, when they encountered bad guys they couldn't beat, they just pull them into the space, killing them instantly. Now that the space can support living things, wouldn't they survive going in? Would they discover your secrets? To avoid exposing the space, would they have to go in and kill them? The space is so big, if they hide, finding them would be a hassle. Yang Qing suddenly felt that being able to support living things in the space wasn't so great after all. After all, nothing is more important than life. A space that can't support living things can be a lifesaver in a critical moment. Chapter 143. Try killing them with your mind, Ling Yi said. This space is yours, you are its master. You are essentially a god in this small world. Don't you have the final say in everything? Retrieving items in this space also requires mind control, right? Then try killing a living creature with your mind. Yang Qing thought this made sense. The space was entirely under her control. She should be able to manage it. Yang Qing closed her eyes, thinking of the rabbits under the tree, focusing on one of them, and then using her mind to kill it, but the rabbits didn't seem to react. Instead, Yang Qing felt dizzy, and her face turned pale. Ling Yi quickly interrupted her. All right, Qing, don't force yourself. We talk about it later. Yang Qing opened her eyes, and Lu Lin quickly handed her a bottle of spiritual spring water. Drink some water first. Yang Qing drank a few sips of water before recovering. My head hurts so much just now. Ling Yi felt a little sorry for her. If you can't handle it, that's fine. We be more careful next time. Yang Qing nodded. Maybe it's because I'm not used to it yet, and I haven't mastered the space. Maybe I can get better with more practice. No rush, we talk about it later. Ling Yi massaged Yang Qing's temples. He didn't want her to take any risks. If we can't kill, we can't kill. Being able to raise animals is still very good, Lu Lin said. With so many things, we might even be able to build our own base in the future. Yang Qing nodded and said to Lu Lin, I ran into Husky at the department store today. He said our province's official base has been built. What do you think? Do you want to go? Lu Lin hesitated for a moment. I don't know. If you go, I go. If you don't go, I won't go either. I go with you. I'm a little scared to be alone. Yang Qing held her hand. Don't be afraid. As long as you don't want to leave, we'd be together forever. Actually, I don't really want to go to the official base. Like Husky said, anyone can get in. Some people's points cards are either stolen or robbed. It'd be a small society inside, with rich kids and thugs. We might end up at the bottom again. It's better to be carefree outside. Ling Yi nodded. Besides, your space can't be exposed, but it's hard to say when there are many people. What if it's not exposed for a year, 2 years, or 5 or 10 years? It'd be dangerous if someone finds out. Let's try to enter the military base sometime in the future. Yang Qing nodded. But Husky said that the military base needs not only supplies, but also capable people. How is that capability measured? I guess the military doesn't support useless people. They might do some physical fitness tests, or kung fu tests. You should be fine, but Lu Lin needs to practice more, Ling Yi said. Yang Qing looked at Lu Lin. It's okay, I train with you. We go to the military base together later. Okay. Lu Lin smiled. As long as Yang Qing was there, she wasn't afraid. 2 days later, it was New Year's Eve. Yang Qing got up early. Why does it feel less hot today than the past few days? Yang Qing said. It's a little cooler, Lu Lin nodded. I just checked the thermometer, 50 degrees. It's dropped several degrees. 50 degrees was still hot, but much better than the 60 or 70 degrees of the past few days. Moreover, they had air conditioning and temperature-controlled clothing, maintaining a temperature in the 30s, which was already quite good. It seems even God wants us to have a good new year, Ling Yi laughed. Lu Lin made breakfast, and after the three of them finished eating, they began preparing ingredients for the new year. Ling Yi took the couplets to the door to paste them up. As he opened his door, the door opposite is opened as well, and Gao Yang came out with his couplets. The two smiled at each other. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Do you have any glue? Gao Yang asked. I have double-sided tape, Ling Yi said. Then let's paste them together, Gao Yang said with a smile. The two of them first pasted the Fu character on the door, Then spread the couplets on the ground and carefully apply the double-sided tape. After pasting one couplet, the other person helped pull it to the side of the door to paste it up. The two of them worked together to paste the couplets for both houses. Let's make dumplings for lunch together. We have New Year's Eve dinner tonight, Lungi said. Okay. Gao Yang nodded and called Li Shengnan and the other two over. Everyone went to Lu Lin's room. It was still too hot outside at 50 degrees Celsius, but the air conditioning inside made it much better. Lungi rolled out the dough, Lu Lin and Li Shengnan chopped the filling, and the others waited to wrap the dumplings. I never celebrated the New Year in such heat before, Li Shengnan said with a smile. Yeah, it's practically summer, Gao Yang nodded. Like some Scandinavians can't imagine Christmas without snow. We're lucky we can even celebrate the New Year. So many people can't even afford food, Wang Min sighed. Yes, we owe our good life today to Qingqing, Lu Lin said. Everyone nodded, feeling that meeting Yang Qing was their greatest blessing. By the way, what's your thought about going to the official base? Yang Qing asked. Li Shengnan must have told them already. The group exchanged glances, a moment of silence. We want to go, Gao Yang said. What about you guys, are you going? Li Shengnan asked. Lungi, Lin and I discussed it, and we're not planning to go for now. We have plenty of supplies and some trading channels, so we're doing fine for the time being. At the base, the authorities won't just keep us around for free, we definitely have to work. But we also have to support Aki and Xiaoxue. What will happen to them? What if someone catches them and eats them while we're not home? Aki and Xiaoxue, who had been lying on the ground, immediately stood up upon hearing this. We don't want to be eaten. They've grown so big, their appetites are enormous. The little food we earn from working isn't enough. We can at least trade for dog food outside from time to time, but we won't have that much freedom at the base. Yang Qing used Aki and Xiaoxue as an excuse, which was also true. At the base, seeing two such plump and healthy dogs would surely make many people envious. Although the space can now support animals, we can't keep them locked up there forever. Gao Yang nodded, having a dog is indeed inconvenient for you. You guys have better ways than us, you can live quite well outside. Li Shengnan nodded as well, anyway, you have points cards, so you can go whenever you want. We go first, to pave the way for you. When you want to go, we be there, and you get to know things faster. Yang Qing smiled, yeah, we come find you whenever we want. Then we have to part ways. I don't know when we see each other again. Wang Min looked at Yang Qing, somewhat saddened. Mingcheng is about 300 kilometers from Xia City, and in these times, going back isn't easy. All good things must come to an end. As long as we're alive, we reunite one day. Yang Qing patted Wang Min's hand. You can come back anytime you want. It's the New Year. Let's not talk about such sad topics. Today is New Year's Eve. Let's all have a good New Year together. Lungi said. Yeah, why bring that up? Jiang Hao chuckled. Yang Qing and the others are so capable, they're definitely doing better than us. Chapter 144. After finishing their dumplings for lunch, Yang Qing took out a rabbit and some vegetables from his spatial storage. The rabbits we raised before have all grown up. Today we kill one for the New Year, Yang Qing said with a smile, picking up the rabbit. The rabbit's still here? I thought they were all dead. Li Shengnan was surprised. After enduring extreme cold and heat, many people couldn't withstand it and died, yet the rabbit was still alive. A miracle. We have a generator. When it's cold, we turn on the electric heater. When it's hot, we turn on the air conditioner, and they all survived. The vegetables are still growing too, so we can eat them all today. Yang Qing laughed. Yang Qing really knows how to live, Wang Min sighed, unlike them, who had suffered terribly in the apocalypse. Lungi took the rabbit and helped kill it. Lu Lin took out fish they had caught before, some shrimp, and leftover duck, beef, and pork from the refrigerator. Li Shengnan and Wang Min helped wash and chop the meat, preparing to stew it. You also have some meat stored here with me. Do you want to take it with you this time? Yang Qing asked. It's so hot now, it's spoiled before we even get there. Forget it, you can keep it, there aren't many pounds left. Li Shengnan shook her head. Don't rush off, eat first, it's not like you miss a few days, Yang Qing said. But what about the grain? How are you going to take it? Last time they went fishing, each of them got over 100 pounds of grain, which they haven't eaten yet. The base is so far away, it's not easy to carry it. We've been thinking about that too. If only we had a vehicle, but where are we going to get one now? Li Shengnan sighed. Yang Qing thought for a moment. You can take our pickup truck. It's just the right size for the cargo. The four of you have quite a bit of luggage, plus the grain, so you definitely need a vehicle. Is the car still there? Jiang Hao asked, surprised. He hadn't seen the pickup truck since the ice started melting and thought it was lost. Yang Qing smiled. It's still there. We drove out that day, and when we came back, we could clearly feel the temperature rising, so we didn't dare drive back and hid the car. Luckily we didn't drive it. The ice melted that night. If we had driven back, the car would have sunk into the water and been unusable. But you need it yourselves, right? Li Shengnan hesitated. It's okay, we just get another one. You know we have connections, Yang Qing smiled. You need it more now. Yang Qing. Li Shengnan was speechless, she was so touched. However, pickup trucks are too conspicuous when carrying cargo, so you need to cover it with tarpaulins. Also, it's a 300-kilometer journey, and we don't know what we might encounter along the way, so be careful. You still have the guns we gave you, right? Make sure you take them with you. Li Shengnan nodded. Yes, I haven't dared to use them. You definitely encounter some highwaymen on the road, so use them when necessary. Of course, if you can solve the problem with food, don't be stingy, don't lose sight of the bigger picture. Yang Qing said. Li Shengnan nodded, feeling that Yang Qing seemed to have experienced everything and knew everything. The group busied themselves preparing, and by 4 o'clock, the New Year's Eve dinner was ready. When it was placed on the table, there was steamed fish, braised shrimp, beef and radish stew, stewed rabbit, ginger duck, braised pork, a bowl of fish balls, a bowl of stir-fried vegetables, and a dish of dried mushrooms and vermicelli. A total of 9 dishes. Wow, this is such a feast! We never had this many dishes for Chinese New Year before. Jiang Hao exclaimed. Lung Yi brought over a plate of dry-fried dumplings, perfect. A truly wonderful meal. It's really delicious. Gao Yang swallowed hard, having worked so long at the camp and barely seen any meat. Such a lavish meal was something he never dared to dream of. It's a pity there are no firecrackers, otherwise we would have set off a string on New Year's Eve. Yang Qing said with a hint of regret. We have so much food, and being able to celebrate this New Year together is already very good. Wang Min sighed, so many people don't even have enough to eat. Yes, we can celebrate this New Year thanks to Yang Qing. Li Shengnan added. Come on, let's toast Yang Qing. Jiang Hao picked up his glass, and wishing everyone a Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Everyone raised their glasses. Come on, eat more, try to finish it all. Yang Qing said with a smile. Isn't it supposed to be a little leftover, for abundance every year? Wang Min joked. Just leave a little fish. With so much food, the 3 of us don't know how many days it will take to eat it all, Yang Qing said. I remember when we celebrated Chinese New Year at home, we always had so much food left over. My parents wouldn't let us eat much, saying we should save it for the guests. But the guests didn't like it, they only ate the freshest dishes, and we didn't finish all the food throughout the entire Lunar New Year, Jiang Hao laughed. Our family is the same, Wang Min chimed in. My family is the same. My parents' generation is used to being frugal, they're reluctant to eat much, Li Shengnan said. At this point, everyone fell silent. Almost everyone present had no parents. They couldn't hear their nagging anymore. Lung Yi quickly smoothed things over, so today, everyone, eat your fill. Don't leave any. Everyone laughed again, and began to eat heartily. A few days later, Li Shengnan and the others were leaving. Yang Qing took the pickup truck out of his spatial storage in the middle of the night, and left it downstairs. The next morning, they began packing. Yang Qing went over. The truck's already downstairs. You can just take your things down. I have Linlin go down and watch them for you. Okay. Li Shengnan nodded. Jiang Hao and Gao Yang carried several 100 kilograms of grain, quite heavy. There were also some snacks, bottled water, clothes, bedding, etc. The solar generator was returned to Yang Qing. They probably wouldn't need it at the base, as the base would provide electricity. And these gas stoves and gas cookers, we won't take them, Li Shengnan said. Take the gas cooker. You need to cook over there, and if they don't have any, you have to buy them. Forget about the gas cylinders. It's not safe to leave them in the truck in this hot weather, Yang Qing said. She then brought out a small car refrigerator from the room. This is for you. You can put any leftover meat in it. There's electricity in the car. Yang Qing. Li Shengnan was embarrassed. This was too valuable. I have more. This small one is useless at home. Yang Qing smiled, and gave them some dried goods and vegetables. These vegetables can be preserved in hot weather. Take them with you. When you don't have any fresh vegetables, just soak them in water, they're quite delicious. Thank you so much. The group didn't know what to say. And these medicines, Yang Qing said, taking out another packet. I found these while we were sweeping the buildings. I said I exchanged them for supplies, but I forgot. Take these with you. Medicine is precious these days. Use them to exchange for anything you need. We can't accept these, Li Shengnan quickly said. We already distributed the anti-inflammatory and cold medicines. These are for you. We don't need them either. You find them more useful, Yang Qing said. How about this, we take a few boxes, and that be enough to divide them. Yang Qing grabbed a few boxes of medicine and stuffed the rest into Li Shengnan's hands. These medicines are more useful than money or food. Keep them safe. The group's eyes reddened, a mixture of gratitude and sadness. Before leaving the building, Yang Qing took out a rifle and gave it to Li Shengnan. Take this with you too. You already given us 2 guns. We really can't accept this, Li Shengnan quickly declined. Chapter 145. I don't know what dangers you face on this journey, I'm worried. Yang Qing shoved the gun into Li Shengnan's hand. Don't even mention the road, there are countless people watching you downstairs. Take it with you, you have to rely on yourselves from now on. Don't worry, I have more. I won't let myself suffer, Yang Qing said with a smile. Li Shengnan's eyes reddened, and she hugged Yang Qing. Yang Qing, you must take care. Wang Min also came over, tears falling, and the 3 hugged each other. Take care. Yang Qing smiled. Don't be so sentimental, it's not like we're parting forever. Maybe I come looking for you soon. When you get there, look after each other, and be careful of others. Not everyone in the base is good, there are all kinds of people. Okay. The 2 nodded. Gao Yang and Jiang Hao, watching from the side, also felt a little sad. Let's go, I see you downstairs. Yang Qing helped carry the things. Lung Yi closed the door behind them, and helped carry the things downstairs. Downstairs, they put everything in the car, placing the car refrigerator in the front and plugging it in. Yang Qing handed the pickup truck keys to Li Shengnan. Take care. You too? Li Shengnan and Yang Qing hugged again. You two take care too. Wang Min and Lu Lin hugged, Lu Lin's eyes also a little red. The 4 got into the car, and Yang Qing waved goodbye to them. This separation was uncertain, who knew when they would meet again, perhaps not long, perhaps never again. The 3 silently went upstairs, none of them speaking. Upon reaching 702, Yang Qing looked around, put everything he hadn't taken into his spatial storage, and then locked the door. Even the water tank for tank 802 was put away. Now it's just the 3 of us left, Lu Lin said, looking at Yang Qing, her mood a little downcast. Yang Qing put his arm around her shoulder. It's not the first time. Maybe they come back soon. But what if they never come back? Lu Lin lowered her head. That means they're doing well. We should be happy for them, shouldn't we? Yang Qing smiled. You haven't been out in a long time. I take you outside for a walk. Let's go find Husky and ask him if he can help us find live cattle and sheep. How about we start our space farm? Okay. Lu Lin perked up immediately. Lung Yi smiled. Yang Qing really had a way with things. You two go ahead, I stay here. But you two must be careful. Okay. Yang Qing walked over and tiptoed to kiss Lung Yi on the lips. He reflexively pouted and leaned in to kiss her. Lu Lin chuckled to herself. Their relationship was so good. She wondered if she would ever meet such an excellent and loving man. The 2 went to the department store. Husky was talking business with someone, so Yang Qing didn't go over. Instead, she pulled Lu Lin to the barter market. See if there's anything you like, I buy it for you. The 2 strolled along, walking past the stalls on both sides. However, nothing particularly appealing happened, they lacked almost nothing. Suddenly, Yang Qing saw a stall selling veterinary medicine, something she didn't actually have. There were internal and external deworming medicines, as well as some for digestion and skin diseases. How much is this? Yang Qing asked. This set contains half a gene of grain, the stall owner said, each medicine packaged in a separate set. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, not overcharging. Mainly because few people keep pets these days, they can't even afford food, let alone pets. When there's nothing to eat, they even eat their pets. I take all of these, 2 gene of grain, Yang Qing said, referring to 5 sets of medicine in total. She wanted to keep them on hand, just in case Aki and Xiaoxua needed them. Fine. The stall owner gritted his teeth. He finally found a customer. If he hesitated, he might not sell them. Yang Qing took out 2 gene of grain, put it in a black bag for the stall owner, and then packed the veterinary medicine into her bag. Just then, Husky ran over. Sister, you called for me? Yang Qing nodded, and pulled Husky aside to a quieter spot. Do you have any cattle or sheep? Yes, Husky nodded. How many Jean do you want, sister? Not beef or mutton. I need live cattle and sheep, preferably 2, 1 male and 1 female, Yongqing said. Huh? Live ones? Husky raised his voice, then quickly lowered it, realizing he was being too loud. Where are you going to keep them alive? You live in that neighborhood, you can't possibly keep them, can you? Yongqing was a little helpless. Husky still couldn't shake his habit of prying into other people's secrets. I'm looking for them for someone else, not for myself. Can you find them? Well, I really have to go back and ask. Husky hesitated to agree immediately. If you find them for me. They must be alive, a male and a female. If you have chickens, ducks, or geese, find me a pair too, Yongqing said. Okay, I go ask around when I get back, Husky nodded. Sister, what are you going to trade for them? How do you want to trade? Yongqing asked. Sister, Husky chuckled, I like to trade for directs too. Those things sell like hotcakes. Lulin smiled, pursing her lips. Yongqing shook her head. We don't have many of those anymore. How about trading fish? Sea fish. 1 pound for 1 pound. This? Husky hesitated. You think 1 pound for 1 pound isn't a good deal? Exchanging meat is also 1 pound for 1 pound, but this is alive, so it's only gross weight. If you kill it, you lose at least a quarter of its weight. I didn't even haggle with you, and you're already trying to take advantage of me? Husky smiled wryly. Sister, it's not easy to take advantage of you. You want a male and a female to breed, right? But even if there are live ones in the slaughterhouse, they're usually castrated and can't reproduce. I have to go to the countryside to find some for you. Yongqing nodded. My customers really want to start aquaculture, and they absolutely need uncastrated ones. But our seafood isn't cheap either. In this hot weather, we need to keep a lot of it iced. It's not easy for us either. Husky gritted his teeth. Fine, sister, I try my best to find some for you. Just 1 pound for 1 pound. How will I give it to you once I find it? Just come to my house and let me know. We trade at our usual place, and I drive my truck over to pick you up, Yongqing said. Okay, Husky nodded. Then I go back right away, and let you know as soon as I have any news. Husky finished speaking and ran off. Lulin watched the mouse run off, lost in thought. Looks like that Sister Kai is really something else. She can get anything. Yeah, there are plenty of capable people in this society. There's always someone better, Yongqing nodded. On the way back, the two bought a few more handheld fans. Even though they had air conditioning at home, having a fan outside was always convenient. Anyway, they had electricity to charge them anytime. Oh right, I forgot to ask if the mouse could get any live fish. We can keep fish in our space, Lulin suddenly said. Yongqing raised an eyebrow. Sure he can. We can ask the mouse to find some when he comes tomorrow. That should be easier. Chapter 146. Back home, Lungy opened the door. I told Husky we wanted live cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese, and then I thought we could raise fish too, Yongqing said to Lungy. Sure, I dig the fish pond, Lungy nodded. Then you two go inside, I go cook, Lulin said with a smile. The two entered the space. Where do you want to raise the fish pond? Lungy asked. Wouldn't it be better to raise it by the field? Yongqing said. The 100 acres of rice planted earlier had grown quite large after more than a month, a lush green, very beautiful. By the way, shouldn't we transplant the seedlings from the plot we used for breeding? Yongqing suddenly remembered. The superior seeds taken from the biological cold storage had sprouted and been sown, and now they were quite tall, but they still needed to be pulled and transplanted into the field. I'd do it, Lungy said. He had already specifically set aside 1 acre of land for this batch of rice for breeding. Let's do it together, you teach me, Yongqing said. She had never done it before, and knew absolutely nothing. Okay. Lungy smiled, took off his shoes, rolled up his trouser legs, and held out his hand. Come on, come with me to the field. Yongqing also took off her shoes, rolled up her trouser legs, and pulled Lungy's hand into the field. The water in the field was a bit cold, and her feet sank slightly into the mud. The feeling of mud bubbling up between her toes was somewhat strange. Yongqing had never experienced anything like it before. Aren't there leeches in the field? Yongqing suddenly wondered. Probably not. It's only been a few days since things started growing in this area. It shouldn't be that fast. Lungy shook his head. The insects we saw earlier were most likely eggs on some vegetable seeds that hatched when the conditions were right. It couldn't have appeared out of nowhere, so if there weren't leeches in the field before, they wouldn't have just materialized. That's good. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was generally fearless, she was most afraid of soft-bodied creatures. Moreover, leeches could burrow into people's legs and suck blood. Just thinking about it made her hair stand on end. Like this, go close to the base and pull up the rice seedlings. Lung Yi demonstrated and explained. Yang Qing nodded, reached down to pull the seedlings, but with one forceful pull, she snapped a leaf off. Oh no, what do I do? It's broken. Yang Qing's face flushed red. Lung Yi chuckled lightly. It's alright, the roots are still there, it's still usable. Lower your hand a little further, grip the rice stalk, and pull upwards, not too high. Okay. Yang Qing nodded, her fingers almost digging into the mud, then pulled it out in one swift motion. Done. Lung Yi smiled, like this. Hold it in your hand for now, pull out a handful, then put it aside, and plant it in the field over there later. Yang Qing nodded, and after a few minutes, she became skilled, but her back was aching from bending over so much. Yang Qing straightened up, and rubbed her lower back with her hand. Are you tired? Lung Yi asked. I didn't expect my back to be so sore, Yang Qing nodded. It's so tiring. Lung Yi smiled. We're lucky, this is only a small plot. Before we had cedars, hundreds of acres of land in the village were all planted by hand. It was exhausting. And when harvest season came, it was the hottest time of the year, the dog days of summer. The sun was blazing, the water was scalding hot, and we had to harvest rice under the scorching sun. Our skin would be sunburned, and we'd be drenched in sweat, our clothes completely soaked. It really is tough, Yang Qing frowned, somewhat unable to imagine it. You must have had a very hard life before, right? Lung Yi smiled faintly. It's alright, that's how all kids in the countryside go through it. Physical hardship isn't the worst part, the most important thing is the mental hardship. Back then, my stepmother treated me badly. Even after a day's work in the fields, she wouldn't give me a kind look. She only gave the good food to my younger brother, and no matter how hard or tiring it was for me, I always pick out what was left over from him. She often called me a useless thing, even though I did more than anyone else. Yang Qing felt a pang of sympathy. Lung Yi smiled. Fortunately, later I met my coach, who took me to a sports school, and then I was specially recruited into the army. I'm actually very lucky. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing, his eyes full of tenderness. Even luckier is meeting you, being able to start a family, and having such a beautiful and capable wife. Yang Qing smiled, a touch of sadness in her eyes. The future will definitely get better and better. Yes, I believe it. Lung Yi smiled broadly, his eyes shining brightly. Soon, the rice seedlings were all pulled up. Lung Yi used a bamboo basket to carry the seedlings to the other side of the field and planted them in the specially marked plot. Yang Qing watched from the sidelines, planting the rice seedlings row by row, straight and even, without any assistance. He was truly a skilled farmer. The acre was quickly planted, and Yang Qing heard Lu Lin calling from outside for dinner. Come on, let's eat. Yang Qing called to Lung Yi. The two washed their hands and feet by the ditch and left the space together. After dinner, the three of them went into the space to dig a fish pond. How big should we dig? Yang Qing asked. Let's dig half an acre first, and then dig more if we raise more fish later. Anyway, we still have so much land here, Lung Yi said. Half an acre is over 300 square meters. That's big enough, Lu Lin said. Who knows how many fish the rats will find for us then? A bigger pond is fine. If it's too small, we just dig another one, Lung Yi said, handing them 3 hoes and instructing them on how to dig. How deep should we dig? Lu Lin asked. Just like a regular rice paddy or fish pond, 1 meter deep is enough, Lung Yi said. If it's a fish pond specifically for fishing, it needs to be 3 to 4 meters deep at its deepest points. Then we dig 1 meter, Yang Qing said, and the 3 of them started digging. Lung Yi dug very quickly. Yang Qing and Lu Lin had never done this before, and their hands quickly developed blisters. Ouch! They both complained, never expecting that even digging would be so difficult. You guys rest, I do the digging, Lung Yi chuckled. You never done farm work before, your hands are too soft. A few rubs with a hoe, and they get blisters. Go back and apply some medicine, and try not to get them wet for the next few days. Okay, Yang Qing replied. Didn't you get blisters when you worked before? Of course, Lung Yi said while digging. Even if they blister, you have to keep going. The more you do, the more calluses you get, and then it won't hurt anymore. Yang Qing and Lu Lin exchanged a glance. Farming is really tough. After digging the fish pond, Lung Yi diverted water from the nearby ditch and filled it. Can we raise fish now? Lu Lin asked excitedly, looking at the fish pond. Yes, we can, Lung Yi nodded. It's only in here. Outside, a newly dug fish pond needs to be exposed to the sun and disinfected with medicine, otherwise the fish will easily get sick and die. Fish can get sick? Lu Lin had never heard of this before. Of course, Lung Yi nodded. Some professional fish farmers don't properly disinfect their ponds, resulting in entire herds of fish dying, causing huge losses. It's the same with chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. You don't think that just raising them will guarantee their growth, do you? Sometimes, disease outbreaks wipe them all out. People in the past didn't have the concept of insurance. One outbreak could mean losing everything. Later, with experience, they learned to buy insurance, so if they all died, they could recover some of their losses. It's the same for all aquaculture, including shrimp farming, eel farming, and crab farming. Yang Qing and Lu Lin nodded. Lung Yi really knew a lot. Chapter 147. By the way, should we raise some pigs too? Lu Lin asked. Yang Qing thought for a moment. Let's not. Raising pigs isn't like raising cattle or sheep where you just need grass. Pigs need pig feed, and if there's no feed, we have to cook it ourselves. We don't have that much time. Lu Lin nodded. That's true. Lung Yi said, we could look outside. I know a few feed mills in this city, but I don't know if they still have feed. When people don't have food, they can eat pig feed, including cat food and dog food. Yang Qing sighed. Yes, let alone feed. Even mosquitoes were something people wanted to eat a while ago. The three of them took showers before leaving the space. 2 days later, Husky came over, saying he found everything, but they won't sell chickens and ducks if you only buy 2, they need at least 10. Cows and sheep, on the other hand, can be sold in pairs. 10 it is. Yang Qing nodded. She wasn't short of fish anyway, and a few more could lay eggs. But you can't have 5 males and 5 females. 1 male is enough, and 9 females, Lung Yi said. Is that so? Yang Qing asked, surprised. Yes, that's how they raise them in the countryside. 1 male is enough, and a few more females can lay eggs, Lung Yi nodded. Is that polygamy? Yang Qing laughed. Lung Yi chuckled. Animals and humans are different, especially poultry. Too many males are actually not good. My brother knows more. Husky gave a thumbs up. Sister, this afternoon we deliver the things to the usual place. There's a lot, so you have to drive the truck over. Okay, approximately how many kilograms? I bring the fish, Yang Qing said. Husky thought for a moment. The cows are 6-month-old calves, not very big, about 200 kilograms each. The sheep are adults, about 110 kilograms each. That's 600 kilograms. The chickens, ducks, and geese are about 2 kilograms each. 30 of them would be 60 kilograms. A total of 660 kilograms. Okay, I bring the fish this afternoon, more than I should. Yang Qing nodded. Sister, make sure to put them in ice. It's so hot, they spoil by the afternoon. Husky said quickly. Don't worry. Yang Qing nodded, then suddenly said, by the way, do you have a refrigerated truck? If I give you fish here, the ice will melt, and it spoil easily when you take it back. If you have a refrigerated truck, give me one. I just put the fish in it, and you can drive it back later. That's a good idea. Husky nodded. Okay, I bring the refrigerated truck over in a bit. By the way, can you get a water tanker? Like the kind of trucks used by the government to distribute water. Yang Qing suddenly asked. Husky's eyes lit up. Sister, you can get water? Fresh water? Not purified seawater? Yes. Yang Qing nodded. Husky immediately became excited. Sister, how much do you have? We want it. Yang Qing smiled. She had plenty of storage space. You can have as much as you want. Sister, we don't want the fish anymore, we want the water. Husky immediately said. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. What? Is water more valuable than fish? Sister, you have no idea how precious water is these days. Before, when it snowed, we could drink snow melt. Now that it's so hot, all the lakes and rivers have dried up. It's so hard to find water. The government does try to purify the seawater, but it's a drop in the ocean, and the water doesn't taste as good as fresh water. Then how about we change it? Yang Qing asked. Husky thought for a moment. How about this, all these cattle and sheep together, forget the fish, just 1 truckload of water, okay? Yang Qing smiled. 1 truckload of water depends on the size of the truck. If it's 20 tons, I lose money. Do you think I'm stupid? Husky blushed. A regular water truck can hold 5 tons of water, so can you give me half a truckload? Half a truckload is 2.5 tons. which is 5,000 jin, 2,500 kilograms. My chickens and ducks only weigh 660 jin, 330 kilograms, Yongqing said. Husky panicked. Sister, water can't be compared to meat. Meat fills you up, but water doesn't. Yongqing laughed. Without water, people will die of thirst. Sister, you can't say that. Husky's face turned red. Just kidding, Yongqing laughed. Half a truckload it is fine. After thinking for a moment, she added, why don't you find me a pair of piglets, one male and one female, uncastrated? Then give me 2,000 caddies of pig feed, and I give you a full truckload of water. 2,000 caddies of pig feed? Husky was surprised, then mentally calculated that it was equivalent to exchanging 1 caddy of water for half a caddy of pig feed, which was normally not a good deal. But now nobody wanted pig feed, while fresh water could fetch a high price from those rich kids. Okay, Husky nodded. I bring the water tanker over in a bit. If you want water, it won't be that quick. It's not our own water, we have to get it from someone else. Bring the truck over tonight, otherwise it attract too much attention, and the water will only be available tomorrow. Yongqing said, not wanting to reveal that she had water. Okay, I go back and find those piglets and pig feed, Husky nodded. The water truck must be clean. You're using this water for drinking, so it can't be a used water truck, Yongqing instructed. Don't worry, sister. I find a new truck, wash and disinfect it, and deliver it to you, Husky readily agreed. Yongqing nodded. That's good. That evening, Husky delivered the truck. Because there was no electricity, it was pitch black everywhere, so it didn't attract much attention. Yongqing still drove the truck around for a bit before putting it in her spatial dimension. Back home, she went into her spatial dimension, connected a water hose to the villa, and started filling the water tanker. However, the tap had a limited flow, and it took 4 hours to fill the truck. Then we have to take 2 trucks tomorrow, one for water and 1 truck for the cattle and sheep? Lungi said. Yongqing nodded. We each drive 1 car. By the way, is 2,000 caddies of pig feed enough? Yongqing asked. It should be enough, Lungi nodded. There used to be a professional pig farmer in our village. I heard him say that a pig needs about 500 caddies of feed to grow from a cub to about 200 caddies. 2,000 caddies is enough for 2 pigs. If we run out of feed after the piglets are born, we can just trade with Husky. However, water has no cost. You can trade with him for more now. Stock up on a few thousand caddies, so you won't have to worry about raising more later. Yongqing nodded. Then let's trade more. We might have some now, but not later. The next day, the two went out together, took out their 2 cars in a secluded place, and each drove one to the agreed-upon meeting place. When they arrived, Husky and his group were already there, having also driven a truck. Seeing them arrive, Husky climbed onto the water tanker first, opened the lid, scooped out a cup of water, and tasted it. His eyes lit up immediately. This water tasted so good. It didn't seem like tap water, but more like spring water, a little sweet, much better than ordinary water. Sister Yang was always straightforward. She hadn't cheated him. How is it? Yongqing asked, smiling at him. Delicious. Husky gave a thumbs up. As expected of my sister, she even has such good water. The group started loading feed from their truck onto Yongqing's truck, separating it with wooden planks, and then herded the cattle and sheep onto the truck. Husky, is there any more feed? Yongqing asked. Yes, sister. We found a feed mill. They still have dozens of tons of feed stored there, Husky said. Do you want more? Yongqing thought for a moment. I give you 2 more truckloads of water, and you give me another 5 tons of feed. Okay. Husky grinned. The more he traded, the more he earned. I drive the truck over tonight. All right. Yongqing nodded. Chapter 148. By the way, can you get any fish? Yongqing asked Husky again. Sister, don't you have your own fish? Why are you asking me? Husky asked, puzzled. I'm not talking about sea fish, but freshwater fish, live ones for aquaculture. If you don't have any, fish fry will do, Yongqing said. Husky nodded. We do have some. Someone traded fish with us for something before. We don't have fish fry though, they need to be specially raised. The fish are probably leftovers from before. Sister, how many do you want? Yongqing thought for a moment. 200 caddies, grass carp, common carp, Christian carp, anything will do. Okay, I bring them to you tomorrow, Husky nodded. She then looked at Yongqing's truck. Your truck can carry 5 tons of feed. I transport it all tomorrow. The fish will be brought the day after tomorrow. Sure, Yongqing nodded. After all, they have to transport the water twice anyway. Then I trade you some sea fish, 1 pound for 1 pound. You won't lose out, right? Sea fish are much more expensive than freshwater fish. Okay. Mouse nodded. Sea fish did indeed fetch a higher price. After Mouse and the others left, Lungy drove the truck, taking a long detour before finding a secluded spot. Yang Qing stored the truck in his spatial storage. Home was too far, so he took out a mountain bike he scavenged from a certain CO. This is the first time I've ridden a motorcycle since the apocalypse, Yang Qing laughed. Lungy swung his long legs and mounted the motorcycle, Yang Qing sitting behind him and hugging his waist. There were no traffic police now, and he wasn't wearing a helmet. Although it was hot, the wind on his face felt quite comfortable. He hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. Yang Qing spread his arms wide and shouted loudly, the wind making his hair fly. Lungy's lips curled slightly as he called out, "Be careful, hold on tight." "Got it." Yang Qing laughed loudly, holding onto Lungy's shoulder. When they were almost home, they found a secluded corner and stored the motorcycle in their spatial storage. After returning home, they called Lu Lin and the other two to go into their spatial storage together. Lu Lin was pleasantly surprised to see the chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, and sheep. "You found them all?" "Yes, now we can really start a farm," Yang Qing smiled. "Let's set aside a plot of land and build a pig pen, a sheep pen, and a cattle pen. The chickens, ducks, and geese can be kept together, or they can be kept separate," Lungy said. "Let's separate the chickens, but the ducks and geese can stay together," Yang Qing said. "By the way, can we put the ducks and geese in the paddy fields too? Won't they eat the rice seedlings?" "Yes," Lungy said. "That's why we usually put ducklings in the fields during the seedling stage, so we don't have to worry about them eating the seedlings. Once they grow a little bigger and the seedlings are taller, we don't have to worry about the ducks eating them. On the contrary, ducks in the fields can be very beneficial to the rice paddies. They eat weeds and snails, and the places they paddle are like loosening the soil for the seedlings, which is very good for their growth. However, once the rice grows, we can't let the ducks in anymore, because they will eat the rice ears, which will reduce the yield." "There's so much to it?" Yang Qing asked curiously. "Actually, we can put them in the fish pond first, but when the fish come tomorrow, we need to see if they are big or small. Small fish won't work, they eat them," Lungy added. "Then let's dig a smaller fish pond for them, so they have a place to swim," Lu Lin said. "Sure." Lungy nodded. "But they can also go in because there are so many irrigation ditches along the field. But we don't have any insects or snails here." "What will they eat?" Yang Qing asked. "They don't have any now, but maybe they will later. Besides, when we buy the fish tomorrow, they definitely have some. The fish will carry some parasites or worms, and they gradually become like the outside environment," Lungy said. "Oh," Yang Qing nodded, "let's make them a home first." The three of them worked together, using wooden strips to build 5 more enclosures, 1 for chickens, pigs, cows, and sheep, and 1 for ducks and geese. "Won't the cows and sheep eat the rice seedlings?" Lu Lin asked. "Possibly," Lungy nodded, looking towards the field, "but it's too large to fence off the entire area, so we can only fence them off. When we want them to graze, we let them out a little further away." There were still several hundred acres of land in the space, with plenty of grass, enough for the cows and sheep to eat without special feeding. The chickens and ducks, however, still needed to be fed grain. Actually, feeding the chickens and ducks a little pig feed is fine, mixed with grain, which can save some grain. "After this batch of rice is harvested, they can eat the rice," Lungy said. "Huh? Isn't feeding them that wasteful?" Yang Qing asked. Lungy smiled. "I remember you wanted hybrid rice seeds back then. Actually, hybrid rice doesn't taste very good, but it has a high yield, which is great for people who are currently experiencing food shortages." "Hybrid rice doesn't taste good?" Yang Qing was surprised. She remembered Grandpa Yuan from many years ago. He was the one who solved the country's food problem, ensuring everyone had enough to eat. "Yes, hybrid rice has a very high yield, with some yields reaching 800 to 1,000 kilograms per mu. Although the yield is high, the taste isn't very good. Before the apocalypse, it was generally used as reserve grain and animal feed. Even though we're short on grain, it still tastes pretty good. But compared to early ripening rice and late ripening japonica rice, the taste is a bit worse. And those have much lower yields, at most a little over 1,000 caddies per mu, some even only 600 to 800 caddies. So you weren't wrong to choose hybrid rice. In this grain-scarce environment, yield is king. Who cares about taste when we don't even have enough to eat?" Yang Qing and Lu Lin both nodded. They had no idea there was so much to learn about grains. Then let's grow some better tasting grains later. By the way, the ones we bred ourselves should be pretty good, right? If the breeding is successful, we plant more. Yang Qing said. Lung Yi nodded. Those are very high quality rice varieties. They should taste great. We can plant more of them later. That evening, Husky still brought the water tanker over, and Yang Qing put the tanker in his spatial storage to collect water. The next day, they exchanged water for feed. The third day, 2 more tankers arrived, 1 water tanker and 1 carrying 200 caddies of fish, both stored on ice. Husky had put 2 piglets in a pig cage, and the fish were in the kind of blue plastic buckets commonly used in fish markets, each holding about 100 gene, 50 kilograms. Knowing that Yang Qing and his family intended to raise the fish, he even provided a small oxygenator to prevent them from dying from lack of oxygen in the hot weather. Yang Qing was very satisfied with Husky's thoughtfulness and enjoyed doing business with him. Sister, feel free to come to me if you need anything else in the future, Husky said happily. These few business trips earned him a lot of praise from Kai Qin, especially for the truckloads of fresh water, which fetched a high price. His status suddenly rose significantly. Even Lin Jin benefited from the sale. Great. Yang Qing smiled, waved, and got on his motorcycle. He went to a secluded spot to store the truck in his spatial storage and rode his motorcycle home. Upon arriving home, the two went straight into their spatial storage, put the pigs in the pig pen, and moved the fish to the fish pond. Are we just going to let them fall like that? Yang Qing asked. What do the fish eat? Many people feed them fish food now, but we have so much grass in our space, we can just feed them grass, Lung Yi said. Fish-fed grass tastes much better than those fed fish food. Yang Qing nodded. Then let's go cut some grass together later. We can leave some for the cattle and sheep too. Chapter 149. What about the pigs? They eat pig feed, and we have to feed them every day from now on? Lu Lin asked. Lung Yi thought for a moment. I make an automatic feeder. Have you ever used automatic feeders for cats and dogs? Just make a big one. Lu Lin and Yang Qing shook their heads. They hadn't. Although Yang Qing had a dog, she fed it herself, leaving it with Lu Lin when she didn't have time. She never left it alone at home. An automatic feeder is actually very simple. It has a storage box on top where you put the feed, and a trough at the bottom. When the feed at the bottom is empty, the feed on top will automatically slide down, and they can eat it. I find a large box or cabinet and modify it. It can hold a couple 100 pounds of feed at a time, enough for several days. Even if they don't go into the space for several days, they won't go hungry. I put a water trough next to it, and that be it, Lung Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. Lung Yi was so clever, he knew everything. Even if we're busy for a while, the fence isn't very high. If they get hungry, they jump out. With so much space, do you think they starve? Lung Yi laughed. Yang Qing pursed her lips. That's true. They planted so many vegetables over there. They can just eat all the vegetables. They can't let the animals go hungry. But I heard pig farming is smelly. Do we need to clean it often? Lu Lin asked. Yes, but the environment here is so nice. Cleaning it every few days is enough, Lung Yi said. Our village used to raise pigs. The pig manure was swept directly into the fish pond for the fish to eat, and the pond water could then irrigate the fields, providing plenty of fertilizer. You can also raise fish in the fields. It's a recycling system. Lu Lin's eyes lit up. I heard of this. I heard rice paddy fish are delicious. Lung Yi smiled. Yes, if we really turn this place into a farm, it could be very productive and could be recycled. We could even dig holes to ferment cow and sheep manure, and once it's fully decomposed, it could be used as organic fertilizer for vegetables. We could make full use of it. But the soil in this space is so fertile, the vegetables grow very well even without fertilizer. It seems like it doesn't require so much effort. Yang Qing nodded. We don't raise many now. The space is so big, they'd probably decompose naturally without cleaning. Lung Yi found an unused wardrobe and modified it into an automatic feeder, putting the feed inside. The two piglets quickly began to feast, drinking well water with great relish. The three of them then cut some grass, and after finishing everything, they left the space. Yang Qing caught a fish. Let's make boiled fish today. I haven't had it in ages, and I'm craving it. I do it, Lu Lin said with a smile, taking the fish. She felt that her comfortable life in the apocalypse was entirely thanks to Yang Qing, and she wanted to do as much as she could, not wanting to become a parasite. How about we have a barbecue? Lung Yi suggested. They had a grill, and so much food in their storage space. Before, it was inconvenient to take it out because Li Shengyan and the others were there, but now that it was just the three of them, there was no need to worry. Great. Yang Qing nodded. It's been so long since I had barbecue, I really want some. Then let's grill this fish first. Take out the rest of the ingredients, I washed them, Lu Lin said with a smile. Yang Qing then took out a bunch of ingredients she had bought before: beef, lamb, squid, oysters, chives, green peppers, enoki mushrooms, eggplant, gluten, rice cakes, and more, a wide variety. So much? Lung Yi exclaimed in surprise. It's been so long since we eaten this. We're going to eat our fill today. Yang Qing laughed. Lu Lin took the vegetables to wash. Lung Yi first killed the fish, then skewered the beef and lamb, and chopped garlic and chili for the squid and oysters. Yang Qing retrieved barbecue seasoning, oil brushes, and disposable plates from her spatial storage. Lung Yi brought out the barbecue grill, lit the charcoal, placed the grill rack, and put the ingredients on it one by one. Lu Lin brushed oil and sprinkled barbecue seasoning on the grill, and soon a variety of aromas filled the air. The weather was still very hot, so this was being cooked in Lu Lin's room. With air conditioning, she wasn't bothered by the heat. The exhaust fan she had installed earlier hadn't been removed, so she turned it on to remove the smoke. The aroma of barbecue wafted out. People nearby sniffed the air, exclaiming, "Who's having a barbecue? It smells so good." At this time of year, even meals are scarce, yet they have barbecue. They were incredibly envious. Once the skewers were almost done, the three of them moved chairs over and enjoyed their grilled skewers and ice-cold beer, feeling incredibly content. Aki and Xiaoxua also devoured the grilled meat, finding it incredibly delicious. "Qing, I don't think we ever had it this good before the apocalypse," Lu Lin said, looking at Yang Qing. "Yeah, back then, we were out early and back late every day just to make ends meet, enduring the bullying from colleagues and the scolding from our bosses. We had to think about whether our salary was enough to afford anything nice. We didn't dare take sick leave, afraid of losing more pay." Lu Lin laughed. Yes, who wasn't like that? Back then, living felt like suffering. Now, on the contrary, we're free and easy. We don't have to work, nobody cares, we can get up whenever we want, eat whatever we want. It's so much better than before. Lu Lin looked at Yang Qing. "Thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't be living such a good life." Yang Qing laughed. "We're sisters. Didn't we promise each other we'd be together forever?" "Forever?" Lung Yi was a little surprised. "Yes," Yang Qing smiled, "we're both orphans, so we felt a bit dependent on each other. We also thought men were unreliable, so we said we never get married, never have children, and just spend our lives together. When we get old, we go to a nursing home together, and even die together. I just never expected to meet you." Yang Qing looked at Lung Yi, then at Lu Lin. "But don't worry, even with him, I won't abandon you. We can still be together forever." Lu Lin smiled. "Okay." Lung Yi nodded. "It's truly rare for you two to have such a friendship. Actually, like Lu Lin, I only felt life was better after meeting you. Although I later worked as a bodyguard for rich people and earned a high salary, it wasn't very free. There were many things I couldn't do, and some people looked down on us. Now I not only have a wife, but also a younger sister, and life is much freer than before. I can do whatever I want. It's really better than before. It's all thanks to you." Lu Lin looked at Yang Qing. "It's all thanks to this space. I benefited from it too," Yang Qing said. Lu Lin shook her head. "Even without the space, with your abilities, you wouldn't have fared too badly. It might have been a little tough, but your spirit would be free. If there really weren't this space, Ling Yi's abilities would be far greater than ours. He would be doing even better," Yang Qing said, looking at Lung Yi. "There are no ifs. Our current good life is all thanks to you. You are our lucky star," Lung Yi said, looking at Yang Qing with eyes full of tenderness. Chapter 150. The three were enjoying their meal when a knock came at the door. Aki and Xiaoxua simultaneously looked towards the door and began barking wildly. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. The dog's reaction indicated the arrival of strangers. "I go see," Leng Yi gestured to Yang Qing and Lu Lin, drawing his pistol and placing it on his hip. Aki and Xiaoxua followed. If there were bad guys, they'd definitely bite them to death. Leng Yi reached the door, opened it, and looked down. Outside stood Husky and a woman in a red dress. The woman was tall and slender, turned to the side, so only her profile was visible. However, Leng Yi recognized her immediately. It was Kai Qin. She had visited Zhang Yan's house the first time they exchanged grain. "Husky, what is it?" Leng Yi asked. Husky smiled ingratiatingly. "Brother Yi, This is Sister Kai, you should have met her before. Leng Yi remained noncommittal, giving the woman a cold glance. Kai Qin smiled, exuding charm. I'm here to see Yang Qing. I have something important to discuss with her. Wait! Leng Yi responded, closing the door and retreating. Husky was a little embarrassed. Sister Kai, don't be angry. Brother Yi is just like that. I never seen him smile outside. Kai Qin's lips twitched slightly. It's nothing. Who is it? Yang Qing was surprised to see Leng Yi return so quickly. It's Kai Qin. She said she wants to see you. Leng Yi frowned slightly. Wants to see me? Yang Qing asked curiously. Why didn't she just go through Husky? She came personally, it must be something important. Leng Yi nodded. Probably. Yang Qing and Leng Yi went downstairs together, opened the security door, and Yang Qing smiled. What brings Sister Kai here? Kai Qin smiled sweetly. It's been a while, just came to see you all. Husky has traded a lot of good stuff with you lately, you're one of our big clients. Is this a customer return visit? Yang Qing laughed. Kai Qin paused slightly, then smiled again. What, won't you let me in? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. It's a bit messy at home, not convenient. Husky, listening to the two women's conversation, felt embarrassed. Yang Jia was really disrespectful to Kai Jia. Having a barbecue at home, afraid I eat your food? Looks like you hidden a lot of good stuff. Kai Qin chuckled. Kai Jia's nose is really sharp, even better than our Aki. Yang Qing scoffed. Husky broke out in a cold sweat. Yang Jia was actually comparing Kai Jia to a dog. Kai Qin's smile faded. I have serious business with you. Let's go downstairs and talk. My car is downstairs. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance, and went downstairs together. They weren't afraid Kai Qin had any ulterior motives. If she really dared to do something, they might not be a match for her. Upon reaching the first floor, a large SUV was parked at the entrance, its lights on and a driver present. Many people looked out the windows, curiously examining the car. In this day and age, owning such a luxury vehicle meant one was no ordinary person. Let's talk inside. It's too hot outside, Kai Qin said. Leng Yi glanced into the car. There was only a driver inside. He nodded to Yang Qing. Kai Qin observed this, secretly praising them. These two were quite cautious. No wonder they were thriving in the apocalypse. Leng Yi opened the car door, and felt the cool air conditioning inside. Kai Qin knew how to enjoy life. He let Yang Qing get in first, then Leng Yi got in and closed the door. Kai Qin was in the passenger seat, while Husky stood guard outside. I actually came here this time to ask Miss Yang for help, Kai Qin said, turning around. Please speak frankly, Yang Qing said, not wanting her to beat around the bush. Miss Yang is indeed a straightforward person, Kai Qin smiled, then immediately became serious again. Does Miss Yang know about the Bai family? The Bai family? Yang Qing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they were discovered when they raided Bai Yi's villa last time? I don't know much about them. I only heard they're a wealthy family, Yang Qing said calmly. Yes, not just wealthy, but one of the top wealthy families. In our Xia city, besides the richest man, it's the Bai family and the Ho family. They practically control all of Xia city's fishing industry. As you know, Xia city is a coastal city with a developed fishing industry. Almost all seafood farming and fishing are controlled by these two families. They are true wealthy families. Does this have anything to do with us? Leng Yi asked. Kai Qin smiled. It's all right. I came because the Bai family's second young master was bitten by a dog, a stray, which could easily have caused rabies. I heard from Husky that you have anti-inflammatory drugs, so I was wondering if you might have a rabies vaccine. Yang Qing and Leng Yi both cursed inwardly when they heard Bai Yi had been bitten by a dog. Did he try to harm someone else's dog again, or was he abusing it? Isn't there a saying that if a dog doesn't die within a week, it's basically not carrying the rabies virus? We can just wait a few days. No need to go through the trouble of finding a vaccine. Yang Qing suppressed his gloating impulse. Kai Qin sighed softly. That's true, but how could the second young master let the dog go so easily after being bitten? He immediately had it killed. Now, even if we wanted to observe him, we couldn't. That's why the Bai family is so anxious to find a vaccine. If they can't find one, and he dies of rabies, that would be such a waste. Yang Qing scoffed. It's not that this second young master is incompetent and has a violent temper. If he dies, so be it. Kai Qin smiled bitterly. Even so, he's still his son. The Bai family patriarch can't just watch him die. Miss Yang, can you get a vaccine? And not only a vaccine, but also immunoglobulin. That second young master was bitten badly. It's already a level 3 exposure. He needs immunoglobulin. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, secretly relieved. She wished Bai Yi would die immediately. If it weren't for her spatial ability, she and Leng Yi might have been driven to their deaths by him last time. But since the Bai family is so anxious, why not take this opportunity to extort money from them and kill him later when the chance arises? I have to ask my supplier, but finding a rabies vaccine isn't easy right now. It needs to be refrigerated, and the current environment makes it even more difficult, Yang Qing said. Kai Qin nodded. Who says otherwise? Many people can find them, but most vaccines are useless due to the power outage. However, Kai Qin glanced upstairs. The light emanating from their 7th floor apartment didn't look like candlelight. The meaning was clear. Please, Miss Yang, put in the effort. The reward will certainly be substantial, Kai Qin said. Alright, I go ask tonight. Have Husky come over tomorrow morning. I tell him whether we found it or not. Yang Qing nodded. Good, then I wait for your good news. Kai Qin smiled, and seeing Yang Qing and the others about to get out of the car, added, Miss Yang, if this deal goes through, you have gained some prestige with the Bai family, and you receive preferential treatment in Xia City in the future. Yang Qing paused, her face turning serious. Miss Kai, even if we find the vaccine, we don't want the Bai family to know it came from me. We don't need their favor, we just want to live a peaceful life. Kai Qin was taken aback, then understood. Yang Qing and the others were afraid of being targeted because of their valuable possession. He nodded immediately. It was my oversight, Miss Yang. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Chapter 151. Yang Qing and Leng Yi went upstairs and locked the security door. Back home, Lu Lin immediately greeted them. What happened? Yang Qing explained that the Bai family was looking for rabies vaccines, but her face was serious. It's not safe here anymore. We might have to move. Huh? Move where? Lu Lin asked in surprise, and Leng Yi also looked at her. We don't know yet, but we need to be mentally prepared. Yang Qing frowned. Husky and Kai Qin could come looking for them at any time. If they were being followed, she would be exposed quickly. It was time to move. Besides, an earthquake and tsunami were coming soon, and they couldn't stay here for much longer. It was best to find a place as soon as possible. Do you have rabies vaccines in your space? Leng Yi asked Yang Qing. Since she hadn't refused, she must have a way. Yang Qing nodded. Do you remember the large batch of medicine we had in our warehouse? I robbed someone else's medicine warehouse. It had all kinds of medicine, including refrigerated cabinets containing rabies vaccines and other medications that needed refrigeration. I was thinking about what to trade. We don't lack food, and we have our own cars and helicopters. What about a cruise ship? I have one in my space, but it's loaded with too much stuff and can't be unloaded. How about we trade it for a cruise ship? A cruise ship? Lu Lin exclaimed. Would they really trade something so valuable? Rabies vaccines, even with immunoglobulin, only cost a few thousand yuan. The difference is too big, isn't it? Yang Qing sneered. That depends on whether they're willing to risk their son's life. Leng Yi frowned slightly and asked Yang Qing, why do you want a cruise ship? Ah, well. Yang Qing smiled awkwardly, resorting to the excuse from the survival forum again. Back then on the survival forum, someone predicted the apocalypse. He said there would be earthquakes and tsunamis, and he accurately predicted the previous torrential rains, extreme cold, and extreme heat, so this shouldn't be wrong either. I'm thinking that we're in a coastal city, and if a tsunami comes, we might not be able to escape. Having a cruise ship might offer some hope. Leng Yi pondered for a moment. If a tsunami really comes, even a cruise ship won't save you. We might as well get an amphibious aircraft. What's an amphibious aircraft? Lu Lin and Yang Qing asked simultaneously. An amphibious aircraft is one that can fly in the sky and swim on the water, Leng Yi said. That way, when a tsunami comes, we can fly into the sky, and when the sea calms down, we can land on the water. That's great. Yang Qing's eyes lit up. But I wonder if they have any. They should, Leng Yi smiled. Didn't Kai Qin say they're the leading fisheries company in Xia City? They should also be involved in deep-sea fishing, so they must have plenty of these. And we need more than just these, we need large ones. Small ones are like toys. A typhoon would blow them away, let alone a tsunami. But even if we get them, we don't know how to fly them, Lu Lin said. Leng Yi smiled. I do. Aw, you can fly planes? Lu Lin was shocked. Yang Qing then remembered that Leng Yi had mentioned he used to be a Special Forces soldier in the Marine Corps. This should be within his area of expertise, right? A smile immediately spread across her face. Okay, we take this. A large amphibious aircraft. Are these amphibious aircraft really useful? Lu Lin asked. Yes, Lung Yi nodded. Russia has a type of large amphibious aircraft, mainly used for firefighting, search and rescue, maritime patrol, cargo transport, and passenger transport. It can carry 12 tons of water, 7 tons of cargo, or 72 passengers, equivalent to a small airliner. This is too much, they won't agree, will they? Lu Lin looked incredulous. Actually, a smaller one would also work, but of course, the larger the better, Lung Yi smiled. We bring it up first, and we discuss it if they want to negotiate. Okay, let's say that tomorrow, Yang Qing nodded. But the moving still needs to be included in the plan. Yang Qing put all the other things in the house that weren't currently needed into her spatial storage, as well as the things on the 8th floor. Except for the water tank, which they still needed, she also packed everything else away. In case someone broke in, she could take Lung Yi and Lu Lin into her spatial storage, but she couldn't let others benefit from the things inside. She packed everything she could, so she could take it out whenever she needed it. Shall we go out for a bit? Yang Qing said to Lung Yi. Where to? Lung Yi asked, a little puzzled. I'm worried we'd be watched. We go out pretending to go get the vaccine from our supplier, otherwise they know we have it at home, Yang Qing explained. Lung Yi nodded, surprised by Yang Qing's caution. Okay. Lung Yi nodded. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Yang Qing checked to make sure no one was around, then took out the motorcycle. Lung Yi carried the motorcycle downstairs, pretending to have retrieved it from upstairs. Then the two of them rode the motorcycle towards the outskirts. Yang Qing secretly checked behind her to see if anyone was following her, but didn't seem to spot anyone. Maybe they're hiding very well, Lung Yi said, circling around outside a few more times before returning home, taking the motorcycle upstairs, and putting it in his spatial storage. The next morning, Husky arrived early, banging on the door urgently. Yang Qing opened the door, and Husky, sensing the need, didn't try to come in, lowering his voice, Sister, do you have the vaccine? Yang Qing nodded, yes, we even have immunoglobulin, but my client's request is quite substantial. That's good. Husky's eyes lit up. What does he want? He wants a large amphibious aircraft, Yang Qing said. Huh? What amphibious aircraft? Husky had never heard of it. Just tell Kai-Qin this, let her talk to them. If it works out, we provide the vaccine, if not, forget it, Yang Qing said. Okay, I go back and tell Sister Kai right away. I heard the sooner the vaccine is given, the better. They must be worried since it's been delayed all night. Husky finished speaking, and immediately ran off. About an hour later, Kai-Qin and Husky arrived together. The Bai family agreed, but they can only give it to us in 2 days, Kai-Qin said. 2 days later? Yang Qing sneered. They're not planning to kill us in these 2 days, are they? Not likely, Kai-Qin smiled. A family this big still has some pride. Besides, they practically put a bounty on this, and everyone with a bit of influence knows that. Even though it's the apocalypse, they still need to maintain their standing. They wouldn't do something so humiliating. Then how about this, Lung Yi suggested, we give him the immunoglobulin and the first dose of the vaccine first, just to tide him over. The second dose is in 7 days anyway. Once they give us the amphibious aircraft, we give them the remaining vaccines. Kai-Qin pondered for a moment. I think that's a good idea. She took out a portable cooler. Give me the first dose, and the immunoglobulin. I talk to them. Once they see it's usable, they let them bring out the amphibious aircraft. After you get it, give me the remaining vaccines. Okay. Lung Yi nodded. I tell you a navigation mark at sea. Have them park the amphibious aircraft there, and we send someone to retrieve it. Kai-Qin was shocked. She had underestimated them. Chapter 152. Yang Qing took the portable cooler and pretended to go upstairs to retrieve the vaccines. After taking them out of her spatial storage, she came back downstairs. The first vaccine and immunoglobulin are inside. You can come back for the rest when we get the amphibious aircraft, Yang Qing said. Kai-Qin opened it, glanced at it, and nodded, okay. Less than an hour after they left, Husky returned, his face beaming. Sister, they took the vaccines. A specialist checked them and they're fine. They already given young Master Bai the injection. Old Master Bai said the amphibious aircraft won't arrive for another 2 days. To express his apology, he's sending you 4,000 caddies of seafood first. I know you don't lack seafood, sister. Do you want anything else? For 1,000 caddies of seafood? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected old Master Bai to be so considerate. Since he was offering, she might as well accept. Sure, we don't lack seafood. Let them send some crabs, shrimp, shellfish, and conch, about 2,000 jin of that, plus another 2,000 jin of dried goods, salted fish, dried squid. Abalone and sea cucumber would be even better. Husky smiled wryly. Sister, aren't your demands a bit too high? Yang Qing laughed. I was just saying. If they don't agree, that's fine. But old Master Bai is a man of principle. Maybe he agree? Okay, I go talk to them right away. They can deliver the goods this afternoon. Same place 3 p.m. Sister, you two go directly there. I drive the refrigerated truck. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. At 3 p.m., Yang Qing and Lengi arrived at the usual place in the truck. Mouse jumped out of the car with a grin. Sis, everything's packed. They really did send dried goods, though there's not much abalone and sea cucumber, just 2 or 3 boxes. The rest is salted fish, kelp, and then there are 2,000 caddies of crabs, shrimp, scallops, and conch. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. They really did it both. The old man from the Bai family was indeed a man of his word. No wonder they become so successful. The Bai family also said they give you the refrigerated truck too, so you don't need to deal with it anymore. Just drive it away, Husky said. Thank you so much. Yang Qing was surprised. He hadn't expected them to even give him a truck. He didn't actually have a refrigerated truck in his own space. Having this would make transporting anything requiring cold chain logistics much easier. Although the second young master of the Bai family was a scoundrel, the old man was a man of principle. After Husky and the others left, Yang Qing and Lengi each drove around in one vehicle, keeping an eye out for anyone following them. Then, in a secluded spot, they stored both vehicles in their space and rode their motorcycle home. Back home, Yang Qing asked Lengi, you and Kai Qin agreed on a place to put the amphibious aircraft. Where is it? I gave her a nautical coordinate and told them to send it there. We pick it up later, Lengi said. But how do we get there? Can we use an inflatable boat? Yang Qing asked. Lengi nodded. Yes, we can. Before, we couldn't. Without permission from the Coast Guard, inflatable boats can only operate in coastal waters, but the address I gave us is in the open sea. We scout the location first, just in case someone's following us. Yang Qing nodded. They traded a few vaccines for an amphibious aircraft. Who knows how many people are watching them? Just take Bai Yi for example. If he knew the vaccines he received had cost the Bai family so much, he probably wouldn't let it go easily. 2 days later, Husky came to say they had placed the amphibious aircraft in the designated location, and everyone had been evacuated. No one was on board. But E.G., can you fly it back? Husky scratched the back of his head. In his mind, only incredibly skilled people could fly that kind of plane. Don't worry, we have someone who can fly it, Lengi smiled. Husky didn't ask any more questions, increasingly feeling that Sister Yang and E.G. were unfathomable. After Husky left, the two put on their helmets and rode their motorcycles to the most frequently used departure dock at that address. As the weather warmed up, the sea ice melted, and the dock resumed some operations. However, due to the apocalypse, the global economy was paralyzed, and the dock had long since lost its foreign trade shipping, far from its former glory. Only a few fishing boats were still operating. The people working on the dock were few and far between, and Yang Qing couldn't discern anything unusual. After leaving the dock, Yang Qing took off his helmet and quickly asked, how was it? There were people, and not just one group, at least 2 or 3 groups. There should be some from the Bai family, some from Bai Yi's own group, and maybe some onlookers. Lengi frowned slightly. What should we do then? Yang Qing asked, not wanting to be exposed. Lengi smiled. The sea is so vast, we don't necessarily have to start from here. At night, we find a secluded beach, go into the water, and once we surfaced, we take the inflatable boat out to sea. That way, no one can follow us. Yang Qing laughed. That's a good idea. At night, the two changed into diving suits, found an inconspicuous beach, swam 500 meters, then took out the inflatable boat, put on life jackets, and headed out to sea. The sea was calm, there was no moon, and it was pitch black all around, with only the sound of the waves. When they were about half a nautical mile from their destination, Lengi stopped the inflatable boat, looked around with night vision goggles, and made sure he didn't see any other vessels. Of course, it's also possible those ships are too far away to be seen. However, if he can't see them, they probably can't see him either. Lengi took out his oar and gently rowed over to the amphibious aircraft. He looked it over. It was surprisingly new, probably recently purchased. Lengi then took out his night vision goggles and scanned the surroundings. He said to Yang Qing, put it away. Yang Qing placed her hand on the fuselage of the amphibious aircraft and, in a flash, placed it into her spatial storage. She swayed slightly, and Leng Yi quickly steadied her. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yang Qing shook her head. The aircraft was quite large and drained her mental energy. "Let's go!" Leng Yi said, letting Yang Qing sit on the assault boat. He took out his oar and started rowing, planning to start the engine and quickly leave once they were a considerable distance away. The people keeping watch at the dock, not seeing anyone go out to sea to collect the goods for a long time, began to suspect something was wrong. By the time they arrived, the amphibious aircraft was gone. The amphibious aircraft had been taken away without anyone noticing, right under their noses. Upon hearing the news, Bai smashed the wine glass on the table in a fit of rage. "Second young master, the doctor said you can't drink alcohol after your vaccination," his subordinate advised. "Get out. Useless wretch. You can't even keep an eye on so many people? What use are you all?" Bai's face turned ashen with anger. His villa had been burgled before, and now someone dared to extort the Bai family for just a few vaccines? Did they think he was a pushover? What was most infuriating was that he didn't even know who did it. He was truly furious. Yang Qing and Leng Yi returned home, their mood brightening at the thought of Bai having received another amphibious aircraft for free. The two took a shower in their spatial dimension and slept soundly. Chapter 153. The next morning, Yang Qing asked Leng Yi, "What have you thought about moving? Where would be a good place to move to?" Leng Yi nodded. "I've thought about it. If you're worried about the tsunami, there's a place that would be suitable, but it's abandoned, full of unfinished buildings. I'm afraid you won't be used to living there." "What's wrong with unfinished buildings? We can just renovate them ourselves then. We have so much stuff anyway." Yang Qing smiled. "By the way, speaking of which, we still need to find some renovation materials. I have ready-made doors and windows in my space, but I don't have cement, sand, or anything like that. We need those for renovations, right?" Leng Yi pondered. "It's unrealistic for us to renovate like a renovation company, and we don't have the skills. We can install the doors and windows ourselves, but finding some renovation materials is good too. We need them later." "Then we go there in a bit," Yang Qing said. "Anyway, now that the floodwaters have receded, it's convenient to go anywhere with a car." "Where is that place you mentioned?" Yang Qing asked. The two came out of their room. Lu Lin was having breakfast. She had gotten up early and hadn't disturbed them since they hadn't come out yet. They hurriedly invited them to join them for breakfast. "In Yunshan," Leng Yi continued, "I had a boss who was in the real estate business. He did a project in Yunshan, a resort, but later the funding dried up, and the project was abandoned. I went there with that boss. It's located at a high altitude, so maybe it won't be affected by the tsunami. Of course, I can't guarantee anything, since we don't know how severe the tsunami will be. The environment there is quite nice. It's all villas, and the basic house layout is there, but they're not furnished." Yang Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. "That's alright, we can just do some minor renovations ourselves. It's not like we're living here forever." After breakfast, the two rode their motorcycles to various construction sites. Some were half-built houses, some were completed but awaiting renovation, and some were unfinished projects. After sweeping through each site, they found quite a few good things. Lime, cement, putty, steel bars, sand, red bricks, tiles, paint, wooden flooring, and a lot of toilets, bathtubs, sinks, cabinets, and various bathroom fixtures that hadn't been installed yet. The haul was quite substantial. The main reason was that the official base wasn't located in Xia City, and the people going to the base to find supplies hadn't yet come here. Otherwise, all this stuff would probably have been swept away long ago. However, a lot of materials piled up on the first floor were soaked in water and were useless, which was a pity. "This is enough for us," Yang Qing said happily. "More than that, it's enough to fill half a building, right?" Leng Yi laughed. While sweeping through each site, it didn't seem like much, but when you add it all up, it's quite a lot. The two didn't get home until evening, and when they reached the stairwell, they saw Husky sitting there with a box in his arms. "Husky?" Yang Qing called out. "Sister, you're finally back." Husky breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yang Qing. "I heard you took the amphibious aircraft back. I came to collect the remaining vaccines." Leng Yi frowned slightly. "Was anyone following you when you came?" Husky was startled. "Huh? I don't think so. But Sister Kai said she'd give them the vaccines only tomorrow. Sister Kai has so many people working for her, they probably don't know I took them, right?" Husky immediately felt a little embarrassed. "Sister, is everything alright?" Yang Qing didn't know what to say. Husky hadn't meant any harm. He'd been here many times and wasn't wary. It's alright. I go upstairs and give you the vaccine, Yongqing said. She packed the vaccine for Husky. Take a look. Husky glanced at it. He remembered Sister Kai saying there were 4 more doses, so the quantity was correct. Husky, we're moving. Don't come looking for me here anymore, Yongqing said. Aw? Husky exclaimed in surprise. Sister, did I cause you trouble? I really didn't mean to. Yongqing smiled. Not really. We were moving anyway. But this incident might attract attention, so it's better to be cautious. Sister. Husky felt guilty, feeling that his carelessness had harmed Sister Yang. It's alright. If I need anything, I just go to the department store. I won't be leaving Xia City for now, Yongqing said with a smile. Okay, if you ever need anything, just come to me. I try my best to find it for you. Husky pursed his lips. Yongqing was the best older sister he had ever met. She had not only saved his life, but also helped him a great deal. If it weren't for her, he and his sister might not have been able to continue working for Kai-Chin. Go on, be careful. Yongqing patted Husky's head. He was still just a child. Back home, Lungi looked down through binoculars, but didn't see anything suspicious. Let's pack and leave tonight, Lungi said. So soon? What happened? Lu Lin asked, surprised. Nothing for now, just worried about being targeted later. It's best to leave now, Yongqing said. After dinner, the 3 of them began packing. Yongqing put everything she could carry into her spatial storage. Lungi began dismantling doors, windows, air conditioners, and furniture, taking everything he could, leaving nothing behind. Especially the doors and windows, which were made of specially ordered explosion-proof materials by Yongqing, which could be used in their future villa in Yanshan. After dismantling everything, Yongqing had Lengyi dismantle the rooftop sunroom as well. It might come in handy later. We're leaving. I go tell Teacher Zhang, Yongqing said. Thinking for a moment, she took out 2 rabbits from her spatial storage. These were the ones Teacher Zhang had given her when she changed her bandages, otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten so many little rabbits. Yongqing put them in a cardboard box, and knocked on the door of 601. Teacher Zhang opened the door. Teacher Zhang, we're moving tomorrow. These 2 rabbits are for you. You're moving? Teacher Zhang was surprised. No wonder she heard clattering noises upstairs. She hadn't dared to ask, so they were moving things. Well, we're thinking of moving. These rabbits are from the same pair you gave me before. They're so big now. If you can keep them, great. If not, you can eat them, Yongqing said. Teacher Zhang smiled. He had said the same thing when he gave the rabbits to Yongqing. Thank you. I didn't expect you to take such good care of them. They grown so big. Teacher Zhang accepted them without hesitation. Yongqing pursed her lips, wondering whether she should tell Teacher Zhang about the tsunami. Living here was no longer safe, but she didn't know how. Actually, I'm moving too, Teacher Zhang suddenly said. You're moving too? Where to? Yongqing was surprised. Teacher Zhang smiled. We're going to the official base. Zhang Yang got some points cards while working at the camp, which is enough for us. We decided it's safer to go to the official base. Yongqing nodded. That way she wouldn't have to tell him about the tsunami. When are you leaving? In a few days. I was thinking of telling you, but you left first. Teacher Zhang smiled, a little sadly. I don't know when we see each other again. We definitely meet again if fate allows, Yongqing said. Teacher Zhang, please wait for me a moment. Yongqing went upstairs and got a few more bottles of mineral water and some bread. Teacher Zhang, take these with you on the road. Teacher Zhang quickly declined. How can I accept your things? I don't have anything to give you. Yongqing smiled. Teacher Zhang, we don't need these. You take them. You have children at home. They need good food on the road. The journey might be dangerous, so please be careful. Teacher Zhang was very touched. You too, please take care. You too? Yongqing nodded. Chapter 154. Yongqing returned home and cleared out the existing furniture, including the bed and sofa. While not high-end, these items could come in handy sometimes. The main goal was to leave nothing behind. Lung Yi then began dismantling the security door and stainless steel door in the hallway. These could be used later. After everything was packed up, Yongqing checked it again. The 2-story house with 4 rooms was practically empty except for the parts that were difficult to dismantle. Lu Lin sighed. It's really hard to leave after living here for so long. Yongqing smiled. There's nothing to be sad about. We live in a better house in the future. The 3 of them stayed until midnight, when everyone was asleep, before quietly leaving with Aki and Xiaoxue. Once they reached a secluded spot, Yang Qing took out a car and drove towards Yushan. By the time they reached Yushan, it was already daylight. From the foot of the mountain, they could see rows of unfinished buildings. Exposed to sun and rain without any renovations, the buildings were blackened, with patches of black water stains on the walls, resembling mold. It's a pity about these buildings. The environment here is actually quite nice, Yang Qing said. And the roads are all repaired, accessible by car, which is very convenient. But because they're unfinished, no one lives here. Chinese people don't like these deserted places. They're like ghost towns, filled with eerie atmosphere, and nobody dares to come. If it were closer to the city, migrant workers and homeless people with nowhere else to live might occupy these unfinished buildings. But this place is too remote, lacking any amenities, making life inconvenient, so even homeless people aren't here. Lung Yi drove up the main road. Let's choose the topmost building. It's high up, maybe we can avoid a tsunami there, and we can overlook the entire mountain. People will know when they come. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. Lung Yi was familiar with the area and naturally listened to him. Upon reaching the mountaintop, they found a 2-story house. It wasn't very large, but it was exactly what Yang Qing and his group needed. 3 people didn't need a large house. A large one would be too much trouble to renovate. Lung Yi parked the car in front of the villa's iron gate, got out, used large pliers to cut the lock, opened the gate, and drove the car inside. There was a yard in front of the house, overgrown with weeds. Because of the recent high temperatures, the weeds had withered, creating a desolate scene. The 2-story house had no doors or windows. The exterior walls were just a layer of rough cement, patchy and stained with black water. As soon as the car door opened, Archie and Xiaoxue ran out first. The 3 of them got out, and Lu Lin looked around. It's actually quite nice here. There's even a yard. Lung Yi nodded. We clear the weeds in the yard later, and it'd be much better. Walking into the building, the bedrooms, kitchen, and bathroom were already built. There was no need for brick partitions, just basic cement, only the walls weren't painted white. It had rained before, and water had flowed down from upstairs, leaving black water stains all over the walls. There was also a lot of construction debris on the ground. The 2 little ones were very curious, sniffing around everywhere. Archie and Xiaoxue, you 2 go play outside first. Lung Yi called to the 2 children, then said to them, we clean up the building first, then we start the renovations. Just a simple one. Yang Qing nodded, took out a broom and trash can from her spatial storage, swept up the trash in the building, and then threw everything to the back of the building. How are we supposed to install this? It's so big. Lu Lin looked around upstairs and downstairs, but none of them were decorators and had no idea how to do it. Actually, this will do, Assyrian style, Yang Qing joked. Didn't we find some self-leveling cement paint yesterday? We can just apply that, Lung Yi said. It's easy, just pour it on the ground, spread it out, and it'd be dry in a few hours. I know that, our company used to use that. It's convenient and cheap, Lu Lin said. No sooner said than done. Yang Qing took the self-leveling cement paint out of his spatial storage. He swept all the rooms on the first floor again, scraping away any cement spills with a knife and vacuuming up the dust, trying to keep the floor as clean as possible so that applying the self-leveling cement would be much easier. He didn't plan to use the second floor. It was too hot. The first floor would suffice. The second floor could be used for storage, so no renovation was needed. But doors and windows still needed to be installed, in case someone came up to steal things. Yang Qing took out a solar generator, placed the generator panel on the roof, and installed a water tank as well, thus completing the basic living facilities. Lung Yi first poured the self-leveling paint into the room, then slowly spread it with a tool. He used a light gray color, which doesn't easily get dirty. Once every corner was coated, he left the room and let it dry naturally. There are only 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen on the first floor. All 3 bedrooms were coated. The bathroom and kitchen didn't need waterproofing, it was just temporary accommodation, and he wasn't worried about water seepage since the ground below was exposed. Waterproofing is necessary in apartment buildings mainly to prevent water seepage from affecting the residents on the lower floors, but this wasn't a concern here. The weather was hot, and by the time Lung Yi started working on the self-leveling paint in the living room, the paint in the other rooms was almost dry. Yang Qing and Lu Lin couldn't go inside yet, so they were fully equipped with hats, thermal clothing, sun-protective face towels, and gloves, and went to clear the weeds in the yard. Aki and Xiaoxue were running around wildly nearby, having a great time. Once the weeds were cleared, the self-leveling paint in the living room had dried. The floor inside was light gray, smooth and delicate, like it had a film on it, very clean. Wow, it's completely different, Lu Lin exclaimed. Although only the floor had been changed, it felt completely different. It was already habitable. Lung Yi smiled. Let's air it out a bit more, then install the doors and windows this afternoon. I work on the bathroom and kitchen first. Yang Qing took out a toilet, a sink, and a shower head. In this heat, the water in the tank upstairs gets unbearably hot. There's no need for a water heater. We can just run a water pipe down from upstairs. In the kitchen, Yang Qing immediately took out a simple integrated stove, combining a gas stove and range hood, convenient and space-saving, perfectly adequate for the three of them. Another cabinet would suffice for pots and pans. Lung Yi installed the toilet, and then ran water pipes down from upstairs, mainly for the kitchen and bathroom. Then he started installing the doors and windows. His, Yang Qing's, and Lu Lin's rooms all had bulletproof windows, salvaged from Bai Yi's villa. The other rooms had windows salvaged from the 7th floor, blast-proof, and not easily broken. The front door was also fitted with a bulletproof door salvaged from Bai Yi's, and it fit perfectly. After a busy day, the villa had all the basic living facilities in place. Yang Qing went into her and Ling Yi's master bedroom and hung a light, island-themed rug on the wall where the bed would be placed, serving both a decorative purpose and keeping dust out of the walls. Then I brought out the bed I used to sleep in, and put on the mattress, sheets, and pillows. I placed a bedside table, and a small lamp on each side of the bed. I also laid out a bohemian-style rug next to the bed. A wardrobe was placed against the other wall, along with a dressing table, and a potted plant in the corner. A single sofa was placed under the window, with a floor lamp next to it. A previously empty, bare room was instantly transformed into a warm and romantic space. Chapter 155. How is it? Yang Qing asked Lung Yi. It's beautiful. Lung Yi's eyes shone with warmth. It was so much nicer than the room in 701. That room had the original landlord's old furniture, all rather old-fashioned, giving it a typical rental feel. Although this room wasn't large, Yang Qing's decorations made it feel very homey. My turn. Lu Lin smiled. Her room was even smaller. She took the bed she used before, the small sofa she had chosen at the furniture factory, a wardrobe, a dressing table, and a box of artificial lavender on the table. She chose all cream-colored furniture, giving it a very girly feel. Wow, it's beautiful. This is my dream room. Lu Lin smiled broadly, never expecting to have such a nice room in this apocalypse. Let's eat. Are you all hungry? Yang Qing took out a dining table and chairs from her spatial storage, and placed them in the living room. She poured some dog food for Aki and Xiaoxue, then took out 3 fast food meals for herself, and ate a simple meal. Lung Yi connected the electricity from the solar generator, and ran it directly to each room, using power strips, eliminating the need for cable trays, and making it easier to tidy up when leaving. Oh right, there's the air conditioning, Yang Qing suddenly remembered. In this heat, it was impossible to live without air conditioning. I install it right away, Lung Yi nodded. It was extremely hot. With a strong sun and long hours of sunshine, it wasn't completely dark even past 8 o'clock. They quickly installed the air conditioners while they had the time. Only 2 units were needed for the 2 rooms, and since there was no need for high-altitude work, it was installed quickly. After finishing, the 3 of them took turns showering, and went back to their rooms to rest. You had a long day. Let's go to sleep early, Yang Qing said, looking at Lung Yi after changing her clothes. Lung Yi climbed into bed, leaned against the headboard, and looked around the room. He suddenly felt a pang of emotion. It's simple here, but it feels very homey. Really? Yang Qing smiled, leaning on his shoulder. This is just our temporary home. We don't know how long we stay. Lung Yi turned to look at her. As long as you're here, wherever you are is home. Yang Qing smiled, looking at Lung Yi, her eyes sparkling. Yes, as long as we're together, anywhere is home. Woof. Aki and Xiaoxue barked at them. We're here too. It was too hot, so the dogs had also come into the room to sleep, huddled together on the sofa. Yang Qing and Lung Yi smiled at each other. Yes, there were 2 little furry kids too. The next day, Lung Yi continued to clear the weeds around the villa. Because of the wastewater discharge, he was worried about mosquitoes. It was better to keep it clean. Yang Qing, on the other hand, hung curtains on all the windows to prevent anyone from peeping inside. Lung Yi took out the old exercise equipment and placed it in the empty room. It'd be more convenient in the living room, wouldn't it? The living room is so big, and there's nothing there, Lu Lin said. I'm worried that if I forget to close the door when I go out, someone might see what's inside, which wouldn't be good, Lung Yi said. I hang a curtain in front of the door, Yang Qing said. It might not look very nice, but privacy is more important. Okay. Lung Yi nodded. Over the next few days, everyone started exercising. Lung Yi also taught Yang Qing and Lu Lin martial arts, and both of them made great progress. Oh, and we should also practice our marksmanship while we have this opportunity, Lung Yi said. Being in the mountains, where no one would bother us, and we weren't afraid of hurting anyone, was the perfect place to practice. Okay. Yang Qing and Lu Lin both nodded. Lu Lin had little experience with guns. Her only 2 shots were at close range. She never fired at long range before, so she probably wasn't very accurate. Therefore, they taught her pistols and rifles. Of course, both guns were fitted with silencers, otherwise, the noise in the mountains would attract attention. Yang Qing, on the other hand, was taught by Ling Yi how to use sniper rifles and submachine guns. These 2 guns were found in Bai Yi's villa, and there was plenty of ammunition, perfect for practice. However, submachine guns were too powerful and noisy, so Ling Yi only taught Yang Qing how to use them without actual practice, focusing instead on teaching her how to use the sniper rifle. Lung Yi first taught her how to observe the outside situation from various angles within the villa, and from which angles were most advantageous for shooting people coming up from the foot of the mountain. He explained everything from the rooms, living room, bathroom, and rooftop. He also explained in detail the distances, wind direction, and wind speed that were important when shooting. Yang Qing benefited greatly from this. Moreover, she was very talented and quickly mastered the skills. While not perfect, hitting the bullseye 9 times out of 10 was still quite impressive. Lung Yi was very satisfied with this apprentice. Before they knew it, the 3 of them had been living on the mountain for half a month, and Lu Lin's marksmanship and boxing skills had improved significantly. Lung Yi was thinking that if he ever had the opportunity to join a military base, he would definitely take Yang Qing and Lu Lin with him. He needed to train them now, so that they wouldn't have to worry about getting in later. During his spare time, Lung Yi also installed surveillance cameras throughout the villa, so that anyone who came could be seen. That day, the 3 of them had just finished lunch, when they suddenly heard voices outside. Aki and Xiaoxu had jumped up, their ears perked up. Just as they were about to shout, Lung Yi shushed them, "Don't make a sound." After glancing at the security camera footage, 3 men in floral shirts walked to the iron gate. "Hey Yongji, why is someone living here? It looks like they even renovated it. Look, they installed doors and windows. Isn't this an unfinished building? How come someone's living here? Let's go check it out." Lu Lin quickly cleared away the dishes, and Yang Qing's face also turned serious. The sound of banging on the iron gate came from outside. "Open the door. Open the door now. People inside, come out. Don't play dead. If you don't open the door, I smash your iron gate." One of them picked up a large rock and smashed it against the lock on the iron gate. Lung Yi opened the door and walked out, coldly saying, "What do you want?" The 3 men were stunned. There really was someone here. "Who are you? Why are you occupying this villa?" One of the men, with tattooed arms, shouted. "This is unclaimed land. Why shouldn't I live here?" Lung Yi coldly looked at the 3 men. "What do you mean unclaimed place? This is an abandoned project. Since there's no owner, it's been taken over by the government. You have no right to live here. Are you government officials?" Lung Yi scoffed. They didn't look like officials. They were just a bunch of thugs. "Of course we are. This is our brother Young." One of the skinny guys pointed to the man in the middle. "We're here on official orders to inspect the buildings. The government is arranging for people to move in. None of you are government officials. You have no right to live here. Move out now, or don't blame us for being impolite." Lung Yi remained expressionless. "We don't know anything about government officials. We were here first, and we renovated it, so this is ours." "Renovated it, and it's yours?" Zhang Yong scoffed. "You really dare to say that? Why don't you go find a house on the street, renovate it, and claim it as yours?" Lung Yi looked at him coldly. "Isn't it? This is the apocalypse. Whoever occupies it first gets to use it. Did you buy all your houses with your own money? You?" Zhang Yong choked. "Forget buying it, the house they were living in was stolen from someone else, and they even killed the original owner. Don't try to argue. We're government officials. The authorities are confiscating these houses. If you don't leave, you'd be in big trouble." Zhang Yong said stubbornly. "Brother Yong, don't waste your breath on them, just kick them out," his henchman said. Chapter 156. "Get out of here." Lung Yi coldly stared at the 3 men before him. "Pretty arrogant, huh?" Zhang Yong sneered, then said to the skinny guy beside him, "Smash it." The skinny guy picked up a stone and smashed it against the lock on the iron gate. Lungi kicked him, sending the skinny guy flying. He lay on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. Enraged, Zhang Yong suddenly pulled out an electric baton from behind him and jabbed it at Lungi through a gap in the iron gate. Lungi leaned back to dodge, picked up a broom from a corner, pulled out a bamboo pole, and struck Zhang Yong's knee. Ah! Zhang Yong's legs buckled in pain, and he knelt down. Lungi grabbed his leg, dragged him inside, wedged him under the iron gate, and then used the bamboo pole to beat him mercilessly on the head and body, leaving him bruised and battered, screaming for his parents. Seeing the situation was turning against him, the other shorter man tried to run away. Zhang Yong shouted, "Zhao Shan, come save me. If you dare run, I deal with you when we get back." Zhao Shan hesitated, then reluctantly went over and grabbed Zhang Yong's clothes, pulling him back. Lungi pressed Zhang Yong's foot down, rendering him immobile. Just as Zhao Shan exerted all his strength, Lungi suddenly released his grip. Zhang Yong was violently pulled backward, but his ankle got stuck under the iron gate, causing him to scream in pain again. "Let go! It hurts like hell." Startled, Zhao Shan quickly released his grip again. Zhang Yong carefully pulled his foot out from under the iron gate. His ankle was swollen badly. "What are you standing there for? Get him!" Zhang Yong commanded Zhao Shan frantically. Zhao Shan grimaced, "Brother Yong, I can't beat him. You have to fight even if you can't." Zhang Yong's face twisted with rage. He had never suffered such a loss before. He was beaten half to death before even opening the door. Left with no other option, Zhao Shan flared his legs and lunged at Lungi with a punch, but Lungi swiftly grabbed one of his hands, clamping his wrist like an iron vice and snapping it against the iron door. With a loud crack, Zhao Shan screamed like a pig being slaughtered, clutching his hand and kneeling down. Zhang Yong, pale with fright, stumbled backward, never expecting Lungi to be so ruthless. You just wait," Zhang Yong said, his voice trembling with fear, before limping away. Skinny Monkey and Zhao Shan, enduring the pain, also scrambled downstairs. Yang Qing and Lu Lin came out. "Why are officials here to collect the house? Could it be that someone on their side predicted the tsunami?" Yang Qing frowned, wondering if the coded telegram Dr. Zhang had sent earlier had worked. Lungi nodded. "Very likely. If that's the case, many people might move up the mountain. I didn't expect this. I wish we hadn't moved here." Yang Qing bit her lip. "What do we do now? Should we move?" Lungi shook his head. "No, we just finished renovating and can't let others benefit from it. Besides, we don't know we're safe now. Since the authorities came, this must be the safest place." Yang Qing nodded. To be honest, she didn't know where to go either. In her previous life, she and Lu Lin had already left Xia City by this time. She only heard about the tsunami later, and she didn't know where was safe. "Those people probably won't let this go. They come back, right?" Lu Lin said. "That's not a problem. We deal with whatever comes our way. We're not so easy to handle," Lungi said. "But what if they really are government officials? What if they force us to move out?" Yang Qing asked. "We see when the time comes," Lungi pondered. "There'll always be a way. But only a small number of people should know about the tsunami, right? Will the people sent in be all-powerful and influential, leaving none for us?" Lu Lin asked. "Probably not." Yang Qing took out a radio from the room and tuned in. Sure enough, he heard an official broadcast saying that people living along the coast must evacuate, and those who needed to should report to the authorities and pay a registration fee. Of course, these days the registration fee is usually in the form of food. Money is useless. It seems it's not just the rich, but ordinary people too? Lungi frowned. There shouldn't be many ordinary people. If the authorities don't publicize it widely, very few people will receive the broadcast. Of course, there will be a few ordinary people, Yang Qing said. Let's be more vigilant these next few days. They definitely come back, Lungi said. Yang Qing and Lu Lin both nodded. That night, Lungi kept a close eye on the situation outside the villa, using night vision binoculars to observe the outside, and occasionally checking the surveillance cameras. He only went to sleep for a while before dawn. Just as dawn was breaking, a sharp click sounded outside, like the sound of a door lock chain being cut. Lungi woke with a start, and quickly woke Yang Qing and Lu Lin, his face grim. "Someone's coming! Get ready!" Yang Qing immediately grabbed a sniper rifle, went up to the second floor, found the best firing position, and aimed down. Lu Lin, meanwhile, took a rifle, and hid it in a room on the first floor. She opened a small window, stuck the barrel out, and nervously peered outside. Lung Yi picked up a pistol and tucked it into his waistband, then grabbed a long knife and held it in his hand. The iron gate to the courtyard had been kicked open. Zhang Yong, wearing shorts and with bandages on his feet, strode in with a smug expression. A cigarette dangling from his mouth, a large knife in his hand, he sneered at Lung Yi, "Today you're ready to die. Go!" With a wave of his hand, 4 men behind him, some with knives, others with clubs, charged towards Lung Yi. Suddenly, 2 sharp rat-a-tat-tat sounds rang out, and fine gravel flew up from beneath their feet. 2 bullets struck them, just centimeters from their feet. Everyone froze, as if struck by lightning, staring in horror into the building, their bodies trembling. They had guns, and there was more than one. Brother, don't shoot," Zhang Yong stammered, breaking out in a cold sweat. We were just following orders from the authorities. It wasn't our own decision, it has nothing to do with us. If you don't want to move, then don't move. We won't force you, Zhang Yong forced a smile more like a grimace. They thought that with more men and so many weapons, they could surely drive everyone out of the building. And judging by how nicely decorated the building was, it must be full of supplies. They were sure to have a good haul today. Who knew they kicked a hornet's nest? They actually had guns. Lung Yi sneered, pulling out a pistol and pressing it against Zhang Yong's forehead. You dare call yourselves government officials? Don't think that just because you're wearing a mask you can turn thugs into civil servants. I could just shoot you all and throw you into the sea. Who would know? Zhang Yong knelt down with a thud. Brother, spare me. We never do it again. The others also knelt down, begging for mercy. Yang Qing on the second floor curled his lip. He thought they were so tough. They were just a bunch of spineless cowards. Chapter 157. Lung Yi looked at the men in front of him. They were indeed difficult to kill. Although they were petty thugs, they could very well be government agents. These kinds of jobs are usually outsourced. They hire thugs to do the work and receive kickbacks in return. Like the demolition teams before the apocalypse, many weren't regular soldiers, but hired thugs. They were ruthless and resourceful, and the common people were afraid of them, easily intimidated into submission. But if he really killed them, it would be considered offending the government, which would be difficult to explain, and he might still have to move. Get out! Lung Yi roared. The men scrambled away in a panic. The 3 gathered in the living room. This won't end so easily. Someone else will definitely come, Lung Yi said. Yang Qing nodded. This building needs someone to live in it. We try to stay. At worst, we hand over some supplies. We're just ordinary people. Fighting those people is self-defense. But if we offend them, what if they refuse our supplies and just kick us out? Lu Lin worried. Lung Yi was silent for a moment. We see. The 3 of them didn't dare to let their guard down and took turns keeping watch. Not long after, Lung Yi saw through his binoculars that more than a dozen people were coming up the mountain. Apart from Zhang Yong and his group, the rest were all police officers and soldiers. Lung Yi's heart sank. He told Yang Qing and Lu Lin, someone's coming. Don't come out yet. I go get my gun, Lu Lin said quickly. Yang Qing didn't need to. She could take her gun out of her spatial storage at any time. Not yet. It's the military and police, Lung Yi said. What? Yang Qing frowned. They couldn't possibly fight them. That would really make things worse. Don't worry about it, I handle it, Lung Yi said. After the men came up, Lung Yi opened the iron gate. It's him. Zhang Yong rushed forward, pointing at Lung Yi. He's the one who hit us. They have guns. Hands up. The policemen behind him pointed their guns at Lung Yi. Lung Yi silently raised his hands. Take your guns out and put them on the ground. Lung Yi then took out a pistol from his back and placed it on the ground. They have more people inside, and more guns. Zhang Yong shouted again. A square-faced man in a white shirt shouted into the building, Listen up, everyone inside. Come out. Surrender your weapons or you be spared. Yang Qing and Lu Lin exchanged a glance, quickly storing their guns and belongings in their spatial storage. Then, with their hands raised, they slowly walked out, Aki and Xiaoxue following beside them, baring their teeth at the people outside. The square-faced man frowned as he looked at the 2 pretty girls. Just the 2 of you? Just the 2 of us, Yang Qing said calmly. Impossible. Someone fired shots from upstairs when we came in. How could it be just 2 women? They must be hiding a lot more people. Zhang Yong shouted. If you don't believe me, sir, you can go in and search, but don't mess up our things, Yang Qing said coldly. Director Hao, What do you think? A policeman looked at Hao Jigua. Go in and check, be careful, Hao Jigua said. The policeman ran into the building, looked inside and out, and then ran out again. There's definitely no one here. How is that possible? They must have hidden themselves. They ran into the mountains when they saw us coming. Zhang Yong yelled loudly. Leng Yi looked at Hao Jigua. Sir, we're telling the truth. There are only 3 of us living here, my wife and my sister. These thugs came in shouting and threatening to kill us. We had no choice but to defend ourselves. We didn't kill anyone, did we? Thugs? These are people sent by our security department. Hao Jigua frowned. Leng Yi sneered, then you should really ask your subordinates. How could you entrust this work to thugs? Were they too afraid to come, or did they receive benefits from these thugs? Look at them yourself. Do they look like people from the security department? Hao Jigua looked at Zhang Yong and his group, his brow furrowing. He could tell they weren't good people, but these were extraordinary times, and manpower was insufficient, so resorting to some extraordinary measures was understandable. Who are you people? How do you have guns? Hao Jigua looked at Leng Yi. Leng Yi hesitated for a moment, then truthfully said, Actually, I used to be a soldier, but I retired. The soldiers behind him exchanged glances, realizing that Leng Yi indeed possessed the bearing of a soldier, at least much better than those petty thugs. This gun was stolen too. After the apocalypse, the world was in chaos. When we went out to find supplies, some people robbed us, but we fought back and killed them, so we stole the gun. You're talking nonsense. How could you possibly beat someone with a gun? Zhang Yong retorted, unconvinced. If he had a gun, would he be afraid of him? Leng Yi sneered. I used to be a special forces soldier. I have plenty of ways to handle things. Want to try? You? Zhang Yong shrank back, terrified. Enough. Hao Jigua glared at Zhang Yong. Whose men are these? Take them away. Sir. Yang Qing spoke up. We're just ordinary people. Don't we have the right to live here? We didn't know the authorities were going to take over these buildings. We arrived first, and even renovated them. Why can't we live here? We can also hand over supplies. Whatever they hand over, we hand over double, okay? Hao Jigua looked at Yang Qing. Living here is fine, but we'd be taking the houses back and redistributing them. The 3 of you can't possibly live in such a large building. A building needs at least a dozen people. Yang Qing was silent for a moment, then, remembering something from her past life, said, Sir, is this your decision-making power? We can discuss terms. What terms? Hao Jigua frowned, thinking this young woman was a bit arrogant. You're taking these buildings from the mountains, but you're going to distribute them to the locals, right? The people who move in are a mixed bag, all sorts of people. With so many people, conflicts are bound to arise, and fights are inevitable. Do you think the leaders will use those petty thugs to maintain order? My husband is a soldier, and my sister and I have both received professional training. We can help you. And I guarantee I won't use a single soldier from you, nor will I ask for wages, rations, or any firearms or ammunition. I only ask to retain our right to live in this villa. Your people just need to ensure the overall security of the perimeter. Hao Jigua was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this young woman to offer such a deal. It wasn't a bad idea. He looked at Yang Qing, then at Leng Yi. Who's in charge here? Leng Yi chuckled and looked at Yang Qing. My wife's in charge of my family, and she's just as capable as me. Hao Jigua raised an eyebrow. He really hadn't expected this young woman to be so capable. However, her demeanor was indeed different. Her gaze was resolute and full of heroic spirit, while the other was much more delicate and gentle. Chapter 158. Hao Jigua looked at Yang Qing. The conditions she offered were indeed attractive to him. After the apocalypse, disaster relief departments like theirs were the busiest and most exhausted, arranging resettlement sites, distributing relief supplies, and cracking down on theft and robbery. They were severely understaffed. Although they recruited more people later, even more died. They had recruited quite a few during the extreme cold, but all ran away when the extreme heat came. Now that the temperature had dropped slightly, and with rumors of another tsunami, he was utterly overwhelmed, wishing he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Moreover, Yunshan wasn't the only resettlement area. He had to allocate many people to manage it. These people seemed to have real skills. If they could improve security in Yunshan, his life would be much easier. Hao Jigua glanced at the villa behind the 3 of them. Our official notice was only issued 2 days ago. You've been living here for quite a while now. How did you know you were coming here? Yang Qing smiled. Sir, it's really a coincidence. We had no idea about the official decision. If we had known, we probably wouldn't have come. We just found a place because our previous accommodation had problems. This property in Yunshan belongs to my husband's former boss. He knew the environment here was good, so we moved here. The house is big, and we don't bother anyone. It's more comfortable than living in the city. We only did some simple renovations, installed doors and windows, and painted the floor. That's all. But finding and transporting these materials cost us a lot of money and resources. It's not unreasonable for us to ask to continue using it, is it? Hao Jigua picked up the pistol Lang Yi had just laid down from the ground, and the three men looked at him nervously. Keep it safe. Hao Jigua placed the gun back in Lang Yi's hand. I agree to your conditions, but you must also keep your promise to me and keep order here. Yang Qing spoke up. Sir, Yushan is too big. It's unrealistic to rely on just the three of us. We gotten a general idea of the layout of the houses on Yunshan these past few days. It's divided into zones. There are 3 zones. We're in Zone 3, so we'd be responsible for security in Zone 3. Hao Jigua hesitated for a moment before nodding. Okay. Zone 3 is the largest zone, and it needs the most people anyway. Being able to manage one zone is already good enough. It's better than using those petty thugs. Besides, they themselves said they don't need food or weapons, which saves a lot of money. The rest of the people will be transferred here in 2 days. Make preparations. Sir, don't worry. Yang Qing nodded. Hao Jigua left with his men after the agreement was reached. The 3 men immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Qing, are we really going to be responsible for security here? How are we going to manage this? This place is so big, there will definitely be a lot of people in the future. How are we going to manage it? Lu Lin asked. Let's go inside and talk. Yang Qing beckoned to the 2 of them. Lang Yi closed the iron gate, and the 3 of them went inside, closing the villa's main door behind them. Do you remember the things I brought from the research institute in my spatial storage? Yang Qing asked. The 2 nodded. Although they didn't know the specifics, they had seen the things stored in their spatial storage. Back then, I met a PhD at the research institute. Her name was Zhang Yui, and she was a physics PhD. She said they predicted this apocalyptic disaster and sent a coded telegram to the authorities, but they didn't receive a response. She didn't know if they received it or whether they believed it. However, judging from the current situation, the authorities seem to have received the information and even believed it, which is why they moved the people to Yunshan ahead of schedule. Yang Qing paused, thinking about how to mention what she knew from her past life. Dr. Zhang mentioned that some strange phenomena would appear in the apocalypse. Didn't we see a lot of snakes and super mosquitoes before? That should be those phenomena. She also said there might be centipedes, possibly appearing in a few days. As she said this, something flashed through Yang Qing's mind, but it was too fast for her to grasp. Ah? Centipedes? Lu Lin's hands immediately broke out in goosebumps. The thought of a centipede with so many legs made her hair stand on end. Are centipedes poisonous? Lang Yi frowned. Judging from the snakes and mosquitoes we saw before, centipedes shouldn't be poisonous. They just carry a lot of germs, but like snakes, they're edible, Yang Qing said. She remembered that in her past life, she and Lu Lin had just left Xia City when they were attacked by centipedes on the road, suffering numerous bites. Fortunately, the centipedes weren't poisonous, otherwise they would have died long ago. She didn't know why the centipedes weren't poisonous. In the apocalypse, many things mutated, poisonous things could become non-poisonous, and vice versa, and they hadn't researched it. But while the centipedes weren't poisonous, they had become incredibly smelly, like bedbugs, so pungent it made people want to vomit. So initially, no one ate the centipedes. Later, some people, driven by extreme hunger, started roasting them. Aside from the stench, they were still edible. They initially didn't want to eat them. The bedbug-like smell made their stomachs churn and they felt nauseous. But they had no choice but to join the others. Later, the authorities issued a notice allowing the recycling of centipedes. The centipedes were ground into powder and mixed with a small amount of flour to make centipede cakes. This greatly alleviated the food crisis at the time, and the stored centipede cakes played a vital role for a long time afterward. Yang Qing still remembered the taste. At first, she was so sick she was practically vomiting. But after a while, she got used to it, or rather numb to it. Without the centipede cakes, there was nothing else to eat. She had no choice. However, in this life, she had stockpiled so much grain, meat, vegetables, and seafood that she never wanted to eat those smelly centipede cakes again. Yang Qing continued, even those who have moved to Yunshan won't all have enough grain. When centipedes appear, we buy them back with grain. With something to do, there will be fewer fights, which will improve public order and make things easier to manage. Lang Yi nodded. It was indeed a good idea. Then why are we collecting so many centipedes? I don't want to eat them, Lu Lin pouted. Sell them to the government, Yang Qing laughed. We can sell them to them at cost, without making a profit. They get hundreds of times more grain reserves for free without lifting a finger. Why not? Hundreds of times more? Lung Yi raised an eyebrow. Yang Qing nodded. When there are plenty of centipedes, a few will weigh a pound, so catching them won't be difficult. We exchange 1 pound of grain for 100 pounds of centipedes. Centipedes are arthropods and don't have much meat, but drying them and grinding them into powder won't reduce their weight much. Adding a little flour as a binder will make 100 pounds of centipede cakes. The government can use these centipedes to exchange for supplies. It's a highly profitable venture. Moreover, establishing centipede cake processing plants can provide a lot of jobs. With work to do, people can live and work in peace and contentment, which is more conducive to stability and unity. Lung Yi was very surprised. His wife was truly capable, thinking so far ahead. Excellent. Let's get started today, Yang Qing said. We have the supplies, so we don't need to eat centipedes, but we must take precautions to prevent them from entering the house. Centipede bites are still very painful. Moreover, in her past life, she had heard of centipedes crawling into people's noses and mouths while they were sleeping, suffocating them to death. The thought alone sent chills down her spine. Chapter 159. Let's clean up the area around the villa again and spray pesticides, Yang Qing said. He bought some pesticides when he bought the seeds, and they were coming in handy now. Then, Yang Qing thought for a moment, let's electrify the iron gate. There are 3 of us living in this villa. Some people are bound to be unhappy. We need to prevent them from barging in. We don't need such a high current yet. It wouldn't be good if someone got electrocuted. Just a very painful shock that would deter people from approaching. Lung Yi nodded. Leave it to me. The villa was surrounded by a wall, with only the front iron gate. Electrifying the gate was relatively easy. Lung Yi began to work on it. Yang Qing went to the rooftop and moved the water tank to the 2nd floor, leaving the solar panels on top. Their building was the tallest, and the solar panels, laid flat on the rooftop, were generally invisible, but the water tank was too conspicuous. To avoid arousing jealousy, it was better to keep it on the 2nd floor. Yang Qing smashed several more pieces of glass, intending to insert them around the wall to prevent anyone from scaling it at night. Although they had surveillance cameras, they couldn't keep watch 24/7, everyone needs to sleep. After Lung Yi connected the iron gate to the power, he opened 2 bags of cement, mixed the mortar, and applied it to the wall before inserting sharp pieces of glass. That afternoon, everyone wore masks and sprayed pesticide around the villa. Then, they checked all the doors and windows, making sure they were tightly closed, sealing any gaps with silicone sealant or expanding foam. 2 days later, under the command of the military and police, a large number of people were moved to Yunshan Villa. Lung Yi, with binoculars, kept an eye on everything from the top floor, especially the people in District 3, so he could help if anything unusual happened. It was only the first day, and the police were already there. Everyone was busy moving, so there wasn't much trouble. Later, a policeman came over and explained the situation in District 3 to Lung Yi. District 3 has nearly 50 villas. Generally, 3 to 4 people live in one room. Assuming an average of 6 rooms per villa, that's 20 people per villa. 50 villas mean nearly 1,000 people, so maintaining order isn't easy. I understand. Lung Yi nodded. However, the policeman hesitated, then added, I'm afraid it's not just these people. When we arrived, we met many residents who were also applying to move into Yushan. If the villas can't accommodate everyone, they'd be asked to live in tents outdoors, so the number is currently impossible to estimate. Lung Yi nodded. Since the authorities knew about the tsunami, they certainly couldn't refuse the people's requests. They couldn't send them to their deaths. An increase in the population was inevitable. If you really can't manage it, you can report it to your superiors, the policeman said. He felt a strong liking for Lung Yi that day, when he heard Lung Yi was a retired soldier. He himself had served in the military and become a policeman after his discharge, so he naturally felt friendly towards his comrades. Thank you. Lung Yi nodded. This man was quite considerate. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Liang, also a retired soldier. I mainly handle perimeter security. You can come to me if you need anything. Li Liang extended his hand to Lung Yi. Lung Yi nodded and shook his hand. Lung Yi, the Lung in cold, and the Li in perseverance. Li Liang smiled. Indeed, his name suited him perfectly. Everyone gradually moved into the villa, but seeing that it was just a series of unfinished houses without even doors or windows, many people began to complain. They imagined villas would be luxurious and fully furnished like in the movies, but it turned out to be an unfinished project. Some people even regretted coming. Who lives in that house on the hilltop? It's so nicely decorated, someone asked. Who knows? Probably rich people. This society is so unfair. Why can they live in such nicely decorated houses, while we live in this dilapidated place with nothing at all? I'm going to complain. It's so unfair. Everyone grumbled, but no one dared to actually ask. Nobody dared to offend the powerful. In the evening, after everyone had settled in, Li Liang went to find Leng Yi again, only to find a sign on the iron gate that read, "Electricity on gate. Do not touch." Li Liang called out, "Leng Yi, are you there?" "It's me, Li Liang. I need to talk to you about something." Yang Qing and the others were having dinner. Lu Lin had made stir-fried pork that evening, and the aroma wafted outside. Li Liang couldn't help but swallow hard at the smell. He hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Leng Yi and his group are really capable. Even in this world, they can not only live in nice villas, but also eat meat. Leng Yi glanced at the surveillance footage, turned off the power to the iron gate, and went outside. The relocation work in Zone 3 is basically complete. Anyone else coming tomorrow will stay in Zones 1 and 2. We done the count. There are a total of 1,230 people in Zone 3, Li Liang said. Okay, I understand. It would be best if you could give me a list, showing who lives in which building, so I have a better idea, Leng Yi said. Li Liang nodded. Okay, I give it to you tomorrow. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Want to eat something together? Leng Yi asked Li Liang. Li Liang quickly shook his head. No need, no need. I can go home to eat. My family moved to District 3 too. Leng Yi smiled. Wait a moment. Back in the building, he told Yang Qingyi, who quickly grabbed a disposable lunchbox, and had Lu Lin fill it with rice, adding a lot of meat to make it overflowing. Leng Yi handed the lunchbox to Li Liang. Take this, eat with your family. Li Liang looked at him hesitantly. He really wanted it, but was too embarrassed. Leng Yi smiled and placed the lunchbox in Li Liang's hand. Take it. This isn't the military base. No need for so many formalities. Li Liang pursed his lips and whispered thank you. After Li Liang left, Leng Yi closed the iron gate and returned inside, sighing. They have it tough too, working themselves to the bone every day, only getting 20 caddies of grain a month in wages. Normally, that wouldn't even be enough for one adult, but now they have to support a whole family. I wonder if his family members have jobs. Even if they do, their current jobs are very hard work with low pay. It's very difficult, Yang Qing nodded. Yes, soldiers and police officers were the hardest working even before the apocalypse. They went wherever there was disaster or hardship to provide support, let alone now that it's the apocalypse. Without them, who knows how chaotic things would be. The people I admire most in this world, besides police officers, are soldiers, Lu Lin said, looking at Yang Qing and Leng Yi. So I feel very lucky to be with you. I'm very content. Lu Lin knew very well that without Yang Qing, she wouldn't be living the life she had now. She would definitely be worse off than those outside. She was very grateful. The next morning, the mountains were bustling with activity. Children crying, cursing, and complaining. People strolling around couldn't help but stop and stare at Yang Qing's villa, gossiping amongst themselves. Yang Qing couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. Leng Yi took out 2 earplugs and put them in her ears. If you want to sleep, sleep a little longer. Forget it, get up. Who knows what might happen today? Yang Qing shook her head. Since she had taken on the task of maintaining order, she couldn't slack off anymore. Chapter 160. The two got up, but didn't cook. Yang Qing simply took out 3 boxes of sauté noodles she had bought before from her spatial storage and ate them. Ready-made food doesn't have a strong smell and won't attract much attention. After breakfast, Lu Lin asked, "We're in charge of security in District 3. What do we do?" Leng Yi shook his head. "You guys stay home. I go out on patrol. If there's anything, I take care of it, otherwise I come back." Leng Yi changed into a camouflage uniform he used to wear in the army, but it lacked shoulder insignia, making it slightly different from that of active-duty soldiers. So handsome. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. It was the first time she had seen him in military uniform, and she hadn't expected him to look so handsome. She realized she had a bit of a uniform fetish. Leng Yi smiled. "If you want one, I can give you one, but I'm taller than you, so it need to be altered a little." "No need, I have one. I bought one at an outdoor gear store before, but it's just slightly different from yours. Besides, you're the real soldier, you look different in it." Yang Qing hugged Leng Yi's waist and laughed. "What's the difference?" I think you're no worse than a soldier. Lung Yi smiled, then leaned down and kissed Yang Qing on the lips. I'm leaving. Be careful at home. Okay, you be careful too. Yang Qing nodded. Lu Lin chuckled to herself. The two had such a good relationship. Lung Yi took a rifle with him when he left. Yang Qing turned off the power to the iron gate first, then turned it back on after Lung Yi left. It would be good if there was a doorbell. We know when Lung Yi comes back if he rings it, otherwise, with the power on, even he can't get in, Lu Lin said. A doorbell? I think I do have one. Yang Qing searched her spatial storage. She remembered collecting a bunch of things from the tool cabinet at the Park Shop supermarket. There seemed to be one of those simple, battery-operated doorbells that you could just stick on. Finding the doorbell, Yang Qing first turned off the power to the iron gate. He went outside and stuck the doorbell to the wall instead of the gate to prevent accidental electrocution. Back inside, he turned the power back on. Lung Yi, carrying a gun, went on patrol. The newly moved-in residents all stared at him curiously. His clothes were different from the other soldiers, yet he carried a gun. They didn't know who he was, and were very curious about him. Some people dug him out and realized he was from the villa on the hilltop. Everyone looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. However, seeing the gun in his hand and his deathly cold expression, no one dared to approach him. Lung Yi wandered around and bumped into Li Liang, who was just coming out. Brother Yi, good morning. Li Liang quickly ran over to greet him. Although Lung Yi was in charge of security in the 3rd district, he didn't have any official position, so he just called him brother. Good morning. Lung Yi nodded, glancing behind him. You live here? Yeah, my rank is low, so I can only live in this low-lying area. I don't know if I have time to escape if a tsunami comes, Li Liang said. Lung Yi was momentarily speechless. Brother Yi, the food yesterday was delicious, thank you. Li Liang grinned at Lung Yi. My family hasn't had meat in a long time. Yesterday, when I brought the lunchbox home to show my parents, they were shocked. They asked where I got it, thinking I stole it, and scolded me, Li Liang said, laughing. I said no, it was from the family on the mountaintop. My dad scolded me again, saying I'm not a beggar, how could I take other people's things? I said we're comrades, and you kindly gave it to me, so he didn't say anything. Lung Yi nodded. It seemed Li Liang's parents had very sound values, and Li Liang probably wasn't much different. We closed the door and ate secretly, afraid someone would smell it. My parents didn't want to finish the food, they said they save it for today. I told them it would spoil in this heat, so they reluctantly ate it, Li Liang said with a smile. Lung Yi felt a pang of sadness. It was just a box of food, and they had to be so careful. Their lives weren't easy either. But that's how the apocalypse is, few are as fortunate as he was. Are you all sharing a room? Is there enough room? Lung Yi asked. Yes, there's enough room. We're sleeping on the floor anyway, so there's plenty of space, but it's so hot. Luckily, we're on the 1st floor. It's even hotter on the 2nd floor. I don't know how many times I wake up during the night. It must be very hot on your mountaintop too, right? Li Liang asked. Lung Yi nodded, not mentioning that he had air conditioning. There was no need to show off in front of him. It's hot too. The two walked to the makeshift management office. Li Liang introduced Lung Yi to the others, and then gave him a list of personnel from Zone 3. Everyone looked at Lung Yi. They had all heard about the villa on the mountaintop, but some were seeing the owner for the first time, and were very curious. Lung Yi nodded to everyone, didn't introduce himself, took the list, and left. What's with the attitude? Don't think you're superior just because you live in a villa on the mountaintop. You still have to do things just like us, someone sneered. Li Liang ignored him. The others gathered around Li Liang. Li Liang, what's that person's name? Are you familiar with him? Li Liang shook his head. Not really, I only seen him twice. We bumped into each other just now. Is he that great? He just arrived a little earlier than us, and got the whole villa. It's so unfair. The man who spoke earlier scoffed, looking unconvinced. Li Liang's face darkened. I don't know if he's great or not, but the fact that he managed to secure the entire security for District 3 from Director Hao shows he's capable. You alone? Would you dare take on such a big task? The man grumbled. Don't they have 2 other people with them? You have a wife and kids too, why don't you call them to join in? Li Liang sneered. His family consists of him, his wife, and his sister. He's got the skills. Hey Li Liang, did you get some benefits from him? Why are you speaking up for him like this? The man mocked. Li Liang's face flushed red. What nonsense are you spouting? He used to be a soldier, a special forces soldier, a real expert. If you're not convinced, challenge him. If you can beat him, I brag about you every day and suggest to Director How that you take charge of District 3. Do you dare? The man choked. He wouldn't dare. He heard that the last 2 times he sent Zhang Yong and his men, they were beaten half to death by Lunny alone. He didn't have the guts to provoke anyone. Forget it. It's not worth it for an outsider. Someone tried to smooth things over. The man became sarcastic again. He's a comrade in arms. We're the outsiders. We can't compare. Li Liang rolled his eyes, grabbed his stun gun, and went outside. Not everyone here was a regular soldier. Many were recruited after the apocalypse. There were all sorts of people. He couldn't be bothered arguing with them. It would only make him angry. The people in District 3 were settled. Some people, having nothing to do, wandered around the mountains, while many others gathered outside Yang Qing's villa. Chapter 161. Who lives in here? How can they live in a detached house? Look, it's even renovated. The doors and windows are all high-end. Look, there's glass in the wall. They must have a lot of good stuff inside, right? Do they have some kind of privilege? Exactly. We're all several families living in one villa. Why does one family get to occupy such a large one? We also paid our share of the grain tax. It's so unfair. I want to protest. Yeah, I heard there are only 3 people living inside, 1 man and 2 women. Then what's their relationship? I heard one is a couple, and the other is that woman's sister. TCH, saying she's a sister, who knows what those 2 women and 1 man might do. I think. All sorts of vulgarities were being hurled outside, and Lu Lin inside was furious. How can they talk such nonsense? Yang Qing grasped Lu Lin's hand. We know the truth ourselves. They're just jealous of us, and they're deliberately smearing us to make themselves feel better. Just a bunch of gossipy women. Don't let them upset you, Yang Qing said. The people outside got even more excited. We can't let them get away with this. We need to demand an explanation. Call them out. We need to ask them if they feel any remorse for what they've done. Don't do anything rash. Didn't you see? There's a sign on the door. It's electrified. It's not worth getting electrocuted. Someone warned. TCH, I don't believe they actually electrocute us. Is there no law? A scream rang out as a middle-aged woman reached out to push the iron gate, only to be electrocuted and jump back. It really hurts. It's killing me. Those around her immediately backed away, no longer daring to approach. I told you not to mess with them. They must have powerful connections to live here. They're asking for it, someone sneered. The middle-aged woman's face turned ashen with anger. She yelled at the iron gate, Get out here. Your gate shocked me. You have to pay for my medical expenses. What should we do? Lu Lin looked at Yang Qing. Yang Qing sneered, Ignore them. They asked for it. They can't get in anyway, and it only cause trouble if we go out. Lu Lin nodded and sat down next to Yang Qing. The middle-aged woman yelled for a long time, but no one came out. She wanted to kick the iron gate, but was afraid of being electrocuted again. She was furious but couldn't do anything to the people inside. Suddenly, she noticed the doorbell on the wall and pressed it forcefully. The doorbell rang repeatedly, but there was still no response from inside. Is she not home? Forget it. Stop ringing. She won't come out anyway. She's rich. Who do you think you are? Who cares about you? The middle-aged woman, exasperated, yanked the doorbell off, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it. I told you not to come out. I told you not to come out. The doorbell broke in no time. Yang Qing rolled her eyes, grabbed a pistol, and went outside. She's out. She's out. Is that her? I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Such delicate skin. She must have a lot of good stuff hidden at home. Everyone looked at Yang Qing with curiosity, a mixture of envy and jealousy. You're out just in time. Your door shocked me. You owe me money. The middle-aged woman immediately yelled. Not much, just 20 caddies of grain. Those nearby exclaimed, 20 caddies of grain? She really dares to ask for that. In this situation, who has 20 caddies of grain? Yang Qing sneered, 20 caddies? My family actually does. She really gives it to me. Those nearby were shocked, regretting not having gone up and gotten shocked themselves. Yang Qing's face changed. But do you deserve it? The middle-aged woman's face turned ugly. You injured me. You should compensate me. If you hadn't turned on the electricity, would I have been injured? Open the door now, or I never forgive you. Oh, so it's my fault. Yang Qing scoffed. Did I tell you to push open my door? Did I tell you to put your hand in? What does your own impulsiveness have to do with me? I have official permission to live here. Trying to come in is trespassing. I could kill you, and the higher-ups wouldn't say a word. Yang Qing drew a pistol from her waistband and pointed it at the middle-aged woman. Come on, come in. Let's see if I dare to kill you. Ah, she has a gun. The people around were startled and took a step back. The middle-aged woman had never seen anything like this before. Her legs trembled, and she couldn't move her feet. You wouldn't dare. The middle-aged woman said, her voice trembling with fear. If you dare to fire, you be breaking the law, the police will arrest you, you wouldn't dare. Yang Qing laughed. We've been given the authority to maintain order. I just say you're causing trouble, and I had no choice but to fire for the sake of order. You die in vain, you see if I dare. Yang Qing fired a shot near the middle-aged woman's feet. Startled, she collapsed to the ground, leaving a suspicious yellow puddle. Huh? She actually peed herself? How disgusting. Everyone backed away, looking at the middle-aged woman with disgust. The woman was both ashamed and angry, trying to run away but too weak to stand. Who still wants to come in? Yang Qing swept his gaze around the people behind him, his eyes icy. Let's go, let's go. Yeah, if we can't afford to offend them, can't we at least avoid them? They have connections. And a gun? Who dares to mess with them? The people behind him swarmed away, leaving only the middle-aged woman sitting on the puddle. Aren't you leaving? Still want to come in and sit for a while? Yang Qing looked coldly at the middle-aged woman. I go. The middle-aged woman struggled to her feet, but lost her balance and instinctively reached for the iron door, only to be electrocuted again, letting out a scream. Lu Lin, standing inside, couldn't help but chuckle. Serves her right. The middle-aged woman quickly backed away, turning to run. Stop! Yang Qing shouted. The middle-aged woman trembled, looking at Yang Qing in terror. What else is it? Yang Qing pointed to the doorbell on the ground. You did this, didn't you? How are you going to compensate me? I didn't mean to, the middle-aged woman said, her face contorted with pain. Didn't mean to? Yang Qing scoffed. I saw you tear it off and stomp on it. If that's not intentional, what is? Yang Qing brandished the gun in his hand. You better think about how to compensate me. How do you want to compensate me? The middle-aged woman was on the verge of tears. A pound of grain. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. The middle-aged woman shrieked, as if her tail had been stepped on. A pound of grain? You might as well rob it. Such a small thing would only sell for a few dollars before the apocalypse. Yang Qing sneered. You know it's before the apocalypse. Now you go find it for me. If you find it, I won't take your grain. I give you 1 day to bring the doorbell over. Put it back exactly as you tore it off. I go find it. The middle-aged woman scrambled away. Anyway, if she couldn't find it, they couldn't do anything to her. At worst, she wouldn't leave the house. Yushan was so big, how could she possibly find her? Chapter 162. Yang Qing changed the doorbell and stuck it back on the wall. She went through the iron gate and locked it. Seeing her come in, Lu Lin quickly turned on the power. Are you all right? Lu Lin looked Yang Qing up and down. Yang Qing smiled. I'm fine. A few gossipy women? I can handle them. Even without a gun, I could beat them to a pulp. Lu Lin chuckled. Indeed. The two returned to their rooms. Yang Qing drew the curtains tightly in both rooms, preventing anyone outside from seeing what was happening inside. Seeing that everything was all right, Yang Qing asked Lu Lin to keep an eye on the security cameras while she entered her spatial dimension. She would enter her spatial dimension every few days to feed the pigs, chickens, and ducks. The cows and sheep were left to graze freely in the grass. They seemed quite self-disciplined and wouldn't eat the rice, so there was no need to worry. The eggs and ducklings she had put in the yogurt maker had all hatched. 6 chicks and ducklings lived with the 2 pairs of adult chickens and ducks, following them around like their children, searching for food every day. The piglets have grown much bigger. They weighed about 20 pounds each when they were first acquired, but now they weigh over 50 pounds. The cows have grown to over 400 pounds, the sheep have also grown considerably, and the rabbits have grown quite large. 8 of the female rabbits are pregnant again, and Yang Qing is a little worried about what to do with so many rabbits. He have to make them into spicy rabbit jerky. The fish in the fish pond have also grown a lot. There are many small fry in the pond, probably from the larger fish. Yang Qing is thinking about digging another fish pond in a few days to divide the fish in half so they can reproduce even more. The transplanted fruit trees are also growing very well, all in bloom, and the air is filled with their fragrance. There are many bees and butterflies around the flowers. With their pollination, there's no need to worry about them not bearing fruit. The fish ponds and fields gradually teemed with various creatures, snails, frogs, dragonflies, and plankton, increasingly resembling a natural environment. Yang Qing was delighted. The environment here was wonderful. If she ever found it unbearable outside, she simply lived here. She just worried about getting bored after a while. Leaving the space, Yang Qing sat in her room and continued practicing controlling things within it. Having failed to kill the living creatures inside with her mind before, she wasn't discouraged and practiced controlling the inanimate objects first. Since she could freely use things inside, could she also control them? Yang Qing focused her mind on a dagger in the space. Rise! The dagger actually floated in the air. Yang Qing was overjoyed. She could really control it. Then, her mind clung to the dagger, controlling it to fly through the space before stabbing it fiercely into a tree. The dagger pierced it with 3/10 of an inch. Then she controlled the dagger to pull it out and stab it again, this time with even greater force, leaving almost only the hilt. Yang Qing was overjoyed. At this rate, even if someone were thrown in, there was no need to worry. She could simply control the knife to kill them within the space. Then, Yang Qing controlled a pistol and aimed it at a rabbit. The rabbit seemed to sense danger and frantically tried to escape within its enclosure. Yang Qing relentlessly pursued it with the gun, somewhat like playing Counter-Strike, except she was shooting rabbits instead of people. Finally, bang! A shot hit the rabbit, its legs twitching before it went still. Yang Qing was also drenched in sweat, her mental energy severely depleted. However, she discovered that after this practice, her mental energy seemed to have increased compared to before. Previously, even a little practice would give her a headache, but now it seemed to be gone. So practice can increase mental strength. I should practice more in the future. Yang Qing took out the dead rabbit and gave it to Lu Lin. Let's stir-fry rabbit for lunch. Aw, how did the rabbit die? Lu Lin was surprised. I controlled the gun to kill it, Yang Qing smiled. Didn't go into the space? That's amazing. Lu Lin's eyes widened. Then why don't we just throw bad guys into the space and kill them instantly? Yes. Yang Qing nodded. Fantastic. Lu Lin gave a thumbs up. Yang Qing smiled, but felt it wasn't enough. If she could kill living things directly with her mind, it would save a lot of trouble. She still needed to practice more. Lung Yi walked around outside a couple of times and, finding nothing amiss, returned to the villa. Seeing the doorbell on the wall by the door, he guessed Yang Qing had put it there and couldn't help but smile. She was always very thoughtful. He rang the doorbell. Lu Lin, seeing it was him through the security camera, turned off the power and called out from the doorway, "You can come in now." Lung Yi pushed the door open, stepping on a broken doorbell. He frowned slightly. Had something happened? After entering and closing the door, Lu Lin turned the power back on. Lung Yi entered the villa. Did anything happen this morning? Well, someone came upstairs and caused trouble. They got shocked by our door and, in retaliation, broke the doorbell Ching Ching had just put up. But they didn't get anything out of it. Ching Ching scared them away, Lu Lin briefly explained. Lung Yi entered the room and saw Yang Qing sitting cross-legged on the bed. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you alright?" Yang Qing opened her eyes and smiled at him. "I'm fine. Do you think I'd be scared by a few women?" Lung Yi smiled, pursing his lips. "What are you doing?" "I'm practicing manipulating objects in space. I just shot a rabbit, then controlled the gun with my mind. I didn't go inside." Yang Qing looked up at Lung Yi. "That's amazing?" Lung Yi laughed, kissing Yang Qing on the lips. "My wife is getting more and more capable." Yang Qing smiled brightly. "This way, I can use the space to catch bad guys without worrying about being exposed. I can just kill them inside the space." "Yeah, that's a good method." Lung Yi nodded. "How's it going on your end? Is everything going smoothly?" Yang Qing asked Lung Yi. "Nothing's wrong for now. Everyone's new here, so they're all pretty well behaved," Lung Yi said. "But even if they cause trouble, it's fine. It's not like before the apocalypse, where anyone who caused trouble would be shot. I'm not afraid of anything. Only when there's a real deterrent effect will people not dare to cause trouble. Even the officials no longer strictly adhere to the rule of not hitting civilians. In this apocalypse, sometimes violence is the most effective means." Over the next few days, Yang Qing practiced spatial manipulation and killing living creatures with his mind at home. He finally managed to easily kill a butterfly with his will. Although it was just a small insect, it proved that killing with his mind worked, and with more practice, he would definitely be able to kill larger creatures. That day, Yang Qing practiced very late before falling asleep. He was suddenly awakened by a series of screams. "What's wrong? Get up." The centipedes are here. Yang Qing jolted awake. Centipedes? The thought of swarms of centipedes rushing in sent chills down his spine. The screams outside grew louder and louder. Ouch! What bit me? It hurt so much. My child. Centipedes, so many centipedes. Yang Qing took out a megaphone from her spatial storage and gave it to Lung Yi. Quickly alert everyone else. Lung Yi nodded, grabbed the megaphone, and ran to the top floor, shouting loudly, Residents of Yunshan, please be aware. Residents of Yunshan, please be aware. A large number of centipedes are attacking. Please take precautions, watch out for your children, and be careful not to get bitten. The megaphone blared repeatedly, waking many people who were still asleep, and screams echoed throughout the room. Chapter 163. Although pesticides had been sprayed around Yang Qing's villa, centipedes continued to swarm in, seemingly unaffected by the smell. Especially at the iron gate, because it was a railing-style gate, not fully encased in sheet metal, it offered no protection against the centipedes. Centipedes, as long as chopsticks and as thick as fingers, kept pouring into the villa. The walls couldn't stop them either, they crawled up the walls from the corners and into the yard. Not to mention the other houses, which had no doors or windows, their screams echoing everywhere. Even with the doors and windows of Yang Qing's villa blocked, centipedes still managed to get in through the nooks and crannies. Fortunately, there were only a few. Yang Qing called Lu Lin and the other girl to use electric mosquito swatters to swat them, finally killing the centipedes that entered. Aki and Xiaoxiu had barked wildly at the centipedes, their newly grown fur standing on end. After checking, the two discovered that centipedes had crawled in through the drain pipe because the air conditioner was on, as well as through the sewer and range hood ducts, all places with holes. Yang Qing knew these places might harbor centipedes, but because they were used regularly and the centipede's arrival was uncertain, she hadn't sealed them off yet. Now, there was no other way but to temporarily seal them with expanding foam to prevent the centipedes from entering. It stinks. Lu Lin pinched her nose. This centipede smells like a stink bug. It's awful. Yang Qing took out 2 N95 masks, and the two put them on. Even though it stinks, you can eat it. I don't want to eat it. Lu Lin disgustedly swept the centipede aside, wanting to throw it away but unable to. The doors and windows were blocked, and they were afraid to open the door. What do we do now? This is a sealed space, it stinks horribly. During the few minutes Lang Yi shouted from the top floor, a large number of centipedes swarmed in. He returned, blocked the door, and quickly eliminated the centipedes on the second floor. How about we put them in my space first? Yang Qing said. Even if they were on the second floor, they would still stink. We can't open the doors and windows now, and we can't turn on the air conditioner. The air circulation is poor, so they smell bad no matter where they are. Lung Yi grabbed a trash can and collected the centipedes from both the first and second floors. By the way, I remember chickens eat centipedes, right? Are these centipedes really not poisonous? If they aren't, they'd be good for the chickens. I remember even poisonous centipedes can be eaten by chickens. Their saliva seems to have detoxifying properties, Yang Qing said. Why don't we try it? Since they couldn't sleep outside without the air conditioner, Yang Qing led Lung Yi and Lu Lin into the space. The space was still bathed in sunshine, and all the animals were leisurely eating and foraging, a scene of thriving life, a stark contrast to the outside world. Lung Yi took the trash can containing the centipedes to the chicken coop. He tossed one in, and all the chickens rushed over to eat it, quickly devouring the long, thick centipede. The three watched the chickens, waiting a few minutes without any apparent change. It really seems edible, Lu Lin exclaimed. Shall we give them all to eat? Lung Yi was about to pour the centipedes in when Yang Qing suddenly called out, Wait! What's wrong? Lung Yi paused, looking at Yang Qing. Yang Qing took the trash can and examined the centipedes closely. Why do these centipedes look different from the ones we saw outside? Really? Lung Yi and Lu Lin both leaned closer. Now that you mention it, they really do look a bit different. Lung Yi frowned. The centipedes seemed to have patterns on them before, but now they don't? Yes. Yang Qing nodded immediately. I remember now, when I was killing the centipedes, I clearly remembered they had black and yellow stripes, and a yellow spot on their heads. Where did that go? Really? Lu Lin looked over suspiciously. She was too flustered to notice in her panic. Go check. Lung Yi put down the trash can. The three of them left the space. As soon as they opened the door, centipedes swarmed in. Lung Yi quickly closed the door, and Yang Qing and Lu Lin hurriedly used an electric mosquito swatter to kill the centipedes. They picked up a centipede with chopsticks and examined it closely. It did indeed have stripes. The black rings on its body weren't very obvious, but the yellow spot on its head was still clearly visible. What happened? Lulin asked. Yongqing shook her head. She didn't know either. They put the centipedes in a bag and put them back into the space. When they took them out again, the yellow spot on their heads had indeed disappeared. This? The three exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that the space absorbs this? Like the jade before, can it automatically absorb it? But this isn't something with spiritual energy like jade. How could the space absorb this? Lulin asked. A vague concept suddenly flashed through Yongqing's mind. His space originated from the pink crystal, which was likely a meteorite. According to Dr. Zhang and his team's analysis, this apocalyptic disaster was likely caused by a meteorite, and the strange phenomena were also related to it. The yellow dot on the centipede's head might be some kind of energy from the meteorite. The space and they were of the same kind and origin, so it absorbed the energy from the centipede. When Yongqing told the other two, they all found it incredible. But it is indeed possible, otherwise, there's no way to explain why the yellow dot disappeared when the centipede entered the space, Lungi said. Huh, it seems the centipede in the space doesn't smell anymore? Lulin suddenly said. Yongqing picked up the trash can and smelled it. The stench was indeed much weaker. Was it because its energy had been absorbed? She suddenly remembered something that had flashed through her mind when the snakes and super mosquitoes were mentioned that day, something she hadn't caught. That must be it. Snakes and mosquitoes were also anomalies produced in the apocalypse, so they might contain the energy the space wanted, but she hadn't known and had missed it. Thinking about how much energy from so many snakes had been wasted. Start buying centipedes tomorrow, Yongqing said decisively. Since the space could absorb the centipede's energy, it must be useful. What its use was, she didn't know yet, but as more were absorbed, it should become apparent. Moreover, the centipedes absorbed by the space no longer smell bad, so wouldn't it be easier to make centipede cakes later? A win-win situation. Okay, I post a notice tomorrow. Lungi nodded. Should we let the chickens eat these centipedes? Let them eat them. I check tomorrow to see if the chickens react. If not, then we can let them eat them without worry. If they get sick, only a few will die. We can just buy new chickens later, Yongqing said. The three of them slept in the space for one night. The next day, when they emerged from the space, the outside world was bleak. Centipedes were everywhere. Screams, children's cries, and women's wails echoed through the mountains. Some people were killing centipedes while cursing and berating the authorities for their inaction, for not giving any prior notice of such a serious incident. But these kinds of things are hard to predict. Many officials were also affected and didn't know what to do. Chapter 164. The three ate breakfast. I post the notice about buying centipedes later, Lungi said. Record a message on the loudspeaker and take it around, otherwise many people won't see the notice, Yongqing said. Lungi nodded. Your voice is nice, you can record it for me later. Lulin smiled. These two were constantly showing off their affection. How do we get out? Lulin asked. There are centipedes everywhere, there's nowhere to even step. Yongqing thought for a moment. I received a lot of protective suits at the chemical plant before. They should be usable. They're all very thick and won't be easily bitten. You can wear a protective suit when you go out later. By the way, many people have been bitten this time. Besides exchanging for food, we can also exchange for medicine and protective suits. 100 caddies of centipedes can be exchanged for 1 caddy of food. 500 caddies of centipedes can be exchanged for 2 antiviral anti-inflammatory pills. And 1,000 caddies of centipedes can be exchanged for 1 set of protective suits. Okay. Lungi nodded. Their supplies didn't come from thin air, so they certainly wouldn't give them away for free. After finishing breakfast, Yongqing grabbed a megaphone, cleared his throat, and started recording. He recorded the announcement about exchanging food and medicine for centipedes. Lungi could simply play the announcement on a loop so everyone could hear it. I'm going out. Lungi grabbed a stun gun for self-defense and pulled out his walkie-talkie. Keep in touch. Yongqing took the walkie-talkie. He'd forgotten about it. With it, he could contact the other party anytime. Lungi put on his protective suit and prepared to open the door. Wait a minute. Yongqing took out a few chickens from his spatial storage. You can open it now. As soon as the door opened, several centipedes crawled in. The chickens immediately pecked at them, and Yongqing quickly closed the door to prevent more from entering. Lungi went outside, using a stun gun to shock the centipedes that tried to climb on him, killing many along the way. Reaching the door, he said open the door over the intercom. Yongqing turned off the power to the iron gate, and Lungi went out to post a notice on the wall. Yang Qing would turn the power back on after Lung Yi left. A considerable number of dead centipedes had already piled up under the iron gate, presumably all electrocuted. However, the sheer number of centipedes on the ground was enough to trigger trypophobia, so Yang Qing didn't want to go out and clean it up. Anyway, many people would be coming to exchange grain later, so he wouldn't need to collect them himself. After leaving the gate, Lung Yi turned on the loudspeaker and played it as he walked, attracting the attention of many people. What's that loudspeaker saying? It sounds like they're saying you can trade centipedes for food. Really? What does he want centipedes for? Who knows? If it really works, let's catch more. Hey, those centipedes were swept away by me. They're mine, don't take them. These are the ones I caught, they're mine. A fight broke out over the centipedes. Someone ran up to Lung Yi, but seeing his protective suit with only his eyes showing, they couldn't recognize him. However, anyone wearing protective suits these days was definitely not an ordinary person. You really want to buy centipedes? 100 gene for 1 gene of food? You're not kidding, are you? Of course not. You can go to the villa on the mountaintop to exchange the centipedes you catch. My wife is home. 500 gene can also be exchanged for 2 anti-inflammatory pills, and 1000 gene can be exchanged for a protective suit like the one I'm wearing, Lung Yi said. So you're from the villa on the mountaintop. No wonder you're so wealthy. What do you need centipedes for? Someone asked curiously. That's none of your concern. Whether you want to trade or not is up to you. Lung Yi naturally wouldn't tell the truth. Everyone stopped worrying. Having someone to trade with was a good thing. Centipedes aren't edible, and they smell so bad it's unpalatable. Trading them for grain would mean immediate food. Besides, the mountains were teeming with centipedes, and these centipedes were so big, 100 pounds wouldn't be difficult to find. Everyone cheered, realizing the centipedes weren't a bad thing after all, they were bringing them food. In no time, every household mobilized to catch centipedes. Many hands make light work, and the centipedes around the houses were quickly wiped out. Lung Yi walked around, and people kept asking him if he really wanted to buy centipedes. He patiently confirmed that he was. When they arrived at the management office, they ran into Li Liang, who was also curious. Brother Yi, what do you need centipedes for? For use? Lung Yi replied without elaborating. Are you free right now? If you are, could you do me a favor and go to my house and kill all the centipedes in my yard? I exchange them for food in return. Really? Li Liang's eyes lit up. Then I call my parents and go with me. Aren't you going to take care of things here? Lung Yi asked. Who cares? Many people have been bitten by centipedes and are helping out at home. There are no instructions from above. We're just in charge of maintaining order. This kind of thing isn't our responsibility, Li Liang said. Lung Yi nodded. Then come to my house and help out. My wife and her husband are the only 2 women at home. They're too scared to go out. Don't worry, Brother Yi, I got it covered, Li Liang said, patting his chest loudly. By the way, do you still want those centipedes that were killed and smashed? Li Liang asked. Those centipedes were so scary, most people would just hit them with sticks or stones, whatever they could get their hands on, and a lot of them would definitely be damaged. Lung Yi thought for a moment. Since they were going to be made into powder anyway, it wouldn't matter, so he nodded, I want them all. Great. Li Liang immediately became excited and rushed home to call his parents. Having been bitten by a centipede yesterday, he knew they weren't poisonous, so he wasn't so afraid. When they arrived at the villa on the mountaintop, Li Liang rang the doorbell. Yang Qing looked outside, confused. Li Liang called out loudly, sister-in-law, it's me, Li Liang. Brother Yi asked me to come and help deal with the centipedes in the yard. Yang Qing recognized him as the young policeman from that day, turned off the power to the iron gate, and called out, come in. Li Liang opened the iron gate and went in with his parents. All 3 of them were wearing thick leather shoes, their trouser legs tied up with rubber bands, and they were slamming sticks on the ground. Yang Qing and Lu Lin were astonished. Some of the centipedes were smashed to pieces, juices flying everywhere. It was quite frightening. Li Liang saw a bamboo broom by the door, and swept the centipedes off the steps to prevent them from running into the house. He didn't know that the bottom of the door was sealed with glue. As long as the door wasn't opened, there were no gaps, and the centipedes couldn't get in. Yang Qing was still grateful to have the centipedes cleaned up. At least, she wouldn't step on them when she opened the door. Li's father saw that the bamboo broom was quite useful, picked it up, and vigorously slapped it on the ground. Each slap killed a large number of centipedes. Although they wouldn't die immediately, a few slaps would be enough. Seeing his wife struggling, he gave her the broom. Yang Qing felt a little embarrassed that Li Liang's parents had come. Fortunately, they were only around 50 years old, not too old, and they had jobs. Seeing how useful the bamboo broom was, Yang Qing took out 2 more from her spatial storage, opened the door, threw them out, and quickly closed the door again. Lily, here, take this broom. Thank you, sister-in-law. Li Liang grinned, wiped his sweat, picked up the bamboo broom, and got back to work. Chapter 165. There are also a lot of centipedes on the top floor, Yang Qing said through the door. Should I open the door and let you in? Li Liang looked up, smiled, and said, Sister-in-law, no need. I climb up. This height is no problem for me. Li Liang told his parents, then climbed up the drainpipe and quickly reached the top floor. Dad, throw me the bamboo broom, Li Liang said, peeking out from above. Li's father picked up the broom and threw it upwards with force. Li Liang caught it and started swatting at the centipedes. Yang Qing and the others on the first floor could hear the swatting sounds. After working for a while, all the centipedes on the top floor and in the yard were killed. Many people outside were also catching centipedes, and gradually no more centipedes entered the yard. Yang Qing went outside and brought several snakeskin bags for Li Liang. Little Li, put all the centipedes in, weigh them, and I give you the grain. Ah! Li Liang was overjoyed, not expecting to receive the grain so soon. Yang Qing gave him a shovel, so he could shovel the centipedes into the bag. Li's father held the bag open, and Li Liang shoveled the centipedes in one by one. Lu Lin took out a scale and weighed all the centipedes. It totaled 500 jin, approximately 250 kilograms. Give him some new rice, Yang Qing whispered to Lu Lin. Lu Lin nodded, took out 5 jin, approximately 2.5 kilograms, of grain, and gave it to Li Liang, showing him the scale. Here are 5 jin of grain. Keep it safe. Thank you. Li Liang looked at Lu Lin, and seeing her smiling at him, his face suddenly turned red. Little Li, tell your colleagues and others that I can exchange centipedes for grain. Everyone is welcome to come and exchange, Yang Qing said. Okay, I know, sister-in-law, thank you. Li Liang nodded with a smile. Wait a minute, Yang Qing called after him again, whispering, I gave you new rice, others might have received broken rice. Don't tell anyone. Sister-in-law, then I. Li Liang was surprised. It's all right. You and Lungi are comrades in arms, and you helped me clean the yard, it's only right. Yang Qing smiled. Thank you, sister-in-law. Li Liang thanked her repeatedly, then told his parents to keep it a secret, and quickly put the grain away. The 3 of them left the yard. Yang Qing closed the iron gate, and turned on the electricity. She carried the 5 large bags of centipedes into the house, and immediately threw them into her spatial dimension, otherwise they would smell too bad. After a while, she went back into the spatial dimension. The centipedes no longer smelled bad. Opening the bags, she saw that all the yellow spots on the centipedes' heads had disappeared. Looking into the spatial dimension, nothing seemed to have changed. Suddenly, Yang Qing saw a small yellow ball floating in midair, faintly emitting a light. Could this be energy gathered from centipedes? Yang Qing was certain this little ball hadn't existed in the space before. It must have come from centipedes. If the more centipedes collected, would the little ball grow larger, and eventually, would the space upgrade? Yang Qing was eager to find out. Around noon, Lungi returned, followed by many others, many carrying centipedes to exchange for food. They wanted to see if they could really get food in return. Yang Qing temporarily turned off the electricity to the iron gate, but didn't let them in. He moved the scale outside, and weighed each centipede individually. Then, together with Lu Lin, they bagged the broken rice from the space, 1 jin, 500 G, per bag. 100 jin of centipedes would be exchanged for 1 bag of food. Several hundred jin would be given as several bags. This made calculations easier. Lungi was outside weighing the centipedes for everyone. After weighing them, he wrote down how many kilograms of grain they could be exchanged for on a slip of paper. Yang Qing, inside the iron gate, checked the slips and distributed the grain. If a centipede wasn't a full 100 kilograms, Lu Lin would weigh it out in smaller pieces and give it to the person who wasn't cheated. They still had several hundred kilograms of broken rice in their space, enough to exchange for at least tens of thousands of kilograms of centipedes. They could afford it for the time being. When they ran out of broken rice, they could just go back to Husky to exchange for more. In the afternoon, while the 3 were busy, Husky suddenly arrived with several people. Little Lung, I heard you're exchanging grain for centipedes. Why are you exchanging them for centipedes? Husky asked. The others also looked at the 3, wanting to know the reason as well. Yang Qing smiled. Boss, please come in and sit down. I talk to you slowly. He turned to Lu Lin and said, you help here. I go inside and talk to the boss. Don't worry. Lu Lin nodded. Yang Qing invited Hao Shigua inside, closing the door behind him to prevent anyone outside from seeing what was inside. Hao Shigua entered and looked around. The interior wasn't as luxurious as he imagined. There was just a floor, a dining table and chairs, and nothing else. Of course, he couldn't see anything from inside the room. Yang Qing offered Hao Shigua a bottle of mineral water. Please have some water, sir. Hao Shigua glanced at it, picked up the bottle, and drank. To be honest, they rarely got to drink mineral water. They usually drank purified seawater. Having some was a luxury. After half a bottle, he found it sweet and delicious. Sir, the reason we traded grain for centipedes is because these centipedes are edible, Yang Qing said. Edible? Hao Shigua was shocked. The centipedes only started appearing last night, injuring many people, and some even died after a centipede entered their mouth or nose. They're already overwhelmed with work, and haven't had time to research whether the centipedes are poisonous, or what harm they might cause. How did they know centipedes were edible? Have you eaten them? Hao Shigua asked. Well, no, we haven't. Yang Qing smiled awkwardly. She didn't want to eat those things, so she made up a lie. Well, we killed a centipede, and our dog accidentally ate it. The dog was fine, so we deduced that centipedes are edible. Is that so? Hao Shigua frowned, seemingly unconvinced. Boss, I did an experiment. A pound of dried centipedes ground into powder lost almost no weight, at most 10%. If all centipedes were ground into powder, our future food problem would be solved. Adding a little flour as a binder, we can make centipede powder cakes, and we won't have to worry about food anymore. But can people eat this stuff? It smells so bad. Hao Shigua frowned. Yang Qing scoffed, boss, don't you see what time it is? This heatwave has lasted so long. The trees on this mountain are almost dead. If this goes on, we eat everything, not just grass, but even tree roots. Even the stinkiest centipedes are still tastier than tree roots, right? Besides, traditional Chinese medicine books record that centipedes can be used in medicine, mainly for their venom. These centipedes aren't poisonous, but they're still edible. I heard that the official base in Mingsheng has a good environment for growing grain, but if the heatwave continues and there's no water, when will the grain be grown? Even if it is, when will it reach our Xia City? Have you thought about it? We can only help the people of Xia City by saving ourselves. I calculated it. 100 caddies of centipedes for 1 caddy of grain, after deducting a small amount of loss, is almost 100 times the profit. Even when we run out of ammunition and food, we still have centipede pancakes to eat, so no one will starve. Then our chances of survival will be greater, and our chances of surviving the apocalypse and rebuilding our homes will be greater. Hao Shigua was shocked. Indeed, the young girl had thought far ahead. They had inside information that the apocalypse was far more than this. Many more disasters awaited them. Without food reserves, it was impossible to survive to the end. Whoever had the most food had the best hope. He never expected they would come up with such a brilliant idea as making pancakes from centipedes. Furthermore, I found a way to remove the stench of centipedes. Without the odor, the centipede powder won't be so unpalatable. Wait a minute. Yang Qing pretended to go to her room to get something, then took out a small packet of centipedes from her spatial storage and handed it to Hao Shigua. Boss, smell this? Isn't it odorless now? Hao Shigua smelled it, and indeed, the odor was gone. He was shocked. How did you do that? Yang Qing smiled. It's our secret, I can't tell you. Chapter 166. What are your conditions? Hao Shigua asked. Yang Qing hesitated. Originally, she wanted them to help acquire centipedes in exchange for free accommodation. But then she thought, Leng Yi had already earned free accommodation in a villa for his efforts in improving public order. The three of them would need to spend so much time and energy acquiring centipedes, investing manpower and resources. If things got busy later, they might need to hire more people. She couldn't let them work for free, nor could she foolishly invest food supplies. She decided to charge a small fee, not even 10%, just 1% would be enough, as a contribution to the country. We only buy 1% of the grain, and we remove the centipede odor for free. By buying centipedes, we can reduce their harm to people. Secondly, if everyone is busy catching centipedes, they won't have time to cause trouble. They'll all be focused on earning grain, which will greatly help maintain public order. Furthermore, once the centipede cake processing plant is established, it will provide many jobs, which will also contribute to stability and unity. Boss, don't you think so? Hao Shigua was truly shocked. This girl was no ordinary person. she had considered things much further ahead than he had. This was practically killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Alright, I have someone study the edibility of centipedes as soon as I get back. If they are indeed edible, I have someone send over the grain for you to help buy them, Husky said. Yang Qing was overjoyed. This way, she wouldn't have to contribute grain up front. On the surface, she remained calm, then we wait for the boss's good news. After seeing Husky out, everyone looked at him. Husky said, "Don't worry, everyone, catch the centipedes. Xiaolun will exchange them for food for you. Our government also supports this." With Husky's assurance, everyone felt relieved. Besides, many people had already received their grain. Official guarantees weren't important. Having food to eat was the most important thing. They were busy until almost 2 p.m. and hadn't had lunch yet, all starving. Lung Yi spoke up, "Stop for half an hour, we eat before we start exchanging. We're waiting to cook our grain too, please help us." Someone called from behind. "Yes, we haven't eaten, we're out of rice at home. My child is waiting for me to exchange rice to cook porridge, can you hurry up?" Lung Yi's face was cold. "It's only half an hour, it's not like we won't exchange. If it weren't for this centipede to exchange grain, would you all be waiting to starve to death? If you want to exchange, wait, if not, forget it. Did I beg you to exchange?" The people behind immediately fell silent. Yang Qing tugged at Lung Yi's sleeve, feeling sorry for these people. Lu Lin spoke up, "How about we take turns eating? It'd be better to finish exchanging the food sooner." Yang Qing nodded, went back to her room first, took out 3 fast food meals, ate one herself, and went out to exchange with Lu Lin. Then, after Lu Lin finished eating, Lung Yi went in to eat. Everyone watched them go inside, but couldn't see what they were eating, and everyone was guessing. What do you think they're eating? Of course they're eating rice. They have so much grain, they definitely won't lack food. And what do you think? I mean, are they eating meat? Who knows? They're so well off, they must be eating meat and fish every day, right? Look at those 2 women, their mouths are all greasy, they must have eaten meat. They're so lucky, they have everything they need. We're here starving and suffering, and we have to put up with other people's attitudes. Yang Qing rolled her eyes. If she didn't want to put up with their attitude, she shouldn't have come to exchange food. There's no such thing as a free lunch. She still had to stay here and stand in the sun with them. Forget it, she didn't want to argue with these people. People kept coming to exchange food all day, and it was so hot outside, Yang Qing was starting to feel exhausted. Go and rest. I go get Li Liang to help, Lung Yi said with concern. He recognized someone in the crowd, someone from the management office. Excuse me, could you go and get Li Liang for me? The person was a little impatient. I'm not going. My family is waiting for me. I don't have time. Lung Yi frowned slightly. Someone behind him raised their hand. Brother Yi, I go get him. Lung Yi nodded. Thank you. The person put the bag of centipedes at Lung Yi's feet and dashed off. A short while later, the 2 of them ran back together. Brother Yi, Li Liang called out. Lung Yi nodded, come help out. Your sister-in-law is tired. Let her rest. Okay. Li Liang quickly went to Lu Lin's side, smiled at her, his ears turning slightly red. Lung Yi said to the person who had helped call for help earlier, you stay and help too. I calculate your wages later. Thank you, Brother Yi. The person said, pleasantly surprised. The person who had helped earlier immediately regretted it upon hearing about the wages. He should have made the trip earlier. What a waste. Brother Yi. The person asked shamelessly, do you need more people? I'm free now. Lung Yi gave him a cold look. No need, we have enough people now. The person's face fell immediately. He was filled with regret. Yang Qing and Lu Lin returned to their room together, drenched in sweat, their bodies sticky, their legs aching from standing. Yang Qing led Lu Lin into the space, and the 2 took a nice bath and drank some iced milk tea. I didn't expect it to be this tiring. Lu Lin took a big sip of her milk tea. Iced is so much better, so refreshing. Yang Qing laughed. We really gotten used to the good life. We can't handle any hardship anymore. What are we going to do in the future? That's because my brother-in-law cares about you. I'm just benefiting from it. Lu Lin laughed. You said our training is usually very hard. How come we don't feel this tired? Lu Lin asked. We always trained indoors, and training involves full body movement, unlike today where we've been standing all the time, and the sun is so strong outside. Look how tanned I am. Yang Qing rolled up his arms to show Lu Lin. How about we put on a face mask later? Lu Lin suggested. Actually, being a little tanned is good, it draws less attention. Yang Qing laughed. Lu Lin nodded. It's true, they're so fair and delicate, they really stand out too much in public. They have to make themselves look ugly with makeup before going out. They worked until 8 p.m., and Lengy only stopped collecting centipedes after dark. Some people were unhappy, but Lengy insisted they come back the next day. What kind of boss couldn't make decisions? Lengy didn't offer Li Liang and Li Liang a meal, feeling it inconvenient, but gave each of them 2 jin of grain. This is your wages in grain. If you're free tomorrow, come back and help. The centipede harvest had just begun, and there were still many in the mountains. The next few days would definitely be busy. I give you 2 jin of grain every day from now on. Are you willing to work? Lengy asked. Yes. Li Liang immediately answered. They only earn 20 jin of grain a month. They could get that in 10 days here. Only a fool wouldn't come. However, whether they could stay here long term was uncertain. But what could last long in this apocalyptic world? Who knows, a tsunami might hit one day, and they'd be dead. Why worry about anything else? Earn as much as you can each day. Chapter 167. Of course, if you like to catch centipedes yourselves, that's fine too. I get someone else to do it, Lengy said. There are still many centipedes in the mountains. If some people can catch several hundred kilograms a day, that's more than just 2 kilograms of grain. Of course, the work here will be easier. It's up to them to weigh the pros and cons. The other person hesitated for a moment, feeling that following Lengy was more promising. Director Hao had just come, so he must be reliable. I come tomorrow too, the man said. Brother E, my name is Lin Feng. You can call me Xiao Lin or a Feng, it's up to you. Okay. Lengy gave the 2 of them the grain. You don't need to come too early tomorrow, just come after breakfast. Don't touch the iron gate with your hands. It will be electrified while we're not out. Just ring the doorbell when you arrive. Got it, Brother E. The 2 left happily with the grain, then turned and waved, Goodbye, Brother E. See you tomorrow. Lengy nodded. They moved all the centipedes into the room. Lu Lin came over to help move the scales, while Yang Qing tossed them all into his spatial dimension. You must be tired. Go inside and take a shower, then come out for dinner, Yang Qing said to Lengy. The space could now support living things, so it only needed to house Lengy. The number of centipedes outside had decreased significantly. Yang Qing covered the gaps in the windows with wire mesh screens to prevent them from getting in, allowing the air conditioner and other appliances to function again. After showering, Lengy called out from inside, and Yang Qing brought him out. While drying his wet hair, Lengy said, I saw a yellow sphere the size of a ping-pong ball in the sky above the space. Could that be the energy absorbed from the centipedes? Yang Qing was surprised. The size of a ping-pong ball? When I went in this afternoon, it was only the size of a jujube. Looks like you had quite a harvest today. Lengy nodded. At least several thousand kilograms today. By the way, what did Director Hao talk to you about today? Lengy asked again. I told him that centipedes are edible, and the benefits of buying them. He thought it was feasible, and said he have someone study it. If centipedes are indeed edible, they bring grain over for us to help buy them, Yang Qing said. That's great. We don't have to pay for the grain up front, Lengy laughed. That's what I thought too. Besides, we hired 2 people, and we need to pay their wages in grain. We can't just lose money, can we? So I asked Director Hao for a 1% commission. That's not unreasonable, is it? Yang Qing said. Not unreasonable at all. If it weren't for us, they might not have thought of this method. And we work so hard, it's only right to give us some compensation. It's only because you're so generous. If it were those capitalists, they might have asked for 10%. No, even 50%, Lengy said. Yang Qing nodded. She simply didn't want to profit from this kind of disaster profiteering and rob the country. She could find supplies outside, even rob those bad people, but she disdained making money this way. It would weigh on her conscience. After dinner, the 3 of them went back to their rooms early to rest, all exhausted from the day. Yang Qing lay on her side on the bed, looking at Lengy, and touched his face. I gotten so tan these past few days. What, have you become ugly? Lengy laughed, taking Yang Qing's hand and pressing it to his face. Her hand was soft and smooth, feeling very comfortable to touch. Yang Qing shook her head. Not ugly, still as handsome as ever. It's okay for men to be a little tanned, besides, I'm not that dark. Lengy laughed. Back when I was in the army, we were really tanned. We were training outside every day, sometimes even at sea. Everyone was tanned like charcoal. Did I get a tan today too? Yang Qing asked, tilting her face closer to Lengy. He pulled Yang Qing into his arms and kissed her. No, you're still so fair. Even if you were a little tanned, it wouldn't matter. In my heart, you're more beautiful than anyone else. Yang Qing smiled. Why are you so sweet? She really couldn't tell before. The first time she met him, she really thought he was aloof and indifferent, like someone who wasn't easy to get along with. As time went on, she realized he was actually a warm-hearted person beneath his cold exterior. There's something even sweeter. Do you want to try it? Lung Yi pulled her into his arms, pressing her close. Aren't you tired? You've been busy all day. Yang Qing's cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening. You underestimate your husband's stamina. We used to train for days and nights without sleep. Lung Yi lowered his head and kissed her. The next day, Li Liang and Lin Feng arrived around 8:30, afraid they were too early and the house wasn't awake yet. They rang the doorbell, and Ling Yi came to open the door. After a night's rest, many more centipedes had appeared in the yard, and the two men quickly helped clean them up. Yang Qing came out of the door. Xiao Lin, have you had breakfast? Yes, sister-in-law. They quickly replied. Yang Qing took out 4 meat buns, 2 for each of them. Here, have some buns. Li Liang quickly waved his hand. No need, sister-in-law, we really have eaten. Just take them, Lung Yi said. Li Liang and Lin Feng quickly wiped their hands on their clothes. With water so scarce, it was impossible to wash their hands. A little dirt won't hurt. They took the buns and smiled apologetically at Yang Qing. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yang Qing smiled, but said nothing as she went into the room. The two ate steamed buns, almost moved to tears. It was the first time they eaten meat buns since the apocalypse, and they were so delicious. After eating one, they both thought of saving one for their families, but then they remembered that after a day's work in this heat, the buns would definitely spoil, so they ate them anyway. After finishing the buns, they worked even harder to catch centipedes, cleaning the yard, the walls, and the rooftop thoroughly. Afterwards, people gradually came to exchange them for food. Knowing that centipedes could be exchanged for food, some people stayed up all night catching centipedes, afraid that they all be caught by others. There weren't many people, so Leng Yi sat inside watching Li Liang and Lin Feng exchange their centipedes outside. Suddenly, 2 young men dressed in designer clothes walked over. We need to exchange for 2 sets of protective suits, one of them said. Leng Yi glanced at them. They weren't carrying centipedes. He said, 1 set of protective clothing costs 1,000 caddies of centipedes. 1,000 caddies of centipedes is just 10 caddies of grain, isn't it? The man scoffed. Here's 20 caddies of grain, look. He tossed the grain at Leng Yi's feet, looking at him disdainfully. Leng Yi didn't move, giving the 2 men a cold glance. I said, 1 set of protective clothing costs 1,000 caddies of centipedes. 2 sets are 2,000 caddies of centipedes. We only want the centipedes, not the grain. Hey, you, 2,000 caddies of centipedes is just 20 caddies of grain. What's the difference? We haven't shortchanged you. Why are you acting so high and mighty? Just some stinking centipede trading guy. What's with the attitude? The 2 men looked at him with contempt. Li Liang and Lin Feng stopped and looked at the 2 men, their faces showing anger. Leng Yi scoffed, yes, I'm just a stinking centipede trader. I only want centipedes. Trade me or don't. If you don't want to, get lost. You? The 2 men were enraged. Fine, you want centipedes, huh? They looked at the people queuing to exchange grain. Who among you will exchange centipedes for me? This grain is yours. The people behind them exchanged bewildered glances. Most had only a couple 100 pounds of centipedes, some only a few dozen pounds. How could they possibly exchange 2,000 pounds for him? Chapter 168. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? I have grain here. One of the men in the white shirt shouted. The men behind hesitated. A man stepped forward carrying 2 large bags of centipedes. I have over 200 gene of centipedes here. I trade with you. The man in the white shirt rolled his eyes. 200 gene for 20 gene of grain? Do you think I'm stupid? No, I only want 2 gene of grain, but I only have 200 gene of centipedes. The man's face flushed red. Look, I have the most here. Do you want it or not? The 2 men looked at the bags he was holding and said irritably, trade. You weigh out 2 gene of grain yourself. The man picked up the bags of grain from Leng Yi's feet, walked to the side, opened them, and was relieved to see so much white rice. It was his, however, seeing the 2 men's menacing expressions, he didn't dare ask for more. He wanted to take 2 gene, about 1 kilogram, but didn't have a scale, so he looked at Leng Yi apologetically and said, could I borrow your scale for a moment? No, Leng Yi said coldly. The man in the white shirt instantly became enraged, reaching out to grab Leng Yi's clothes. You're getting cocky, aren't you? What's wrong with borrowing your scale for a moment? Lungi grabbed his wrist and squeezed hard, causing the man to cry out in pain. I buy centipedes here. If you're not going to exchange them elsewhere, don't interfere with our work. Lungi sneered. You quick, let go. The man in the white shirt yelled, my hand hurts so much. Do you know who I am? You dare offend me? I make you regret it. Is that so? I wait. Lungi forcefully shoved the man backward, sending him sprawling to the ground, covered in dust. Lungi looked at the others. Anyone who doesn't want to exchange grain here can leave. Don't even think about coming back to exchange again. We're not going to entertain you. Upon hearing this, the man quickly returned the grain bag to the man in the white shirt. I'm not exchanging anymore. If he exchanges now, and then they refuse to exchange grain here again, when he catches a centipede, who will he turn to? The man in black next to the man in the white shirt picked up the grain, glaring hatefully at Lungi. We see. Lungi scoffed. Do you think I'm afraid of you? He said to those outside. Those who want to exchange can continue. Those who don't can leave. It's voluntary. We won't force anyone. We want to exchange. We want to exchange. The men outside hurriedly said. Yunshan only has this one exchange point. Where else can they exchange grain? Offending them will make it difficult to exchange grain again in the future. The two men picked up the grain and left dejectedly. Young Master Chen, what do we do now? The man in black asked. Qin Shui thought for a moment. They can trade grain for centipedes. So can we. Zhu Zhe, go get a scale. We trade right here at our doorstep. Okay. Zhu Zhe nodded. Meanwhile, Hao Shigua was attending a meeting at the official camp. The attendees were all heads of various disaster relief bases. Everyone was reporting on the resettlement situation in their respective areas. Leader, I'd like to apply for another 10,000 jin of reserve grain, Hao Shigua said. The city's Secretary-General, Lin Jinhua, frowned. 10,000 jin? What do you need so much grain for? Hasn't all the relief grain already been distributed? Old Hao, that's not fair. Our district has just as many people resettled as yours. If you want to apply for another 10,000 jin of grain, what are we going to eat? Said Wei Ming, another district head. Hao Shigua glanced at Wei Ming. This man had been at odds with him since before the apocalypse, always disagreeing with him on political matters. They were old political enemies. Hao Shigua ignored him and looked at Lin Jinhua. Leader, I have a reason for wanting 10,000 jin of grain. If you give me 10,000 jin, I will repay you with 1 million jin. Ha! I just saw a cow flying in the sky? Wei Ming scoffed. The others chuckled, wanting to laugh but not daring to, and tried their best to hold it in. Lin Jinhua looked at Hao Shigua. He knew this man. He was upright and a man of action. He probably wasn't joking, so he asked, do you have a method? What method could I have? He can't do magic. Wei Ming mocked. The temperature is so high now, the ground everywhere is cracked and dry. Even if you cultivate heat-resistant sweet potatoes, it's useless. Can you even grow them? Previously, Lin Jinhua's team had cultivated heat-resistant sweet potatoes and gained favor with the leaders, which had made Wei Ming extremely jealous. Who knew that the temperature would rise so high and water would be scarce everywhere, making it impossible to grow even heat-resistant sweet potatoes. Only then did he feel relieved. Otherwise, he'd be completely under Hao Shigua's thumb, and Hao might even become his superior in the future. Hao Shigua was speechless. Couldn't he just let him finish? Boss, actually, someone in our team discovered that centipedes are edible. Grinding them into powder and making centipede cakes would result in almost no loss. Now we decided to exchange 1 jin of grain for 100 jin of centipedes. 10,000 jin of grain could be exchanged for 1 million jin of centipedes, right? Then, once they're made into centipede cakes, that will be our new grain reserves. Centipedes can be eaten? Everyone was shocked and started discussing it. They knew before that snakes were edible. Those snakes weren't poisonous and had meat. Snake gall could be used in medicine, and snake skin could also be used. So, 5 jin of snake could be exchanged for 1 jin of grain to make snake meat. But centipedes are practically inedible, poisonous, and smell terrible. How could anyone eat them? Have you really researched this? Do you have an analysis report? Lin Jinhua asked Hao Shigua. The analysis report will be out this afternoon. But we already had experiments done, letting animals eat them. The animals didn't die, Hao Shigua said. TCH, just because the animals didn't die doesn't mean it's safe for humans to eat them. What if a person dies? Are you going to take responsibility? Wei Ming mocked. Hao Shigua suppressed his temper. Fine, I take responsibility if anything happens. Can you afford to take responsibility? Wei Ming scoffed. Those are people, not animals. A few dead mice are no big deal, you can raise more. But if a person dies, are you going to atone with your own death? Lin Jinhua didn't speak. Indeed, humans and animals are different. What animals can eat, humans might not be safe. Old Hao, we need to use data. Without evidence, I can't do anything, Lin Jinhua said. Hao Jigua felt a little wronged, but he knew his superior was right. Sir, once our analysis report comes out, and the centipedes are indeed edible, can you prioritize giving us our grain reserves? Lin Jinhua nodded. If they really are edible, and the harvest is 100-fold, let alone 10,000 jin of grain, I can give you 100,000 jin. Really? Hao Shigua was overjoyed. That was exactly what his superior wanted to hear. Sir, you're just listening to his boasting. He just wants to trick us into sending grain first, so that no one in his district starves. He have achievements. What will we do then? Wei Ming said anxiously. Hao Shigua, finally losing his temper, abruptly stood up. Wei Ming, what time is it now? You're still thinking about performance? What am I doing all this for? So that everyone has food to eat, so that no one starves. This is the apocalypse. And you're still scheming and plotting against each other? Have you thought about those starving people out there? If it weren't for them, why would I be doing this? We get 40 caddies of grain a month. My wife and I both have jobs. That's enough for our family. Do I really need to work so hard? Isn't it because there are people in our jurisdiction who don't have food? We can't just think of ourselves and ignore others. In this world, you're still thinking about performance? There are so many disasters waiting for us in this apocalypse. We don't know when we die. What's the use of performance? The entire room fell silent. The silence was deafening. Chapter 169. Wei Ming couldn't refute it. Regardless of whether Hao Shigua was telling the truth, he was already on the moral high ground. Refuting him would be neither for the country nor for the people, but for performance gains. He dared not speak, his heart seething with resentment. At this moment, someone walked in from outside and approached Hao Shigua. Boss, the report is ready. Bring it here quickly, Hao Shigua said hastily. Knowing he was coming to the meeting, his subordinates had guessed he would face scrutiny from others, so everyone worked overtime to finish the report. Someone brought in a file folder containing 2 analysis reports and 3 small bags, 1 bag of centipedes obtained from Yongqing, 1 bag of centipede powder, and 1 bag of centipede cakes made from the powder. Hao Jigua glanced through the analysis reports, a smile playing on his lips. He handed the report to Lin Jinhua. Boss, the analysis report is ready. Lin Jinhua took it and examined it carefully. Everyone else watched him, trying to read something from his expression. The analysis report was comprehensive, detailing the centipede's composition, its toxicity, and the pathogens it carried. However, those pathogens were completely eliminated after high-temperature baking. Moreover, the baked centipedes only lost less than 10% of their weight. If one could truly exchange 1 pound of grain for 100 pounds of centipedes, it would be an extremely profitable venture. Lin Jinhua finally smiled. Pass this down, everyone take a look. The analysis report was passed around, and everyone discussed it animatedly. Could this report be fake? Hao Shigua, can you guarantee its authenticity? Wei Ming was very unconvinced. Hao Shigua was truly enraged. I guarantee it. I swear on my life. He pulled out several packets. These are the centipedes we caught. This is dried and ground centipede powder. This is a centipede cake made with a little flour as a binder. If you don't believe me, I eat it right here and now. Hao Shigua picked up a centipede cake. The centipedes were from Yongqing's place. Besides the stench, a little artificial flavoring was added, making it fragrant, crispy, and quite delicious. Everyone watched him eat, their brows furrowing. How could he possibly eat that? He seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Who knows if this cake is actually made from these centipedes? Old Hao, do you dare eat these centipedes in front of us? Wei Ming sneered. Everyone gasped, their faces showing disgust. Looking at the countless legs of the centipede, the thought alone made them want to vomit. Fine, I eat it. Hao Jigua's throat bobbed. Although fried centipedes were a local delicacy in Yunnan province, he usually didn't dare eat them. Now, to prove that centipedes were edible, he had no choice but to go for it. Hao Jigua picked up the long centipede and crunched it down. Surprisingly, it was quite crunchy. Some people saw him put the centipede in their mouths and spat it out. That's enough, Lin Jinhua said, feeling sorry for Hao Jigua. And this powder, it's made from ground centipedes, it's edible too. Hao Jigua grabbed a handful of powder and stuffed it into his mouth. The powder was so dry he almost choked, so he quickly drank some water. Now do you believe me? Hao Jigua asked. The others remained silent. Wei Ming sneered, "How, Shigua, if you're going to put on an act, at least do it properly. These centipedes aren't the kind you see in the market. The centipedes we see now have such a strong stench, yours doesn't smell at all. You're faking it." "Yeah, I was saying something was off earlier. This centipede doesn't smell bad at all. I can't smell any stench, it seems different. We killed centipedes at home before, and the smell was like bedbugs, unbearable. Is this centipede real?" Everyone started discussing again. Hao Shigua smiled dismissively. "That's because we overcame that hurdle and removed the stench. The centipede cakes we made not only don't smell bad, they're actually quite fragrant. Boss, would you like to try some?" Lin Jinhua picked up a centipede cake, took a small bite, and his eyes lit up. "It really is quite fragrant. Even better than compressed biscuits." "Impossible." Wei Ming picked up the centipedes. "These centipedes are completely different. With current technology, you think you can remove such a strong stench? I don't believe it." Hao Shigua sneered. "Just because your team doesn't have the technology doesn't mean we don't. Wei Ming, you're just accusing others because you're incompetent. Is that all you're capable of? You?" Wei Ming was furious and wanted to argue, but Lin Jinhua's face darkened. "Enough. I believe Hao Shigua wouldn't joke about something like this. I give you an approval slip later, an advance of 10,000 jin of grain." "Thank you, leader." Hao Shigua was overjoyed. People in other areas can also get this work done. If it's done well, Xia City won't have to worry about food shortages, Lin Jinhua said. "Yes, leader." Everyone echoed. The leader nodded. What could they say? "When will we receive our grain?" Wei Ming asked. Receiving grain first wasn't impossible. They could even make a profit. Collect the centipedes first, and exchange them for grain. Lin Jinhua glanced at Wei Ming. Meeting adjourned. Hao Shigua took the permit to the warehouse to load the grain. 10,000 jin of grain filled a 5-ton truck, which was easy to load. However, he didn't give all the grain to Leng Yi at once. He gave him 2,000 jin first, worried Leng Yi wouldn't have room to store it. 2,000 jin of grain could be exchanged for 200,000 jin of centipedes, but collecting them much would take time. That afternoon, Zhu Zai set up a scale and started collecting centipedes in front of his villa. Some unsuspecting people nearby saw him collecting centipedes and brought their own to exchange. It didn't matter where they exchanged them, and this place was closer. After collecting for the afternoon and gathering 2,000 jin of centipedes, Qin Shuai immediately told everyone to stop. "Hey, why aren't you collecting anymore?" Someone in the queue called out. "We're not collecting anymore, you can all leave." Qin Shuai waved his hand. "We waited so long, how can you just stop collecting like this?" Someone complained. "I said I'm not collecting, what can you do about it? You poor wretch." Qin Shuai sneered. Those behind dared not speak out, and could only pick up their belongings and hurry towards the villa on the mountaintop. Someone had already told Leng Yi about the centipede collecting incident. He smiled. "It's all right, let him collect his. It has nothing to do with me." Qin Shuai had 2,000 pounds of centipedes carried to the villa and squeezed to the front of the line. Make way, make way." Seeing so many of them, everyone wanted to speak but dared not. Leng Yi glanced at Qin Shuai and said calmly, "Go to the back of the line." Qin Shuai's face darkened. "These are 2,000 pounds of centipedes. Before, I would have been a big client, a VIP of VIPs, with priority. I don't have any here." Leng Yi scoffed. "If you want to exchange, line up. If not, get out." "You?" Qin Shuai saw how forceful he was and dared not get angry. If he couldn't get the protective suit, he wouldn't be able to explain to the old man. "You go line up." Qin Shuai pointed to the back of the line, telling Zhu Zai to go. Zhu Zai obediently went over. After waiting in line for almost an hour, it was finally their turn. Qin Shuai was drenched in sweat even standing under the tree. 2,000 caddies of centipedes, in exchange for 2 sets of protective suits, Qin Shuai said smugly. 2,000 caddies of centipedes for 1 set. 2 sets would cost 4,000 caddies, Leng Yi said. "Didn't you say this morning that it was 1,000 caddies per set? Why the change of heart?" Qin Shuai was furious. "The price has gone up." Leng Yi raised an eyebrow. "These protective suits are mine, not official ones. I can sell them for whatever price I want. If you can't afford them, don't buy them." You. Qin Shuai pointed at Leng Yi, nearly fainting with rage. Chapter 170. Yang Qing, watching the scene outside from inside her room, chuckled. She hadn't expected Leng Yi to have such a cunning side. Change or not? If not, get out of the way and stop blocking everyone else. Leng Yi glared coldly at Qin Shuai. Change, Qin Shuai said helplessly. He needed to change first, otherwise He wouldn't be able to explain himself when he got home. Lung Yi had Li Liang weigh the centipede. Yang Qing took out a protective suit from her spatial storage and handed it to Lung Yi. Qin Shuai's eyes lit up when he saw such a beautiful woman appear, and he stared intently at Yang Qing. Lung Yi, seeing his gaze, darkened and stepped in front of Yang Qing. "Take what you need and get out." Qin Shuai took the protective suit, turned his head, and looked at Yang Qing again, raising an eyebrow at her. Yang Qing rolled her eyes and turned back into the room. Zhu Zhe, who was standing nearby, quickly took the protective suit from Qin Shuai and glanced back at Yang Qing's retreating figure. "Young Master Chen, have you taken a fancy to that woman?" "Who is she?" Qin Shuai asked. "I heard the guy who swapped the centipedes is called Lung Yi. He lives here with his wife and sister-in-law." "That woman is either his wife or his sister-in-law," Zhu Zhe said. "But judging from what we saw earlier, it seems more like his wife." Qin Shuai snorted. "I don't know what stroke of luck this guy had to marry such a beautiful wife. Who is he? Why can he live in a villa all to himself? I heard he just arrived early. They were already here before we even got here. When the authorities sent people to take back the house, he even injured them. Later, when Director Hao came, he took on the security duties, and that's how they weren't kicked out. I didn't expect him to be involved in the centipede collecting business now. He must be getting a lot of benefits from this. I wonder if they're related to Director Hao." Qin Shuai frowned. "That's really troublesome. Young Master Chen, how about we go find those people?" Qin Shuai immediately covered Zhu Zhe's mouth. "Are you looking for trouble? Is that something you can just say?" Zhu Zhe smiled obsequiously. "Young Master Chen, look how nicely that villa is decorated. It must be hiding a lot of good stuff inside. And they traded grain for centipedes, so they must have stockpiled a lot of grain. That woman is so attractive. Great figure, and so fair-skinned. You can't find many women like that these days." Qin Shuai's tongue touched his back teeth. "She's really good-looking. She looks like she feel great. But this matter needs further consideration." As the two were talking, a truck drove up from below, stopped at the villa on the mountaintop, and people jumped out of the truck, unloading the grain and carrying it into the villa. "So much grain," Zhu Zhe egged on. "Young Master Chen, don't you think this is worth a shot?" Qin Shuai narrowed his eyes, considering the situation. Seeing so much grain being transported in, the people queuing outside craned their necks to look inside, their motivation to catch centipedes growing even stronger. Yang Qing opened the door, and had the grain moved inside and placed in the living room. He took the centipedes out of his spatial storage and placed them on the second floor, then had them carry them away. "What about the ones outside? Aren't they included in the count?" the person in charge asked. "Those haven't been cleaned yet, they smell bad. Come back in a couple of days," Yang Qing said. The person in charge nodded and took away the 5,000 caddies of centipedes collected in the past 2 days. He had Yang Qing sign for 2,000 caddies of grain, and Yang Qing also had him sign for 5,000 caddies of centipedes, so that they would have proof of receipt and avoid disputes later. At 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Lung Yi finished work and had Li Liang and Lin Feng move all the centipedes inside, giving them their wages and grain for the day. The two happily returned home, and Yang Qing put the centipede into his spatial storage. He glanced at it. The small sphere in his storage seemed to have grown a little larger. He wondered how much larger it would need to grow before the storage space could be upgraded. So much grain was delivered today. "We need to be vigilant tonight. Someone might be eyeing it," Yang Qing said to Lung Yi. Lung Yi nodded. "Later, I install electric fences on the walls as well, and increase the power." After dinner, the three of them got busy. First, they cut sections of steel bars to build a perimeter of the fence, then wrapped it with wire, added spikes, and connected it to the electrical system on the iron gate, electrifying the entire fence. "Don't go out tonight, be careful," Lung Yi said. Yang Qing and Lu Lin nodded. They generally didn't go out unless absolutely necessary. At midnight, Qin Shuai and Zhu Zhe met their prearranged group in the woods. A dozen or so people arrived, all wearing black hoods, only their eyes visible. One of the men, a tall man with a scar on his eyelid, walked up to Qin Shuai. "You're Qin Shuai?" "Yes, it's me." Qin Shuai looked at the man with a slight tremor. The man exuded a murderous aura, clearly someone who had killed before. "Which household are you talking about?" the man asked. "The villa on the mountaintop. They're the only family living in one villa in the entire Yinshan area. The authorities even delivered a truckload of grain today, which is all stored at their house," Qin Shuai said. "A truckload of grain?" The man raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Yes, I heard they have a lot of good stuff hidden at home. If we succeed, It'd be enough for you to eat for at least a few years, Juzei added. Alright, if we succeed, you won't be shortchanged, the man nodded. I don't want the stuff, but could you leave the woman inside for me? Chen Shui added. The man glanced at Chen Shui and chuckled contemptuously. He was truly hopeless. Even now, he was thinking about women. Sure, you can have the woman, and we keep everything. It's a deal. Chen Shui's face lit up with a smile. The thought of that angelic woman soon becoming his possession sent a chill down his spine. Let's go! The man waved his hand, and a dozen men in black rushed towards the villa on the mountaintop. Young Master Chen, should we go check it out? Juzei asked. Those men aren't good people. What if they take the woman too? Wouldn't we have wasted our time? That makes sense. Chen Shui nodded. Follow them. Young Master Chen, once you got that woman, could you give me her sister? I haven't tasted a woman in a long time. Juzei flattered, thinking that Yang Qing's sister wouldn't be much less attractive. Chen Shui smirked. Alright, her sister is yours. Hey, thank you, young Master Chen. Juzei was overjoyed. A dozen or so people stealthily made their way to the mountaintop villa, thinking no one would know. Their movements had already been heard by Aki and Xiaoxue, who jumped to their feet and growled. Leng Yi sat up and shushed them. Don't make a sound. Actually, he had heard it too. Perhaps because he frequently drank from the spiritual spring, his hearing and perception were even sharper than when he was in the army. He gently shook Yang Qing and whispered, Someone's coming. Yang Qing sat up abruptly. I go wake Lin Lin. The three went up to the rooftop, where the view was best. They took out night vision binoculars, and could see everything below. Yang Qing took a sniper rifle, and swapped it for a night vision scope. Leng Yi took a submachine gun, and Lu Lin took a rifle. The three of them lay prone on the rooftop, watching below. Chapter 171. Boss, this is it. The scarred man glanced at the barbed wire fence, smiled contemptuously, and waved his hand. Little Black, go. Yes, boss. A short man scrambled up the fence, grabbed a pair of pliers, and started cutting the barbed wire. Sizzle. A surge of electricity coursed through Little Black's body, and he screamed as he fell to the ground. Boss, there's electricity. The men around him panicked. The scarred man cursed, walked to the iron gate, and looked at it. The gate was definitely electrified. Go get a tree, just smash the gate open. Yes, boss. Before they could leave, Leng Yi ordered fire. Yang Qing looked at the leader through the scope, aimed at his forehead, and fired a shot. The man fell to the ground. Before the others could react, Leng Yi raised his submachine gun and fired a burst of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. A group of men fell instantly. They have guns, get out of here. Someone shouted. Yang Qing stood up, watching the fleeing men, and fired one shot at a time. Someone realized they were on the top floor, and returned fire. Watch out. Leng Yi yelled, and all three of them dropped to the ground. The gunfire continued to echo through the mountains, waking everyone up. What's that sound? What's happening? Gunfire? Holy crap, a gunfight? Everyone looked incredulous. Gunfights were something they only ever seen on television. Don't meddle, we just die if we go out. Get hidden. Police officers patrolling the perimeter heard the gunfire, and quickly ran up the mountain. Li Liang was also awakened. He was initially confused, but immediately realized someone must be robbing the mountaintop villa. So many people had seen the grain being transported there today, someone must be after them. He hurriedly woke Lin Feng, who lived with him in the same villa. Something's happened at EG's place. We need to go help. The two ran quickly to the management office, where guns were stored. They weren't allowed to carry guns unless on night duty. They were only issued them for special missions. When they arrived at the management office, the captain was sitting there leisurely. Captain, there's an enemy attack. Li Liang said urgently. We come back to get our guns. I know. The captain glanced at the two men. What are you panicking about? It's none of our business. How is it none of our business? Li Liang exclaimed. Someone's robbing a villa on the mountaintop, and they even have guns. The captain scoffed. Isn't Leng Yi in charge of security in Yunshan? Didn't he say he wouldn't need a single soldier from us, wouldn't need our support, wouldn't need our guns and ammunition? But Li Liang was stunned. He hadn't expected the captain to say that. We're only responsible for the outer perimeter security. The inside isn't our responsibility. Don't meddle. The captain sneered. Even so, they're still residents of Yunshan. We can't just stand by and watch them die, can we? Li Liang was furious. They're capable enough. Why would you need to rescue them? The captain scoffed. He longed to dislike Leng Yi. It would be best if he were taken down, so he could be the boss here. No way. I absolutely can't watch them die. Li Liang rushed towards the safe containing the guns. The captain pressed a gun against the back of his head. Believe it or not, I shoot you dead and say you're a traitor. It should be you, right? Li Liang suddenly realized. Captain, we were wrong. We stop now. Lin Feng quickly grabbed the captain's hand, desperately gesturing to Li Liang, don't be reckless. Better to live than die. It's not worth getting killed by the captain. He might even get smeared. What will happen to his parents then? Li Liang raised his hands, turned around, glared at the captain hatefully, and ran. Lin Feng quickly chased after him. The fierce fighting was still raging on the mountaintop. Gunshots rang out intermittently. Li Liang was extremely anxious. He hoped nothing bad would happen to Yiku. Qin Shuai and Zhu Zhe never expected the people at the villa on the mountaintop to have guns, and with such intense firepower. They were terrified. Let's go! Qin Shuai said, his legs giving way, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhu Zhe quickly helped him up, and the two scrambled down the mountain. Yang Qing saw two people in the distance through his night vision scope and immediately recognized them as the two who had changed into protective suits during the day. Their presence here in the middle of the night was definitely not accidental. They might have brought the people here. Yang Qing sneered, aimed at one of them, and pulled the trigger. Bang! One person fell to the ground. Qin Shuai turned around in panic, raising his hands, a sight Yang Qing witnessed. Bang! Another shot rang out, and Qin Shuai fell to the ground. The gunfire ceased abruptly. Almost everyone had fallen. Yang Qing searched the area, looking for any survivors. Suddenly, she saw a man limping, running and turning back. Another shot. Two policemen from the perimeter ran up. Lung Yi pointed a submachine gun at them. Their pupils constricted when they saw the submachine gun in his hand. They actually had one? No wonder they dared to take on the security of Yunshan. Even the police weren't equipped as well as them. Don't shoot. We're perimeter police. The two shouted immediately. Lung Yi shone a flashlight on them, seeing they were wearing uniforms, but he didn't lower his guard, only slightly lowering the muzzle of his gun. You come at the right time. Dispose of these bodies. The two men stared in disbelief at the corpses scattered on the ground. Li Liang and Lin Feng rushed over, panting. Brother Yi, are you all right? Lung Yi seemed surprised to see Li Liang and Lin Feng. He glanced at the two policemen. Do you know them? Li Liang looked over and recognized them as former colleagues. He nodded quickly. Yes, they're my colleagues. Lung Yi nodded. Don't touch the people on the iron gate for now. They're electrified. Several of the men had been shot while standing in front of the iron gate, their bodies still electrified as they fell against it. Okay, got it. The men carefully avoided the people in front of the iron gate. Yang Qing searched the area again to make sure no one was around. She and Lu Lin, guns in hand, went downstairs and turned on the lights on the first floor, illuminating the area outside the iron gate. Yang Qing turned off the power and said to Li Liang, Xiaoli, you can remove the people on the iron gate now. Okay, sister-in-law. Li Liang quickly went to pry the people off the iron gate. A glance at Lu Lin caught his eye, and he froze, stunned by her dashing figure carrying a gun. He always saw her as gentle and kind. He never expected her to have this side to her. What are you staring at? Hurry up and move them. Lin Feng smacked him. Okay. Li Liang's ears turned red, and he quickly bent down to move the corpses. Lu Lin didn't notice them, told Yang Qing, and went into the room first. Lung Yi walked outside, lifted one of the masks, and frowned. Who are these people? Li Liang removed the masks from the others as well, frowning. This guy looks familiar. Looks like a wanted criminal. One policeman said. I remember now, another policeman said. I heard that after the apocalypse, he joined some kind of organization, and it's quite powerful. He must have heard that Brother Yi received food today and started eyeing it, but I didn't expect. Everyone looked at the submachine gun in Lung Yi's hand. Who was he? How could he have such a powerful weapon? Chapter 172. Lung Yi raised an eyebrow, having unintentionally killed a wanted criminal. So he rid the people of a scourge. He didn't explain the submachine gun incident, and no one dared to ask further. They all knew he was capable. Didn't you see these people coming up while you were patrolling the perimeter? Lung Yi asked the two policemen. The policeman hesitated. Yunshan is so big, and there's no wall. Who knows where they came from? We don't have enough manpower. Lung Yi thought for a moment. Someone must have tipped them off. Otherwise, how would they know the grain was only delivered this afternoon? Maybe there's a traitor in the mountains. Li Liang hesitated and said, Brother Yi, we went to the management office to get guns, but the captain wouldn't give them to us. He said if I interfered, he'd shoot me, saying I was colluding with the enemy. Lung Yi narrowed his eyes. He really said that? I think he's the one colluding with the enemy, Lin Feng said indignantly. He even got a gun. With a gun pointed at Li Liang's head. Who knows what would have happened if I hadn't stopped him? He pointed a gun at your head? Lung Yi's face darkened. He'd been a soldier, and the army taught him never to point a gun at his comrades, no matter the time or place. How dare that person? Li Liang scoffed. That guy got in through connections. He's never been in the army, and he's got a bit of power, and now he's all high and mighty. He's jealous of your influence in Yunshan. Lung Yi sneered. I like to see what he's so arrogant about, daring to point a gun at my comrade? Brother Yi, forget it. I'm fine, aren't I? Li Liang smiled. Lung Yi's words were enough. You too, Lung Yi looked at the two policemen. Go back, so the captain doesn't have anything on you tomorrow. Leave this to Li Liang and Lin Feng. The two men exchanged glances, surprised that Lung Yi was so considerate. Brother Yi, it's all right. Although we're responsible for the outer perimeter, we can't ignore things in the mountains. Go back, everything's fine here now, Lung Yi said. We can handle these corpses. Seeing Lung Yi's response, the two men didn't insist further, told Li Liang, and headed down the mountain. Lung Yi looked at Li Liang and Lin Feng and said, You two had such a falling out with the captain today, you probably won't be able to continue your work. I wanted to quit for a long time. Low pay, lots of work, and cliques everywhere. I'm only close to Li Liang, Lin Feng said. I was recruited later, so it doesn't matter. But Li Liang was transferred from the police force, so he's a permanent employee. Li Liang chuckled self-deprecatingly. It's the apocalypse. What's the point of permanent jobs? Even permanent employees don't get a pound more food than them, and they still get ostracized. Li Liang looked at Lung Yi. Brother Yi, if you don't mind, I work for you from now on? Me too, Lin Feng quickly replied. Lung Yi nodded. I don't mind, but I'm worried your parents might disagree. I'm indeed short-staffed, and I won't mistreat you if you come with me. Li Liang and Lin Feng exchanged a glance. We resign tomorrow. I talked to my parents. Putting everything else aside, the wages and food rations alone are incomparable. The security team's wage is 20 jin of grain, while Lung Yi's is 2 jin a day, which is 60 jin a month. In this apocalyptic world, food is paramount. Although it's not a formal job, in this post-apocalyptic world, you could face unpredictable disasters at any moment, not knowing when you die. Forget about formality, you just have to live one day at a time. Without that salary, they were no longer restricted, and could do whatever they wanted without having to worry about what others thought. Lung Yi nodded. Then you work for me from now on. The two gathered all the bodies together, and Lung Yi searched them thoroughly, finding supplies and weapons. Half of them had guns. Many were killed before they could even fire. No one had expected such heavy firepower, and hadn't had time to react. Lung Yi took 2 pistols, checked that they still had bullets, and gave one to Li Liang and Lin Feng each. Take these. Brother Yi. The two were stunned. To be honest, even in the security team, not everyone had a gun. They were only temporarily issued weapons for more dangerous missions. Lung Yi smiled. Things are different now. Carrying a gun isn't illegal. You need to learn to protect yourselves. Take these, keep them safe, don't let anyone steal them. Thank you, Brother Yi. The two took the guns, delighted with them, and quickly put them away. There should be a designated place to collect these corpses, right? There must have been deaths due to the centipede outbreak these past few days, right? Lung Yi asked. Yes. Li Liang nodded. There are special buildings down the mountain that serve as morgues. We put the bodies there. Yang Qing, who had been watching them from inside and overheard their conversation, took out a tricycle from his spatial storage. Lung Yi, take this out and let them load the bodies, Yang Qing called out. Lung Yi took out the tricycle, dragged it outside the iron gate, loaded the bodies onto the tricycle, and made 3 trips to load all the bodies away. It's too late today. Go back and get some rest. It's okay to come back a little later tomorrow, Lung Yi said. Brother Yi, we're alright, Li Liang smiled. We just need to get some rest when we get back. Lung Yi smiled. Go ahead. Li Liang and Lin Feng returned to their villa. Li Liang's parents were anxiously waiting for him, and finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him return. The gunfire on the mountaintop had lasted so long, they were very worried about their son. Guns don't discriminate, and they didn't know what they would do if something happened to him. Li Liang went back to his room and closed the door. Dad, Mom, I want to discuss something with you. I want to resign and work for Brother Yi from now on, Li Liang said. What's wrong? What happened? Li's father asked hurriedly. Li Liang then recounted the conflict he had with the team leader at the management office. He pointed a gun at your head? How could he do that? Li's father was furious upon hearing this. He had been a soldier himself, and knew this was a grave taboo. Li Liang snorted coldly. Today's events might be related to him. Luckily, Brother Yi and the others are capable. Li Liang then recounted how Leng Yi and his two companions all had guns, and Leng Yi even had a submachine gun. Li's father pondered. I didn't expect his background to be so powerful. Getting a submachine gun in our country isn't easy. That's what I thought too. Besides, my salary and wages working for Brother Yi are 3 times that of the security team, and I don't have to be at the mercy of the captain anymore. Even if he doesn't fire me, what good days will I have in the future? Li's mother nodded in agreement. Yes. What if he starts binding Xiao Liang's feet every day, making him do all sorts of bad things? Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? I think it's better to quit. As long as our family is together, it doesn't matter what kind of work we have, as long as we have food to eat. Li's father nodded. I think Leng Yi is a man destined for great things. Following him won't be a bad deal. Chapter 173. The next day, during work hours, Li Liang and Lin Feng went to the management office together. The team leader gave them a cold shoulder upon arrival. The others had also heard about what happened the previous night, and, seeing them, dared not speak. Li Liang, Lin Feng, you be working the day shift this week, the team leader said. Previously, they worked the night shift, so they could help Leng Yi during the day. Now, being assigned the day shift prevented them from doing so. Li Liang and Lin Feng exchanged a glance and chuckled. We quit. What? The team leader was shocked. So many people wanted to join the security team, but couldn't, having begged several people to get in, paying several kilograms of grain as a bribe. And they were quitting? They have someone protecting them at the mountain villa. They're not like us, someone said sarcastically. How much salary and grain does that person pay you? Is it worth quitting your jobs here? Someone asked. Li Liang and Lin Feng hadn't told anyone that Leng Yi was giving them 2 kilograms of grain each per day, not wanting to arouse unnecessary jealousy, so they didn't know how much they were paid. This has nothing to do with you, Li Liang said coldly, placing his work badge on the table. We're resigning today, and we won't be coming back. You think you can just leave like that? What do you take our security team for? Don't you want your wages and rations this month? The captain snapped. He had originally intended to put them in their place, but now they wanted to leave, and he was still furious. Why shouldn't we? We worked half a month this month. Why won't you pay us? Are you trying to embezzle our wages and rations? Li Liang roared. Half a month's work is 10 jin of rations. How much would that cost outside? Why should he get it for free? It's your own fault for not working. You didn't resign in advance, and we haven't even been able to recruit anyone. If you leave, don't expect your wages, the captain said coldly. This isn't the pre-apocalyptic world. There's no rule about giving a month's notice before resigning. Nobody knows if they survive until next month, Li Liang said, his face flushed. If you dare withhold our wages, I report you. We don't even know if you had anything to do with last night's events, otherwise why didn't you let us go rescue people? What nonsense are you spouting? You dare to slander me? The captain, enraged, pulled out his gun and pressed it against Li Liang's forehead. Li Liang's temper flared instantly. This was the second time. He wouldn't tolerate this behavior again. He immediately drew his gun and pointed it at the captain's heart, while Lin Feng pointed his gun at the captain's temple. The captain was horrified. What are you trying to do? Are you planning a rebellion? The other team members looked at them in surprise. Where did they get their guns? You dare to steal guns? The captain shouted. This gun was given to us by Brother Yi. You think you don't know how many guns are in the safe? Li Liang sneered. Don't try to scare us with those domestic gun-related regulations. This is the apocalypse. How many people have guns? If it weren't the apocalypse, do you think you could carry a gun every day? You dare to shoot? Let's see if our 2 guns are faster than yours alone. Cold sweat dripped from the captain's forehead. Even if he killed Li Liang, he would die too. It wasn't worth it. Li Liang, let it go. Someone tried to mediate. Kindness is often taken advantage of, and a good horse is often ridden. If he hadn't gone too far, would I have needed to? Li Liang looked at the captain. You dare to withhold our wages and rations? Unless your family doesn't live in Yunshan otherwise. You dare threaten me? The captain roared, exasperated. So what if I threaten you? If it weren't for the apocalypse, someone like you wouldn't even have a chance to join the team. Don't think you have any real skills. Do you think no one knows how you got into the security team? Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. There were over a dozen corpses last night, still fresh. Want to go see them? Li Liang said coldly. Captain, if they don't want to work here, let it go. Let's keep to ourselves from now on, someone advised. Although the captain couldn't swallow his anger, he knew he couldn't do anything about it. If you want to leave, then get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Lin Feng sneered. Do you think we want to see your horse-faced face? It's disgusting. The captain was furious, and those around him wanted to laugh but dared not. The two men slowly retreated, guns in hand, only putting them away after leaving the management office. At the mountaintop villa, Yang Qing and the others were having breakfast. Leng Yi saw them on the monitor and went outside. Why are you here so early? Didn't I tell you to come later? Li Liang and Lin Feng smiled. We just went to the management office to resign. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Leng Yi asked. Li Liang and Lin Feng exchanged a glance. We almost got into a fight. Luckily, we'd both brought guns. Leng Yi's face darkened slightly. Did that guy want to die? Have you had breakfast? Leng Yi asked. The two men immediately felt a little embarrassed, but dared not lie. If you haven't, come with us, Leng Yi said. Brother Yi, no need. The two men quickly replied. I told you to come, so what are you dawdling about? Leng Yi said, walking into the house and saying to Yang Qing, they haven't had breakfast yet. I have them come in and eat with us. Then I go cook some more dumplings. Lu Ling quickly stood up. The two stood awkwardly at the doorway, hesitant to go in. Come in, what are you afraid of? Yang Qing smiled and waved to them. We're having dumplings today, let's eat together. Yang Qing brought over 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks. The two sat down, feeling very uncomfortable, unsure of what to do with their hands and feet. Eat. Yang Qing smiled. Thank you, sister-in-law. The two picked up their chopsticks and started eating dumplings. It had been so long since they had them. They smelled so good. Lu Lin cooked 2 more plates of dumplings and said with a smile, there's still plenty here, eat slowly. Li Liang blushed as he looked at the smiling Lu Lin. After breakfast, the two helped clean up the centipedes in the yard, and then started collecting them. Leng Yi took his binoculars and looked around from the rooftop, checking for any unusual activity. How is it? Is everything alright? Yang Qing asked. Why are there still 2 corpses over there? Leng Yi suddenly said. Oh, I did it, Yang Qing said. Last night, those 2 were acting suspiciously behind the group. I suspected they were involved in what happened last night, so I killed them. They were the 2 who changed protective suits with us yesterday. Leng Yi fell silent upon hearing it was those 2. They weren't good people, their deaths were no big deal. Yesterday, when Li Liang and his team were collecting the bodies, they didn't know there were still people in the woods, so they didn't collect them. Someone was catching centipedes in the mountains, and quickly discovered the bodies, screaming in alarm. Turning the bodies over, the 2 men were unrecognizable, bitten by centipedes. The security team received the report and collected the bodies. People die every day anyway, they don't care. Suddenly, someone downstairs started arguing with Li Liang and his team. Leng Yi and Yang Qing quickly went downstairs. What happened? Yang Qing asked. Sister-in-law, they said the child was bitten by centipedes and wanted to change the medicine. I said I needed 500 gene of centipedes to exchange for it, but they said they didn't have any. Li Liang said. Let me see. Yang Qing looked over and saw a middle-aged woman in her 40s holding a little boy who looked to be about 3 years old. The boy had insect bite marks on his hands, his face was flushed, and his skin felt hot to the touch. Chapter 174. It seems he has a fever, Yang Qing said, calling into the room. Lin Lin, get the thermometer. Yes. Lu Lin responded, bringing a thermometer. Young lady, could you give my grandson some medicine? The middle-aged woman asked. Let's take his temperature first. Yang Qing shook the thermometer, instructing the woman to place it under the child's armpit. She then looked at the child's hand. The bite mark was red and swollen, with a small pus-filled spot. Was it just this one spot? Are there any others? Yang Qing asked. Just this one spot. This bite almost killed him. What if there were a few more? The woman said, somewhat displeased. Yang Qing glanced at her without speaking, then had Lu Lin bring a vacuum cupping device. She selected a small cup, placed it on the child's hand, vacuumed it, drained the pus, and then applied iodine. It's hot, the wound is small, so there's no need to bandage it, just apply iodine to disinfect it. Then she took out the thermometer, and saw it was 38.3 degrees Celsius. The fever isn't serious, no medicine is needed. Let's go home and observe. Yang Qing said. Why not? the middle-aged woman said unhappily. Look how red the child's face is. He's delirious with fever. He definitely needs medicine. That's because the child is dizzy and uncomfortable from the fever, so he wants to sleep, not unconscious. Yang Qing frowned slightly. Besides, the temperature was just below 38.5 degrees Celsius. No medicine is needed. Oh, young lady, the child is like this? Will he get better without medicine? What if his brain is damaged? Can you afford to compensate him? No, you absolutely must give the child medicine. The middle-aged woman looked impatient. Yang Qing suppressed his temper. I'm not a doctor. I can't determine if the child's fever is caused by a centipede bite. I can't just give him medicine. What if the fever is caused by something else? The fever reducer might mask the illness, and the consequences could be more serious. It's definitely a centipede bite. What else could it be? My grandson got a fever after being bitten by a centipede. Get the medicine out of here right now, the middle-aged woman said fiercely. Yang Qing sneered. Fine, you want medicine? Trade me some centipedes. 500 caddies of centipedes for 2 fever reducers. Hey, I told you I don't have that many centipedes. It's just 2 fever reducers. You have so much stuff here. What's wrong with giving me 2 pills? Why are the richer people so stingy? Exactly. A child's illness is a big deal. To be so petty at a time like this, don't you have any conscience? A young mother holding a child outside chimed in. Yang Qing laughed angrily. What does your child's illness have to do with my life? Did I let the child get bitten by the centipede? Did I make him sick? If there's no centipede, leave, don't delay our work. How can you be so cruel, woman? The middle-aged woman shoved Yang Qing. You won't have children in the future, will you? How can you be so heartless with such a small child? Be careful you don't give birth to a child without an anus. You? Lung Yi couldn't help but curse. How dare she curse his own child? He grabbed the middle-aged woman by the collar and dragged her out. Get out of here. What do you want to do? The middle-aged woman was shocked, holding the child in one arm and pulling at her collar with the other. Help! Look, someone's hitting someone. People outside were watching them, some gloating, some pointing and blaming Yang Qing, and the others for being too heartless, not even willing to save a child. Lung Yi threw the middle-aged woman out of the iron gate and slammed it shut. If you keep spewing such vulgarities, don't blame me for being ruthless. You all know how precious medicine is these days. Why should we give it to you for free? Our medicine didn't fall from the sky. We searched high and low. If you can't find it, you can only blame your own incompetence. You can't even take good care of your own child. That's your own fault. What does it have to do with us? It's not my child. Yes, I'm that heartless, that ruthless. What? If you're not happy, come and bite me. Lung Yi's face was ashen. This was the first time Yang Qing had heard Lung Yi say so much. Was he truly angry? Yang Qing walked to Lung Yi's side and took his hand. We didn't do it on purpose. Who wants their child to get hurt? It was all an accident. Can't you be a little more understanding? Your family is so wealthy, you don't need this little bit of medicine. Have some conscience, or you suffer a terrible death in your next life, the middle-aged woman said indignantly. Yang Qing sneered. Whose fault is it that you were careless? It's your own fault for not being more careful and letting the child get hurt. Instead of reflecting on your own actions, you blame others? It's a joke. Yes, even if I had the medicine, I wouldn't give it to you. Get out of here. Shaoli, do you know her family? Don't accept centipedes from her family in exchange for grain. She's so arrogant. She shouldn't eat our grain. Yes, sister-in-law, I remember. Li Liang glanced at the middle-aged woman. I know her family. I know her husband. You? The middle-aged woman panicked. You can't do this. You have no right to do this. Why won't you exchange grain for me? I'm going to sue you. Upon hearing this, the young mother quickly retreated, shrinking into the back of the crowd to minimize her presence. Go ahead and sue, go ahead. Yang Qing pointed to the path down the mountain. The path is right there, go ahead. Let me tell you, we're in charge here. I can give the child to whomever I want. I'm not giving it to you, so what can you do about it? That's called courting death, someone nearby chimed in. They were kind enough to help your child suck out the drugs and apply medicine, without asking for anything in return. What right do you have to expect them to give you medicine for free? Exactly. Trying to take advantage of a sick child like that, you're practically jumping on our faces. Everyone knows your little scheme. You should have just asked them for help, instead of cursing their child. Do you think they owe you anything? You're so arrogant. Yang Qing sneered. That person was trying to morally blackmail her using the child. Don't they know what time it is? Besides, I'm not a doctor, nor am I some kind of philanthropist. Why should I be blackmailed? She really miscalculated. The middle-aged woman's petty schemes were exposed, her face turning pale and then red. She sullenly walked away, clutching her child. Lungi looked outside and shouted, I emphasize again, we don't do charity. Our things didn't fall from the sky. If you need medicine, trade centipedes for it. Don't try anything funny, don't think everyone's a fool. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want something from others, think about whether you deserve it. Don't try to morally blackmail others. You don't even have morals yourself, so why should you expect others to follow them? In this apocalypse, the law is useless. Who cares about morality? You all heard the gunshots last night, right? Anyone who causes trouble again will suffer the same fate as those people. Everyone was shocked. They had heard that over a dozen people had died yesterday, all shot. If they had pulled out their guns just now, even if they had killed that woman, no one would have dared to say anything. They realized that the family in the mountaintop villa was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Chapter 175. After a day of collecting centipedes, Yang Qing helped carry them up to the second floor at the end of the day. Why are there so many today? Yang Qing asked, noticing the second floor was almost full. Over 20,000 Jin today, Li Liang said with a smile. How come there are so many all of a sudden? Yang Qing was surprised. Li Liang smiled, I checked, and today's visitors weren't just from District 3, but also from Districts 1 and 2. They settled in these past 2 days, and they must have heard about our centipede for grain program, so they brought over all the centipedes they caught. No wonder, Yang Qing nodded. At this rate, 2,000 Jin of grain will be exchanged in less than 10 days. And we can't hold that many centipedes here. Lungi nodded, we should have someone take the centipedes away. Little Li, do you know how to contact Director House people? Lungi asked. They had always come on their own before, and he didn't have their contact information. I know where the official camp is. Should I go there tomorrow? Li Liang said. Thank you for your trouble, Lungi said. No trouble at all. Li Liang grinned. After carrying the centipedes, Li Liang and Lin Feng said goodbye. As they reached the door, they smelled the aroma of food coming from the kitchen, knowing that Lu Lin was cooking inside. Li Liang couldn't help but look over. Lu Lin, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, stood in front of the stove, her face flushed from the steam. She's such a beautiful and capable woman, Li Liang thought. Zhao Chunsheng brought home a large bag of centipedes. He bumped into a neighbor at the door, and couldn't help but show off his bag. Deming, look how many centipedes I caught today. At least 200 pounds. Deming glanced at the bag in Zhao Chunsheng's hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Quite a lot. I was lucky today. I found a huge nest in the mountains, full of centipedes. I caught them all. I can exchange them for a few pounds of grain tomorrow. Zhao Chunsheng wiped his sweat and smiled smugly. Deming scoffed. Uncle Zhao, you don't know, do you? No matter how many centipedes you catch, it's useless. They won't buy them from you. What do you mean? Zhao Chunsheng frowned. Today, Aunt Zhao went to the villa on the mountaintop to change your grandson's bandages, but she didn't bring any centipedes. They wouldn't give her the medicine, and she even cursed them, saying they wouldn't buy any more centipedes from your family. Deming looked smug. The Zhao Chunsheng family was usually stingy, and liked to take advantage of others. They had long disliked them, and today, seeing this, they were secretly delighted, wishing they could kick them while they were down. What did you say? Zhao Chunsheng's face changed, as he walked to the doorway. Aunt Zhao, holding her grandson, looked at him timidly. Is what Deming said true? Zhao Chunsheng asked sharply. Aunt Zhao trembled. I didn't mean it, they were just too cruel. Before she could finish, Zhao Chunsheng slapped her across the face. You wretched woman, all talk and no action. Do you think you can afford to offend the people at the villa on the mountaintop? Who gave you the guts to provoke them? I beat you to death, you good for nothing. Zhao Chunsheng said, grabbing his wife's hair and kicking her repeatedly, making Aunt Zhao scream and wail. The other people in the building shook their heads, no one trying to stop the fight, not wanting to get involved and get themselves into trouble. Zhao Chunsheng was tired of beating his wife, who was also bruised and swollen, and was hiding in a corner, sobbing and clutching her head. Their grandson was crying loudly in fear. Stop hitting me. I never do it again, Aunt Zhao said, trembling. A next time? They won't even buy our centipedes anymore. How can there be a next time? Zhao Chunsheng was furious at the mention of it, and raised his fist to strike his wife again. Aunt Zhao cried out in pain. Deming walked over and coughed, Uncle Zhao. What is it? Zhao Chunsheng asked irritably. Uncle Zhao, actually, there's a way to exchange the centipedes. I can help you. They don't know who caught them anyway. Really? Zhao Chunsheng was overjoyed. Daming, thank you so much. Daming smiled. But Uncle Zhao, I can't help you for nothing. If they find out, they won't even accept my centipedes anymore, and I'd be at a huge loss. This? Zhao Chunsheng hesitated. As long as you help me, I promise I won't treat you unfairly in the future. I share the grain I get. Daming chuckled. How much? Zhao Chunsheng hadn't expected an immediate answer. He'd been thinking of exchanging them first, figuring he wouldn't have a choice if he wasn't given any. But you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Daming wouldn't help him for nothing. How about this? Normally 100 gene of centipedes can be exchanged for 1 gene of grain, but I give you 120 gene of centipedes. Daming scoffed. 120 gene? 20 gene only gets you 2 liang of grain, not even enough for 1 meal. Then how much do you want? Zhao Chunsheng's face darkened. 150 gene for 1 gene of grain, Daming said. You want half? Zhao Chunsheng's voice suddenly rose. You're taking advantage of my misfortune. Daming sneered. Do you have any other ideas? Let me tell you, the kid who traded the centipedes said he knows you, and he absolutely won't trade them to you if you go. If I don't help you, let's see who dares to help you. You can just wait to starve to death, Daming said, turning and leaving. Zhao Chunsheng's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth. Fine, here you go. But thinking about how much he had suffered, he was furious. He kicked his wife again. It's all because of you, you wretched woman. If it weren't for you, would we have suffered such a loss? That night, Zhao Chunsheng didn't let Aunt Zhao eat. He ate his own meal, and went to bed early, snoring louder than a pig. Aunt Zhao was hot and hungry, almost exhausted. She got up and drank some water to recover a little. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. If it weren't for those people at the villa on the mountaintop, how could she have ended up like this? From now on, every time she traded grain, she would have to give him 50 more pounds of centipedes than others. The old man would definitely beat her every time. How would she survive after that? Aunt Zhao pondered this for a long time. She quietly left her room, went to the kitchen, and took a bottle of gasoline from under the sink. The kitchen was shared. Once, she saw someone hide a bottle of oil there, thinking it was cooking oil, and tried to secretly pour some out to use. She was discovered, and the person told her it was gasoline and couldn't be eaten. Aunt Zhao picked up the gasoline, stuffed a dishcloth, whose belongings were they, into the bottle, and then secretly returned to her room to steal her husband's lighter. Enduring the pain, she walked step by step towards the villa on the mountaintop. She had thought it through. If the people at the villa wouldn't let her have a good time, she wouldn't let them have one either. She would burn their villa down, and see how smug they would be then. If she could burn them all to death, that would be best. If not, she would burn everything, and see how they would explain themselves to the authorities. Then, they would be driven out of Yunshan, and their lives would definitely be worse than hers. Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on her face. Reaching the villa, she looked at the high wall, realizing it would be difficult to throw the gasoline bottle over. Walking to the iron gate, she checked to make sure no one was inside. She took out a lighter, lit a dishcloth, and glanced at the villa gate. It seemed a bit far. Before walking over, she grabbed the iron gate and threw it in forcefully. She screamed in pain from the electric shock and collapsed. The gasoline bottle rolled out, and came to a stop a short distance away. The iron gate had been electrified during the day, when she was collecting centipedes. She had no idea it was still powered, and was immediately knocked unconscious. The gasoline bottle rolled in the middle of the yard, spilling its contents, and quickly burst into flames. Chapter 176. What was that sound? Yang Qing, half asleep, seemed to hear a noise. It's nothing, you can sleep. Lung Yi gently patted her back. As soon as Aunt Zhao arrived, Aki and the others heard it, and, being smarter, kept quiet and started biting Lung Yi's clothes. Lung Yi got up and checked the security camera. He saw that the woman hadn't left immediately after arriving, wanting to see what she was up to. Unexpectedly, the woman had brought a bottle of gasoline intending to set things on fire. Luckily, she had been electrocuted, and the gasoline bottle had fallen in the middle of the yard. Although it had caught fire, it posed no threat to them. The weeds in the yard had been cleared, so there was nothing to ignite. The gasoline bottle was only about the size of a beer bottle, and the spilled gasoline had soaked a small patch of ground. Even if it wasn't extinguished, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes to burn itself out. Lung Yi decided to ignore it, pretending not to know anything, so he wouldn't have to rescue the woman and could let her fend for herself. The next morning, Zhao Chunsheng woke up to find his wife missing. He assumed she was hiding somewhere and started grumbling. After waiting for a while without seeing her, he went outside to look for her, but couldn't find her anywhere. He asked the neighbors, but they all said they hadn't seen her. A bad feeling suddenly crept into his heart. Would she be up at the villa on the mountaintop again, doing something sinister? Was she afraid he hadn't suffered enough at her hands? Zhao Chunsheng rushed up the mountain and, sure enough, found the woman lying outside the iron gate of the villa. A centipede was crawling out of her mouth and nose. He touched her nose and found she was already lifeless. Zhao Chunsheng panicked. He wanted to pull his wife away, but looking at the tightly closed villa gate, a plan suddenly came to him. He walked to the side, picked up a stone from under a tree, and smashed it down hard on the woman's head. A stone was smashed across his forehead, and blood was flowing. He quickly threw the stone away, ran back, picked up the woman, and screamed. Suiping, what's wrong? Suiping? Coming! Help! Murder! Lung Yi sat behind the monitor, drinking water and sneering. What a good actor. Before the apocalypse, he deserved an Oscar. What are you looking at? Yang Qing walked over. Lung Yi pointed to the monitor with his chin. Look! What's going on? Yang Qing was startled. A self-directed drama, probably trying to extort money from us. Lung Yi sneered. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. He's miscalculated. Yesterday the woman tried to take advantage of him. Today the man tries to blackmail him. Birds of a feather flock together. Yang Qing ignored the people outside and ate breakfast as usual. Zhao Chunsheng's screams alerted the people in the mountains, and many ran over to see what was happening. Li Liang and Lin Feng arrived at work and were shocked to see the scene. What happened? You ask me? I want to ask you too, Zhao Chunsheng said angrily. Yesterday, all my wife wanted was a pill to save my grandson. You wouldn't give it to her, fine, but why were you so cruel? You wouldn't even spare an old woman? An old woman? The people around scoffed. She's only in her 40s, what old woman? She was full of energy yesterday when she caused trouble. How could she have aged so much in just one night? Hurry up and find a doctor, don't delay. Someone kindly said. She's dead, what's the use of finding a doctor? Zhao Chunsheng's eyes flashed with hatred as he looked at the villa's gate. It was them. We had an argument yesterday, and they did this. You must seek justice for me. No way, it was someone inside who did it. The person was found at their doorstep. Who else could it be but them? They wouldn't need to, would they? Kill someone over a mere argument? You're talking nonsense. Brother Yi isn't that kind of person. Li Liang's face flushed with anger. What proof do you have that Brother Yi did it? If it wasn't him, who was it? Why would my wife die at his doorstep? Tell me. Then who knows what she was doing here? Maybe she was trying to do something bad and accidentally fell to her death, Li Liang said hesitantly. Although he didn't believe Leng Yi was responsible, he also didn't know how this woman ended up here. Fell to her death? Zhao Chunsheng sneered. This place is so flat, there are no trees or rocks. How did she manage to smash her head? Show me how you fall on flat ground. Then why was she at Brother Yi's doorstep? It couldn't have been Brother Yi who sent her, Lin Feng said. How would I know? Zhao Chunsheng's eyes were bloodshot. A life for a life. Call her out here, you have to compensate me. Li Liang glanced at Zhao Chunsheng, frowned, and rang the doorbell. Lung Yi and Yang Qing came out. Brother Yi, something's happened, Li Liang said hurriedly. Lung Yi feigned ignorance. What happened? You're still pretending? You killed my wife, you pay with your life. Zhao Chunsheng shouted, hugging the woman, looking heartbroken and sorrowful. I killed her? Lung Yi laughed. Why would I kill her? What evidence do you have? You dare say you didn't do it? Then why did my wife die at your doorstep? Just because of one sentence yesterday you killed her? How could you be so cruel? You murderer, you die a horrible death. Lung Yi sneered. What a joke. Is a shrew like her even worth killing? I rather dirty my hands. I did want to kill her, I just shoot her. Was it really necessary to make such a bloody mess? Wouldn't I be afraid of getting blood on myself? Besides, if I killed her, I wouldn't leave her far away. Leaving her at my own doorstep? Am I stupid? Everyone looked at each other. That's true, he couldn't be that stupid. Even if you were going to kill her, you'd do it somewhere else quietly. Isn't it bad luck to do it in front of your own house? Killing her isn't worth it at all. That's not necessarily true. Maybe you're just exploiting that mentality, thinking others won't believe you did it on purpose, Zhao Chunsheng immediately said. You killed someone and then flaunted it at your own doorstep. You're killing my spirit. You're trying to kill me. My poor wife. We only had a few words together. How could you be so cruel? God, why are you so unfair? We're already struggling, and now you won't let us live. My dear wife, your death was so tragic. Those around him, hearing this, felt a pang of sympathy for their own plight. Sigh, that's just how the world is. The poor get worse and worse, the rich get better and better. It's so unfair. It'd be even worse in the apocalypse. Even murderers won't pay with their lives. They kill without consequence. We can't let them get away with it. We have to complain, call the police, and arrest the murderers. Everyone, let's go! If we don't help them this time, it'd be our turn next time. Arrest them. Punish the murderers severely. Some people wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rush into the villa and steal its belongings, but they didn't care. However, everyone was jolted by the electric shock the moment they touched the iron gate, and none dared to go any further. Lung Yi and Yang Qing coldly stared at the people outside. They knew this would happen, so they hadn't turned off the power to the iron gate. What's going on? A voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone turned to look, and saw Hao Shigua walking towards them from behind. Chapter 177. Who is this? Looks like a high-ranking leader. I saw him last time. He seemed to be a section chief, quite an official. Upon seeing him, Zhao Chunsheng put down his wife and knelt down before Hao Shigua. Leader, you must help me. My wife was killed by them. Who killed her? Hao Shigua frowned. It was them. Zhao Chunsheng pointed to Lung Yi and Yang Qing. Yesterday my grandson was sick and my wife came to ask for medicine, but they not only refused, they also incited the crowd to curse her. They even lured my wife out in the middle of the night and killed her. Leader, you must help me. Zhao Chunsheng shouted to Hao Shigua, who quickly stopped him. Get up first. What happened? Hao Shigua looked at Lung Yi and Yang Qing. Lung Yi picked up the walkie-talkie and said to Lu Lin inside, Lu Lin, turn off the power to the iron gate. Yes. Lu Lin replied, turning off the power. All done. Lung Yi reached out and opened the iron gate. Boss, you come at the right time. We collected a lot of centipedes these past few days, and I can't hold them all here. Please send someone to remove them quickly. As for what this person said, I know nothing about it. Lung Yi glanced coldly at Zhao Chunsheng. I didn't kill anyone. I haven't seen that middle-aged woman since she went home yesterday, and I have no idea why she was at my door. Killing someone for a fever reducer? I wouldn't stoop to that. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Zhao Chunsheng said with hatred. We never argue with our neighbors. We always get along well. We only had a fight with you yesterday. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Get along harmoniously? Yang Qing sneered. Judging from that woman's shrewish behavior yesterday, getting along harmoniously was a miracle. Boss, yesterday she came over with her grandson, wanting to change her medication. Our policy is 500 gene of centipedes for 2 pills. It's not that I refused, but she didn't bring any centipedes, so I thought I'd see if medication was absolutely necessary. I checked her child's temperature. It was 38.3 degrees Celsius, not too high. I said we could wait and observe her. She refused, calling us heartless and cursing us that our children would be born without an anus. Of course I couldn't tolerate that, so I kicked her out. This morning, she inexplicably died at my doorstep. We have no idea what happened. Yes, we saw her yesterday. Someone in the crowd said that woman was being unreasonable. They even helped her child suck out the poison and applied medicine, and she insisted they give it to her for free. And she swore at people, swore so horribly. Who puts up with her? She slunk away after we confronted her. You're talking nonsense. Zhao Chunsheng shouted, did you take some bribes from them to slander my wife like this? If it weren't for them, how could she have so many injuries? How could her head be so badly beaten? Did she hit herself? Deming, hiding behind the crowd, curled his lip thinking, wasn't it you who did it? We all heard it. As for the head injury, he didn't know how it happened. Even if Zhao Chunsheng was ruthless, he wouldn't beat his wife to death, would he? Yang Qing went over and lifted Zhao's clothes to examine her. After a night, there were signs of rigor mortis, but the bruises on her body were clearly from the beating. This man might have done it himself, and now he's turning around and accusing me. Boss, you have to do justice for me. My wife can't have died in vain. Zhao Chunsheng cried, tears streaming down his face. Hao Shigua was a bit of a headache. He had come today to discuss setting up the centipede cake processing plant with Yang Qing and the others, but who would have thought this would turn out like this? The matter hasn't been investigated yet. It's not necessarily them who did it, Husky said. Who else could it be but them? And my wife died right in front of their house? How do you explain that? Zhao Chunsheng said. They say they didn't kill her, but they need to produce evidence. Li Liang frowned. You're the one accusing them of murder. The burden of proof lies with the accused. You should produce the evidence. How can I produce it? I'm just an ordinary citizen. Murder should be investigated by you police. By the way, aren't you a policeman? Are you trying to protect them by speaking up for them? You're just officials protecting each other. Li Liang became angry. I resigned yesterday. I have no obligation to investigate for you. Go and report it yourself. The leader is here, he naturally make the arrangements. You? Hao Zhiguo looked at Leng Yi and Yang Qing. Yang Qing smiled. We didn't kill anyone. We actually have evidence. Yang Qing glanced at everyone. You don't know, do you? I have surveillance cameras in my house, and there are cameras all around the villa. We can see everything you do outside. Everything that happened yesterday was filmed clearly. We know who killed that woman once we see it. Zhao Chunsheng was shocked and collapsed to the ground. Impossible, impossible. It's the apocalypse, power is out everywhere, and surveillance cameras everywhere are unusable. How could their house still have surveillance cameras? She must be lying, bluffing. She must be scaring herself. Lin Lin, make a copy of last night's surveillance footage, Yang Qing said to Lu Lin through the walkie-talkie. Roger. Lu Lin replied. She rewound the surveillance footage, copying the footage from a few minutes before Aunt Xiao arrived until dawn, transferred it to her phone, and then walked out with the phone. It's all here, Lu Lin said, handing over the phone. Everyone looked at the phone. After so long in the apocalypse, almost everyone's phones were unusable because of the lack of power and charging methods. All phones were useless. How could there still work? Right, they even had electricity on the Iron Gate. They must have a power source. They really live a good life. Yang Qing turned on the video and held it up to Hao Zhiguo. Everyone else crowded around to look. Zhao Chunsheng, sensing something was wrong, secretly backed away, trying to run away. Li Liang grabbed him. Why are you running? Didn't you want to know how your wife died? Come see for yourself. On the phone, Aunt Xiao lit a gasoline bottle and threw it into the yard, but because the iron gate electrified it, the bottle didn't go far, and she collapsed. She actually set a fire? She planned to burn them alive. How could she be so cruel? She called them murderers, but she's the real murderer. You can't judge a book by its cover. I never thought she'd dare do something like this. She's so wicked. Just because she wasn't given the poison, she wanted to burn their whole family alive. Hao Zhiguo's face also darkened. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He had said Leng Yi and the others didn't seem like that kind of people. After Aunt Xiao collapsed, the fire in the yard went out on its own after a short while. No one came out of the room. Luckily, there wasn't much gasoline. It didn't hit the door, otherwise everyone inside might have been burned to death. She even had gasoline on her hands. She really wanted to burn people alive. Everyone exclaimed. The gasoline burned out, but no one came out. The footage remained still for a long time. Yang Qing fast-forwarded. It wasn't until dawn that Zhao Chunsheng arrived. The surveillance footage showed Aunt Xiao was no longer moving. Zhao Chunsheng held her for a while, then picked up a rock and smashed it against her forehead, then threw the rock away and screamed again. So it was a case of the thief crying "Stop thief"? He killed her himself? How could he be so cruel? It wasn't me, Zhao Chunsheng quickly protested. She was already dead when I arrived, long since lifeless. Then why did you accuse Leng Yi and his group of killing your wife? Hao Zhiguo's face darkened. Trying to extort money, I didn't expect they had surveillance footage. Now look what happened, you got what you asked for. Even if she was dead, you can't do this. She was his wife. What a tragedy. Chapter 178. Zhao Chunsheng sat on the ground, his face ashen. He had originally planned to extort money from them, but he had been exposed so quickly. Boss, the truth is out. What should we do with this person who framed us? Yang Qing looked at Hao Zhiguo. Although they hadn't suffered any losses, they couldn't let themselves be wronged like this. Zhao Chunsheng scrambled over. Boss, I really had no choice. My wife caused trouble yesterday, and they said they wouldn't take my centipedes. I had no food, so I did this. I never do it again. If it weren't for Brother Yi's surveillance, wouldn't you have succeeded? Li Liang said indignantly. Even according to pre-apocalyptic laws, if they didn't prosecute you for defamation, you would still be guilty of desecrating a corpse, and you'd be sentenced anyway. What's desecrating a corpse? There's such a crime? Didn't you see him hit his wife on the head with a stone? Even if she's dead, desecrating a corpse is a crime. I see. Hao Jigua frowned. In the current situation, no department would prosecute such a crime, but he had indeed broken the law, and he had originally planned to blackmail Leng Yi and the others. He absolutely couldn't be let off the hook, otherwise others would follow suit. Refund his registration fee, and kick him out of Yushan. Zhao Chunsheng was terrified and knelt before Hao Jigua. No, leader, please give me another chance. I never dare to do it again. I promise I'll be a good person. Don't kick me out. Leaving Yushan means certain death. Hao Jigua waved his hand, and someone came and dragged Zhao Chunsheng away. Zhao Chunsheng struggled and begged for mercy, but everyone remained unmoved. His voice gradually faded as he was dragged away. Hao Jigua looked at the onlookers. I know survival is tough right now, and everyone's life is difficult, but that's no excuse for crime. It was Leng Yi and his wife who came up with the idea of exchanging centipedes for food so everyone could have a better life. So they don't owe you anything, and you have no right to demand their things for free. If you want a better life, you have to work hard yourself. There are so many centipedes on the mountain, as long as you're willing to work, you definitely won't go hungry. If you want to stay in Yunshan, you have to abide by the rules here. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, then get out of Yunshan, and don't blame us for being ruthless. Everyone agreed, saying they wouldn't cause any more trouble. Hao Jigua looked at Yang Qing and Leng Yi. I have something to discuss with you. Please come in, leader. Yang Qing nodded, and Leng Yi went into the house with him. Li Liang and Lin Feng continued exchanging centipedes outside. Hao Jigua sat down, and Yang Qing told Lu Lin, who brought in several apples, wash them, cut them, and arrange them on a plate. Hao Jigua was surprised to see apples. He hadn't eaten fruit in a long time. These people were truly capable. Have some fruit, sir? Yang Qing smiled. Hao Jigua nodded, picked up a slice of apple, ate it in a few bites, and said, it's like this, regarding the centipede cake processing plant, I like to locate it here on your mountaintop. We have them vacate a villa to use as a factory. And send over the equipment. Recruiting and production will be your responsibility, and we pay you wages. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. Both could tell the other wasn't very keen on taking on this task. Sir, I think we should place it somewhere else. We're already quite busy collecting centipedes. We don't have time for anything else, Yang Qing said. Hao Jigua was surprised. He hadn't expected them to refuse. After all, setting up a factory involved considerable power, and was sure to bring benefits. Why wouldn't they accept? Yang Qing smiled. We moved here to escape the tsunami, but no one can guarantee this place is safe. I believe the authorities will find a better location. Furthermore, setting up a factory will create many jobs. You can select the best candidates. If we set it up here, we can't control the situation. If something like today happens again, and the factory burns down, it would be a huge loss. Grain reserves are a national priority. I think we should be cautious. It doesn't necessarily need to be a secret location, but it should at least be relatively safe. Yushan doesn't meet those conditions. But don't worry, leader, we have a duty to collect the centipedes. As long as we're here, we be responsible. Hearing Yang Qing's words, Hao Jigua knew that saying anything more was pointless. She had considered everything so thoroughly, he had nothing more to say. In that case, I respect your opinion. By the way, we collected quite a few centipedes these past few days, and we're already full. Could you send someone over to pack them up later? We might also run out of grain in a few days, Yang Qing said. Hao Jigua nodded. I send someone over to pack them up later. We also send the remaining 8,000 caddies of grain over. If it's not enough, I apply for more. As for the payment, you can deduct it from the payment yourself. Thank you very much, sir, Yang Qing smiled. Shortly after Hao Jigua left, tens of thousands of caddies of centipedes were transported away, and soon 8,000 caddies of grain were delivered. Seeing so much grain, everyone's motivation to catch centipedes increased even more, and people from districts 1 and 2 also brought over the centipedes they caught. In just 10 days, 10,000 jin of grain were exchanged for 1 million jin of centipedes, and the glowing yellow ball in Yang Qing's space grew from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of an adult's fist. However, the space itself remained unchanged. It was unclear at what stage it would upgrade. Later, Hao Jigua sent another 10,000 jin of grain, and within a month, they received over 2 million jin of centipedes. Not only people from Yunshan, but many outside, hearing that centipedes were being traded for grain, began catching and bringing centipedes from all over the city, causing the centipede population to dwindle. Hao Jigua's centipede cake processing plant also sprang into operation, producing 2 million genes of centipede cakes, which were then released to the market. Fragrant and crispy, they were widely praised. Wei Ming and his group also started collecting centipedes to make centipede cakes, but no matter what method they used, they couldn't remove the centipede stench, making the cakes inedible and unsellable. So much grain was used to exchange for centipedes. If the centipede cakes are inedible, it'd all be a waste. Frustrated, Wei Ming swallowed his pride and begged Hao Jigua, "Old Hao, what method did you use to get rid of the centipede stench? Teach us." Hao Jigua scoffed. "Didn't you say your team was amazing? How come you haven't solved this problem yet?" Unable to maintain his composure, Wei Ming forced a smile. "My team is useless. We really can't compare to you. Old Hao, for the sake of our years as colleagues, could you help me? I can't bear to see so much grain go to waste." Although Hao Jigua had a past conflict with him, he understood the seriousness of wasting food and said, "Tell me." To be honest, it wasn't actually my research team that did it, but a couple living in Yunshan. I don't know exactly how they did it. They helped us buy the centipedes, and by the time we went to pack them, they had already been deodorized. As for whether they'd be willing to help you, I can't guarantee it. Wei Ming laughed. "If you step in, why would they refuse?" "That's not necessarily true. They won't help for free. They charge 1%. Are you willing to pay that?" Wei Ming thought for a moment. 1% is better than wasting all the grain. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. 1% it is. As long as they help us remove the stench from these 2 million caddies of centipedes, we give them the grain immediately. Hao Jigua nodded. "Then I go talk to them." Chapter 179. Hao Jigua went to Yushan again to talk to Yang Qing and the others about Wei Ming. Yang Qing nodded. It was just a small favor. She could absorb the energy from the centipedes and get several hundred kilograms of grain for free. Why not? But how do we do it? Transport all the centipedes here? That's too much trouble, Lung Yi said. Not only would transporting the centipedes be a waste of manpower and resources, but even if they were brought here, there would be nowhere to put them. Yang Qing thought for a moment. We can go directly to their warehouse and use a potion to deal with it. The potion she mentioned obviously didn't exist. She was just saying it for Hao Jigua's benefit. Lung Yi pulled Yang Qing aside and lowered his voice. How do we do it? You have to put it in your spatial storage. What if it gets exposed? Yang Qing smiled. We drive there in a car and do it inside, so they won't see us. Lung Yi nodded. Okay, I go with you. Boss, could you tell us their warehouse address? We go tomorrow and let them know so they won't refuse us entry when we arrive. All right. Hao Jigua nodded, then thought for a moment. I wait for you there tomorrow. If I'm there, they won't refuse us entry. Thank you very much. Yang Qing smiled. The next day, the two left Yunshan, found a secluded spot, took out a van, hung black curtains on all the windows, and drove to the designated location. Hao Jigua and Wei Ming were both there when they arrived. Wei Ming was a little surprised to see how young the two were. This is Wei Ming, the person in charge of Nanshan District. This is Lung Yi and Yang Qing. Hao Jigua introduced them. Good morning, leaders. Yang Qing and Lung Yi shook hands with Wei Ming and looked towards the warehouse. Are all the centipedes here? We can begin. What are your plans? Do you need us to prepare anything? Wei Ming asked. Actually, he wanted to know their method for removing the centipede odor, so he wouldn't need their help in the future. Yang Qing smiled. No need, we brought our own. Have someone pack the centipedes that need removing the odor and bring them over in bags. We process them in the car and bring them back immediately. Is it immediately? Wei Ming was surprised. Yes, immediately. Yang Qing smiled and covered the windshield with a black curtain. Bring the centipedes over. Lung Yi opened the trunk, and someone brought over several bags of centipedes. Lung Yi took the centipedes and closed the door. Yang Qing tossed the centipedes into his spatial storage, then immediately took them out again, opened the front door, and threw the centipedes out. The people outside took the centipedes, opened them, and smelled them. Sure enough, there was no stench. They were all shocked. How did they manage to do it in such a short time? Bags of stinking centipedes were sent in from the back of the truck and came out from the front, the stench in the warehouse gradually fading. How did they do it? Wei Ming asked, puzzled. I don't know either. Hao Jigua shook his head. They seem to have some kind of spray. A little spray does the trick. What kind of spray? Wei Ming asked. I don't know. Anyway, they don't need many. Letting them handle it is much more cost-effective than us doing it ourselves. Why should I bother? Hao Jigua glanced at Wei Ming. Are you trying to steal their spray? Wei Ming touched his nose. That's not what I meant. It took a whole day to move 2 million caddies of centipedes in and out. When they left, Wei Ming gave them 200 caddies of grain as promised. Actually, it wasn't very profitable for Yang Qing and his group. They could easily earn more than that by doing anything else. However, it was a matter of national and public benefit, so they didn't mind. Having several million caddies of reserve grain was crucial for survival in the apocalypse, and would greatly benefit their future reconstruction. It was just a day's hard work for them. It was nothing. The two drove back to Yunshan as it was getting dark. Halfway there, a car suddenly started following them, honking its horn. Lung Yi glanced at the rearview mirror. It sounds like someone's calling us from behind? Yang Qing tilted his head and looked. Stop the car. They stopped, and the car behind sped up. A person jumped out, panting, and ran to the passenger side. Sister, I finally found you. Yang Qing jumped out of the car upon seeing Husky and smiled. What's up? Husky was almost in tears. Sister, you haven't come to see me since you moved. I thought you weren't in Xia City anymore. I wanted to find you, but didn't know where to look. I was so worried. What's wrong? Yang Qing asked. Do you remember I told you about the wealthy families who control all the fishing industries in Xia City? Besides the Bai and Ho families, there's also the Lin family, the richest family. This time, the Lin family's patriarch and grandson are looking for medicine. We really have no other choice. We couldn't find you. What kind of medicine? Yang Qing asked. The old man has uremia and hasn't been able to find a matching bone marrow donor, so he needs dialysis. They have a dialysis machine, but they also need some medications during dialysis, and now they're out of those. And his eldest grandson has asthma. He almost died last time, but he was saved. But they run out of asthma medication. If he has another attack, I'm afraid. Sister, do you have any medication for that? Mouse asked. Yang Qing didn't answer immediately. I need to ask my supplier. Which one specifically? Husky said, the old man mainly needs nafamostat mesylate. It's an injectable powder, and it seems to need to be mixed with glucose. They have glucose injection solution, but not the medication itself. Asthma medication, any brand on the market will do. 3 to 5 boxes would be best, but even 1 box will do. We can use it first and figure out a solution later. Yang Qing frowned. These medications are hard to find. They might not even be available, and even if they are, the price won't be cheap. I understand. Husky nodded quickly. Last time you even offered rabies vaccines, and you got an amphibious aircraft. This time it'd definitely be more expensive. We already spoken to the Lin family. They said they're willing to pay any price to find the medication. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. I need to go back and ask. I can only give you an answer tomorrow. Sister, where are you staying now? I come find you tomorrow, Husky said quickly. Yang Qing smiled. No need. Find me at the department store tomorrow, and I come over to you. I let you know whether I have the medicine or not. Husky smiled wryly. His sister was as cautious as ever. Then, sister, you absolutely have to come find me, otherwise I won't be able to explain myself. I will. When have I ever lied to you? Yang Qing smiled, got into her car, and waved goodbye to Husky. Leng Yi started the car and glanced at Yang Qing. Do you have those medicines in your space? I definitely have the asthma medicine, but I don't know about that other kind. I have to check my space when I get back, Yang Qing said. She had taken the entire medicine warehouse without really looking at it. Later, when she swept through the hospitals, she just took whatever she saw without any careful categorization. Today, she could finally organize everything properly. Chapter 180. The two returned to Yunshan, where Lu Lin had already prepared dinner. After dinner, Yang Qing and Leng Yi entered the spatial dimension. Huh, where did that sphere go? Leng Yi suddenly said. Yang Qing looked up at the sky and, sure enough, the sphere that had been hanging high in the air was gone. She had collected over 2 million caddies of centipede energy today, expecting some changes, but the sphere had simply vanished. The two searched everywhere but couldn't find the sphere. What happened? Yang Qing was completely baffled. Looking inside the space, nothing seemed to have changed. The villa was still 2 stories, the warehouses were still the same, and the land area hadn't increased. She had thought that the space would upgrade once the sphere grew to a certain size, but now it hadn't upgraded at all? Look! Leng Yi suddenly pointed to a rice paddy in the distance and shouted. A field of golden rice, rippling in the breeze. Hey, wasn't it just sprouting ears a few days ago? How come it's ripe already? Yang Qing exclaimed in surprise. The two rushed over. The rice stalks in the paddy field were golden, each grain plump and heavy, drooping low, ready for harvest. Normally, it takes at least 3 or 4 months from planting to harvest. How could they be ripe in just over 2 months? Looking at the fish pond nearby, the large fish weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds each, and even the small fry were about 2 or 3 pounds each. The cattle grazing in the distance had grown to about 700 or 800 pounds, and one of the cows had a very large belly, seemingly pregnant. Each of the 8 female rabbits had given birth to more than a dozen baby rabbits, adding over 100 to the population. The 2 pigs had both grown to over 200 pounds, and the sow's bellies seemed quite large as well. Yang Qing had collected all the eggs laid by the chickens, ducks, and geese. They had laid more eggs in their nests, and they had all hatched, creating flocks of chicks, ducklings, and goslings. The fruit trees were laden with fruit, red lychees, yellow longans, and mangoes, each a bright yellow, hanging heavily from the branches. The vegetables in the garden were lush and green, the vines laden with fruit. Pulling up a sweet potato vine, she found at least a dozen sweet potatoes, each weighing about 2 pounds, heavy with ripeness. This is... Yang Qing stared in disbelief. It seems the flow of time in this space has sped up. Lung Yi looked around, equally incredulous. Won't everything else in this space have spoiled? Yang Qing's expression changed, and she quickly ran into the warehouse. Thankfully, the vegetables and fruits were still intact, the frozen fish hadn't thawed at all, and even the fast food she had bought earlier looked brand new. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Yang Qing patted her chest repeatedly. If things changed because the time flow in the space had accelerated, there was a real risk of them spoiling. It seems that living things are growing faster. Things that have already been picked or are already there won't change, Lung Yi said. That little sphere has been there for over a month, and it's probably been accelerating all along, but we've been too busy to notice. Today, it suddenly absorbed so much energy, and everything is growing at an incredible speed, probably 2 or 3 times faster than usual. Then, won't we age instantly while staying in there? Yang Qing asked. Lung Yi chuckled. It's not that dramatic. Even if we're inside for a day, it's only equivalent to 2 or 3 days outside. We won't age instantly. But they've been in there a long time, and today they accumulated enough that quantitative change has led to qualitative change. If that's all, we just shouldn't stay too long at a time in the future. Yang Qing nodded. If they grow quickly, won't our harvest be faster in the future? There's no heat or cold here, so we can plant crops anytime. With faster harvest times, what could be planted twice can be planted 4 times a year, so our grain yield can increase exponentially. Lung Yi nodded. That seems to make sense. That's great. Yang Qing hugged Lung Yi. We harvest all the vegetables and grains in the next couple of days, plant a new batch, and we can harvest again in 2 months. We won't have to worry about food shortages anymore. Okay, leave it to me. Lung Yi nodded with a smile. By the way, let's look for some medicine. The 2 went to the medicine section of the warehouse, cleaning out the medicines they had previously collected from various hospitals. Some with obvious contamination were disposed of, while others were just superficially dirty, which they wiped clean with disinfectant wipes and sorted. After scanning through all the medications, they actually found several boxes of nafamostat mesylate injections and several large boxes of asthma inhalers. Yang Qing took out a box of nafamostat mesylate and 3 asthma inhalers. That's enough, she said. Keep the rest for later, they might be useful. What are you planning to exchange for? Lung Yi asked Yang Qing. Yang Qing pondered for a long time. It seems we lack nothing. Lung Yi laughed. They do lack things, but I'm afraid they don't have them. What do they lack? Yang Qing asked. Like armored vehicles, rocket launchers, submarines, fighter jets? Yang Qing rolled her eyes. Only the military has those. They definitely can't provide them. Don't even think about it. Lung Yi laughed. That's why I said they probably don't have any. But these are indeed much more practical than others. You don't actually want to start an army, do you? Yang Qing teased. Lung Yi chuckled. I was just saying. Even in the apocalypse, private armies are unlikely. These things won't leak out. At most, there will be some guns, but we don't lack guns. Yang Qing sighed. That's why I said we lack nothing. It turns out being too rich is a problem. Lung Yi laughed. How about we get a cruise ship? We can't use the cruise ship in this space. What if a tsunami comes and covers this place? We can't fly in the sky all day. We have to come down and drift at sea. We can't do without a boat. But small boats can't withstand the waves. A larger cruise ship is safer. Yang Qing nodded. That's true. Then let's get a cruise ship and a small yacht. When the sea is calm, we can go surfing. Lung Yi laughed. Isn't that a bit too greedy? Yang Qing shrugged. Who told us we have the medicine? The yacht is payment for the asthma medication, and the cruise ship is payment for the dialysis medication. This medication is hard to find, and it's life-saving. Okay, let's tell them that. Lung Yi nodded. After discussing it, the two took a shower at the villa. How about we stay home today? Lung Yi hugged Yang Qing, his eyes burning as he looked at her. Yang Qing, fresh from her shower, had fair skin with a rosy glow. Her large eyes were moist, the corners tinged with a faint pink, making her alluring and captivating. Lung Yi lowered his head and kissed Yang Qing. He'd been busy collecting centipedes late into the night every day, and often had to go out on patrol, so they hadn't had a proper intimate moment. Okay. Yang Qing's cheeks flushed slightly. Lung Yi picked her up and carried her to the bedroom.